Capítulo 231, Carving a Path. General Kenobi analyzed their options. Dajir was right when he said they couldn't totally believe the Twi'leks. He could feel a lot of fear in Lesu, and fear was a path to many darker emotions. Dajir is right, General. Civilians are too easily swayed. Before we take the city, they won't believe us and will prefer to trust the Seppas, even if that means living in fear. That happened more than once since the war started. The Jedi caressed his beard, frowning. Neither plan was perfect, but he trusted Commander Cody. If the clone was telling him that it was better to use brute strength to get past, then he believed him. Let's not waste any time then. Commander Dajir, you will lead the way. Cody, Waxer, and Kickback, you are the rear guard. Pay attention to any droids that might come behind us. Still, the big threat should be the droids in front of us. Understood, General. Yes, sir. Dajir grabbed his blaster and crouched. He started running, staying as low as possible. Behind him, Hell Squad and General Kenobi followed. A few seconds later, he saw a section of the wall, already damaged from the battle when the Republic was on the defending side, crumble and fall, taking down several dozen droids with it. It was almost at this moment, too, that the first droids came to their sight. There were 7 of them, B-1 units. Apparently, fearing an all-out attack by the Republic, the droids had concentrated near the gates of the city. Just a few scattered patrols remained on the way. On one hand, it was good, because it meant that they would face less opposition until they got near the bridge controls. On the other hand, they would have to face all those droids before they could get to the control room. Well, there was nothing they could do other than go along with the flow. Dajir gestured for them to slow down, and the members of Hell Squad instinctively walked forward, leaving General Kenobi behind. The Jedi looked at them quite surprised, since he would usually be the one on the front. After all, he had a lightsaber. Hell Squad, however, didn't need his help. 7 droids, 7 clones. Dajir pulled out his vibroblade and, when he was 20 meters away from the unsuspecting droids, started running. The clankers heard him and turned around, but Hell Squad was already on them. Slashing down, Dajir sent the head of one of the droids flying in the air. The other clones used their normal strategy of putting their blasters around the droids' necks and twisting, breaking their joints. In a few seconds, the 7 droids were dead, and it was all done without a noise. The clones from the 212th watched in awe, finally understanding why Commander Cody said they shouldn't underestimate Hell Squad just because they were hurt. 6 more groups of droids were killed using the same tactic before something went wrong. One of the droids was able to let a shot out of his blaster before being killed, and that alerted the other clankers. Usually, a laser fired in the midst of a battle of this proportion wouldn't attract much attention. After all, there were laser cannon shots being fired, and explosions happening everywhere. Not even the clankers were stupid, enough not to notice, when a laser was randomly fired in a portion of the wall where the battle hadn't even arrived yet. Seeing the red lasers coming in their direction in droves, General Kenobi took the lead, his blue lightsaber spinning. There was little to no cover on the wall, and in a situation like that, the best option was to advance and don't look back. Keep going. The Jedi ran forward, his weapon slashing down, cutting 3 droids in half. Behind him, the clones pressed their triggers, taking down one droid after another. Dajir saw a laser getting past General Kenobi's lightsaber and pushed Waxer down. The laser, which would have hit the clone in the head, scratched his shoulder. Thank you, Commander. On your feet, Trooper, keep moving. Arg. Cody, are you all right? Dajir looked back to see that Commander Cody had been hit in the leg. With how many droids were in front of them now, Dajir doubted they could even arrive at the bridge controls building. I'm okay, General, but we are never going to make it past this many clankers. Hold on, cover me. General Kenobi suddenly turned off his lightsaber and closed his eyes. Dajir had seen this happen enough times to know he was using the Force, but the Jedi couldn't have chosen a worse time. Dajir knelt, his DC-15 aiming at the droids barely 100 meters away. There were dozens, maybe 100 of them, firing without stop. Dab charged shot, brain cold detonators. The clones followed his orders immediately, and a small explosion took out almost 10 droids. Unfortunately, Dab's DC-15X would be unusable for some time until it cooled down. The sniper, however, wouldn't stand idle and was about to pull out his pistol when Dajir gave him his DC-15A. When the detonators land, shoot it. Brain had found his previous order to just throw the detonators without activating them weird. Now, however, he understood. If he had activated the detonators, they would blow up before it reached the droids. By throwing it inactivated, it would be useless unless someone hit it with a laser, and who was better for that than a sniper? Isla. 3 thermal detonators were sent out, and 3 explosions followed, killing a dozen droids each and sending more falling over the edge of the wall. At the same time, the clones suffered their second casualty. Stock was hit 2 times in the chest, dying immediately. Before the clones suffered another death, though, they saw a huge shadow passing by them, and suddenly a broken piece of the wall crashed into the ground in front of them. Several red lasers hit it uselessly, and now the troopers had enough cover. Dajir knew it was impossible for a piece of the wall be conveniently blown up and land right in front of them, providing perfect cover. So, he looked at General Kenobi, the only one with enough power to do that. Sure enough, the Jedi was sweating profusely. It seemed that moving a giant piece of rock using the Force took a lot, even for a Jedi. However, it was the cover that the clones needed. Now, they could fire at the droids without being totally in the open, and that meant that the 50 or so droids that were left after Brain and Dab's joint attack lasted about 30 seconds. The aim of the droids never was great, and they relied on numbers to win, but this time, they were going against 11 of the most elite clones the Republic Army had, and a Jedi. Still, more and more droids were arriving, in an endless stream. Dajir had already anticipated that there would be a few hundred droids between them and the bridge controls, and they had only killed a little more than 100 of them. That won't do. Cody, Dajir, any ideas? No, General. I don't think so, sir. Maybe we should retreat. As long as we get down to the city, we can escape the clankers pretty easily. And do what? We can't keep running for days until the others break through. I might have an idea, sir. While Dajir, General Kenobi, and Commander Cody were discussing, Dajir was surprised to hear Dab speak up. It was rare for the sniper to interfere in a conversation. Say it. If we let the Seppies approach, do you think you would be able to push the rock again? That will open a path, and you could get through it and go to the bridge controls building. Capitulo 232, Taking Back Ryloth. Both commanders and General Kenobi stared at Dab. It was a plan. A bad one, but still a plan. General Kenobi glanced at Commander Cody, who shrugged. It isn't the craziest thing we have done today, sir. If you think you can pull this off, it is worth a try. It might be our only chance of surviving this battle. The Jedi nodded and put his 2 hands close together. Dajir patted Dab's shoulder and took back the DC-15A that the clone gave him. Good thinking, Dab. The sniper only nodded, without even turning his head to talk to Dajir. He was too concentrated on firing at the incoming droids. Tech yelled when a laser hit his shoulder, and Metal cursed when his blaster was pulled out of his hands by another laser. Now that the clankers were getting closer, their accuracy was getting better. Now should be about time, General. The Jedi didn't answer, but pushed his hands forward. The piece of the wall, which was at least 3 meters long and 1.5 meters high, was sent tumbling away. The droids on its path were crushed or pushed, falling down the wall. At least 100 Seppies were destroyed with that one move, creating a path to the bridge controls building. Now is the time, move. The group took off running, taking advantage of the opportunity and killing any droid on their way, but there were still too many. Seeing their path getting blocked once more, Dajir looked at Commander Cody and saw him nod. They knew what was going on each other's mind. General Kenobi, you have to go first. We will hold the clankers. That isn't happening, Dajir. You are a Jedi, sir. You are the only one who can get to the controls before the Seppies fill this damn wall. We will keep them occupied. You just have to come back to help us as soon as you are done. General Kenobi looked at the 2 clones with a complicated expression, but there was no time to deliberate. He turned on his lightsaber and ran towards the building. Without having to keep up with the clones' pace, he was easily able to get to the bridge controls building, cutting down any Seppi on his way. Dajir watched as General Kenobi disappeared inside the building. He had no doubt that a Jedi would have no problems to get the Ray bridge back up. That meant that their mission was almost accomplished. Now, they just had to survive to see the end of it. Keep firing, boys. The clones arranged themselves in a half-moon, kneeling on the ground. Red lasers hit the ground and cut the air around them, but the clones stood still as stone. They weren't fazed by how many times death almost got to them. That was what they were created for, and what they were the best at. Reloading. Tech crouched, barely dodging a laser, and 3-4 covered him, pressing the trigger of his blaster without stop. Waxer and Boyle were also an impressive team, killing one droid after another. Kickback, Dajir, Commander Cody, and Metal were at the very front of their formation. The double-barrel repeating blaster that the clone had was wreaking havoc amidst the droids. Dajir felt an impact in his chest and stifled a groan. If it wasn't for the blast padding in his armor, he would be dead. Behind him, Dab's forearm was hit, and Waxer's helmet was sent flying as a laser hit it, narrowly missing his head. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound of metal scraping metal. Looking behind the droids, they saw a dwarf spider droid. The long laser cannon on it was pointed directly at them. Scatter! The huge impact wave of the laser cannon shot was enough to send Dajir off his feet. His head was ringing like a bell, and his vision was blurry. His blaster had escaped his hand, and he saw the world turn. Flailing his arms around, he felt his hand wrap around something and gripped it. The sudden stop made his shoulder let out a loud sound, and he felt his joint pop out. Incredible pain traveled through his body, but his instincts told him that if he let go, he would be dead. And so, he kept his grip strong, but pain was slowly weakening him. Blinking, he opened his eyes and saw the ground 50 meters below him. This prompted him to grab even strongly as he held the edge of the wall. Lifting his other arm, he used both of them to grab the wall and tried to pull himself up. However, he didn't have enough strength, at least not with a dislocated joint. The fact that it was the same shoulder he had broken before didn't help. Commander, hang on. Dajir looked up and saw Brain leaning over the edge, reaching to grab him. What about the spider? General Kenobi took care of it, sir. Now hold on, Cell, help me here. The scout soon appeared, his helmet nowhere to be seen. Together, he and Brain pulled up Dajir, even as the clone groaned in pain when they grabbed his arm. When he was finally back up in the wall, Dajir realized that the bridge was on, and thousands of troopers were running through it, already getting into the city. Fights erupted everywhere and lasers were flying all over. From time to time, Dajir could hear civilians screaming on fear. The situation on top of the wall was better. General Kenobi and Commander Cody were taking care of the last droids on the wall. The dwarf spider droid was missing 3 of its legs and laid dead on the ground. Metal and Kickback were sitting on the ground, each holding their left arms, which seemed to be broken. Do you want me to put that in place, Commander? 3-4 approached Dajir. He was holding his helmet under his arm, and there was a small cut on his forehead, bleeding slightly. Dajir looked at his right arm, which was dangling uselessly on his side, and nodded. Do it. 3-4 nodded and had Dajir kneel on the ground. He put his knee and shin on his back and grabbed his arm. Without any warning, he shook Dajir's arm, and, with a pop, the shoulder was back in place. The commander suppressed a yelp of pain and moved his arm. It was hurting, but at least not as badly as before. How is it, Commander? Working. You did a great job, 3-4. Now go take a look at the other, Commander Cody and Dab first. Metal and Kickback, you two stay put and try not to move your arms. Cell, Brain, Tech, Waxer, and Boyle with me. There is still a battle going on. We already did our part, Commander Dajir. Lesu is ours, and so is Ryloth. We just received confirmation from Master Windu. He and the freedom fighters of Syndulla took Nabet and captured Wat Tambor. Dajir looked at the city below the wall and saw that General Kenobi was right. There was still a lot of fighting going on, but the Seppis were being pushed back. Sitting down, he leaned against the side of the bridge controls building. The battle for Ryloth was over. The planet was now part of the Republic and would stay like that for a long time. Capitulo 233. The Future of the 303rd. Dajir looked out of a Republic cruiser's window. Under him, Ryloth was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, the ship would make the jump to hyperspace. Dajir didn't know when and if he would see it again. Hell Squad stood next to him, 3 clones on each side. They weren't using their armor, but brown clothes that showed they belonged to the 303rd. Without their armor, the scars on their faces and arms were plain for anyone to see, showing just how much they had been through. From time to time, a trooper from the 212th would pass by them and look at the group for a second. When Ryloth was substituted by the blue and white lines of hyperspace, Dajir turned around and Hell Squad followed. In the end, Ryloth was just another battle in a war that was far from over. A painful battle that they would remember and regret forever, but still just a battle. Walking around the ship towards their quarters, Dajir was remembering what transpired after their crazy climbing plan and the battle on top of the walls of Lesu. As soon as Lesu was captured by the Republic, several separatist ships tried to leave Ryloth and escape the system. Many were shot down, but some escaped. However, of the almost 500,000 clankers on Ryloth, less than half survived. Of course, the separatists would have no problem replenishing their ranks, but a victory was still a victory. Dajir saw General Windu briefly after the battles were over, when the Jedi was transporting the captured separatist leader, Wat Tambor, to a Republic cruiser scheduled to take him to the prisons of Coruscant. Together with the Jedi was Cam Syndulla, the freedom fighter leader. Syndulla just looked at Hell Squad and scoffed before leaving, but Dajir could see guilt in his eyes. Gobi and Iva were nowhere to be seen, and neither was their daughter, Shouta, but one freedom fighter informed Dajir they were okay. Gobi had suffered a slight wound in the battle for Nabet, but it wasn't serious. Shaking his head, Dajir pushed all his thoughts of Syndulla or the Twi'leks to the back of his mind. He now had something else to worry about. Now that the Battle of Ryloth was over, Hell Squad was returning to Coruscant. As the commander of the 303rd Attack Legion, Dajir had to be present when the higher-ups decided what would be done of the few survivors. As the leader of a special unit, Dajir had to be present when the higher-ups decided what would be done of Hell Squad. Dajir. General Kenobi. The Jedi was walking in the other direction, towards the command bridge of the cruiser. Surprisingly, although General Kenobi had done everything Hell Squad had, from sliding over an abyss, climbing up a cliff, and fighting 1,000 droids, he didn't have a single bruise. Meanwhile, Hell Squad had several light wounds and at least 2 broken bones. That went to show how different from the normal folk the Jedis were. Listen, Dajir, I just received a transmission from Coruscant and was about to send a trooper after you. You are to go immediately to the Judgment Room on the Senate building as soon as we arrive. They want to sort this out as soon as possible. Understood, sir, and what about General Ragu? The Jedi Council will deliberate on his fate. Usually, when a Padawan loses his master before their training is complete, they finish it on the Jedi Temple. But Ragu won't be there for long. In a few months, his training will be complete. Thank you, General. General Kenobi nodded, patted Dajir's shoulder, and continued on his way. The commander gestured to his squad and went to their quarters. The Senate building was impressive, to say the least. High towers of a dark shade of red, the building was in the heart of Coruscant. Hundreds of thousands of people walked by and on it every day, and it was where the most important decisions of the Republic were made. As such, of course, the security would be tight. Before Hell Squad got to the Judgment Room, they had to go through 4 security checks, even though they were clones. The ones responsible for the security were clones who wore long red armor, very different from the normal Phase II ones. Senate guards, Dajir never understood them. They never talked and rarely moved, and he had never seen them training. Even clone commandos would train with normal clones for a while, but the Senate guards didn't. When Hell Squad finally arrived in the Judgment Room, what greeted them was a giant platform that floated above a hole. On the walls on both sides, protected by blast shields, were people of many different species. Directly in front of the platform, surrounded by Senate guards, was Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. He was old, but still younger than most chancellors who came before him. He also had a smile on his lips and looked like a very easygoing person. However, for some reason, when the chancellor gazed at him, Dajir felt shivers running down his spine. He was a dangerous man. CT-4063, named Dajir, commander of the 303rd Attack Legion of the Grand Army of the Republic. Is all that was said correct? A fat Twi'lek near Chancellor Palpatine read a datapad in his hands, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Dajir straightened himself, and so did the other members of Hell Squad. Yes. This audience will now hear Chancellor Palpatine to decide what will be done of the 303rd Attack Legion. The Twi'lek sat down, and Chancellor Palpatine got up, smiling. He was standing far above Dajir, but he stretched his hands as if he could touch Dajir. It was easy to understand why he was elected Chancellor. Commander Dajir, we are all terribly sorry for the loss of Master Imagun Dai and Commander Keeley. However, this is the first time an entire legion of the Republic Army was destroyed, and we can't hesitate. We shall not show weakness. I understand, sir. Then, the surviving troopers shall be sent to other legions. Commander Cody, of the 212th Legion, seemed to show interest in them. I am sure elite troops such as yours will be of high importance. Dajir nodded, and the Chancellor's assistant, the Twi'lek, got up again to read another note. 185 clones remain of the 303rd Attack Legion. Of those, 123 have been seriously injured and won't be able to battle again. They will be taken good care of. The remaining 62 troopers, with the exception of Hell Squad, will be sent to the 212th Legion. Dajir knew it wasn't his place to ask what would be done of Hell Squad. They were going to tell him next anyways, and that was what Chancellor Palpatine said next. Commander Dajir, in accounting to all the missions and tasks Hell Squad accomplished on behalf of the Republic, we thought it would be a waste to bind you to another legion. As per today, Hell Squad will be a free unit. Of course, unless there is some special task, you will fight on the battlefield just like you have done up till now. Thank you, sir. Unless anyone has something else to say, then I will declare this secession as finished. None of the audience said anything, and, after waiting for a few seconds, the Chancellor sat down again. I am sure you will do a good job, Commander Dajir, leader of Hell Squad. After all, you are one of the best of the Republic. You are free to go. Dajir nodded and turned around. Hell Squad followed, and he could already sense their questions. He would answer them, but they all knew that a whole new phase for Hell Squad was about to start. Capitulo 234, The Last Salute. All in all, the reunion in the Judgment Room was concluded quite fast. Hell Squad entered the Senate building as members of the 303rd Attack Legion and left as an independent unit. Still, in their hearts, they would always be part of the 303rd. Shield, meet us at the infirmary in the headquarters and bring everyone. I have to announce something. Understood, Commander. Dajir wanted to be the one to tell his legion what their future was, and he wanted every trooper, including the wounded, to hear. Clones were used to being moved around, so becoming part of the 212th wouldn't bother them. However, Dajir knew this would be the last time he saw many of them. He had grown up, trained, and fought with those brothers of his, and he wanted to see them one more time. The troopers received the news quietly. It was what they were expecting, so there was no reaction of surprise. Ragu had also appeared in the infirmary, and that surprised them. The Padawan still had dark circles under his eyes, but he seemed better now. He talked to each of the clones and just shook Dajir's hand before leaving. Now, their paths would part, since they weren't in the same legion anymore. In fact, they weren't in any legion. After his brief talk with Ragu, Dajir brought Hell Squad out of the infirmary. Lieutenant Shield ordered the 50 or so clones who weren't wounded or had already recovered to follow them. Together, the group took a transport to the Revanter. Until the troopers were moved to the 212th Legion, and the dissolution of the 303rd was officially sanctioned, they were still members of the same legion. And, for now, they were away from the battlefield. When Dajir pushed the doors open, he was greeted by loud music and laughter. Countless clones walked around, some drunk, some just talking. Although the clones of the 303rd were in a large group, only the troopers closer to the door paid attention to them. It was, after all, quite normal to see so many clones together. However, once they recognized the pattern of the clothes Dajir and the others were wearing, those troopers stopped talking and looked at them. Slowly, all noise died away, as more and more clones looked for the reason of the sudden silence and saw the 303rd. Eventually, even the music stopped. As Dajir walked forward and the others followed, the clones got up and stared at them in silence. Dajir didn't know who started it, but all the hundreds of troopers brought their right hand to their foreheads and kept their left hand behind their bodies, their back straight. It was a standard salute, one that every clone knew. However, it wasn't directed at Dajir or any of the clones. No, they were saluting not those who were alive, but those who were gone. Dajir took a deep breath and returned the salute. His men mimicked him. Seeing that, the other clones lowered their hands in unison and returned to what they were doing before. From time to time, furtive glances were thrown in their direction. Shield, be at ease, we aren't serving right now. Let the men have a good night, for Commander Keeley, for General Dai, for the 303rd. For the 303rd. The clones scattered themselves amidst the others. The Revanter wasn't a place to grieve, but to drown your sorrows. They had stories to share and moments to remember. Dajir walked straight to the officer rooms on the second floor, and Hell Squad followed him. None of them had any less authority than a captain of the clone army. Entering the room, Dajir saw many familiar faces. Commander Cody, Captain Rex, Commander Fox, Sergeant Hound, Lieutenant Thorne, Commander Bly, and Captain Locke were all there. None of them said anything about the 303rd and just shook Hell Squad's hands or hugged their brothers. Soon, they found themselves with a drink in their hands. Now that you are a true special unit, do you already have your next mission, brother? Dajir shook his head. He couldn't take the image of Chancellor Palpatine out of his head when the man smiled at him while saying Hell Squad would become an independent unit. The Chancellor made him remember his nightmares for some reason. Realizing he was daydreaming and that Captain Locke was still waiting for an answer, Dajir pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind. No, to tell the truth, I have no idea what exactly Hell Squad is supposed to do. Although we have been a special unit for a long time, we were always with our Legion. The battles we fought were their battles too. Sometimes, I wonder when this war will be over. Now come on, Bly, you know it is far from the end. Yeah, just, so many have died already. Dajir nodded. Commander Bly was telling the truth. Sometimes, he also wondered when the Clone Wars would be over, and he and his brothers would be able to have a life that wasn't filled with war and death. But such a life needed sacrifices. The 303rd was the first Legion to be annihilated, but it wouldn't be the last. It was only 2 weeks later that Hell Squad received a mission. By now, most of their wounds were healed, and all that was left were some bruises. Frowning, Dajir read the datapad he was given. Looking at Commander Fox of the Coruscant Guard, Dajir closed it. What is this, Fox? Don't ask me, Dajir. This came from the higher-ups, maybe even the Chancellor himself. He seems to think very highly of Hell Squad's abilities, and he isn't wrong. Commander Fox shrugged awkwardly, to show he didn't mean to downgrade Hell Squad. It is an escorting mission. Hell Squad can do that easily. The problem is the next part. A trade? Since when did we start negotiating with the Seppas? Since we received orders to do so. Look, Dajir, I know Tamber feels kind of personal to you since Ryloth, but General Plo Koon is a member of the Jedi Council. That is why General Sakura is leading the negotiations. Dajir looked at the data again and sighed. Commander Fox was right. He was only complaining because he didn't like being near Wat Tamber. He had only seen the Separatist once, but he was one of the people responsible for the 303rd's annihilation. However, orders were orders, and he would follow them until the end. Yeah, you are right. Still, Fox, I think there is something going on. Like what? I don't know, but something about this mission isn't right. I can feel it. Master. Darth Tyrannus, my apprentice, one of the leaders of your little Separatist alliance, was captured recently. Yes, my lord, Wat Tamber. He will be punished accordingly. For that, you have to get him back first. This small negotiations of yours will be a good opportunity to get rid of some of those filthy Jedis. Leave none alive. As you wish, my lord. Count Dooku caught a glimpse of an old face beneath the hood as the hologram disappeared, but a dark mist covered it. He couldn't tell who his master was, but his fear of him was immeasurable. The consequences of when he tried to defy him were. In the darkness of his room, the cold and murderous leader of the CIS shivered. He would never dare to go against his master. Not again. Turning on his hologram projector, he faced a Sag Ventress. The woman bowed to him, a creepy smile on her lips. Behind her, several clones laid, dismembered. "What can I do for you, master?" "I have a new mission for you." Capítulo 235, The Dark Side of the Republic. Isla Secura was a female Twi'lek, and one of the youngest Jedis of the Jedi Order. She was in charge of the 327th Star Corps, an elite legion that, just like the 303rd, existed since Geonosis. General Secura, as the clones called her, had been to many battles in the last few months. As such, she wasn't new to the horrors of war. However, when she looked at Hell Squad, she couldn't help but frown. They brought back some bad memories. Although Jedis were supposed to leave their affections behind for the greater good, she still worried about her home planet when Ryloth was attacked by the Separatist. She was on Felucia at that time and couldn't help, but news of all the cruelties that her people were subjected to still reached her ears. The death of General Dai was another blow to her. He hadn't been her master, but he had trained her in the Jedi Temple, and she was quite fond of him. Of course, she didn't blame Dajir for anything that happened on Ryloth. She knew, as well as any Jedi that was leading troops on this war, that clones weren't machines, and that they felt the deaths of their brothers and commanders as deeply as any Jedi. Still, the armor of Hell Squad was a reminder of what happened. The Hell Squad that now stood in front of General Secura was very different from the one that left Ryloth. Their armors had been cleaned from all the blood, dirt, and laser marks. The holes and cracks had all been fixed, and the blast padding had been changed. However, they had refused to change armors. Armors weren't like blasters. Blasters were all equal, with the exception of a few like Dab's DC-15X. Armors, however, were unique. Each clone crafted and modified their armor during the war, many because wanted to have their own identity, others because of something that happened. Be it Dajir's scratch marks, be it the long line that crossed the entirety of Dab's chest plate, because of when a commando droid slashed it, or the tattoo shaped like a horn that Tech had on his head, all of them were something that only their armor had. It couldn't be copied. Their armor was a companion that followed them through battle and death. More subtle then, when clones started getting names, their armor was nevertheless a symbol that they were people. They had thoughts, they had emotions, they had a family they cared about. No matter what others said about them, the troopers knew very well that they might have been created to fight a war, but the republic they were protecting was also their home. After saluting General Secura and greeting Commander Bly, leader of the 327th Star Corps, Dajir lowered his hand, and the others mimicked him. "Where is the exchanging taking place, General?" "On a small planet called Kairos. Colonized by Togrutas, it is a neutral planet, or at least it was supposed to be. They were part of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, but they left when the war started." Dajir nodded. It was a good place to exchange prisoners. Although it had some affiliation to the Separatist before, it was now a neutral planet. And, considering it were the Sepis who proposed it, it was understandable that they would want to do the change somewhere they knew. "Is it safe?" General Secura shook her head when she heard Commander Bly's question. "As safe as it can be. The Separatists aren't exactly honorable, so we will have to be careful. That is the reason they sent a special unit." She gestured at Hell Squad, and Dajir acknowledged it. That was what they were best at. In a big battle or a planet-wide invasion, even, there was little a single squad could do. Small operations like that were where they really made a difference. Later that same day, already on a ship to Kairos, Dajir finally found the time to talk with Commander Bly. There was something that had been bugging him ever since Commander Fox gave him the details of this mission. There were too many things that didn't make sense, but Dajir didn't dare to ask Commander Fox about that. The commander was a loyal clone, sometimes too loyal. Dajir had no doubt that the answer he would receive if he asked him would be just a stern face and nothing else. "Bly, nobody said anything about Wolf, not a word, but you and I both know he was captured too." Commander Bly scratched his head. Clearly, he was troubled by the same question. Commander Wolf was the leader of the 104th Battalion and the commander under General Plo Koon. The Jedi had been captured in battle, and so had been the commander. The other clones with him had been killed, but a commander of the Republic Army had some value. However, it was as if everyone forgot Commander Wolf existed. From the Chancellor to Commander Fox and General Secura, nobody mentioned the clone. You know the answer to that as well as I do, Dajir. To the higher-ups, a clone isn't that important, even Wolf. Our mission this time is General Plo Koon, not him. Dajir shook his head. Sometimes his brothers were too fixed in fulfilling their orders and didn't think about anything else. Maybe because they had more independence, special units like Hell Squad, Delta Squad, and Deep Squad weren't so disciplined. No, that was wrong. They were disciplined, they just thought more about the commands they were given instead of just following them. Still, if Hell Squad has a chance of rescuing Wolf, we will. And I will help, brother. Dajir nodded to Commander Bly. They wouldn't leave a brother behind unless they had no other option. What is our course of action there then? Just like the simulations, we put Tamber forward, they put General Plo Koon, they walk and we trade. At the first sign that the Seppas might be thinking of doing something, shoot Tamber. Dajir grinned. He might not have been to a prisoner's trade like that before, but he sure had trained for it. Sometimes it went right. Most of the time it went right. But when it didn't, Hell Squad would take care of it. 2 days later, their ship arrived at Kairos. They only landed after making sure there were no separatists waiting to ambush them. One can never be too cautious when dealing with clankers. 28 clones, 7 from Hell Squad and 21 from the 327th followed General Secura out of the ship. 2 clones pushed Wat Tamber forward, his hands tied with electromagnetic chains. If he tried to escape, all General Secura had to do was push a button, and they would electrify him, not enough to kill him, but it would hurt. The separatist, led by a commando droid, also appeared, bringing with them their prisoner. The Keldor was limping, but apart from that, he didn't seem to be too hurt. Weirdly, General Plo Koon had a device covering his mouth, preventing him from talking. Dajir, however, didn't think much of it. He knew Jedi's words had power, so it was normal the droids wouldn't allow him to talk. Seeing the Jedi was alive, Dajir started analyzing the enemy troops. If anything went wrong, he wanted to have a plan ready. Capitulo 236, Dear Dajir. The separatist group was composed of only 20 clankers, but all of them were commando droids. Dajir had fought them on more than one occasion, and he knew they were deadlier than an entire battalion of B-1 units. It appeared the Seppas weren't taking any risks. The leader of the commando droids gestured for his men to stop and continued by itself. Seeing that, General Secura did the same. The female Twi'lek walked forward until she and the droid were only 2 meters apart. Both had their melee weapons, a lightsaber and a vibroblade, but there was no doubt about who would be faster to pull it out if needed was. Jedi, we brought our prisoner. BZZ, bring yours forward. You first, droid. Unless I am sure Master Plo Koon is safe, Tamber isn't going anywhere. The commando droid looked at her, his white eyes flashing. He had orders not to give the Jedi to the Republic unless a mere Wat Tamber was safe in their hands. The Jedi is safe. R0S5, bring him forward. Stop there. One of the commando droids pushed General Plo Koon, and he stumbled forward, almost falling. After he walked about 20 meters, the clanker held his shoulder, keeping him from moving. Now that he was closer, Dajir saw that the general seemed anxious. He couldn't talk, and the eyes of the Keldor weren't easy to read. However, Dajir had long grown used to reading a person's body language, and General Plo Koon was too tense and nervous. Even in his situation, Jedis usually were calm. There was something wrong. Commander. I know. Everyone, stay in your positions and be prepared to fight. Bly, something is going to happen. Sel wanted to warn Dajir. His sharp eyes had already discovered the same problems as Dajir. Commander Bly and his men were more used to open battles, so they hadn't noticed. What is wrong? I don't know yet, but keep your aim on the commando clanker. Aim for the head. All right. General Secura was focused on the commando droid and didn't notice General Plo Koon's warnings. She motioned for the clones to bring Wat Tamber forward. She and the droid had gotten in a silent agreement to do the trade at the same time. When one of the 327th troopers stepped ahead to take Tamber, Dajir moved to grab the separatist's arm. With his head, he gestured for the clone to stay and took his place. The man was confused, but he stayed quiet. Now wasn't the time to show indecisiveness. While he was leading the separatist, Dajir let his eyes dart from side to side. They were on a landing platform, but obviously it wasn't being used. Bunches of crates laid here and there, but they had scanned it from the ship, and there was no droid hiding inside them. The most they found were some small life forms, animals of some sort. The buildings on the north and the east blocked the vision of any sniper, whatever side it may be. Clearly, the Seppies had chosen the location carefully. They wouldn't be able to ambush the Republic there, but the Republic also wouldn't be able to catch them off guard. Still, Dajir's instincts told him there was something fishy going on. The closer he got to General Plo Koon, who was now being brought forward too, the stronger this feeling got. When he arrived by the side of General Secura, she too had noticed General Plo Koon's weird behavior. Frowning, she looked at the device preventing him from speaking and turned to the commando droid. "Take it off." "I do not have, BZZZ. The tools for that, you can take it out yourself, Republic. BZZ, scum." Dajir saw General Secura clench her fist in anger. She could easily destroy the device with her lightsaber, but turning it on would be considered a violation of the small truce they had to realize the trade. And, considering there were 20 blasters aimed at General Plo Koon's back, this wasn't a very intelligent move. Tied like he was, even a Jedi wouldn't be able to dodge. "What are you waiting for? BZZ, trade the prisoner." Both Tamber and General Plo Koon walked forward at the same time and crossed paths. With the trade completed, both sides were preparing to return to their ships and leave when a dark figure jumped out of one of the containers. Holding 2 red lightsabers, the person ignored General Secura and General Plo Koon and looked at the clone near them. "Oh, my dear Dajir, I'm glad I have another chance to kill you." Ventress had been hiding in the container for the past day, waiting. Since her master gave his command, she was more than glad to kill 2 Jedis. Knowing the Republic would scan the location that had been chosen, she hid her life force using an ancient Sith technique. Watching through a gap in the container's frame, she was surprised to see the characteristic armor of Hell Squad. She usually wouldn't remember the names of the clones. After all, they were no more than worms she could easily squash. However, Dajir was different. Not only had he resisted her interrogation, but he had escaped her not once, but twice. And to top all that, he had buried her alive under 30 meters of snow. She had failed to kill him in Iktach, but she wouldn't fail this time. Her hatred for him was so great that she almost ignored the Jedis she was sent to kill. "Oh, my dear Dajir, I'm glad I have another chance to kill you." She grinned and waved her 2 lightsabers in a downward slash, aiming not at Dajir but at General Plo Koon. She might hate the clone, but she knew that her biggest threat were the Jedis. Dajir looked surprised at Ventress. He didn't expect to see her here, and the fact that she had her lightsabers out meant she wasn't respecting the truce. He saw her swing her lightsabers at General Plo Koon, who still had his hands tied, but General Secura used her own weapon to intercept it. Using the force to push Ventress back, General Secura cut the chains that tied General Plo Koon and the device in his mouth. At the same time, she threw a green lightsaber to him. Together, they started to fight Ventress. All of that happened in less than 3 seconds. Looking at the commando droid holding Wat Tamber, Dajir discovered that their metallic faces seemed as surprised as the clones by the turn of events. However, that surprise wouldn't last long. After all, Ventress was a separatist, and the truce was gone. Lifting his blaster to waist height, Dajir fired 3 shots, hitting the commando droid in the head. The clanker was a powerful unit and could take several dozen shots to the chest, but not to the head. It fell to the ground twitching, and it didn't get up. At the same time, both sides reacted, and an all-out battle started. Tamber ran to hide, and Dajir fired at his direction, but he was forced to dodge the lasers of the droids, and most of his shots missed, barely scratching the legs of the separatist leader. Running backwards, Dajir ducked behind a crate, just in time to escape death, and heard Metal chuckling as he warmed up his double-barrel repeating blaster. "You were right, Commander, there was something wrong." Author's note: Hello guys. You know I usually don't share personal things because I don't want you to think like I am asking for pity, but I feel this is important, so here it goes. Yesterday I lost a friend, albeit not a very close one to COVID-19, and I was feeling really down, still am in fact. As such, I decided to do something that always cheers me up. Write. I love it and it always makes me feel better. And while I was writing, I saw someone had posted a review, so I went to read it, of course, because I love to see what you guys think. And so, I read it, and it made me feel slightly better. Because of that, I decided to, once again, read all your comments and reviews. I already did that a few times, because, am I repeating myself? I love them all. And I have to say, seeing all the support you guys throw at my novel, it really warms my heart. I never thought I would have so many loyal readers, and every day, more come. I can't express how much I appreciate and love you all. And, after reading every comment, from chapter 1 to 200 and something, I was feeling a lot better. I am still sad and tired, but not as much as I would have been if it weren't for you. However, I also want this message to be one of warning. Coronavirus is dangerous, and I now know this better than I ever wanted to. Maybe you think it isn't important, maybe you think it is an invention from the China government or whatever. But it is dangerous, and it kills, and I can't emphasize that enough. Please, be careful and take the necessary precautions for you, your family, and your friends. Hundreds of thousands died already, and I really would rather not have to go through what I am going now, again. So be careful, and once again remember, we are all in this together, and I love you all. And may the Force be with us. Capitulo 237, Force Sensitive. The landing platform had become a battlefield in no time. While Dajir had taken care of the leading commando droid, the Republic wasn't faring so well. General Plo Koon and General Secura were locked into a fight with Ventress, and it seemed they would be there for quite some time. Arg! With a yell of pain, a 327th trooper fell dead. The commando droids weren't just more resistant than normal clankers, but also had much better accuracy. That was the third trooper to fall, and up till now, only 2 Seppes were killed. With the corner of his eyes, Dajir saw Wat Tabor running towards the Separatist ship, clearly trying to escape. The device they had put on him to prevent his escape had already been removed. 2 commando droids followed him, putting their bodies between him and the blue lasers. Unfortunately, all those lasers could do was knock them down, but in seconds, their ridiculously flexible bodies were back up. Dajir, we gotta move. Forget Tamber and retreat. Hell Squad's leader acknowledged Commander Bly's words. He was right. Emptying his magazine, Dajir hit 2 clankers right on the head, killing them immediately, and also got several shots on the chest of another, who was quickly finished off by Dab. Suddenly, Dajir saw 2 of the droids leave the combat and turn their aims to the Jedis. They had chosen the right moment, because both generals were locked in a forced struggle with Ventress and wouldn't be able to dodge. Metal brain left. Commando droids were tough, but even they couldn't survive the onslaught of lasers that Metal's blaster was spewing. That, coupled with the thermal detonator brain through, was enough to transform them in a pile of smoking scrap metal. Aza! Fall back! While retreating, Dajir mimicked the commando droids and turned his blaster to the 3 figures fighting with lightsabers. Just like the 2 Jedis, Ventress was also immobile, fully concentrating in her own battle. Dajir pressed the trigger 5 times. 2 lasers aimed for her back, another 2 for her legs, and the last for the head. He wasn't ashamed of attacking someone from the back. This was war, and Ventress was an enemy. A very, very dangerous enemy. Just before the lasers hit her, the Sith turned off her lightsabers and crouched. Taken by surprise by the sudden lack of resistance, General Plo Koon and General Secura staggered forward, and Ventress smashed her hands on the ground. Apparently, she created some sort of invisible shockwave because both Jedis were sent flying and landed rolling. General Secura seemed like she wanted to give chase to Ventress when she saw the woman run towards the Separatist ship, but General Plo Koon held her back. Together, they couldn't win against her, whatsoever alone. both sides retreated to their respective ships and took off. Still in the lower ramp while it was going up, Dajir could see Ventress flash him a creepy smile. Something about this whole operation was wrong. Dajir got this feeling about a lot of the battles he had been through. It was as if someone was controlling everything from the shadows, but the clone knew that was impossible. Master Plo, are you okay? Yes, thanks to you. The two Jedis sat on the floor, panting. Clearly, the battle had exhausted them, albeit it was just a short one. We will be back to Coruscant soon. Meanwhile, you should let the medical droid have a look at your leg. Suddenly, General Plo Koon got up. Shaking his head, he looked at General Sakura. We can't, not yet. I need to rescue Wolf. He has something of utmost importance. Dajir and Commander Bly had been talking quietly about their losses in the battle, but when they heard that, both clones turned their heads simultaneously. When they didn't see Commander Wolf at the prisoner exchange, they had assumed he was dead. After all, why would the Seppies give back a Jedi general but keep a clone? Exchanging a glance, both commanders approached the Jedis. Even amongst clones, there were closer groups of friends. New captains and commanders like Captain Rex, Captain Locke, and Commander Tito's had been in the war for a long time, but they weren't part of the first battle. Commander Wolf, however, was, and so were Commander Bly, Commander Fox, Commander Pons, Commander Cody, Commander Gree, Commander Monk, Commander Bakara, and of course Commander Keeley. Usually, Dajir wouldn't be part of such a group, but thanks to Hell Squad's promotion to a special unit, he got to know the commanders outside the battlefield. And, as brothers, ranks weren't important when they weren't in battle. And as such, Commander Wolf held a high importance in Dajir's and Commander Bly's hearts. That wasn't to say that they would leave others behind, but they would try everything they could to rescue the commander. General Sakura got up, surprised by the urgency in General Plo Koon's voice. What does he have that is so important? We lost 7 troopers in that fight, Master Plo. I am not sure we have what it takes to fight the droids again. The Separatist attacked us while we were in space. Since my legion has to keep the battle on Falling, myself and Wolf were going to Coruscant with a small group of troopers. We were bringing a Force-sensitive child with us, a human named Cal Kestis. However, we were boarded and I was captured together with Wolf. The others were killed. The 2 clones stood quiet at the side, listening carefully. Like always, they wouldn't say anything unless they were questioned, but both frowned under their helmets. It was General Sakura who asked what was on their minds. Why would the Separatist propose to exchange you if they knew you would tell us about the youngling? And why they kept Commander Wolf? Before we were captured, Wolf put the boy in an escape pod and sent him somewhere. I didn't let him tell me where. They are probably trying to break him and get him to tell them which planet it was. However, it isn't the first time Wolf is interrogated. If we move fast enough, we might be able to rescue him before he gives in. I wouldn't be so sure. They had a Sith with him. That woman, she is powerful. General Plo Koon nodded, and then turned to Dajir. You are Dajir from Hell Squad, aren't you? Wolf talked about your unit before. That Sith, she knew you. What can you tell us about her? Dajir nodded and took off his helmet, showing them his scar. None of the Jedis were surprised. They had seen worse before, especially since the Clone Wars started. She is the one who gave me this in my Jido. Her name is Asajj Ventress. As General Sakura said, she is powerful. I and a few hundred others were captured, and she tortured me, trying to get me to tell her what our battle plans were. Dajir didn't say if he gave in or not. He himself didn't know, because he could barely remember the interrogation, and the Republic had changed their plans entirely after his escape. General Dai fought her too, sir, and couldn't win. Her methods, I've never seen anything like that. With all due respect, generals, but she is like an evil Jedi, if that makes sense. I almost lost my mind. Wolf had been through a lot, but I don't think even he will be able to keep his mouth shut for too long. Capitulo 238, Korriban. Dajir clenched his fists slightly, easing them before someone noticed. As a commander, he couldn't show his emotions easily. However, he couldn't help but think of Barrow and Captain Hillix. Ventress had killed them both, cruelly. He could still remember the nightmares that she forced into his mind and the wounds she infringed on him. His shoulder and face ached. Where is Commander Wolf, Master Plo? We can't let a youngling fall in the hands of a person like her. She and Count Dooku would train him to be a monster like them. Calm down, young Isla. Commander Bly set course to Korriban. It was where I was being held before, and Wolf is probably still there. Right away, General. As for you, Commander Dajir, I need your squad ready. Korriban is currently separatist ground, and it won't be easy to rescue Wolf. Dajir nodded and ordered Tech to bring him a map of Korriban. The planet was filled with swamps and marshes, so it was difficult to use any heavy vehicles. It didn't really matter in their case, because they didn't have any vehicles aside from a few BARC speeders. While he was analyzing the fortress that General Plo Koon told him was the place where Commander Wolf was being held, Dajir suddenly remembered something. Glancing at Commander Bly, who was next to him, Dajir zoomed out of the map, showing the system where Korriban was located. Bly, isn't Korriban one of the targets on our latest battle plans? Commander Bly stood quiet for a moment, presumably thinking about it. Dajir was right. They were set to attack Korriban, not now, but in a few months. It was a separatist planet, and albeit not a very important one, there were some resources there that would come in handy for the Republic. If the clone remembered correctly, the 41st Elite Corps would be in charge of it. They had experience in fighting in planets like Korriban. Maybe we could start the attack. Bly, Commander Dajir, if we use this chance to not only rescue Commander Wolf, but also take a separatist fortress on the planet, how long would it take to reinforcements arrive? General Sakura actually looked quite interested in starting the battle for the planet. If Dajir had to guess, she probably wanted to prove herself, since she had just recently become a fully fledged Jedi. He, however, wasn't so anxious. Even if they could receive support from another legion, it would take time, and he doubted 20 clones could capture and hold an entire fortress on their own. Not only that, but he thought somberly that they wouldn't have 20 clones by the end of their mission. That is too risky, Isla. We should call for reinforcements and maybe even start the battle on Korriban, but we can only rescue Wolf. We don't have enough firepower to capture the entire fortress, whatsoever hold it. Commander Bly and Dajir nodded. They looked at the separatist base in the hologram. It was just a rough design, because they couldn't get the entire architectural plans of it, but it probably was similar to other Seppi bases around the galaxy. General Plo Koon is right, General Sakura. There should be between 200 to 300 clankers in a fortress like that, not to mention that they know we will come for them. That means they will be prepared. Also, we will have to deal with commando droids. You saw them on the platform. They are dangerous. The only good thing about this whole operation is that Korriban isn't exactly an important planet, so we won't face a lot of resistance to get into the atmosphere. Both Jedis went deep in thought after Commander Bly said that. The clone had perfectly analyzed the situation, and even though he didn't include Ventress, they knew they would have to deal with her. Dajir frowned, and his scar became scarlet because of it. In the last months, he had rarely smiled, and his forehead was creased. Unfortunately, he knew what to do to get into the fortress. After all, Hell Squad had done it dozens of times. Getting in won't be difficult. Brain and Tech can rig the gates and blow it. Finding Wolf also shouldn't be a problem. If this base is similar to the others, and there is no reason not to be, the holding cells are on the bottom floor. The real problem will be getting out. General Plo Koon raised an eyebrow. What Dajir said was a bold declaration. However, when he remembered what he heard about Hell Squad, and how Dajir had survived more than one encounter against a Sith, he thought that maybe they had the ability to back up his statement. After all, clones didn't usually brag, because failing to live up to the standards set for them meant death most of the time. All right then, Commander Dajir, contact the Republic and request for a legion to be sent to aid us. Isla, you and I shall talk to the Council. It is important to let them know about the child. Understood, General. Yes, Master Plo. That is our current situation, General Unduli. We are currently in dire need of reinforcements, otherwise we won't be able to escape Korriban after rescuing Commander Wolf. Dajir faced the projection of a green-skinned Mirialan and reported General Plo Koon's request. Luminara Unduli was an old Jedi Master and wasn't nearly as hot-headed as General Sakura. Upon hearing Dajir, she didn't immediately agree, but went deep in thought. This child cannot be left for the Separatist, Otherwise, they will train him to be a Sith like that woman you spoke of and her master. Commander Dajir, tell Master Plo Koon that we will assist him. However, you will need to rescue Commander Wolf by yourselves. I understand, General. I will tell him that. Dajir out. After turning off the hologram, Dajir looked out of the window. The white lines of hyperspace were a familiar sight. Sighing, he realized he was tired. Although he was born and trained for war, after months of endless fighting, even he was tired. Too much had happened, too many have died. Putting on his helmet, Dajir went to find General Plo Koon. Their plan of attack was quite simple, but it wouldn't do any harm to go over it again. Commander Bly, leave 7 of your men in the ship. We don't want to come back and discover it surrounded by droids. Commander Dajir, are you sure your men can break open the gate? Yes, General. Either Tech opens it or Brain blows it up. The Jedi glanced at Dajir, once again surprised by how confident in his men the clone was. He didn't even hesitate to answer, despite knowing that a mishap could cause their deaths. All right then, we have no time to waste. In 2 hours, we will come out of hyperspace above Korriban. There is no blockade around the planet, so we should be able to land safely. Once we are on the ground, we gotta move fast. Master Plo, are you sure you don't want to stay on the ship? Your leg is obviously still hurt. Don't worry about me, Isla. What is important is that we find out where the youngling is. We can't let the Separatist get their hands on him. Capitulo 239, The Clanker General. Just like Dajir said, landing on Korriban and entering the Separatist base was easy. Tech was able to hack in the main computer and not only open the gate, but also locate Commander Wolf. Considering how big the fortress was, knowing where the clone was helped a lot. As soon as the gate opened, Dajir ordered Brain to destroy the engines, preventing it from closing again. He didn't want to be trapped there. Unsurprisingly, they didn't face a lot of resistance to get in. General Plo Koon and General Secura cut down 24 droids, but after that, they saw none else. Needless to say, it was suspicious, to say the least. Wolf should be just down this corridor, General. Good, Isla, Commander Bly, and Commander Dajir, come with me. You, and you too. The others, keep an eye out for any droid. They haven't appeared until now, but they will soon. Dajir acknowledged the order, and the troopers the Jedi had chosen followed him. The corridor was dark, eerily illuminated by a flashing red light here and there. Holding cells on both sides were empty, except for one. They could hear screams of pain and a mechanical voice asking questions. Hearing one of his brothers screaming, the clones clenched their fists, but they were all seasoned soldiers and kept their cool. This is a trap. It sure is. Commanders, you are first through the door. Dajir and Commander Bly got on both sides of the door, and General Secura used the Force to push a button and open it. As soon as the door slid to the side, the 2 clones entered, their DC-15 as aimed at whatever was inside. 4 lasers were fired, 2 from each blaster. Dajir got a commando droid on the head, and he fell to the ground, twitching. The other droid was a floating ball with many small arms, and it crashed on the floor with a loud sound. Commander Wolf was chained to the ceiling, bare-chested. One of his eyes was closed, and the other, the blind one, was looking up. Clearly, the commander had fainted. His muscles were still twitching, the reason being an electro staff in the floor, and there were several cuts on his body, still bleeding. Dajir couldn't believe the Separatist would be so cruel. If news of their torture methods were spread, several systems would leave their side. General Plo Koon walked forward and cut the chains. 2 troopers caught Commander Wolf before he fell to the floor. He was unconscious and didn't wake up even after a few tries. Let's bring him like that. Move out, we need to. Suddenly, the Jedi trailed off and looked at General Secura, who nodded slightly. I felt it too. Felt what, my dear Jedi? Cough, cough, shut up, assassin. It didn't come as a surprise to the Republic when they looked to the left end of the corridor and saw Separatist. What surprised them, though, was who it was. Several dozen B-1 and B-2 units, and almost 30 commando droids were being led by the Sith, Asajj Ventress. Next to her was an abomination like Dajir had never seen. It stood at almost 3 meters tall, and it was made of bone-like yellowish metal. Its feet were massive paws, like that of a Weranak, and he was holding two lightsabers in his claw-like hands. All in all, he would look like a droid if it wasn't for his eyes. They weren't lifeless like the eyes of normal droids. Reptilian pupils and light green eyes, surrounded by blood-red flesh, flashed with a cruel light. It was almost like someone, or something, had been put inside a droid. And Dajir had never heard a droid coughing. Both Jedis obviously felt threatened by the droid too, because they ordered the clones to start retreating. In a confined space like that, the troopers had no intention of engaging, even more when they were outnumbered. Carrying Commander Wolf, they left as quickly as they could, but General Plo Koon and General Secura stayed behind. Go after them, leave the Jedi scum to me. Stay put, assassin, cough, 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 I will deal with them. As you wish, walking corpse. That was the last bit of conversation that Dajir heard before the clones turned a corner. He could still hear the sound of lightsabers clashing and metallic footsteps, though. Ventress frowned when she heard General Grievous speak. She didn't like the murderous machine, nor did she like the fact that Count Dooku, their master, thought one of them wasn't enough to deal with the Jedis. Watching the clones tune down the corridor, she ordered the droids behind her to go after them. One of the Jedis wanted to stop them, but General Grievous lit up his lightsabers, one green and one blue, and stopped him. Spinning his arms in an impossible way, the general battled both Jedis at the same time. Using an opening, Ventress tried to slip past them, but the female Twi'lek used the Force to push her back. Smiling creepily, the Sith turned on her red lightsabers. She was going to love killing another Jedi. Dajir turned around a corner and stopped. Without the need for orders, Hell Squad did the same, taking positions. With his head, Dajir gestured for Commander Bly to keep going. The clone nodded. He knew that Hell Squad was more than enough to stall the enemy, and Commander Wolf was their priority now. Hell Squad could hear the droids approaching, and Cell put one finger up. The normal units were in the front, and the commando droids on the back. Unfortunately, Brain could only use droid poppers, otherwise he would risk blocking General Plo Koon's and General Secura's escape path. If that wasn't the case, they could just throw thermal detonators at the droids until they ran out. Hearing the clankers get closer, Dajir pointed two fingers forward. Hell Squad sprung into action, surprising the droids. Dajir didn't hesitate to fire two lasers in the head of the nearest clanker. Before the droid hit the ground, he had already aimed and fired at the next B-1 unit. In a short few seconds, over 15 droids fell by Hell Squad's hands, and Dajir ordered them to fall back. As much as he would like to keep pressing his trigger until he was out of ammo, he had been through enough battles to know when it was time to retreat. His decision was proven right because, after a stunned moment of surprise, the droids showered them with red lasers. No clone was hurt because they were already 20 meters away from their last position and running at full speed. Suddenly, Dajir heard the noises of a battle ahead of them. Cursing, he turned a corner and saw the clones of the 327th and Commander Bly engaged in a battle against a group of clankers, similar in numbers to the ones that Hell Squad was facing. Looking around frenetically, he saw a blast door closed on their left. He pressed the control panel, but it didn't open. Hearing the impact of lasers as the clones were caught between two fires, he knew they didn't have much time. Brain, blow this door up. On it. Two thermal detonators took quick care of it, and the clones started retreating to it, not before leaving two bodies on the ground. That is not the way out, Dajir. I know, but we don't have a better option. Now let's move. Commander Bly dove in just in time to avoid a torrent of lasers. Looking at the unknown corridor, Dajir shrugged. It was that or dying. Capitulo 240, Ammo Depot. TS-5 was a commando droid, and a new one on top of that. In his circuits, he only had one thought: kill the clones, as per he was ordered. For that, he was holding his E5 and had a vibroblade on his back. After the clones had blown up a door and escaped that way, he and the other commando droids had stayed behind and let the ordinary B-1 and B-2 units take the lead. They would only attack when the enemy had been weakened. Fast, efficient, and merciless for foes and friends, that was how commando droids operated. TS5 could hear the sounds of battle and see the light of lasers ahead. As such, it came as a huge surprise for him when he felt someone grab his neck and put a blaster against the back of his head. Before the commando droid could use its superior flexibility and strength to escape, the blaster fired. At point blank, his entire head exploded, becoming a mess of wires and sparks. The clone that was responsible for his death held the TS5's body in a well-practiced manner, using its tough body as a mobile cover. The single horn on his helmet glinted as sparks flew up, and he smiled. 3 minutes earlier. The droids were fast to follow the clones. Not knowing where the corridor led, the Republic forces had to be even more careful, and the clankers were catching up pretty fast. Suddenly, Dajir saw the troopers that were in front of him stop and curse. Damn it, it's a dead end, a storage room of some sort. Stopping dead on his tracks, Dajir stretched his neck and saw many boxes and crates. He could also see blasters hanging on one of the walls. Open one of the crates. What is in it? E5 magazines, sir, a lot of them. Dajir nodded and looked at Commander Bly. The yellow paint on his helmet was dirty, contrasting with the black visor. Are you thinking what I am, Bly? Ammunition deposit, a bunch of angry clankers, and 2 lightsaber-wielding enemies. I sure am. All right, Brain, you stay here and follow Bly's orders. Hell Squad, you come with me. Commander Bly had already been moving and ordering the clones to set up a defense when he heard Dajir, and stopped. Turning around, he looked at the clone. What the hell are you planning? Dajir grinned. The droids had used a pincer move on them before, but now he thought it was time to give the Seppas a taste of their own tactics. You will see. Now come on, we don't have time to waste. Going back, Hell Squad hid behind the indents on the walls. Squeezing himself against the wall as best as he could, Dajir saw the clankers running, their backs turned to him. Soon, he heard lasers being fired and clones and droids screaming alike. Looking at Tech, who was on the other side of the corridor, Dajir gestured for him to wait. When the last droid, a commando, went past them, Dajir got out of his hiding spot, grabbed the droid's neck, put his DC-17 against his head, and pulled the trigger. Without letting the body fall to the floor, Dajir did the same thing he had done countless times before and used it as cover. Cell, Tech, 3-4, and Dab had done the same, and Metal pulled his double-barrel repeating blaster out. When the commando droids in the back of the clanker group turned around, hearing the blasters being fired, Hell Squad took them down in mere seconds. Several shots hit the dead commando droids that the clones were holding, and only a few got through, doing nothing else than scratching Hell Squad's armor. Dajir fired his pistol wildly, each laser hitting the head of a commando droid accurately. They were the biggest threat, so they had to be taken care of first. More feeling than seeing a laser come towards his head, Dajir lifted the droid corpse he was holding and used it as a shield. The impact was enough to make his arm numb, and he unwillingly released his protection. Metal. Ugh. The moment his cover was gone, Dajir ducked to the side, and at the same time, called the heavy machine gunner. The torrent of blue lasers sent the clankers flying back, giving Dajir a precious 2 seconds that he used to get up and hide in a crevice on the wall. Quickly reloading his DC-17, Dajir held it in his left hand and fired at the droids while only showing half of his body. Caught between 2 fires, the once 200-strong droid force was reduced to nothing. Obviously, the clones had to pay a price for it. Of 17 soldiers that entered the ammunition deposit, only 12 left. Commander Bly was unharmed, and the worst injury the troopers had were some flesh wounds, nothing too serious. Seeing that, Dajir ordered them to go back the way they came and towards the exit. Commander Bly and Dajir had the same rank, but seeing the 303rd clone being so decisive and serious, he followed his orders without hesitation. Dajir had an aura of command around him and instilled confidence in the others. Generals, we are nearing the exit. We also planted some explosives at their ammo depot. As soon as you get out, we can blow it up. Do it, Commander. Don't wait for us. Dajir looked at Commander Bly, surprised. He had done his fair share of crazy things with General Dai, but never did he blow up a building while his superior was still inside. Sir. Do it, Dajir. We have our ways of getting out. Before Dajir could answer, Commander Bly grabbed the comlink from his hands. "No can do, General. We are not leaving you behind." Dajir nodded. He didn't have that big of a connection with neither of the Jedis, but he wouldn't blow up the ammunition deposit and risk their lives. Worse came to worse, they simply wouldn't explode the fortress. Their target was Commander Wolf, and they were almost getting him out. "Bly, you have to believe in me and Master Plo. If you don't blow up this building, Ventress and Grievous will receive reinforcements sooner or later, and then we will be really doomed." For a few seconds, Commander Bly said nothing, conflicted. As someone who had been forced to leave his general behind once, Dajir knew what was going on through his brother's head. Finally, the clone sighed and nodded to Dajir. "I understand, General. Tell us when it is time." Dajir still didn't like the idea, but General Sakura was Commander Bly's superior officer, not his. Hell Squad was merely a support unit in this operation, so they had to follow the Jedi's lead. After killing the clankers that were after them, getting out of the fortress was quite easy. When they got to the ship with Commander Wolf, they saw several dead droids scattered around it. Approaching carefully, they found a dead trooper near the lower ramp. Gesturing with his head to Dajir, Commander Bly pulled out his DC-17s. They were better for close-quarters combat. Fortunately, the blasted weren't needed. They soon found the 6 other clones that stayed on the ship, one of them bleeding profusely from a wound on the stomach. Dajir quickly told 3-4 to work on him and called the Jedis. Capitulo 241, Tracker. "What is it?" "We are on the ship, General. Commander Wolf is safe. We are just waiting for you." Behind the hushed voice of General Sakura, Dajir could hear the sound of lightsabers clashing, sick coughing, and footsteps. It was clear that the Jedis were having to fight for every step of the way back. Blow it now." Dajir hesitated for a moment and glanced at Commander Bly. The clone nodded, and so Dajir took a deep breath and pressed the switch. At first, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, the entire fortress shook. Bits and pieces of it started collapsing, revealing a cloud of fire and smoke beneath. "They are out, sir." Dajir shifted his macrobinoculars to the exit of the fortress, in time to see General Sakura and General Plo Koon running. The series of explosions that brought the building down followed in their heels. Unfortunately, they weren't the only ones that escaped the fortress. Ventress and the metallic abomination got out too, followed by a dozen commando droids. "Take off, Commander, take off." Dajir was able to hear the Jedis even without using the communicator. He quickly relayed the orders to the pilot, and the ship got off the ground, the lower ramp still opened. While the ship was lifting, Dajir knelt, doing his best to not fall and fire at the clankers at the same time. It wasn't easy. The commando droids were quite far and were agile enough to dodge almost every laser. The fact that the clones were firing from a moving ship also didn't help. Red lasers hit the ramp in several spots, some even ricocheting in the inside of the ship. Since it was hovering 20 meters above the ground, the Seppies also had difficulties aiming at the clones. Most of their shots hit the underside of the ship, leaving scorch marks and nothing else. "General." Seeing the 2 Jedis approaching, Dajir stopped firing and grabbed one of the support poles with one hand and stretched the other. Although she was on the ground, 20 meters below Dajir. At this moment, General Sakura turned off her lightsaber and jumped. The seemingly impossible jump was easily completed by her, and she landed softly on the ramp, ignoring Dajir's hand. Once there, she pulled out her lightsaber again and started deflecting lasers. General Plo Koon was the next one. He used the force to push back Ventress and the monster that was with her and jumped up. Right when he landed in the ramp, however, his injured leg gave up and he stumbled backwards. Before he fell, though, 2 hands held him and pulled him back. The Jedi nodded briefly, acknowledging Dajir's and Tech's help, and turned to the separatist below. After seeing the 2 Jedis escape, Ventress had ordered the commando droids to stand down and stop firing. Dajir could see hatred burning in her eyes as she looked at them. The being next to her was angrily swinging his 2 lightsabers at the ground, leaving deep, burning scars on it. "We will get you next time, Jedi scum. I will enjoy killing you both, slowly. And you, Dajir, sweetie, I hope the destruction of your legion was painful. I wish I could have been there and killed that Jedi general of yours with my own. Arg. Hell Squad wasn't able to listen to Ventress' hateful words. When she started talking about the 303rd, Dajir couldn't hold himself back anymore. He pressed the trigger of his blaster, only releasing it after the weapon started overheating in his hands. The 6 clones behind him did the same. No matter how good she was with the Force, Ventress was caught by surprise. She had assumed the clones would listen quietly, but she hadn't thought of the impact her words would have on Hell Squad. A laser hit her thigh, making her kneel in pain. Her 2 lightsabers waved around, deflecting the dozens of blue lasers coming for her. It was only after the monster next to her intertwined and helped that she was able to get up. Listening to the sick coughing and the cackling laughter, her hatred for Hell Squad and Dajir grew bigger. Time after time, the clone had escaped from her hands and ruined her plans more than once. Cutting in half a commando droid next to her, which had been stupid enough to try and assist her, Ventress glanced at Dajir. The ship was getting farther and farther up the sky, but she could still clearly see them. I will kill you, clone, and I will make sure to make you and your squad suffer and despair. Up in the ship, Dajir ignored Ventress and pressed a button inside the cargo compartment, making the lower ramp close. Ventress wanted to kill him, and he would welcome her to try at any moment. She had caused a lot of pain to him, and Barrow wasn't the only brother of his that she had killed. She might be a Sith, but he had confidence in Hell Squad. How is Wolf doing? The medical droid is taking a look at him, General. He should be awake in about 12 hours. According to the droid, his wounds aren't too deep, so he shouldn't be still unconscious. Apparently, there was some kind of damage to his mind. Hearing Commander Bly and the 2 Jedis talking, Dajir frowned. He was very familiar with Wolf's condition. It was Ventress, sir. What do you mean? When I was tortured by her, she didn't use just the normal tools. She killed my men in front of me, and she used the Force. She got into my mind, to the point where I didn't know how I was and on which side. General Sakura frowned. Jedis never used their powers to torture and break the mind of the people, but she knew it was possible. Is that why she hates you so much, Commander? Because you didn't tell her what she wanted? Dajir sighed and looked at the sleeping Commander Wolf. With his wounds dressed, and after treatment, he clearly was better, but his eyebrows were furrowed, a sign of the nightmares getting worse. Without him realizing, his hand touched the scar on his face, making the Jedis exchange a curious glance. I don't know what I told her, General. All I remember is pain and darkness, and I don't mean to say we can't trust Wolf, but I don't think he will remember it either. They escaped, and now the child will become another Jedi. Looking at the ship flying into space, Ventress snarled at General Grievous. She couldn't believe they let the Jedis escape, and worse than all, she wasn't able to break Commander Wolf. She didn't know where the Force-sensitive child was. Kekaka, cough, 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 the Jedi will lead us to the child assassin. I am not as stupid as you. Cough, Captain, is the tracker in position? Yes, General. Ventress glanced at the clanker and then at General Grievous. Her anger turned into embarrassment, caused by the droid abomination outwitting her, and then turned into joy. Since they had a tracker on the ship, they would know exactly where the Jedis were going. Thinking about the punishments that she just escaped, Ventress could not help but shudder. And glancing at General Grievous, she was stunned by the intelligence the abomination showed. She suddenly realized that she had to be more careful around it. Capitulo 242, Cal Kestis. General. Commander Wolf opened his eyes slightly and closed then again soon after. He had grown used to the darkness of his cell, and the light hurt his eyes. After a few seconds, his vision returned, and he sat up. He felt pain all over his body, but especially in his head. The nightmares had been a lot worse recently, ever since. Suddenly, his memories came back, and he shuddered. Before he could delve too deeply into those memories, though, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and a wave of calmness hit him. Glancing up, he saw the familiar face of his general. Stay down, Wolf, you suffered a lot back there. Shaking his head, Commander Wolf frowned. The moment he had put the Force-sensitive child in the escape pod, he knew he would be tortured. That didn't scare him before, and it didn't scare him now. What was important was that he hadn't told Ventress anything, and he knew where the child was. Falling, the child is there. It was General Plo Koon's turn to frown. Falling is it to be battleground, why send the boy there? There wasn't much of an option, sir. It was the closest planet, the only one in range of the escape pod, in fact. I told the child to hide somewhere near where he landed. General Plo Koon furrowed his eyebrows, pondering. After a few seconds, his complexion eased. He knew Commander Wolf had done all he could to keep the boy safe. I will call General unduly, sir. We were already thinking of speeding up our plans, this will only confirm it. All right. In the meantime, try to contact our troops on the planet. See if they found a human child that fits the description. Hearing the familiar voice, Commander Wolf looked up, and for the first time noticed that he and General Plo Koon weren't alone. General Sakura, Commander Bly, and Dajir were also there. The one who just talked was Dajir. He nodded at Commander Wolf and left the room. The commander knew Dajir was now the leader of a true special unit, so he wasn't surprised they were sent to rescue him. Droid, take care of him. Trooper, tell the pilot to change the course to falling. Yes, sir. Although he was a tough soldier, Commander Wolf didn't complain when General Plo Koon forced him to stay on the bed. He knew he wouldn't be of much help in battle in his current state, so he had to rest and recover. Commander, there is something you might want to see. Commander Bly and Dajir were sitting on a table at the canteen of the ship when a clone ran up to them with a datapad and gave it to his superior. What is it, Bly? I don't know yet, maybe nothing, probably nothing. Here, take a look. He handed over the datapad to Dajir, and he glanced at its contents. It showed the sensors of the cargo bay and hull going off. Scanners revealed a commando droid had entered the ship, but left a few seconds later. It probably got in during the battle, but why would it leave? I have no idea. Trooper, get Sergeant Sketch. Tell him it's urgent. Right away, Commander. After the trooper left, Dajir glanced at his brother. What are you thinking? I don't know yet. Sketch was in charge of the ship's defense. If he tells me he saw the commando droid and put it on the run, then nothing. If he didn't, then we might have a problem. Sergeant Sketch gave then a negative answer. The commando droid had entered and left the ship at its own volition. Whatever it wanted, it got. We need to talk with the Jedis, now. Dajir nodded and followed Commander Bly. He could think of several reasons why the commando droid entered the ship, and none were good. They found General Plo Koon and General Sakura meditating together. As soon as the two clones entered the room, they opened their eyes and looked at them. You are worried, why? Commander Bly quickly explained what happened, and both Jedis frowned. What do you two think the droid was after? Dajir looked at the 327th commander, but he shrugged, indicating that Dajir should be the one to talk. There are a lot of possibilities, General Sakura. Worst-case scenario, he sabotaged the ship, but I don't think that is likely. The hyperdrive is working perfectly, and so are the engines and the main computer. Any chances they changed the coordinates without us knowing? No, I already had tech check it out. No one tapped into the mainframe. In fact, the commando clanker didn't even get to a control panel before he left. You said sabotage was the worst possible outcome. What is the second worst? The clanker planted a tracker in the ship, and will know exactly where the youngling is. That is most probably what happened. Commander, order the pilot to get out of hyperspace immediately. We need to find and destroy that tracker. Dajir nodded, but before he could even turn on his comlink, the ship shook slightly, and the hyperspace outside became the black infinity of the void. Cursing at their luck, and at the fact that they took too long to discover the tracker, Dajir pulled up their coordinates. Falling generals, we were too late. General Plo Koon frowned, but then got up. He believed the force worked in strange ways. If it brought them to falling, so be it. Isla, contact Master unduly. Tell her we need immediate assistance and that the Separatist will attack falling. How long do you think we have, Commander? They can't follow us through hyperspace. The tracker can only start relaying its signal now. So, we have anywhere between 2 and 5 days before they arrive. That is enough. Master unduly and her fleet should get here before that. While they set up defenses, we will look for the young Cal Kestis. Understood, sir. This is a race against time. If we don't find the boy without the separatist interfering, we won't find him when the entire planet is thrown in a war. Commander Bly and Dajir nodded and left the room. They had a lot to do before they landed on Falling. Jean, Ral, BZZZ, we received a response from the tracker on the Republic, BZZZ, ship. Cough, where? Falling system, General, BZZZ. We also detected a Republic fleet moving to jump position. According to our BZZZ calculations, Falling is one of the possible destinations. That is it. My dear General, I have to admit that, for once, you were more intelligent than a droid. Shut up, assassin. Cough, pilot, plot our course to Falling. Yes, General. Taking heavy steps towards the window, General Grievous put his hands behind his back and looked out. A huge fleet with dozens of ships entered hyperspace one after another. Soon, the Clone Wars would arrive at a new planet. Slowly but surely, the entire galaxy was being engulfed in this war. Meanwhile, in the planet of Falling, a young human child, about 4 or 5 years old, was crouching in a corner, hiding behind a trash bin. The young Cal Kestis had no idea a huge battle was about to start because of him. At the moment, all he worried about were the armed men facing him. What do we have here? Capitulo 243, Pike Syndicate. What did you say? A Rhodian cowered behind a table, looking at a Kel door. Behind the Kel door, a Twi'lek and several clone soldiers with different armors looked menacingly at him. The Pikes took him, 3 days ago, a human boy. Some people tried to capture him, but he pushed them using, I don't know what it was supernatural and not from this galaxy. That was what we call the Force, and that young child is one of us. So, tell me where I can find the Pikes. Seeing the Kel door shift his brown robes to the side, the Rhodian followed his hands and gasped in surprise. Hanging on the man's waist was a short metal stick, a lightsaber. Stumbling backwards, the Rhodian tripped on a chair and fell on the ground. Since all eyes on the bar were already on them, the noise didn't bother anyone. They were all too worried about the fact that there was a Jedi in the same room as them. Jedis had powers no one understood and were feared by most. They have a base, on the west side of the city. That is all I know, I promise. Scoffing at the Rhodian, the Jedi and his companions turned around and left the bar. Not 5 minutes after, 2 men walked up to the Rhodian, who was still shivering. One of them murmured something on his ear, while the other stabbed him with a dagger. A few people on the bar looked curiously when they heard the Rhodian groaning in pain, but seeing who his assailants were, they quickly turned back to their drinks. The Jedis instilled fear in them, but not as much as the Pike Syndicate did. When he stepped out of the bar, Dajir glanced warily at the surroundings. Short buildings, covered in mold and black stains and trash on the streets. Droids and several tall people, with light green skin, falling, natives of the planet yelled, trying to sell all kinds of things. The group, which consisted of 2 Jedis, General Plo Koon and General Secura, and 20 clones, Hell Squad, and 13 soldiers of the 327th, had landed on the capital of Falling, and soon got the news that a child using the Force had been seen. The rumors led them to this bar, where they found the Rhodian, who in turn told them everything. Holding his DC-15A up to his torso, Dajir warded off several street vendors and looked at General Plo Koon. The Pike Crime Syndicate, General, that is bad news. Slightly waving his hand, the Jedi made the people step back and leave them. While glancing at a map of the city that General Secura showed him, he answered Dajir. They don't know that the boy is part of the Jedi Order. As long as we ask, they will return him. I wouldn't be so sure of that, sir. The Pikes have a reputation of not respecting anyone. General Secura stopped and turned around to look at Dajir. Cal Kestis is, still, a youngling. If those bandits don't hand him over for good, we will take him by force. Isla is right, Commander, although she is harsh. We Jedis might be keepers of the peace, but we won't let anyone suffer in the hands of a crime family like the Pikes, even more a youngling. Dajir shrugged and shut up. The Jedis were going to rescue the Force-sensitive child regardless of what he said. Commander Wolf looked at him, a bit discontent that Dajir had questioned his general, but said nothing. Generals, should I call in for reinforcements? General Unduly and the 41st will arrive soon. No time, Bly. We can't let the young one stay on the hands of the Pike Syndicate for long. What they can do to him could ruin his entire life, maybe even turn him to the dark side. Dark side? It wasn't the first time Dajir heard those two words, and they were mainly associated with Ventress. Thinking back to General Dai's death and Ragu's expression that day, he couldn't help but wonder what was the relationship between the good side and the dark side. For him, it seemed just a difference between the color of their lightsabers and for which side they were fighting. Shaking his head, he followed the Jedis. He was a clone and a soldier. His job was to fight and follow orders, not think. Sir, a group of Republic scum is asking about the boy we captured yesterday. One rat told them where our base is. Was he taken care of? Yes, sir. Good, bring the child here. I don't want to mess with the Jedi Order, not when a war is happening. I will try to elude them. If this fails, then we will use the child as a bargaining chip. In a large hall, two shadows finished talking. One of them bowed to the other and left. The one that remained stood quiet for a long time, lost in thought. Vara, prepare the ship to leave. Jedis and clones in falling, it is not a good sign. The clone wars are finally arriving here. Put all our savings on it. We are moving. What about our men? Small fries, leave them. A third figure, which had been hiding in the shadows, unnoticed, left the hall. The first person got up from his chair and walked to a landing platform outside the building. Droid, come here. He put a hologram projector on a small spider-like droid. Soon, a red-haired human boy was brought, tied up, to him. The man locked the child and the droid together and entered a ship that was sent to pick him up. Half an hour later, the doors of the building were blasted apart, and several clones, holding their blasters up, invaded. Clear. Clear. Clear 2. First floor is empty, Commander. I will take the second floor, Dajir you take the third. Nicked, blast forge with me. Understood. That won't be necessary. The moment they heard the voice, the troopers turned around and aimed their blasters at the source. Of course, veterans like they were, several of them kept their eyes pried to any danger, in case the voice was a distraction. Fortunately, it wasn't. A droid approached them, and a human-sized hologram was on it. The clones, however, ignored the hologram for now because there was a boy chained to the droid. Dajir instantly knew it had to be Cal Kestis. Tech, free him. The trooper quickly opened it and helped the child up. All clear, generals. After receiving the sign from Commander Bly, General Sakura and General Plo Koon walked into the building. Seeing the young and tired boy, both of them used the Force to move him towards them. Don't worry, young Cal, we got you now. Everything is going to be okay. Master Plo, are we going to the Jedi Temple? Hee, soon, now rest. General Plo Koon waved his hand in front of the child, and he quickly fell asleep. Holding him on his arms, General Plo Koon nodded at General Sakura and left the building, followed by Commander Wolf and 3 troopers. The Twi'lek Jedi watched their departure, then turned to face the hologram. It showed a small person, but with a huge, blood-red mask adorned by several spikes. On his hands, he carried a scepter with a giant white crystal. Master Jedi, it is good to see you. I was hoping. Who are you, and why did you capture a youngling of the Jedi Order? Capitulo 244, Battle of Falling. Master Jedi, my name is Fife. I am the leader of the Pike Syndicate in this region of the galaxy. As for the child, I don't believe he has become a member of the Jedi Order. In fact, my sources tell me he hasn't even become a youngling yet. Isn't that why you and the Separatist brought war to this planet? To decide who keeps him? General Sakura was flustered and didn't know what to say. Clearly, everything Fife had said it was right. But don't worry, Master Jedi. I already gave the boy back to you, didn't I? The Jedi wasn't stupid. She knew that the Pike Syndicate had the means to disappear with Cal Kestis, so that the Jedi Order could never find him or them. Otherwise, the Republic wouldn't have such trouble to extinguish the crime families. And since Fife brought this up now, that means he was ready to tell the main reason why he left the child behind. Say what you want at once. Fife smiled. Sometimes he wondered how Jedis could be so powerful, but at the same time so dumb. She had fallen right into his trap. Well, since you want to pay back my favor, Master Jedi, I won't decline it. Aye, what? General Sakura was completely stunned, only now realizing that the Pike had been leading the conversation since the start, all to arrive at this point. Now, he made it look like she and the Jedi Order were in debt with him. You see, Master Jedi, I already left Falling, but some of my ships are still there. Considering there is a war, which you brought, approaching the planet now, I would appreciate it if you let those ships leave without thinking too much. I would hate if the next time we interacted, we couldn't help each other. That was a naked threat, but there was nothing General Sakura could do about it. Of course, she could decide to ignore it and stop all ships leaving Falling, but it would do no good for them and would prompt the Pike Syndicate to be unwelcoming towards the Republic in the future. All right, Fife, we won't stop your ships. Thank you, Master Jedi. Then I shall take my leave. I look forward to many pleasant cooperations in the future. Kekek. In your dreams. Kekek. The hologram disappeared, leaving behind Fife's laugh. He had played General Sakura, and she could do nothing about it. He had to admit it was a good feeling. How was the situation with the Pike Crime Syndicate settled? Unfortunately, we had to let them go. However, we rescued Cal. The serious expression on General Unduli's face eased when she looked at the boy that General Sakura pushed forward. Master. Smiling at the awkward and slightly terrified youngling, General Unduli turned to General Plo Koon and General Sakura. That is no problem. What is important is that he is safe. You will become an apprentice and one day a Jedi, Cal. Now a true youngling, Cal nodded to the three Jedis and walked back. All right, let's discuss battle plans. Commander Gree, please. A clone with fully green armor stepped forward. The 41st Elite Corps fought mostly in jungle planets like Felucia, so their armor was fully camouflaged. Generals, commanders, our plans will be pretty simple. The fleet will keep them on the skies for as long as we can hold. However, considering they have about the same number of ships as they, a few will get past. When that happens, the ground defense will be up to you. Commander Bly and Commander Wolf nodded. The 41st had prepared several ground defenses, but since Commander Gree would be in the capital ship, those defenses would be left for the two commanders. As for you, Commander Dajir, I believe you already know your assignments. Yes, General. The day before, Dajir had discussed Hell Squad's participation on the battle with General Unduli and General Plo Koon, since they were members of the Jedi Council, and, consequently, the highest-ranking officers in Falling. Acknowledging General Unduli's subtle order for him to explain, Dajir stepped forward and pulled up a hologram of a recusant-class destroyer. That is their capital ship. The plan is that, while our fleet is locked into a fight with theirs, Hell Squad will enter that destroyer and take it out. Without it, all droid units on the ground should turn off, leaving only their ships for us to deal with. How do we know that the signal controlling their droids is coming from this ship? We don't. However, it doesn't make sense for them to put their controls anywhere else. The destroyer is the strongest and most fortified ship they have, and if it isn't that ship, at least we will have taken a recusant-class destroyer out of the picture. And how exactly do you plan on destroying that ship? Dajir looked at General Sakura, who asked the question, and then zoomed in into the hologram, showing two red spots in the front and back of the ship. Those are energy cells. Every big-sized ship has them, and they are highly unstable. We will deactivate the protection mechanism, and the energy cells will do the rest. The cells are usually guarded by multiple layers of shields, both to stop invaders and to contain the energy inside them. How will you get past them? And even if you do, how will you leave the ship? You won't have more than 3 minutes to get out of it before it blows up. Dajir grinned slightly. All the worries the Jedi had were true, but that was because she didn't know Hell Squad well. She, like most of the people on the galaxy, treated them as normal soldiers, maybe a tad better than the other clones. They weren't normal troopers. The shields only protect against energy waves. It can stop lasers, not a person. We just have to walk past them. As for leaving the destroyer, it will be tight, but it isn't nothing Hell Squad hasn't done before. It was a bold statement, one that few clones would dare to make. However, Dajir was one of them. Every Jedi on the room had either heard about or seen Hell Squad's abilities, and although they weren't sure if they could pull this off, they knew they were the best option for the mission. The reports from our spies just arrived, General, BZZZ. Cough, hand them over. General Grievous looked at the datapad in his hands, and a glint of cruelty flashed through his eyes. The King of Falling had joined the Republic, and his troops would fight alongside the clone army. That would make the battle tougher, but he didn't care about how many clankers he lost. In fact, he saw an opportunity. Assassin cough. What is it, dear General? Do you want me to put an end to your suffering? Shut up, cough, I have a job you're certain to like. Oh, and what is it? Killing a king, kakakaka. Ventress smiled. That sure was a mission she would enjoy. Capitulo 245, showcasing your skills. Dajir hit his head hard and almost passed out. Thankfully, he was strapped to his seat, so he wasn't sent flying after the forceful landing. Well, it was more accurate to call it a forceful crash. It was exactly 1 week after the Separatist arrived, and the battle began. Hell Squad partook in several skirmishes on the planet's surface, but they spent most of the time in the 41st Capital ship, waiting for an opportunity to board the Recusant-class destroyer. When it finally came, it was at a high cost. 7 pilots died to open a path towards the ship. Only after that Tech was able to half land, half crash their gunship into the upper hangar. Getting up, Dajir verified all the members of Hell Squad were all right. They sure were. Tech, you seriously need to go back to Kamino and train with the Shines. How can you be a pilot if every time you crash the ship? First Genosis, and now here. Very funny, Metal. You know I am no pilot. However, we couldn't bring someone else with us. Tech is right, it would probably mean his death. You 3, quiet. What is our next step, Commander? After Brain put the clones in order, he turned to Dajir. To tell the truth, although they were joking and playing around, even though they were by themselves in an enemy ship, in no moment Hell Squad was distracted. Their gaze was darting around, and their weapons were ready. They didn't need a reminder to pay attention. They were too experienced for this. Follow the plan. Brain, Metal, Cell, and Dab go to the first energy cell. Tech and 3-4, we will go to the second. When I say it, turn off the protection mechanism. What if they jam communications? They won't, otherwise they will cause interference with their own clankers. But if they do that, you turn it off when you think it is time. If that happens, the first team to get to the escape pods go, don't wait for the other. The clones nodded, acknowledging his orders, so Dajir moved out of the crashed lot. Most of the droids were on the surface of Falling, and the vultures were fighting outside. That meant that aside from 10 or so seppies, the upper hangar was empty. Needless to say, the poor B-1 units didn't withstand a chance against Hell Squad. After splitting up, Dajir led Tech and 3-4 to the back of the destroyer. It didn't take long for them to encounter the first batch of droids sent to investigate the gunship that crashed. 5 droids lost their heads before the others noticed what was happening. Without giving them any time to react, Dajir pressed the trigger of his DC-15, another 3 droids died in all but a second, and the 2 clones who were with him took care of the remaining 4. Anyone got hit? No. Nope. Then let's keep moving. The clones nodded and ran. A few minutes after, Dajir suddenly felt a tingling sensation near his right ear, so he cranked his neck to the left. A laser scratched his cheek, leaving a black line on his helmet. He dove to the side, hiding behind a door, and Tech and 3-4 did the same. The 3 were pressed together, but it was the only thing that slightly resembled any kind of cover. How many? 16, no 18. 2 more just showed up. Okay, it will be just like Kamino. I distract, you attack. A lot of things happened on Kamino, but I don't remember that being one of them. Shut up, 3-4. You are starting to sound just like Brain. Dajir almost hit them both. They were pinned down, 3 against 18, and they were still joking. He traded his DC-15A by Tech's DC-15S and put 3 fingers up. On 3, 1, 2, 3. He slid out of the doorway. holding Tech's DC-15S on one hand and his own DC-17 on the other. Several lasers flew over his head, and a dozen others hit the ground in front of him. Thankfully, the droids weren't able to adjust their aim too fast, otherwise he would be dead for sure. He fired his blasters, killing 3 droids instantly. 2 other clankers fell to the floor, missing a leg, which had been busted up from their knee joint. Their plan worked flawlessly. When the Seppies aimed down to fire at Dajir, 3-4 and Tech jumped out of cover and returned it. 20 seconds later, all 18 clankers were dead on the floor, and the 3 clones were unscathed. If anyone saw it, they wouldn't believe, because the odds were terribly against them. However, for Hell Squad, that was just normal. They had several encounters, with clankers on their way to the energy cell, but each and every one of the droids was quickly taken care of. "Commander, we are in position." Hearing Brain's voice through his comlink, Dajir briefly answered for him to wait, and ordered Tech and 3-4 to quicken their pace. It took another 10 minutes for Dajir's group to get to the energy cell. What greeted them was a hole in the middle of the ship, one side connected to the other by bridges without railing. In the exact center of that hole was a giant, blue pillar. Several shields kept a mass of blue lightning, almost liquid-like, apart from the outside. Past the shields, just before the center of the energy cell, was a control panel. Dajir looked to the sides and saw no droids. Glancing at his 2 brothers, he gestured at the energy cell. "All right, let's go. Tech, you work your magic. 3-4, stay sharp." "Yes, sir." "Understood." The 3 clones quickly ran over the bridge and passed through the shields. Each layer held onto them for a few seconds before returning to their original position. Now, just one shield separated them and the raw energy. If they touched it, their entire body would be fried to a crisp in less than a second. While Tech started tampering with the energy cell's controls, Dajir turned on his comlink. "Brain, we are ready. Wait 2 minutes and deactivate the protection mechanism." "With please." Commander Dajir, come in, Commander." Brain was suddenly cut off by General Unduly. The urgency in her voice was clear. "Dajir here, what is it, General?" "Listen to me carefully. Abort your mission now." "WH what? We are already at the energy cells, General. We just need a few more minutes." "You don't have time. We are in full retreat. The Separatists were much stronger than we expected. The falling king is dead. Ventress murdered him. His forces either ran away or were killed, and we suffered heavy casualties." His eyes opened wide when he heard that. They were so close, and it had been so easy so far, he couldn't accept Hell Squad had to run. "How much time do we need, Tech?" 90 seconds. "We can do this, General." "No, you can't, Commander. Listen to me. We are retreating. If you don't get out off this ship in 3 minutes, we won't be there to pick you up. And that is not all. Grievous is up there. Retreat, Dajir. That's an order." Capitulo 246, Chip Malfunction. "Grievous is up there. Retreat now, Dajir. That's an order." Dajir clenched his hands. The highly obedient and disciplined soldier in him was screaming that he followed his orders and aborted the mission. However, a small part of him, one that he didn't know was there, but which was growing battle after battle, told him that he couldn't. If they could take out the destroyer, then maybe the droids would stop working, and the Republic wouldn't have to take another loss. They couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose, not immediately after Ryloth. "We will deal with Grievous when he comes to us, General. Leave the system. Hell Squad will find a way out of this, or we will die taking a whole destroyer with us." "Commander, I gave you an order. Leave this ship now." "Dajir out." He turned off his comlink. Tech and 3-4 were looking at him, unsure of what to do. On one hand, they couldn't disobey a direct order given by a Jedi general. On the other, they also couldn't bear to leave their mission unfinished. "Commander." "You heard me. We complete our mission. At most we will die, and if we are lucky, we will bring Grievous with us." They nodded. Their blood made them want to follow their orders, but Dajir had been their leader and their brother for as long as they remembered. Their respect for him wasn't something anyone could compare. They wouldn't hesitate to follow him even to certain death, whatsoever now, when they already had a plan to escape the ship. Whatever happened later, they would deal with it. On the other side of the destroyer, Brain heard everything. He nodded to himself and ordered Dab to deactivate the protection mechanism as soon as possible. The Venator-class cruiser rumbled as several laser cannon shots landed on its shields. General unduly looked back at the leading ship of the Separatist offense. A squad of 7 clones had disobeyed her orders and stayed there instead of retreating. Unfortunately for Hell Squad, even if they destroyed the Recusant-class destroyer, and even if the droids stopped working, it would be too late for the Republic. The 41st Fleet had already lost several ships and had no option but to escape. What happened, Master Unduli? She turned around and glanced at General Secura and General Plo Koon. Commanders Wolf, Bly, and Gree were behind them. Hell Squad decided to complete their mission, regardless of the cost. Admiral, give the order. We are leaving. Abotham, the admiral of her fleet, nodded. In a few seconds, the Republic cruisers and corvettes disappeared, entering hyperspace. What is their plan? I don't think they have a plan, Commander. You know them better than I do. Now, their fate is on their own hands. My lord, you asked for frequent reports on Hell Squad. On a well-lit room in Coruscant, Grand Chancellor Palpatine was looking at some documents when a Senate guard in red armor approached him. Glancing up, he flashed a warm smile at the guard, who, in turn, shuddered. He knew that under the facade of a good man was a vicious and merciless killer. Yes, I did. They are a powerful tool, one that we must groom and use carefully. Tell me. The Senate guard bowed and started his report. Yes, my lord, we think that there might be a problem with their chips. A few minutes ago, they disobeyed a direct order from a Jedi. Oh, that shouldn't be possible. Their chips control them so they will follow even a command to kill themselves. What happened? I already reported it to the Kaminoans. They will analyze their data, but they think it may be because of Ryloth. The impact of losing their entire legion could have been too much and overrode the chips. Has any of the survivors of their legion showed the same symptoms? A few, but not as pronounced as them. Chancellor Palpatine frowned and put a hand on his chin, thinking, it was too soon. He couldn't risk the chips being discovered. His plan wasn't complete yet. Maybe he would have to kill Hell Squad. They were a unit he would like to have near to him in the future, but if needed be. My lord, should we bring them in for repairs? Suddenly, the Chancellor raised his hand, forming a claw, and the Senate guard was pulled up in the air. His hands instinctively grabbed his throat, trying to release whatever was suffocating him, but there was nothing there. That would be too suspicious. No, we will wait. You said other soldiers of the 303rd showed similar actions, didn't you? Why yes, my Lord. Chancellor Palpatine unclenched his hand, and the guard fell to the ground, gasping for air. When he looked up, he saw the Chancellor right in front of him, a smile on his face. Choose one of those clones. Modify his chip so the regulator fails at some moment. Then we will have a reason to verify the chips of all clones, including Hell Squad. And remember, don't tell this to anyone, not even the Kaminoans. I understand, my lord. Good, and just to make sure the chip is working, after you do that, throw yourself off the side of the Senate. Make it look like an accident. The Senate guard stumbled, terrified. However, something inside of him made him feel that it was a normal order. After a few seconds of shocked confusion, he nodded. He had his orders, he would follow them. The Chancellor grinned creepily. A few minutes later, he put on a sad expression when he received the news that one of his personal guards had tripped into a gonk droid, and unfortunately was sent over the railings and crashed into the ground 300 floors below. How long do you need tech? 14 seconds. And how long before it all blows up? 6 minutes. Brain, how are you there? Same thing, sir. We will be in time. Good. 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we are ready. Us too. Do it. Tech pulled down a lever, and instantly, red lights lit up as sirens warned every personnel to evacuate the ship. Once the protection mechanism was deactivated, there was no turning back. Let's go, Brain. Meet us at the escape pods. Roger that. When they were halfway through the bridge, Dajir looked back to the energy cell. It was now entirely red, and several holes appeared in the shields. Clankers. Turning back after hearing 3-4 yell, Dajir saw 24 B1 units blocking their way. Thinking of the giant explosion that would happen in a few minutes, Dajir fired his blaster. Only way out is forward. The seppi that he hit fell to the side, into the insides of the ship. Tech and 3-4 also fired their blasters, and several droids died and fell, some bringing others with them. However, the bridge was too narrow, and it didn't have any cover. When Tech stepped back to dodge a volley of red lasers, his foot touched empty air. Because of the sudden lack of support, he stumbled backwards. Just when he thought it was over for him, a hand grabbed his leg, and he hanged upside down. His blaster and helmet disappeared below. Looking up, he saw Dajir holding him with one hand, while using the other to grab the bridge's side and steady himself. Capítulo 247, Losing a Brother. Dajir could feel his muscles being ripped apart as he held not only his own weight, but also Tech's, using just one hand. His legs hovered above the deep hole inside the destroyer, and, to make matters worse, he could feel his fingers slipping. Dajir, Tech! 3-4 yelled concerned above them, having to fight the clankers at the same time. He had only seen Tech fall off the bridge, and then Dajir jump, disappearing himself. The only proof that the two of them were still alive was Dajir's fingers on the side of the bridge. 3-4 hold them off. Tech, I can't lift us both, you gotta climb yourself. Tech nodded and tried to curl in a ball, aiming to grab Dajir's hand. The movement, however, made them both swing, and Dajir groaned in pain as his fingers slipped even more. Tech almost fell once more, and now Dajir was holding him by his ankle. Come on, Tech, I can't hold on for much longer. Just a second, sir. Once again, Tech tried to grab Dajir's hand. This time, the fact that they were swinging actually helped. Using the extra impulse, Tech grabbed Dajir's wrist. His commander then let go of his leg, and Tech was upside down no more. He heaved a sigh of relief, although he was still in a very similar predicament to the one he was before. Tech, you know this isn't my good shoulder. Don't just hang in there. Dajir almost let go of the bridge. His entire body, and especially his arm, was burning. He didn't know for how long he could hold on. The fact that several lasers almost hit his hand didn't help. Thankfully for him, Tech was fast to recover from his relief, and quickly climbed, using Dajir's body as a ladder. Just when he put his head above the bridge, trying to get on it, he was forced to duck down again. Feeling Tech's weight on his shoulders once more, Dajir couldn't help but groan. Tech. Sorry, sir. Hang on in there, I will help 3-4 take care of the seppis, and we will pull you up. Just get off me, and I can get up myself. Tech chuckled, completely unfazed by Dajir's anger. He knew his commander for too long to believe he really was angry. When he finally got up, he and 3-4 quickly took care of the 10 or so clankers that remained. The medic had been hit in the chest, but once again, thanks to the blast padding, he wasn't too hurt. According to himself, all he felt was a slight pain in the chest. After killing the droids, both troopers turned around and helped Dajir. When he finally was up in the bridge again, Dajir made sure the two clones were all right. How are you two? I'm good. I'm okay too, sir, thanks to you. Dajir nodded and kept walking, kicking the droid bodies off the bridge. It was weirdly satisfying. He and the clones under his command had been through so much, and had saved the lives of each other hundreds of times. That was just another one. Brain paced back and forward nervously, stepping over the bodies of several clankers. He, Metal, Cell, and Dab had just arrived at the escape pods, and although Dajir said they were to go as soon as they could, they decided to wait. It was a unanimous and collective decision. Why are you still here? Brain turned around to see Dajir looking at him. His commander was gasping for breath, but that didn't stop him from shouting at his second-in-command. Wait. No time, Grievous is behind us. Get into the escape pods. Brain was cut off short by 3-4 as the medic fired at the direction they came from. Now, he could hear the sound of metallic footsteps, and one pair was much heavier than the others. Hell Squad had been briefed about General Grievous after they met the Separatist general on Korriban. Nobody knew where he came from, but General Grievous was an abomination that lived for two reasons only: obey Count Dooku and kill Jedis. He was half machine, half something else, and had been trained in the Jedi arts. He knew no pain and had no morals, and would stop at nothing to complete whatever task his master assigned to him. Brain remembered shuddering in anger when he read the files. The clanker had cruelly killed hundreds of his brothers, and tortured dozens more. Thinking of this, Brain wanted to grab his blaster and shoot at General Grievous, but discipline spoke louder, and he entered an escape pod, followed by Tech, Metal, and Cell. Dajir, Dab, and 3-4 would have to fit in another pod. Before they could do that, though, Brain saw a giant figure emerge through the door. 3 lightsabers waved as he cut the barrel of Dajir's blaster, and a kick sent Dab flying. The sniper hit a wall with a loud sound and fell to the ground motionless. 3-4's fate wasn't much better, and a claw grabbed his neck before lifting him up and smashing the medic against the ceiling. Dajir saw General Grievous, who was at least 20 meters away, suddenly drop on all fours and crawl forward faster than he could react. When he arrived in front of Dajir, his lower half exchanged places with his upper half, in a sickening move that the clone couldn't describe. When the general was back on his feet, his arms had split into 4, and he slashed with his lightsabers, cutting Dajir's blaster in half. With his foot, he kicked Dab, and he used one of his hands to grab and lift 3-4. All of that happened in less than a second. Seeing one of his brothers unconscious and the other struggling to breathe, Dajir dropped his useless blaster and grabbed his vibroblade. He tried to stab it into a crevice between 2 armor plates on General Grievous' chest, but the separatists sneered and released 3-4. As the clone fell, the clanker used his hand to grab and crush the vibroblade. Cough, 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 the assassin was right. Kakakakaka, you are special, clone, now die. A lightsaber swung down, aiming for his head. Dajir knew he wasn't able to evade it. However, just when he had accepted he was going to die, the barrel of a blaster appeared between him and General Grievous, aiming directly at the separatist's face and fired 3 times. The clanker was forced to stop the hand that was going for Dajir and bring it back to deflect the blue lasers, giving the clone a chance to stumble backwards. He glanced back and saw that his savior was Brain. Metal, Tech, and Cell were pulling 3-4 and Dab to the escape pods, while the Grenadier had come to his rescue. Let's go, Commander. Dajir nodded and ran to an escape pod with Brain. With the corner of his eye, he saw 2 other pods leave the ship, carrying the other members of Hell Squad. He quickly pushed the buttons on the control panel, trying to close the door of the pod as fast as he could, and for a moment, he thought they were safe. But then, a hand grabbed Brain by the back of the head and pulled him. Just as the doors closed, Dajir saw his brother on the ground, General Grievous' claw-like foot holding him down, and heard the abomination laugh. The pod was ejected, and Dajir looked at the destroyer without a reaction. Seconds later, it exploded. No other pod left the ship. Capitulo 248 didn't make it. Brain. Dajir stared at the remains of the recusant-class destroyer, looking for any signs that Brain might have survived. He couldn't find any. A part of his mind noticed that many vulture droids were just floating in space, their lights turned off. That meant they were right all along, and that the destroyer was the one controlling the clankers on falling. The price was too great for Dajir to feel any joy. Unfortunately, the Republic had already retreated, and there were still Providence-class dreadnoughts and Munificent-class frigates, as well as the vultures belonging to those ships. Commander, are you there? I am here. Cheers erupted from the other members of Hell Squad. They were on other escape pods, so they didn't know what had happened. Metal was the first to notice something was wrong. They had just taken down a destroyer, but Dajir didn't say a word. Are you hurt, sir, or Brain? Silence. Dajir kept quiet, staring at the debris. A month ago, he lost his legion, and now he lost his best friend. He had known Brain ever since both were cadets. They had trained in the same squad and grown up together, and now he was gone. Sir, what happened to Brain? Cell's trembling voice brought him back from his memories. Dajir opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He simply couldn't say it. It was as if saying it out loud would confirm it was true. Commander, sir. Brain is. He didn't make it. Dajir's words were like a hammer striking their hearts. For an instant, their minds were blank before they all thought the same. That is impossible. They wanted to say something, or that Dajir told them he was just joking. But they knew the commander would never joke about the death of a brother. Sir, we have to decide where we are going. The vultures will notice us soon. Dajir shook his head. Tech was right. They had disobeyed their order to retreat, and although they completed their mission in the end, they didn't have any support. They would have to escape by themselves. He felt sad and defeated about losing a brother he knew for so long, but he still had responsibilities as the leader of Hell Squad. He couldn't let them die because he was sorrowful, especially after he put them in this situation. Tech, where is the nearest battlefield? Quell, General Sakura's fleet was just attacked there. What? General Sakura was here on Falling. What happened? As soon as our forces retreated, General Sakura went to meet her fleet, but soon after, they suffered a surprise attack. It started just a few minutes ago. Can the pods make it there? Tech stayed silent for a few seconds, and Dajir heard him tipping over his comlink. I know they are our enemies, but the Seppies build good ships. The pods can go even to Fondor with this amount of fuel, whatsoever Quell. Less talking, send the coordinates. We got to go before the clankers notice us. In 10 minutes, the planet of Falling was nothing but a dot against the darkness of space. It was the second loss in a row for the Republic, and according to the information Dajir had on the other battlefields, this was just the start. Looking outside the window of the escape pod, Dajir was glad he was alone, although he wished Brain was there. It was always painful to lose a brother, but unfortunately, war waited for no one. Turning off his comlink, he closed his eyes. The past few hours had been hectic, and he needed some sleep before jumping right into another battle. He didn't sleep, the nightmares made sure of that. It took 3 hours for the escape pods to arrive in Quell. Tech was right when he said the Separatist built good ships. The pods could almost reach light speed and had a good reserve of fuel. Tech, contact General Sakura and transfer it to me. The rest of you, get ready. This is purely a battle for sky supremacy, and I'm not sure yet on how we are going to land, so be prepared. Yes, Commander. Can't we just land in one of our ships, Commander? We can't risk opening the hangars, lest the clankers get inside our cruisers. Dajir looked out of the pod's window and saw the yellowish atmosphere of Quell. Only when they entered said atmosphere did he notice how fierce the battle was. Starfighters and vulture droids flew at top speed, chasing and destroying one another. Separatist frigates and dreadnoughts hovered above Republic cruisers, raining lasers upon them. There were also thousands of a new type of clanker that he had never seen before. They looked like a B-2 super battle droid, but had thrusters on their backs, allowing them to fly around. Using that ability, they were landing on the cruisers and tearing them apart until they found an entrance. Dajir needed just one glance to see the situation was pretty bad. Connecting General Sakura now, sir. Commander Dajir, you are alive. Although they couldn't get a hologram transmission, Dajir could still hear General Sakura loud and clear, and, in the background, the sound of lasers being fired and screams of pain. Yes, General, I will take full responsibility for my indiscipline. No time for that, Commander. We are in a pretty bad situation here. Just say what we need to do. Okay, Commander, our ship had been breached, but General Skywalker and his Padawan are already on it with an escape plan. However, those B-2 RPs keep coming. I take it you destroyed the destroyer on Falling. Yes, General. I need you to do something similar here. As long as you can kill the tactical droid on their capital ship, it will cause chaos amongst their command chain, and my fleet will have a chance to escape. You can count on us, General. Good, and Dajir. Yes, General. Follow your orders properly this time. After that, the Jedi disconnected. Dajir nodded to himself and changed the course of the escape pod to the coordinates that General Sakura sent to him. Sir, how are going to land inside a Seppi dreadnought? Dajir grinned. How could 3-4 and the others not know what he was thinking? They knew the Separatist would never open a hangar for them, even though they were in Separatist pods, for the same reason the Republic also wouldn't. We aren't, Tech, how slow can we make those pods fly? If you don't care about them falling from the sky, pretty slow. We are jumping, aren't we? Yes, we are. You always complained about Delta Squad when they told us about their mission on Kessel, didn't you, Metal? They were a lot more prepared than us. They had jetpacks too, while we have nothing. And they weren't jumping on a moving ship. Although they were in different pods, Dajir could see, in his mind, Metal sighing. The other clones laughed. Why don't we just crash land the pods on top of the ship? Jumping is more fun, haha. Hahaha. Dajir didn't even have time to answer the question before Cell did it for him, making Hell Squad laugh even more. Come on, boys. We are in the middle of a battle, about to do something dangerous, and you are all laughing. What would General Dai say if he saw us? Well, it's pretty normal for us. The general probably would have jumped with us. Dajir grinned, because he knew Tech was right. Quiet now, get ready. We will have a small window of time to jump. Follow my lead. Capitulo 249, Unstable Battle. Go, go, go. Dajir felt the wind passing by his helmet as he looked outside the escape pod, now with its door opened. Below him, just 4 meters away, was a massive Providence-class dreadnought. Although they had slowed down the pods as much as they could, they were still going pretty fast. Not enough to kill Hell Squad when they jumped, but it would still hurt. After hesitating for a second, Dajir took a deep breath and gave the order. A second later, he himself dropped down, already in a ball-like shape, so he could soft his landing. It hurt like hell. Usually, falling a 4 meters drop would cause pain. Falling a 4 meters drop from a moving ship or pod caused a lot more pain. Air left his lungs because of the impact, and his ribs came dangerously close to cracking. Around him, Hell Squad's members felt the same. However, no matter how much pain he felt, Dajir's decision to jump had been the right one. The moment the escape pods crashed on the dreadnought, they became piles of burning metal. When he got up, Dajir's first reaction was to check his shoulder. He had dislocated and broken it once, so it wouldn't be a surprise if it happened again. Thankfully, it hadn't. Anyone hurt? I don't think so. Tech, you don't have a helmet. How is your head? I'm okay, Commander. See, Metal. It wasn't so bad, was it? The moment Tech opened his mouth, a Republic starfighter fired 2 missiles, hitting the dreadnought. The entire ship shook and tilted to the left. Hell Squad was thrown off their feet by the sudden movement and started sliding down the already curved exterior of the ship. Dajir had a glimpse of the ground, 11 kilometers below him. Grab something. His hand closed around a cable, and he came to an abrupt stop. Metal and Cell both grabbed the same cable as him, and the other members of Hell Squad found something to hold on to. Thankfully, although the dreadnought had tilted to the side, it soon got back into its normal position. The missiles, mostly stopped by the shields, only left scorched marks on the ship. Dab, find us an entry point. Now that the Separatist ship was back to its normal position, and they were all back on their feet, Dajir wanted to get inside as quickly as possible. It wasn't a nice feeling, staying outside a ship in the middle of a battle. There is a hatch over there, Tech. On it. Along every big ship, there were always several entrances or exits, used to effectuate emergency repairs. The hatch that Dab found was one of those. However, since it was a warship, the entrance was secured, and it would take a few seconds for Tech to open it. Clankers incoming. Hearing 3-4 yell, Dajir turned around and saw several dozens of the new type of B-2 droid flying towards them. The dreadnought sensors had discovered them. Tech, hurry up. It is encrypted, sir. I need a few more seconds. While he told Tech to work faster, Dajir turned to face the droids. Aside from being slimmer and having black paint and jetpacks in their backs, they were very similar to the normal B-2 units. Facing dozens of them in an open space with no cover. The sky, Hell Squad would have problems if Tech didn't get them inside soon. It was quite difficult to hit the Seppies when they were flying, but Hell Squad almost never missed a shot. Metal was especially impressive. His blaster was spewing blue lasers, making up for the lack of aim and quantity. 7 or 8 droids died to him alone, falling to the ground, kilometers away. Adding his kills to Hell Squad's, they had taken down almost 2 dozen B-2 RPs before the clankers could even get close to them. Unfortunately, the moment they did, Hell Squad started to be overwhelmed by their numbers. With no cover available, it was just a matter of time before one of them got hit. To make matters worse, the the dreadnought had started to move forward to attack position, and their footing got even more unstable. "Tech, we really need you to be quick." "I'm trying my best. The Seppies don't leave their ships open for us." "Try harder." Dajir took a step to the side, dodging a red laser, and at the same time, firing back, hitting the clanker who shot it in the thrusters, sending him spiraling in the sky before exploding. "Come on, come on, come on. Yes, I got it. 3-4, pull that lever." The medic didn't hesitate and kicked the lever. The hatch opened, and he dove inside, followed by Tech, Cell, and Dab. "Your turn, Commander." "All right, don't try to be a hero, Metal." Having said that, Dajir also jumped inside the hatch. Rolling on the ground to dampen his fall, he found himself in the midst of his brothers. They were paying attention to both sides of the corridor they ended up in to make sure no clanker was after them. After confirming they were safe, at least for now, he looked up worriedly for a moment, hearing the sound of Metal's double-barrel repeating blaster. A second later, he saw the clone jump down, unharmed. The top of the hatch was showered in red lasers, and Dajir quickly closed it. He didn't want the B-2 units coming in after them. He was sure there would already be more than enough clankers inside the ship. "Let's move, we don't have a lot of time. Dab, Cell, Tech, you go in the front. Metal 3-4, and I will take the rear guard." The troopers nodded and started moving. The tactical droid they were looking for wouldn't be anywhere else than in the command bridge. "Stop right there, BZZZ, you are under R. Aha." The head of the droid sergeant popped off its socket when Dajir fired his pistol at point blank. His left hand grabbed the E5 the clanker was holding before it even fell to the ground, and he used it to take out 3 more Seppies. He would have preferred to have his vibroblade by his side. Slicing droids was oddly satisfying, but he would make do with what he had. The other 5 members of Hell Squad followed behind him, quickly destroying the patrol that had just turned a corner. After stepping over the clanker bodies, they faced a circular door. It wasn't the first time Dajir had seen one of those. "Okay, the TAC clanker is behind that door. Only crew and 2 dozen B1s should be with him. We will do as usual. Tech, you open it up. Dab and Cell cover the left. Metal, you take the right. Brain." Dajir suddenly trailed off as he realized what he was about to say. It would take time to get used to Brain not being there with them. Seeing that their commander had frozen, the clones looked at one another until 3-4 finally broke the silence. "I will give support." "Good, I will be first to enter. Tech, you are up." "All right." The clone connected his datapad to the door panel. Unknowingly, he also got access to what was being said inside the command bridge. It was mostly clankers reporting numbers, but one conversation caught his attention. "Sir, you should listen to this. Capitulo 250, successful mission." "Sir, you should listen to this." Tech transmitted what he was hearing to Dajir. There was a lot of chatter coming from the clankers, but he could distinguish the voice of the tactical droid. "Fire it there, command ship." "Sir, BZZZ, we still have troops inside the ship." "Eyes don't care, fire." Dajir exchanged a glance with Tech. Both clones felt the urge to barge inside the command bridge and stop the Seppies, but it was too late. "Direct hit, we have confirmation. BZZ, the cruiser was destroyed." "Good job, any survivors?" "A shuttle left the cruiser before it exploded. We can't confirm who was inside." "Send someone after it." Dajir let out a sigh of relief. If someone left the ship, it was very probably the Jedis. That meant that, although General Sakura lost her capital ship, she probably would escape. So, all that it was left was for Hell Squad to finish what they came here for. "When you give the order, Commander." "Do it." The clone nodded and typed something on the panel. When the door opened, the first thing Dajir did was analyze the biggest threat. It was easy. 2 commando droids were turning around and aiming their blasters at him. Dajir leaned to the right, and the first shots fired by the clankers barely missed him. After dodging, the commander didn't fire his blaster pistol immediately, as the droids were expecting, but instead approached them. Even the commando units were surprised. No one had ever dared to engage in close combat with them. After all, they were tough and flexible, carried a vibroblade, and knew how to use it. What surprised the droids even more, though, was that the clone wasn't alone as it seemed at first. While Dajir distracted them, making the two clankers change their aim to him, 5 more troopers appeared. Each commando droid received half a dozen lasers to the chest and head, dying instantly. Dajir crouched, hiding behind a chair, and at the same time, grabbed the vibroblade one of the commando droids had. It wasn't the same as the one General Grievous destroyed, but it would do the job. Like they had expected, there were only 20 or so security droids, normal B-1 units with red painting, and it didn't take long for Hell Squad to take care of them. Dajir kicked a droid's body aside and saw a crew clanker, recognizable by the blue lines, cowering on the side. He executed the droid with a single laser. The Seppas didn't deserve mercy, even more so when they were just droids. After a few steps, Dajir finally arrived in front of a tactical droid. He was the only Seppi still alive on the command bridge, although he had lost a hand when he tried to grab a blaster. Dab was quick to put an end to his antics. 3-4, contact General Secura's fleet. Tell the captains to be prepared to escape and tell them to send someone to pick us up. Right away, Commander. You won't get away with this Republic, scum. Dajir grinned when he heard the droid speak. Shut up, scrap metal. You have 2 options now. Either you order your ships to move out of the way or you die. I will never obey a cloned. Dajir already knew the tactical droid was going to say that, and he didn't care. Clankers didn't feel fear. They were war machines, not real people. Using the tip of his newly acquired vibroblade, Dajir made a line on his shoulder pad. There were already a few dozen there. I thought so, die then. Dajir slashed upwards with the vibroblade, and the tactical droid's head was sent flying. Its body crashed down, and Dajir picked up the head and threw it to Tech. Later, see if you can get any useful information out of him. Meanwhile, tell our brothers that it is time. Understood. Just when Hell Squad was turning around to leave the command bridge, Dajir suddenly thought of something. He ran to some of the many panels in the command bridge, pressed buttons, and pushed levers forward. When he was done, he hurried up his men. What did you do, Commander? I have no idea, but the Seppas will have to spend some time to fix the mess I made, because I put the ship on full speed forward, so they better stop it or they will crash into the ground pretty fast. Hahaha. Haha. Not bothered by the fact that they were in an enemy ship, Hell Squad laughed out loud when they heard Dajir. They knew their commander wasn't kidding, because the separatist ships were made for droids, not humans. The controls were sure to be different, meaning that Dajir probably didn't know what many of the buttons he pressed did. As they felt the dreadnought pick up speed, Hell Squad quickly ran to the upper hangar. They passed by several droids on their way, but apart from a few who decided to stop them, most just ran past the group. They had to stop the ship before it crashed. As always, the hangars of a separatist ship didn't have many smaller ships, only deactivated Vulture droids. There were still, however, 1 or 2 Maxilipede shuttles. Let's go, Captain Gold said. They broke through the separatist fleet and are ready to pick us up. Tech, you pilot. On it. While the shuttle was taking off, Dajir connected his comlink to the main controls of the ship. Then, he transmitted a code that would let the Republic cruisers know they were friendly. Terminator, this is CT-4063, Commander Dajir. Hell Squad is currently approaching you on a Maxilipede shuttle. I repeat, Hell Squad is approaching you in a separatist shuttle. Copy that, Commander. Identifications being verified. A309, you are clear to landing. You will have to be fast, sir. Understood, Gold. See you soon, brother. You heard him, Tech. Try not to crash this time. You are never going to let me forget it, are you? Dajir chuckled. He might be their commander, but the troopers still made fun of him sometimes. It was only fair he returned it. No, I won't. Now get us out of here. Stay still, General. Cough, 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 work faster, droid. Unless you stop moving, I can't. In a dark room, General Grievous was laying on a metal bed. His entire body was burnt and scarred, and he was missing 3 of his 4 arms and 1 of his legs. You were critically injured in that explosion, General. It will take time for you to recover. The abomination that was the separatist coughed and glared angrily at the medical droid, but stood quiet. He understood how serious his injuries were. If it wasn't for the fact that he was partially machine, he would have died. Also, General, Count Dooku left a message for you. Cough, what did he say? He said he would make use of the trophy you brought back, and took it with him. Trophy, cough, cough. He was with you in the escape pod, so Count Dooku assumed you kept him alive on purpose. Cough, 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 I didn't bring anyone, who is he? Capitulo 251, 6 months. Commander, it's good to see you. Your squad saved our fleet. As soon as Hell Squad stepped on the Terminator's command bridge, Captain Gold approached them. Say nothing of it, brother. It is good to be back in a ship where no one is trying to kill us. Haha. Captain Gold smiled. He was at ease now, because the 327th Fleet had received a lot less damage than it could have, and he received confirmation that General Sakura and also Commander Bly, General Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, and Captain Rex were alive. However, the captain suddenly noticed that something was missing. If he remembered correctly, Hell Squad had 7 members. However, he was seeing only 6 in front of him. You lost a man, Commander. In falling. The clone only nodded. It was normal to lose soldiers during the war. Where are you headed next, Gold? Although we didn't lose many cruisers, many of our ships are still badly damaged. We are going to the shipyards in Braca. Do you already know what your next mission is, Commander? Dajir shook his head. After falling, they had jumped directly into the Battle of Quell. Hell Squad had no time to discover what their next assignment was. No, not yet. Inside a Venator-class cruiser, one of the biggest military meetings in the history of the Republic was happening. It was also the biggest ever since the Clone Wars started. Around a hologram table, half a dozen Jedis, some in person, some in holograms, and several clones waited for General Yoda and General Windu's arrival. The Jedis General Kenobi, General Skywalker, General Unduli, General Mundi, and the 2 Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee were talking amongst themselves, while the clones stood quiet, their hands behind their backs. Commander Cody, Commander Gree, Commander Jet, Captain Rex, and 30 or 40 other high-ranking officers were there, silent. However, on the other side of the room, 10 clones were talking quietly. It's good to see you again, boss, you 3 as well. Save, Scorch, and Fixer nodded at Dajir and the members of Hell Squad. Despite their antics and discussions, both units had long become friends. After a mission on Felucia, where Hell Squad rescued Delta Squad from a separatist base, and later from a bunch of the giant creatures known as Rankers, the clone commandos realized that their feeling of superiority over the normal clones was uncalled for, and most of the times they were no different than their brothers. How are you doing, Dajir? Any idea of what this meeting is about? Dajir shook his head. The Clone Wars had been raging on for over a year and a half, but this was the first time he partook in a meeting this big. We will have to wait for General Yoda to know. Wait more, you will not, Commander. Here I am. Dajir turned around to find the hologram of a small, green being with a wrinkled face and pointed ears. Immediately, he saluted the Jedi. General Yoda wasn't only the leader of the Jedis and the highest-ranking general of the Republic Army, but was also extremely respected by the clones. Dajir once saw him destroy an entire droid battalion before the clankers could even lift their blasters. General. Come on, start this meeting, we have to. Important it is, very important indeed. The clones turned to the small Jedi and his tall companion on the hologram table. As soon as General Yoda appeared, all noise died down. Welcome, welcome. Sad to bring bad news, I am. A new battle start we have to. Dajir couldn't help but think that, although General Yoda was powerful, he didn't make much sense most of the time. Like most Jedis, he always beat around the bush before finally arriving at the topic he wanted. Soldiers like Dajir preferred more direct conversations. We are already fighting on several fronts, Master Yoda. I'm not sure we can afford to engage in another one. Our choice to make, that is not young Skywalker. When this war we started, our choice was done. Bear the consequences of our decisions, we have to. It wasn't our fault, Master. The Separatists started this war. General Skywalker's Padawan, Ahsoka, complained, only to receive a stern stare from her master. Padawans weren't supposed to talk in this kind of meeting. No, at fault we all are, just one side a war doesn't have. Separatist and Republic both decided. This choice, where will it take us, see I can't, blurred the forces. A few minutes of silence followed what General Yoda said. The Jedis were quiet, and the clones exchanged a few discreet glances, but didn't say anything. It was only when General Mundi talked that the silence was broken. The Sarian had left the Battle of Megiddo to lead a company of clones specialized in heavy weapons such as flamethrowers. Commander Bakara stayed on the snow planet, so the one General Mundi currently had under him was Commander Jet. Master Yoda, you said this is a battle we can't escape from. Why? The longer this war goes on, stronger the dark side gets. End this struggle, this clone wars, we have to. Attacking Geonosis once more, we are. Destroy the droid factories, a must-is. Dajir tensed up. Geonosis had been where the first battle of this war happened, and it was also a special place for many of the clones who partook in said battle. Too many brothers lost their lives trying to conquer the planet, but the Republic barely succeeded in forcing the Separatists to hide underground. For the last 3 months or so, the Republic had been forced to reduce its troops on the planet, and the Sepis took the chance to fight back. General Yoda was about to speak again when a trooper walked up to him and whispered something. Dajir, who was close, was able to understand the words "general" and "arrived." Before I left Coruscant, a last-minute addition to the attack force I ordered. Very eager to battle, Master Latte was. When he heard that, Dajir was shocked, and so were the members of Hell Squad. Latte was a name they hadn't heard in a few months, but it was one they would never forget. Turning to the door, the 6 clones surprised Delta Squad and the other clones with their sudden movement. Hell Squad ignored their reactions and saluted the figure that was approaching. Ragu Latte, that was the name of the young Togruta, dressed in the brown Jedi robes, that entered the command bridge. The Padawan Jedi Master smiled when he saw Hell Squad, and after greeting the other Jedis around the hologram table, shook Dajir's hand, and then proceeded to do the same with the others. Dajir, Dab, Tech, Cell, 3-4 and Metal, it's good to see you again. Dajir noticed that Ragu refrained from saying anything about Brain and was glad. He was sure the Jedi would want to talk about it later, but now wasn't the time. Haha, long time no see, General, it's good to see you too. Very good indeed. It's been what, 5 months? 6, and you know that. Ever since Ryloth, I've met S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others a few times, but Hell Squad hasn't been to Coruscant once. We have been jumping from one mission to the other, General. Of course you have. Master Ragu, Commander Dajir, I am sure you too have a lot to catch up, but we have a meeting in progress. Dajir returned to standard military position, and Ragu nodded at General Kenobi to say he was sorry. He wasn't a Padawan anymore, so he had to behave like a master. Capitulo 252, Second Battle of Geonosis. The Chancellor, join us will, very interested in this battle he is. General Yoda pressed a button on the hologram table, and an image of Chancellor Palpatine appeared. The Jedis greeted him, while the clones saluted. Once again, Dajir shivered, as his instincts warned him of something, he just didn't know what. To his surprise, he found that Boss had a very similar reaction. He would need to find the clone commando and talk to him. Something was definitely wrong. Thank you, my friends. I didn't want to disturb you, but this invasion will be of extreme importance to the Republic. Master Yoda, please do continue. Master Kenobi, explain our plan now will. Yes, Master Yoda. The Jedi put a datapad above the hologram table and transmitted the information on it. Soon, several stone buildings, characteristic of Geonosis, were showed, all surrounded by a red shield. Our ships are in position, and we are ready to begin our campaign against the Geonosians. And what about Poggle? Any report on his location? General Windu interrupted General Kenobi. Poggle the Lesser was the main leader of the Geonosis, and one of the most important separatist commanders. The factories of droids under his command were responsible for over 60% of the droid army. It seems he is held up at the primary droid foundry here. General Kenobi put his finger on one of the buildings, exactly on the center of the massive shield that was shown in the hologram. The factory is protected by a shield generator. Anakin, Hiatus and I shall attempt a three-pronged attack through their defenses lines to a staging area just short of the shield. 3 green lines in different angles appeared on the hologram, all going to the shield generator's location, in the outer area of the shield, not out of it, just near the border. It would be heavily defended by hundreds of thousands of droids, there was no doubt. Dajir heard a trooper sighing and muttering, "This is gonna be fun," under his breath. He had to agree, it certainly wouldn't be easy. Once we have landed, we shall knock out the shield generator. That is our primary target. Up till now, the plan was simple. Most invading forces, when faced with a shield, would do the same. The tricky part would be landing. This wasn't like the first invasion, when the Seppies didn't even know that the Republic had an army. This time, they would be prepared. Isn't it risky, committing 3 generals to one area of the attack? If something goes wrong, we could be dealt a serious blow. Surprisingly, the next one to talk was Chancellor Palpatine. He seemed genuinely concerned, which was uncommon for politicians like him. To ensure that rises again, Geonosis does not, capture Poggle we must. The Chancellor looked at General Yoda and smiled. Of course, as always, I shall leave the strategy to you, Master Jedi. Our thanks, Chancellor. Politely as always, General Kenobi acknowledged Chancellor Palpatine's words, before nodding General Yoda and General Windu. As the 3 holograms disappeared, Dajir heard General Windu speaking. May the Force be with you. The hologram table turned off, leaving only General Kenobi, General Skywalker, General Mundi, General Unduli, Ragu, and the 2 Padawans, as the Jedis who would lead the attack. Under his helmet, Dajir was looking at General Skywalker and frowning. Before the holograms disappeared, the commander was sure Chancellor Palpatine had glared at him and Boss for quite a long while, but most of the time, he was looking carefully at the Jedi. Dajir couldn't help but wonder why. Still, it wasn't his business. He turned to General Kenobi, waiting for the details of the plan. Good, Cody, these are the coordinates for the rendezvous. The 212th commander stepped forward and pulled up another hologram, this time of the landing zone. Yes, sir, when we hit the ground, we will create a perimeter there. Getting past their defenses here will be the trick. Dajir glanced at the line that Commander Cody had drawn into the map. As the clone went on, he grinned. He already knew what Hell Squad's assignment would be. Generals, our gunships will never be able to get past this point if those artillery barrages are working. Jet is right, however I believe that is young Ragu's job. General Mundi agreed with his commander, then looked at Ragu. The Togruta was already nodding and pointed at the anti-aircraft turrets. Don't worry, Masters, we will take care of this. The Seppies split their artillery into 2 different blocks, north and south. I will take Hell Squad to the south one, while Boss and Delta Squad take care of the other. Most of the Jedis nodded, while the 2 Padawans, Ahsoka and Barriss, exchanged glances, somewhat confused. Finally, General Skywalker's apprentice wasn't able to contain herself anymore. Master Ragu, are you sure just you is enough? I could go help and also bring some troopers. I appreciate it, Ahsoka, but we can handle it. Although she wasn't supposed to speak, my Padawan's concerns are accurate, Ragu. Are you sure you won't need help? General Skywalker put emphasis on the word Padawan, glaring angrily at his apprentice before turning to Ragu. He, however, just smiled. We will be at the landing point long before you all, Master Skywalker. Right, Dajir Boss? Yes, sir. General Ragu is right, General Skywalker. This is our job. Dajir nodded, agreeing with Boss. That was exactly the type of mission that special units excelled in. Still, we will only be able to take out their main artillery. The lots will face a lot of opposition to land, but we will do our best to reduce it as much as possible. The Jedis exchanged glances, and, while the 2 Padawans still seemed unconvinced, they didn't say anything else. General Mundi and General Kenobi had already seen both squads in action. They knew they weren't just special units. They were the best even amongst those on top. Look at that giant wall with all the gun emplacements. That won't be easy to get past. With the anti-aircraft turret situation set, the group soon turned to the other obstacles in their path. This battle wouldn't be an easy one. Everything from landing, to advancing, taking out the shield and finally capturing or killing Poggle would require a price in clone blood. Don't worry, we aren't going anywhere near that. Oh, what happened to all the enthusiasm I saw earlier? Don't worry about us. You just make sure you get to that landing zone in one piece. Yes, I shall be waiting for you when you finally arrive. Ahsoka, General Kenobi, and General Skywalker soon started joking around, which prompted General Unduli, General Mundi, Commander Cody, and Captain Rex to shake their heads. It was clear this was quite the common occurrence. Gentlemen, if you are quite finished, we have a battle to begin. You are right, Luminara. Everyone knows your role. Several people nodded. Commander Cody, Commander Jet, and Captain Rex left to prepare the gunships, while General Unduli, Barris, and Commander Gree went to their own cruiser. Hell Squad, Delta Squad, in the lower hangar in 5. We need to get going soon. Yes, General Ragu, I will meet you there. I just need a minute with boss. Ragu glanced at Dajir before nodding. He sensed there was something wrong with the commander, but if he wouldn't tell him, then Ragu wouldn't ask. Capitulo 253, here we go again. What is it, Dajir? Boss looked at the commander, impatiently waiting for him to say why he wanted to talk in particular. There was an invasion going on, and they couldn't waste time. Dajir, on the other hand, seemed almost absent-minded, which was very uncommon. Boss rarely saw a clone more focused than Dajir. The commander could face an entire droid company without even flinching, and more than once had sustained a wound in exchange for killing a clanker. To see him now, daydreaming, was surprising, to say the least. Dajir. Yes, sorry, brother, it's just, you felt it too, didn't you? The Chancellor, there is something about him. Careful, Dajir, those are dangerous grounds. Dajir shook his head. By boss reaction, he was sure the clone commando had the same doubts as him. Still, none of them could put the finger on what it was exactly. Forget it, let's go. Here you are, boss. Delta Squad is waiting for you, the other gunship. Dajir, Hell Squad is on this one. The lower hangar was bustling with activity, as pilots, crewmen, engineers, troopers, Jedis, and droids walked from one side to the other, prepping lots, Y-wings, and V-wings. Many ships were already taking off, and Dajir quickly got into his, while boss nodded to Ragu and entered another lot. We are ready to go. Oddball, take off. Fly low, you will just drop us in return. Yes, General. The doors of the gunship closed, and it left the Venator-class cruiser. Several calculated attacks were hitting many parts of Geonosis, also the main force could strike the factories where Poggle the Lesser was hiding. However, if Hell Squad and Delta Squad didn't deal with the anti-aircraft turrets, hundreds, maybe even thousands of ships would be shot down before they could even get near the rendezvous point. Dajir put on his helmet and held onto the straps hanging from the ceiling. It would be a rough landing, that was for sure. The red lights flashed, indicating that they had entered the atmosphere. Here we go again. Dajir grinned when he heard Cell. All the members of Hell Squad had been in the first battle of Geonosis, so this brought back memories. Even though only a year and a half had passed, it seemed a lifetime away. Just like the old times, let's just hope we don't crash this time. Crash, you never talked about the start of the war. What happened? Ragu couldn't help but ask. He only met Hell Squad after Mon Cala, and that was a few months after the Clone Wars had started. Before that, he was still training at the Jedi Temple and wasn't even a Padawan yet. You weren't at the first assault, right, General? Back then, Hell Squad wasn't a special unit yet. Me, Brain, Tech, and 3-4 were already on Hell Squad, but we were just a normal unit. Cell, Dab, and Metal only joined us later. And what about the crash? Even though the Seppies weren't expecting us, they still had a lot of defenses in position. Our lot was hit, and we lost our sergeant. Pilots were also down. We did our best to hold on, but we still lost many men when we crashed. To tell the truth, we were lucky anybody survived at all. And to make matters worse, there were countless clankers between us and the command post where we were supposed to land. Well, that sounds like it was fun. It had its moments. The commander took down an AAT, and I had to put his shoulder back in place. Haha. Dajir felt like cursing 3-4 and the others when he heard them laughing. Back then, it hadn't been so simple as they made it sound now. It was only after a battle was over that one could be so carefree about it. In the midst of it, all Dajir could think was about his brothers dying and the seppies in front of him. Dajir, Cell, Tech, Dab, 3-4, Metal. I heard about Brain. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to help. Dajir shook his head. Ragu couldn't be blamed for anything. He was at Coruscant, completing his training, as General Dai asked. It isn't your fault, sir. It isn't anybody's fault. Brain made a decision. If it wasn't for him, I would be dead. He went out like a real soldier. And he took that disgusting separatist, Grievous, with him. Ragu nodded. It wasn't the first time a clone sacrificed himself, and it wouldn't be the last. He wasn't that innocent kid anymore. He knew that wars weren't a game. War had a price no one in a sane state of mind would be willing to play, but there was no other option than to keep going until it was over. Oddballs, how are we looking? -10, until we enter their range, General. Go lower then. Dajir, Dab, Metal, attach the ropes. We will only have a few seconds to leave the gunship. At least we won't be jumping. I can arrange that if you want. No, thank you, sir. Cell shuddered when Ragu grinned at him. He loved to complain about Quell because he really hated heights, and the Jedi knew that. The other clones laughed freely. Well, it is very good to have you with us again, General. Those last 6 months hadn't been easy, and having a Jedi with us will be of great help. Ragu grinned, but there was a trace of sadness hidden within it. Only because I'm a Jedi. I thought you would think highly of me, Tech. Haha, sorry, General. Dajir almost facepalmed, but held himself back and only knocked Tech's head with his knuckles, like an adult scolding a child. You know Tech never was good with words, sir. Hey. But few know what we all went through back in Ryloth. Hell Squad is glad to have you with us, not only as a Jedi, but as a friend. The Togruta looked at Dajir for a long time, as emotions dwelled inside him. To him, the clones of the 303rd weren't just soldiers. They all went through a baptism of fire together, especially Hell Squad and him. The commander and the men under him were some of the closest friends he had, and he trusted each of them with his life. He knew they would never let him down. We are approaching their defenses. You better hold on to something. This is gonna get bumpy. Oddball's alarm brought Ragu back to his senses. It was time. Thanks, let's just hope we don't have your bad luck this time. Seeing that the conversation had once again turned against him, Dajir was about to rebuke when the lot shook, while the pilot tried to dodge the enemy fire. We got 3 vultures on our tail. We have to destroy them or we won't be able to land. On it, Dab, take the other beam. Dajir entered the cockpit and got into a ball made of glass that was hanging outside. It was a composite beam turret. Each lot had 2 of them, and they fired highly focused and unstable lasers. No matter what, be it vulture droids, infantry, or even some of the lighter vehicles, once it was hit by it, it would be gone. Capitulo 254, Bugs. The composite beam turrets fired green lasers, which were highly unstable. That was proved when Dajir, aiming at one of the vulture droids, missed and hit a rock pillar. After a brief second, the entire pillar, which was over 100 meters tall and 20 meters wide, imploded. Aihu! Dab yelled victoriously as a vulture droid blew up. 2 more to go. How long to the landing site, Oddball? 6 minutes. Knowing that time was running out, Dajir focused even more on his target. Instead of trying to aim at the vulture, he calculated in his mind what was the droid's trajectory and fired. The vulture flew right into the green beam and was cut in half before exploding. He tried the same trick with the last droid, but the clanker was faster than he expected, and he missed. Dab, he is going to your side. I see him, and I got it. Letting out a sigh of relief, Dajir watched the last vulture droid crash into the ground, missing a wing, and returned to the main compartment of the lot. Good job, you two. Oddball, go down and drop us now. We are still 12 kilometers away from the landing zone, General Ragu. I know, but by the time we get there, we will have more seppies on our tail. I don't want to see you blow up in the sky. Understood, sir. All right, boss, do you copy? Loud and clear, General. Beautiful job cleaning those vultures. We will be landing now, and you will do the same. You got it, Raver, bring us down. The lots didn't even touch the ground. Before they did so, Both squads and the Jedi had already jumped out, weapons ready. However, there weren't any clankers nearby. While the clones prepared to move out, in the direction of the anti-aircraft turrets, Ragu knocked twice on the side of the gunship. Oddball, you and Raver go back to the fleet. You still have a lot of work today. Understood, General. Be careful of the bugs out there. Those things are nasty. You got it, now go. The lots took off, and Ragu turned to the two squads of clones, at the same time opening a map on his comlink. All right, we have about 10 kilometers of ground to cover until we get to our original landing zone. There shouldn't be any separatist on our way, but be careful. Delta Squad, when we get there, we split. You already know your tasks. Yes, sir. Okay, then let's move. And remember the Genosians are hostile. Pay attention to every nook and crevice on the way. I heard some pretty gruesome stories. Both squad leaders nodded. They had been on the first assault of Genosis, and they knew the Genosians weren't exactly righteous or proud. The bugs were especially fond of picking up troopers and carrying them hundreds of meters high before letting the poor soldier go. There were also a few unlucky clones who were captured and brought to the tunnels under the ground. Needless to say, none of those troopers was ever seen again. It was said the Genosians all worked for a queen and had their minds controlled by her, although no one had ever seen the so-called queen. Still, Dajir had seen his fair share of insect-like creatures around the galaxy, and he knew how a hive worked. If the bugs really followed a queen, then he didn't want to get anywhere near her. Ragu closed his fist, then opened it and put 2 fingers up before pointing to the south. Boss nodded and gestured for Delta Squad to follow him. The clone commandos broke up from Hell Squad and started running to their section of the anti-aircraft turrets. The Jedi then made the same signals, but this time pointing to the north. Hell Squad followed him quietly. They were very close to their target, and although there weren't any Seppas in sight, they had to be careful. The Genosians could blend in perfectly with the rocks. Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars and zoomed in, scanning the separatist camp, looking for their target. It wasn't difficult to find them. Anti-aircraft turrets weren't exactly small. Bad news, General. What is it? The artillery we have to destroy are J-1 proton cannons. Those things are droids too, so they will actively try to kill us. Ragu frowned as he tried to remember what the J-1s were. He knew Hell Squad had destroyed a few in Ryloth, but he had only seen the wreckage of them. Anyways, they would only have to be more careful. Master Ragu, are you there? Hearing Ahsoka's voice, Ragu answered his comlink. Yes, we had some troubles in the sky, but we are about to make our move. That's great to hear, Master. Master Kenobi said we will start the attack in 2 hours, even if those artillery guns are still there. Don't worry, 2 hours is more than enough. I will see you at the landing zone. After finishing the call, Ragu turned to Hell Squad and grinned. He could sense their excitement, and he felt the same. It had been 6 long months since he fought alongside clones, and he missed it. For a Padawan that was trained amidst a war, the conclusion of his training on the Jedi Temple had been painfully boring, although he had finished it with stellar results. How do you want to do this, General? They saw us landing, and it isn't like we were very secretive about our plans. This is a head-on battle, Dajir, so let's behave accordingly. Each of those artillery droids needs a large amount of ammunition, and I bet it isn't light. That means it will have to be near the J-1s, otherwise it would take a long time to reload. I see what you're going for, General. It's a plan. A good one. That depends on whether or not we survive. But you are right, it is the only viable option. All right, Hell Squad. Yes, sir. Let's blow up some clankers. Turns out the J-1 proton cannons weren't manned by droids, but by Genosians. The bug-like creatures were grabbing cylindrical, red capsules as big as a human and putting them on piles near the anti-aircraft turrets. Although the droid cannons could aim and fire by themselves, they still needed someone to load them. Now that they were quite close to the Separatist camp, Hell Squad discovered their plan wouldn't go smoothly. There was an open area of about 200 meters between them and their target. All the rocks and boulders had been removed to make sure no one could sneak upon them. And, of course, that wasn't the only problem. Termite-type ammo, Commander. My charged shot might be able to get through the capsule, but normal lasers won't. We will have to get close and throw a couple of detonators. That will cause a chain reaction. We won't be able to get out on time. Dajir frowned and knelt before aiming at the nearest Genosian. 200 meters were nothing for him, especially when he had a stable position. However, he didn't press the trigger, but kept switching his aim between the bug and the nearest pile of ammo. In the end, he got up. Any ideas? The clones shook their heads, and even Ragu didn't seem to know what to do. Ultimately, the Jedi patted Dajir's shoulder. We will figure it out. For now, let's start. Capitulo 255, probably the best. Shouldn't we send backup to Master Ragu? He only just completed his training. Not long ago, he was still a Padawan. Barriss Offee was a very quiet Padawan, but this time, she decided to voice her thoughts to her master. She wanted for their mission on Geonosis to be accomplished as soon as possible, and Ragu hadn't given her a good impression. At the meeting, he barely greeted the other Jedis, before immediately engaging in a conversation with the special unit called Hell Squad. She thought her master, Luminara Unduli, would agree, as she did most of the time, but she was wrong. Ragu should be able to take care of this task with no problems. Even before he became a Jedi Knight, his skills with a lightsaber and the Force were better than many in the Order. Imagun Dai was a member of the Council, and one of the best. Ragu learned a lot from him. Besides, he has Hell Squad by his side. The Mirialan Jedi patted her apprentice's shoulder and went to talk with a 41st captain. The preparations for the invasion were almost done, but there was no harm in double-checking. Barriss was left quite confused. She hated when things weren't properly explained, and above all else when her questions weren't answered. And now, she was the most curious about Hell Squad. Everyone, Jedi or clone, seemed to think of them as invincible. As such, she stopped Commander Gree to satisfy her curiosity. Gree, who are those clones? Hell Squad. All I can find in their files are their names, and that they were associated with the 303rd Attack Legion. I can't find their record of battles or anything like that. The commander took off his helmet and gave his datapad to a trooper, so the preparations would be carried on. His dark green armor was filled with scratches, both from battles and also just from the native flora of Felucia, where his legion spent most of the war up till now. It's because you are looking at the wrong files, kid. If you want to know about their battles before Ryloth, look at the 303rd files. Anything after that should be classified. Even I can't access those. You will have to ask General Unduli if you want to have a look at them. Barriss frowned for two different reasons. First off, she didn't like being called a kid, but her master had warned her that the clones would only call her General after she earned their respect. And the only way to do that was through battle. The second thing that disturbed her was, of course, all the secrecy around Hell Squad. She hated to be left out. Why all that? They are a special unit. Just like Delta Squad, the missions they take part in aren't normal stuff. If any information about them was to fall in separatist hands, we could lose a lot. But although all of this is classified, every clone in the Grand Army of the Republic knows them. Are they really that good? Good, haha. Kid, you will see them in action in this battle. Hell Squad is probably the best unit the Republic has. ARC troopers, clone commandos, even Delta Squad, Dajir and his men are a step above them. Barriss was surprised. Commander Gree rarely complimented someone, whatsoever say that that someone was the best the Republic had. You think very highly of this squad, Gree. I fought with them before. That's how I know how good they are. Moreover, they have General Ragu with them. The general was part of the 303rd too, you could say. Their coordination is flawless. Don't worry, they will get the job done. Although they were currently being praised by Commander Gree, Hell Squad wasn't faring too good. Dajir cursed when a laser hit the ground between his feet and ducked behind a crate of ammunition to hide. He had forgotten how infuriating the sonic blasters that the Genosians used were. Not only they were dangerous, but the green rings they shot also caused a shockwave upon impact. General on your left. Ragu used his lightsaber to defend against a laser and pulled the Genosian that shot it using the Force. The being was still screeching when the Jedi cut him down. At the same time, he used his weapon to cut the legs of a J-1 proton cannon, making the droid fall and become a useless pile of metal. That was the alternative that they had found. Since they couldn't blow the anti-aircraft turrets without killing themselves, then Ragu would go one by one, destroying them. Hell Squad's job was to kill every Seppi on his way. Damn bugs, they just keep coming. The scout, Cell, yelled as he emptied his clip on a swarm of Genosians. They were flying out of their nests underground, and for the clones, it was like that for every Genosian they killed, 10 more appeared. Dajir, this just won't do. I will give you and Metal a boost, and you keep the Seppas away while I take care of the other cannons. Wait, what? Boost, what is that? Aura. The two clones were confused to what the Togruta meant, but before they could sketch any reaction, they were lifted off the ground and launched through the air. They flew for more than 100 meters before they crashed against an invisible but soft wall and dropped to the ground. It was confusing and unexpected, but Dajir and Metal were elites. Flexing their knees, they softened their landing and immediately fired their blaster at the very startled Genosians. Metal's blaster, especially, created quite the havoc, as the bugs dropped from the sky, their wings full of holes. Now that they were closer to the Seppas, the bugs became clumsy. Their bodies were fragile, and they weren't made for war, like clones and clankers. Dajir discarded his DC-15A and pulled out his DC-17. The pistol was better for close ranges, and it had the bonus of leaving his left hand free to use his dear vibroblade. He approached two Genosians, who were loading a J-1 proton cannon and slashed upwards, cutting the wings of one of them and the head of the other. The bug that was still alive shrieked, trying to get away, but Dajir put his pistol against his head and pulled the trigger. No enemy of the Republic deserved to live, even if he was out of combat already. That was the order in his genetic code. While he and Metal were laying waste to the Genosians, the other members of Hell Squad and Ragu took care of the remaining anti-aircraft turrets. At the same time, they heard a large explosion a few kilometers away, followed by a sequence of smaller ones. It was likely Delta Squad's doing. We are done, let's get out of here. We need to take care of those bugs first, or they will hunt us all the way to Rain Point. Dajir, Metal, stepped back. The Jedi somersaulted his way forward until he was next to the clones, while Metal and Dajir did as they were told. Then, Ragu turned off his lightsaber and stretched his hands towards the cave entrance from where the Genosians were coming. With a flick of his wrist, the entire cave started shaking and collapsed amidst rumbling noises, and the screams of the bugs being buried alive. Capitulo 256. Oh, you arrived. Dajir was sitting on the ground, his blasters and helmet next to him, and his eyes closed. Around him, the members of Hell Squad and also the clone commandos from Delta Squad were also resting. General Ragu had his legs crossed and was floating 3 or 4 centimeters above the ground. The group had completed their objective, the artillery was gone, and were now waiting for the rest of the Republic forces. Point Rain was an open area, several kilometers inside enemy lines, but still quite a distance away from the foundries where Poggle was hiding. A small group of 11 people had no problem sneaking past or killing the Separatist on their way. The job of systematically clearing the bulk of the enemy forces would be left for the legions. All right, listen up. Commander Dajir, Hell Squad, you two. Fixer, Delta Squad's mechanic, pilot, and technology specialist, called out the clones, being careful not to interrupt Ragu's meditation. General Kenobi just contacted me. They are about to start the real invasion. And what they have for us? Nothing. They told us to stay here and hold our position. Are we expecting trouble? Aren't we always? The troopers laughed. Scorch had made a good point. When in battle, there was always the possibility of being attacked, so staying sharp was obligatory. Anything else? At some moment, while the clones were talking, Ragu had woken up from his meditation and was looking at them. It was clear that, although the Jedi was quite distant, his hearing was much better than that of a normal person. I don't think so, General. As soon as our gunships start landing, this area will become the focus of the Separatist counterattack. We take it our job will be to defend until we can form a perimeter. Just us, that isn't going to be easy. No, it won't. They are going to throw everything at us. Dwarf spiders, AATs, hailfires, and what else? Plus the bugs and the tin cans. Ragu raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't that surprised about how nonchalant the clones were about it. After 1 or 2 battles, every trooper acquired a certain level of disinterest towards the future. When you could die in the next second, the future didn't seem so important. As you said, General Ragu, it isn't going to be easy. But before we can win this battle, dozens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of our brothers will die. The bare minimum we can do is make sure they have somewhere to land in. The Jedi looked at Dajir, not shocked by Dajir's bluntness. Such was the reality of war for the clones. You entered combat not only knowing you could die, but also having the certainty that several of your brothers would perish. And yet, you still pick up a blaster, put on your helmet, and follow your orders. That is what it meant to be a clone. You are right. Well, this is going to be fun. It wasn't fun. The Republic's initial predictions were that after destroying the 2 main groups of anti-aircraft, the few scattered clumps that remained wouldn't be enough to cause much trouble. They were wrong. Hundreds of lots were shot down the moment they left the cruisers, many blowing up instantaneously, and several other crashing on the planet. The initial time predicted to reach the landing zone, with a sizable enough force to make a stand, was of 3 hours. It took 8 before the first gunship even got close. General Mundy and General Skywalker, together with their respective clone commanders and troops, were hit and crashed, although both groups survived, not without casualties. General Kenobi had been the only one to reach Point Rain, or, more accurately, to crash in Point Rain. Luckily for him, he and the few survivors had been rescued by a team sent by Commander Cody. Ragu and the 2 special units were the first sight that the Jedi saw when he was brought, limping, to the perimeter that the lots had created. "Oh, you arrived, Master Kenobi? Just a second." Ragu jumped on top of a gunship and used the force to deflect several incoming missiles from a hailfire. The missiles changed directions and hit a cluster of clankers, blowing them and everything around to pieces. The hailfire that launched the missiles became the target of 2 AT-TEs and didn't last long. General Kenobi raised an eyebrow when he saw Ragu pull this stunt with the force. It wasn't easy, especially considering that the Togruta had a bloody bandage wrapped around his torso and a laser mark on his thigh. "Are you having fun, Ragu?" "Before you arrived, no. I was too worried to have fun. I know you and Master Skywalker had a bet going to see who arrived first, but you took quite a long time. I and the 2 squads had some trouble to secure this landing site." "Nothing too bothersome, I hope. Did you lose anyone?" "No, fortunately. When the troops arrived, I ordered them to take a rest. They are over there." Surprised, General Kenobi raised his eyebrow even further. Although Ragu made it seem like nothing much, the Jedi Master knew it couldn't have been easy. Looking to where the Togruta pointed, he was even more sure. Save, Fixer, and Metal were laying on improvised beds, unconscious. 3-4 and Cell had their arms covered in bandages, and it was clear it weren't wounds from just 1 laser or 2. Boss and Tech had their legs and torso in the same situation. Dab also had similar injuries, and only Scorch seemed mostly unharmed. Although they were all alive, it was clear they had gone through a brutal few hours. General Kenobi found Dajir in the command post, a moving, circular platform with 4 legs. The clone was talking to Commander Cody, and General Kenobi was surprised that he was still standing. His left arm was immobilized, he had a bandage around his head, and he wasn't using his armor's chest piece. This stomach and torso had several bruises, and a medic was currently wrapping it with white clothing. Several scars and bruises could be seen in the skin below the bandages. "Welcome, General." "General Kenobi, good to see you in one piece." "I wish I could say the same of you, Dajir. Shouldn't you be in a Bacta tank?" "Are you talking about the arm? I broke it once, and it got dislocated 2 or 3 times, so it is quite susceptible to—" "A lot, really. But 3-4 already put it back in place." "I wasn't talking just about the arm, Commander, and you know that." Commander Cody stifled a laugh when he heard how exasperated General Kenobi sounded. He had long grown used to Dajir's attitude of not caring about himself. I was taking a look at our plans. General Skywalker and General Mundy should arrive soon, so I have to get Hell Squad ready." "Are you sure you and your men can take part in this assault? By holding this landing site, you saved thousands of soldiers. We can't ask more of you. Besides, you aren't exactly in perfect shape." Dajir grinned and looked at Ragu, still fighting. He couldn't stop, not while his general was still going. That was something he owned General Dai. We have been worse, General. Delta Squad too. We keep going until this war is over. That is how clones do it. Capitulo 257, The Way of a Soldier. We keep going until this war is over. That is how clones do it. After Dajir said those two phrases, every trooper within earshot paused for a brief moment before resuming what they were doing. They all put more effort into their actions, be it firing at the sepes, dealing with data at the command post, or treating wounded. Dajir was right. Waking up every day, ready and willing to fight and die. Every trooper was born to battle, and they were proud of their destiny. Commander Cody glared at Dajir silently for a few seconds before turning back to the control panel and ordering the heavy vehicles to concentrate fire on a group of dwarf spider droids. General Kenobi, on the other hand, was impressed. 2 mere sentences, casually uttered by Dajir, had been enough to make the clones double their efforts. It was easy to see why General Dai had been so focused on developing Dajir, even though the commander had been bred to be just a simple clone. He was a natural leader, and was respected by the men around him. After over a year of war, the Jedi knew it wasn't easy to earn the respect of the clones. To people who faced death every day of their lives, what normal folk considered as invaluable and absolutely necessary, they deemed as worthless. Perishing in battle, with a blaster in his hands and his brothers by his side, was all a soldier could ask for. And General Kenobi also felt something else. The flow of the force around Dajir was different. It was erratic, confused. It wasn't strong enough so Dajir could use it, and he couldn't sense it inside the clone. It was as if the force surrounded Dajir, not shaping his decisions, but going along with them. The clone would have some role in the course of this war. However, due to the nature of the force itself, the Jedi couldn't tell which role would this be. Dajir, sometimes do you have dreams? Not normal dreams, but some sort of vision. Dajir shuddered and lifted his head to look straight into General Kenobi's eyes. His hand unconsciously moved towards his hip, where his blaster pistol was, but he stopped himself and controlled his facial expression. Gazing at Commander Cody through the corner of his eyes, Dajir prepared his words very carefully. He didn't know why, but he couldn't tell the Jedi about the nightmares. Everyone has dreams, General Kenobi, even clones. The Jedi was surprised by the sudden wave of hostility that hit him, and shocked to find that it didn't come just from Dajir, but from all the clones around him, even Commander Cody. He thought it was because he had been rude, although he wasn't sure which score spot he had touched, and quickly explained himself. Luckily for him, he hadn't noticed the hands reaching for the blasters, otherwise things would have escalated quickly. Dajir's mind had blanked, and for a moment, he had seen the Jedi as an enemy rather than as a superior. Just like the nightmares. I didn't mean to intrude on your personal thoughts, Dajir. Of course, General Kenobi, it's just that. Clones usually don't have good dreams. Too many brothers have fallen, more than we can remember. The Jedi nodded. It made sense. Even before the war, he would have nightmares about how his master died. It was normal that clones also would, considering that thousands upon thousands of them died every day. Now, if you would excuse me, General Kenobi, I have to rest while I can. I'm sure the higher-ups will soon send another mission to my squad, so I have to get them in shape for it. Sure thing, Commander. I will see you on the battlefield. Dajir nodded and left the command post. He didn't plan on resting, as he was afraid of what he would see when he closed his eyes. Instead, he wanted to help defend against the sepes that were attacking their perimeter, but he realized it wasn't needed. General Skywalker and his Padawan had arrived, and with the help of the 501st, the 212th was able to push back the clankers. General Mundi also arrived not much later, although he was pretty badly wounded. It didn't seem like he would be able to partake in the battle anymore. Dajir was just about to head to where Hell's squad was when a lieutenant, using the white and yellow armor of the 212th, stopped him. It was only after Lieutenant Shield took off his helmet that Dajir recognized him. Hello, Commander Dajir. Great job destroying those turrets. Shield, I see you are doing well in the 212th. Still alive. We lost Jolt and Bowman today, but the others are doing fine. I don't know about our brothers in the 501st, though. After the 303rd Attack Legion had been disbanded, some of the survivors went to the 212th, while others to the 501st, under Captain Rex and General Skywalker. Both were elite legions, and Dajir tried his best to keep track of the 60 or so clones. It wasn't easy, but using his authority as a commander, he could at least know when one of them died. They are doing well too. Helm, Cork, and Well died, but most of them are okay. Lieutenant Shield nodded. There wasn't much they could do for their fallen brothers, but he was glad to know about them. Dajir didn't keep Lieutenant Shield occupied and told him to get back to work. The battle was still going on, and the lieutenant could be punished if he wasn't doing his job. He also had just seen the Jedis and their respective commanders going towards the command post which he had just left. It appeared it was time for another meeting. Thanks to Master Ragu and the men under him, we were able to prepare a safe landing zone for now. However, we are still far from the foundry. We will use this region as a resupply point and advance from here by air and ground. General Kenobi explained their battle plans to Ragu, General Unduli, and her Padawan, Barriss. General Skywalker and Ahsoka were already back in the fray, leading not only the 501st, but also Commander Jet and his men. I shall find young Skywalker and join his attack. Obi-Wan, I take it you will be in charge of the air assault. Yes, we will try to keep the separatist forces on the planet away from the droid factories. Ragu, I am going to need your help. The Togruta looked at the hologram table and nodded. No matter how much he would have liked to invade the foundries and capture Poggle, he wasn't that harsh young apprentice anymore. He could see the bigger picture and knew where he would make a difference. I spoke with Dajir earlier, and he said his squad is ready to return to combat. Is that right? Yeah, Hell Squad and Delta Squad only had some flesh wounds, no broken bones. We will be at the front lines tomorrow. If you say so, we need every man we can get on the battlefield. Geonosis is a core planet for the Confederacy of Independent Systems. We conquer it, and it will be as if we have chopped off their arms. The bearded Jedi looked around the table and saw several nodding heads. Then, ladies and gentlemen, you know your tasks. This battle is still going, so let's move along. Capitulo 258, Rough Landing. Dajir saw the pilot of his lot heater die. A piece of metal, previously part of another gunship, had pierced the cockpit and cut half of his neck. The commander put pressure on the wound, trying to stop the blood from gushing out, but it was too late. All he could do was put the body aside and take control of the lot before it crashed. Cursing, he turned the gunship to the left and went down. The dials on the controls flashed, indicating that they had been hit and were losing fuel. You on the back, brace yourselves, we are going in. Dajir wasn't the best pilot, but he had learned a few things, mostly out of necessity. Dodging a few LR-1K sonic cannon shots, he pushed the throttle to the maximum. He knew that if they left the bigger group of Republic forces, they would easily be shot down. He heard Ragu warning General Kenobi that they had been hit, and the sound of troopers grabbing their blasters and tying their cables. They wasn't too sure why, until Ragu touched his shoulder. The doors are broken, Dajir. They won't budge. Slow down as much as you can and get us low. I will cut the floor and we will rappel down. Can't I just land? Only if you want to be blown up. Look over there. Dajir glanced down, only to see that there was an entire section of the separatist forces set apart to go after the gunships that crashed or landed but weren't destroyed. Cables it is, get ready, General. The Jedi nodded and, using his blue lightsaber, cut a circle on the floor. When he kicked it, the piece of metal fell and the hot air of Geonosis entered the gunship, the strong winds hitting the troopers' faces. Go, go, go. 6 clones pushed the cables through the hole, attached their carabiners to it, and jumped down. They quite literally flew for a few seconds, until they started sliding down the cable and reached the end of it. Detaching, they rolled in the sand before getting up. A lot could hold up to 30 troopers, maybe even 40 if they were willing to be squished. It took all but 2 minutes to all the clones to leave the gunship. Hell Squad, obviously, were the last ones to slid down the cables, leaving only Ragu and Dajir still on it. You go first, General, I have an idea. The Togruta looked at Dajir, but didn't disagree. He knew the commander well enough to know he would never do something he wasn't sure it would work. Waving his hand, he jumped down the hole and landed softly on the sand below. The battle on the ground was in full swing. Dozens of thousands of clones spread out for kilometers, fighting 3 times their number in seppies. Every second, hundreds died on both sides. It was a scene that would make any normal person terrified. Genosians picked up troopers, only to drop them from high up in the sky. Cannons, tanks, and turrets sent clankers and clones flying in a mess of broken limbs and death, and the noise was deafening. This was a head-on battle. No skirmishes, no stealth, no mercy. Both sides collided against one another, and only one would survive. Where is Commander Dajir, General? Pulling a droid with the Force, Ragu made it levitate in front of him, and used it as a shield against the incoming lasers, at the same time spinning his lightsaber and cutting in half any seppi that got near. He said he had an idea. I don't know what it is. Cell looked at the other members of Hell Squad, and then at the gunship that was slowly approaching an A-8T and a group of seppis. Only Dajir would be so crazy to try that again. He is doing the same he did in Kamino, only on a smaller scale. What did he do in Kamino? The commander and Barrow hijacked a separatist ship and threw it on the seppis. The Kaminoans weren't happy. Ragu was slightly confused by what the last phrase meant, but he perfectly understood the rest. Still, he wasn't the least bit surprised. It was Dajir's style to do something like that. The clone left the ship just a few seconds before it was hit by an A-8T. Dajir slid down the cable, rolled, and knelt, his DC-15A already in position and firing. The gunship lost a wing and spun to the right, missing the cluster of droids, but hitting the tank. Both went out in a small explosion. Instead of retreating until he reached the Republic's lines, Dajir waited for them to go to him. Using the burning remains of a hailfire as cover, he killing every seppi in sight. Any Genosians who tried to get to him gained another hole in their heads, thanks to Dab, who was over 600 meters away. How are you doing, Dajir? Having fun? Where is your squad, Scorch? Dajir heard the voice of the explosives expert in his comlink, but there was too much smoke and dust in the air for him to see where Delta Squad was. Behind you, to your left. We managed to land, although I have to say I would have liked to crash our gunship as you did. Shut up, Scorch. Dajir, boss here. Do you see the crashed lot about 100 meters to your left? He scanned the area that boss had indicated and easily found the gunship, and 300 meters behind it, Delta Squad. The clone commandos were using their DC-17M to perfection, shredding any seppi that they could lay their eyes on. I got eyes on it, survivors. Yeah, do you think you can get there? We will provide cover. Dajir surveyed the path he would have to take and knew the chances of him surviving were slim. However, he couldn't let his brothers wait for their deaths inside the gunship. Wait, Hell Squad, find a suitable position and aid Delta Squad. General Ragu, I will need your help too. Going in will be difficult, going back will be almost impossible. Roger that, Commander. Leave it to me, Dajir, go get them. Dajir waited for Hell Squad to get into position, then looked at the gunship and took a deep breath. Before his courage failed him, he started running. Almost immediately, dozens of red lasers came after him. He could see and hear them flying past him, barely missing or hitting the ground where he just was. Even with the suppressive fire of the 2 special squads, he was still being targeted by dozens of clankers. Zigzagging, Dajir also fired his blaster, making the heads of 3 droids fly and a Genosian fall out of the sky. He didn't know how, but he arrived at the crashed gunship unharmed. Dropping his blaster on the ground, he grabbed the door and, grunting, pulled it open. He was received with a fist. Ducking, Dajir instinctively pulled out his DC-17 and aimed at the owner of the fist, only to find out it was a trooper using the dark blue of the 501st. When the clone saw he was friendly, he dropped to the floor, panting and holding his torso. Just by that, Dajir could tell he had a few broken ribs. Slow down, brother, I'm here to help. Cough, sorry, Commander, we didn't know it was you. Getting up, Dajir looked inside the gunship and cursed. It was a graveyard. Capitulo 259, escorting Poggle the Lesser. The interior of the lot was filled with corpses. The crash had obviously been violent, as of the 30 clones inside the gunship, more than 20 had died. Their bodies were laying everywhere, and some were so twisted that their armor had cracked open. Dajir wanted to kill every single clanker on the planet when he saw that, but he controlled himself. It wasn't something he hadn't seen before, but it saddened and angered him every time. However, he had survivors who needed help. He entered the gunship, stepping over the bodies of his brothers, and quickly ran his eyes over the 6 survivors. Most just had broken bones or were unconscious from the impact, but 2 were in critical condition. The first was a sergeant, probably the highest-ranking officer in the lot. His head was bleeding profusely, and his 2 legs were bent out of shape, broken in many places. Still, the sergeant was ignoring his wounds and holding up a trooper. The clone was laying on the ground, and a sharp piece of metal, about a meter long, had pierced his back and came out on his abdomen. Blood dripped down his white armor, marking it with red stains. Dajir just needed one glance to know he wasn't going to survive. He knelt down and touched the sergeant's shoulder. "The pilot died before we hit the ground. Hang on tight, brother, I will be back for you. You too, I need you to get up and help them." Dajir gestured to the soldier with the broken ribs and to another one who seemed mostly unharmed. Together, they picked the 2 unconscious troopers and prepared to leave the lot. We are never going to get past that stretch, Commander." "Don't worry, we have a Jedi. General, you better be ready." Helping to drag one of the wounded, Dajir warned Ragu before going out. Immediately, he saw a blue light spinning amidst the dust as Ragu made his way towards them. When he was 50 meters or so away, the Jedi turned off his lightsaber, and the 4 wounded clones floated towards him, falling clumsy but alive on the ground. "Take them back, Hell Squad, Delta Squad, cover." Seeing that the 4 troopers were almost safe as they could be in the middle of a giant battle, Dajir went back inside the gunship. He planned to painfully explain to the sergeant that they couldn't save the last trooper, but he stopped when he heard them talking. How was your first battle, Sarge?" "Pretty similar to this one, rookie. We were on Dantooine and our ship crashed. However, we still showed the clankers who is boss." "Haha, cough. Show them who is boss once more, Sarge. For the Republic, for the Ripu." Dajir saw the light in the trooper's eyes die out. The poor trooper died in his first battle before he could even have a proper fight. Unfortunately, that happened far too often. The sergeant let his brother down. He had seen the horrors of war before, and it wasn't the first time a soldier died in his arms. Cruelly, every veteran had to grow used to this, even to the point where they wouldn't be fazed by it. "Are you sure you can get me through there, Commander? I am pretty much useless. Try to stop that bleeding on your head, Sergeant, and let me worry about the rest. It won't be easy." The sergeant grunted in pain when Dajir dragged him, but there was no other way. Either that or the clone died. Looking forward, Dajir once more warned Ragu that he was coming and stepped out of the lot. It took 3 weeks, and it cost 270,000 clone lives, but Geonosis was retaken by the Republic. The droid factories on it were mostly destroyed, and Poggle the Lesser was captured. Hell Squad was now escorting a Genosian to a ship. The Separatist leader, Poggle, had been captured and was to be escorted to Coruscant for further interrogations. After putting Poggle inside a cell, Dajir let his men relax. They had been fighting for almost a month and gone through days of uninterrupted battle. Now that they had the chance to stop and rest, they would take advantage of it. Hell Squad had been in the front lines the entire time, and on some occasions spent over 48 sleepless hours locked in battle. As such, it was impossible for them to be unharmed. Their bodies were adorned with countless scars, but after spending some time in a Bacta tank, they were mostly healed. One of the differences between lasers and projectiles was that lasers left a clean and cauterized wound, which were quick to heal, as long as they hit just flesh. Dajir pushed Poggle forward, and the Genosian shrieked in his native language. The clone didn't understand a thing, but he was sure the bug wasn't praising him, so he used the butt of his DC-15A to hit his back, and the Genosian stumbled, almost falling. After that, he kept quiet. They were now in a medical station in the middle of space. They were originally going to Coruscant, but there were some complications. 2 Padawans, Ahsoka and Barriss, who were in another ship, going for the medical station, and initially had the objective of grabbing supplies to take to General Windu's troops on Dantooine, had to face some sort of parasite from Geonosis. Those parasites infected some troopers and controlled their minds. In the end, the Padawans were able to kill the parasites, but by that time, several clones had died, and the Jedis were terribly weak. As such, the frigate originally transporting Poggle had stopped at the medical station, so General Skywalker and General Unduli could help their Padawans. After putting the Genosian in another cell, Dajir went to the command bridge. From what he had been briefed, there had been an attack on a Republic ship, and Jedi Master Koth had been captured. Dajir didn't know the details yet, but a rescue mission was bound to happen, and it probably involved Hell Squad. When he got to the command bridge, he found General Kenobi, General Skywalker, and a Jedi he didn't know. She was a Thelothian, recognizable by the hair-like flesh on her head. When Dajir approached the hologram table, a trooper was telling the Jedi something, but General Skywalker signaled for him to stop and introduced the Thelothian to Dajir. Dajir, this is Master Adi Gallia, a member of the Jedi Council. And Master Gallia, this is Commander Dajir of the 303rd Attack Legion and leader of Hell Squad. General, I heard a lot about you, Commander. After the necessary introductions were made, General Skywalker gestured for the clone to resume his report. Although it took some time, we were able to recover footage from General's Koth ship. It appears that the one who boarded the ship and took him prisoner was Separatist Commander General Grievous. What? Repeat that, trooper. Every Jedi and clone around the table was surprised by Dajir. The usually calm and collected commander had an incredulous expression on his face. Grievous, Commander. He was the one who attacked. That is impossible. Grievous is dead. Capitulo 260, Hope. That is impossible. Grievous is dead. Dajir looked almost furious at the poor trooper as he yelled, shocking every person in the command bridge. Commander Cody and Captain Rex both stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Evidently not, Commander. Why do you say that is impossible? It was General Gallia, who didn't know Dajir before, who asked the question. It took a long while for Dajir to answer, because his mind was full of questions. If General Grievous had somehow survived the explosion of the destroyer overfalling, then maybe. Dajir, answer Master Gallia, please. 6 months ago, in the Battle of Falling, Hell Squad boarded the capital ship of the Sepes, a Recusant-class destroyer. Our mission was to blow it up, giving the Republic the chance to maintain control over the planet. We were too late. By the time the energy cells were nearing the critical point, our fleet was long gone, and Hell Squad stayed behind. I remember that. You disobeyed your orders, didn't you, Commander? Yes, General. Under my lead, Hell Squad decided to stay, instead of leaving as General Secura ordered. We were too deep inside the ship, and we would never make it, so we didn't bother trying. The clanker, Grievous, was on the ship. When we reached the escape pods, he was already onto us. He nearly killed 3-4 and Dab. Dajir took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. He never should have let his emotions take over, be he had been too shocked by the news that General Grievous was still alive. And Hell Squad entered the escape pods and left the ship. We were forced to leave a man behind. Generals, I watched that destroyer blow up with my own eyes. No other pods left it. There is no way Grievous could have survived. The Jedis exchanged glances in silence for a moment, before General Kenobi, who had gone up against General Grievous more than once, turned to Dajir. Grievous is slippery. I don't know how he might have survived, but he did, and he has a Jedi as a prisoner. We have to rescue Master Koth. Luminara and Kayati will take Poggle to Coruscant, while us three will go after Grievous. Hell Squad requesting permission to tag along, General. General Kenobi looked at Dajir pensively for a long, long while before answering. Dajir, I know what you are thinking. However, Grievous surviving doesn't mean your man did. I doubt the Separatist would be merciful to someone who blew up one of their most expensive ships. I've known Brain since we were cadets, General. If someone could have survived that explosion, that someone is him. With all due respect, Generals, but I think we should take Hell Squad. Clones don't leave a brother behind. If there is any chance that Brain is still alive, we have to help him. Captain Rex stepped forward and looked at the Jedis straight in the eyes. Although he thought the chances of finding Brain alive were slim, he still felt it was worth a shot. Any clone would do the same for him, and he would do the same for any clone. General Skywalker glared at Captain Rex, and then at Dajir before nodding. Okay, however, Dajir, you must be prepared to accept the truth, whatever it is. I see my brothers die every day, General. If Brain is alive, we will find him. If he isn't, he went out a true soldier. 2 days later, the Jedi Council received a transmission from the Separatist. The hologram was recorded and showed General Grievous stepping on General Koth. Greetings, Jedi. It would appear that once again one of your orders has lost its way, and, even better, a puny member of the Jedi Council. Listen to me, Jedi. I do not care about your politics. I do not care about your republic. I only live to see you die. An IG-100 Magna Guard stepped forward and hit the fallen Jedi with his electro-staff, making General Koth scream in pain. But death won't come so easily for Master Koth. I will make him suffer because I know it is more painful for you all. Kakakakaka, cough, cough. Dajir stood behind Ragu so he wouldn't appear in the projection. There were over 10 holograms around the table, each showing a Jedi, since they were scattered around the galaxy, each fighting their own battle. At the moment, Ragu and Hell Squad were in the 501st Fleet, above Coruscant. General Skywalker was on the planet below, at the Jedi Temple. The clone could see the pain and despise in the faces around the hologram table. General Grievous might be a sadistic bastard, but he was right. The best way to make a Jedi feel despair wasn't to kill and torture him or her, but those close to them. Dajir was sure not even a Jedi would be able to go through the Separatist torture methods with losing their minds. It was at that moment that Commander Wolf, under General Plo Koon, appeared in the hologram and said something to the Jedi. Commander Wolf has found a message in the holo transmission. Play it back. The transmission was replayed, and they soon found the hidden message. General Koth made several small, almost unnoticeable hand signals which had been missed before. While General Kenobi was translating, Dajir had already deciphered the meaning. After all, he and his men used such signals every time they needed to do something quietly. General Grievous was in the Seleucami system, a nearly deserted system with just a few colonizers from several different planets. It was a perfect base of operations for a wildcard like General Grievous. Decided it is. Master Kenobi, young Skywalker, and Master Gallia to Seleucami system, go you must. Find Grievous and an end to his cruelty, put. The 3 chosen Jedis nodded and left to make the necessary preparations. General Grievous was sure to have an entire army by his side, so even with their 3 legions, they weren't sure it would be enough. Master Yoda, I would like to go too. Master Koth is a good friend. The Green Jedi frowned, before shaking his head. When a youngling you were trained you did. Ragu nodded. Let you go I can't. Anger I feel, a better job I have. The Jedi looked as if he wanted to complain, but he realized that Master Yoda was right. He was angry at General Grievous, and the first thing he learned when he was a youngling was that anger led to darker emotions. Sorry, Master Yoda, I understand. What do you want me to do? Good indeed. Control your emotions, a Jedi way is. Taught you well, Master Dai did, to show those lessons you learned and pass to the young ones I trust. To Ilum, take the younglings you will. Time for them to become Padawans has come. Ragu nodded. It was a very important assignment, one that even many more experienced Jedis didn't have the opportunity to do. That showed that General Yoda trusted him. I will do my best, Master. You will. The transmission was ended, and the holograms around the table disappeared one by one. I will have to go to Coruscant, Dajir. Hell Squad will probably go on this mission to Seleucami. I can't be with you, but I do hope you find Brain alive and well. Thanks, General. And remember, no matter what happens, don't let rage consume you. He controlled his emotions well. He will be a great master, one day. A lot of Imagun Dai he has in him. A lot from him this war took, but a lot it also gave. Soon, time for him to become the master, it will. Capitulo 261, Bring the Head. Author's message. Hello, guys. First off all, I am incredibly sorry for not posting the chapter Thursday. There will be 2 chapters today to make up for that. Now I feel I have to explain what happened. As some of you probably know, I live on Brazil, more exactly at the South region. A few days ago, a cyclone went through the coastline, causing a lot of damage and even some deaths. Fortunately, the city where I live was far from its path, so nothing too bad happened. The winds, however, sent a good part of my house's roof flying, so I spent a lot of time fixing it and didn't have much time to write. Worse still, over 95% of my state, about 75 million people, including myself, spent the majority of the last 3 days without any electricity and, of course, internet. Cell phone towers were also out, and I barely got enough reception to talk to my family and friends, so I hope you understand why I couldn't warn you apart from a small message on Discord. So that is the reason why there was no upload. Thank you all for your understanding, and everything should be back to normal now. Start of the chapter. Me and Master Gallia will board Grievous' ship and rescue Master Koth. However, we will need a distraction. Obi-Wan, I do believe you got it covered, right? Yes, I will engage Grievous' fleet with both mine and the 500 first. Knowing that it is me, I am sure he will try to board my cruiser. General Skywalker and General Gallia nodded, agreeing with General Kenobi's plan. Hell Squad, we are going to need you here, to distract Grievous' forces while I distract him. Understood, General. Dajir didn't have much to say, other than acknowledging his orders. Boarding parties needed to be small, and 2 Jedis would do better than 10 Hell Squads together. As much as he and his brothers wanted to believe Brain was alive, and to find him, they couldn't let their feelings get on the way of their main purpose: win this war. Still, when General Skywalker was about to leave to his ship, he wouldn't be using a cruiser, but a smaller and almost undetectable ship. To infiltrate General Grievous' main vessel, Dajir stopped him. Commander. General Skywalker, Grievous should have a tactical droid as his advisor or commander. If anyone knows about Brain, it would be him. As long as we have his head, Tech can uncover everything he knows, and not only about Brain. The young Jedi glanced at Dajir, and after a few seconds, nodded. He had witnessed countless clones fall in battle, and he had seen the expression on their faces when their brothers died. He could understand that feeling. He also lost someone very dear to him, and if he had any chance, no matter how small, to bring her back, he would do everything he could. I will see what I can do. Thank you, sir. General Skywalker walked away, and Dajir stood at standard military position. Now, all they had to do was wait for their fleets to engage General Grievous. Everything went mostly as planned. General Grievous ordered his ship to use the tractor beam to pull General Kenobi's cruiser and prepared to board it. 212th Troopers, as well as Hell Squad, Commander Cody, and General Kenobi, waited for them. The Jedi's plan was to separate General Grievous from his forces. While General Kenobi dealt with the big clanker, the clones would take on the others. When they saw 4 lightsabers cutting a circle in the door, the clones gripped their weapons tighter. 2 of them, who were just next to it, put their blasters directly on the edge of the hole. The first Seppi to come through would have a bad surprise. When the lightsabers retracted, a burning circle was left on the door, and a few seconds passed, eerily quiet. Then, the door was kicked in and sent flying, crashing into 2 unfortunate troopers. The sound of bones breaking was clearly heard. However, General Grievous was a cunning bastard. Instead of entering first, he let his unit of commando droids go through. The first 2 Seppis were immediately executed, with a laser to the head, by the troopers positioned next to the door. But the next commando clankers that entered were faster than the first 2. They stabbed the clones with their vibroblades, killing them immediately. Here they come. Arg. Go, go, go. The small corridor, barely 4 meters wide and 3 meters tall, became an intense battlefield in a matter of seconds. Each commando droid took several clone lives before being killed, and in all but a few minutes, casualties for the Republic side were in the dozens. Suddenly, Dajir saw 3 commando clankers pouncing towards him, their vibroblades sharp. Clearly, they had noticed that he already had killed 6 commando droids and identified him and his squad as the biggest threat after General Kenobi. The Seppies left no angle for him to dodge, but Dajir stayed calm. Using his pistol, he blew off the head of one of them and at the same time pulled out his own vibroblade. When Dab and 3-4 took care of a second commando droid, only one was left. Dajir stepped sideways and the vibroblade missed him by millimeters. However, the weapon on the clone's hand didn't. He stabbed it on the clanker's neck and flicked his wrist, ripping its head off. Cody, retreat. Hold them off while I deal with Grievous. Yes, sir, fall back. Seeing their losses only getting bigger, General Kenobi did a backflip and started running away from the battle. General Grievous coughed and laughed, completely aware that he was being baited, but fine with it. His 4 lightsabers spun around, slicing 3 clones in several parts, and he ran after the Jedi. 2 Magna Guards followed him. While the Jedi led the abomination away, the clones had to fight the commando droids with everything they had. Metal's blaster torn many clankers apart, but they were so flexible that they could climb the walls and ceiling and dodge most of the lasers. Seeing another brother fall dead next to him, Dajir knew they couldn't let the Seppies have their way, otherwise many more would die. Cody, take your men and retreat, we will hold them back. The commander nodded and, followed by his men, fell back. Dajir obviously didn't mean to sacrifice himself and Hell Squad, although he wouldn't hesitate to, if it was necessary. His plan was to split the droid forces, and it worked. About 30 commando droids and B-2 units went after Commander Cody and the 212th Troopers, while 20 commando droids and 30 B-2 super battle droids went after Hell Squad. Dajir ducked, dodging a volley of red lasers, and threw a droid popper, deactivating half a dozen clankers, but more kept coming. Even Hell Squad couldn't face that many commando droids face to face. Firing twice, Dajir took down another B-2 unit, while Dab and Tech took down another 2. However, they were being pushed back more and more. Useless clanker. Metal cursed when a laser hit his left arm, forcing him to drop his giant blaster. The heavy machine gunner proceeded to grab a DC-15S on his back and used one hand to fire it. Without the firepower of Metal's double-barrel repeating blaster, Hell Squad was outgunned. They retreated while fighting, not giving the Seppies a meter unless they had no other choice. Droid bodies piled up, but their metallic brothers stepped on them without any regards. A commando droid slashed at Cell, cutting a nasty gash on his right shoulder. The scout counterattacked by blowing the clanker's head when he fired his blaster at point-blank range. Dab fell to the ground, hit in the chest by 2 lasers, only surviving thanks to the blast padding. Ugh! Dajir was shot in the thigh when he tried to pull Dab to some sort of cover. The clankers approached them, and Hell Squad tried their best to fend them off, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Watch out! Dab ignored the pain to his chest and rolled over, firing his DC-15X twice and killing the commando droid that was about to shoot Dajir. The droid fell on top of Dajir, and he couldn't get up. Just when Hell Squad was about to be overwhelmed, several blue lasers hit the group of clankers, killing over 10 of them immediately and sending the others in disarray. Capitulo 262, General Kenobi. The sound of metal being torn apart was heard as General Kenobi cut the last Magna Guard in half with his lightsaber. When the persistent droid tried to crawl away, still alive, the Jedi spun his lightsaber and pierced the clanker's head. The Separatist leader, General Grievous, watched coldly as his bodyguards were cut to pieces. He could make more of them if he wanted to. General Kenobi, I will make you suffer today just like I did to your fellow Jedis. Cough. General Grievous spread his cloak, showing over 10 lightsabers hanging on it. Each one belonged to a Jedi he killed. General Kenobi felt pain and anger when he recognized some of them. Why do you do this, Grievous? Only hatred and rage in your heart, and so many meaningless deaths. Cough, cough, kaka, meaningless deaths. Don't say that to me, Jedi. Your kind came to my planet and killed my people. Cough. I will hunt you down, and I will use the greatest droid army the galaxy has ever seen to do it. An army with no soul or purpose, which only aims to kill. General Grievous laughed, full of hatred, noticing that the Jedi hadn't said anything about the massacre of his people. Without saying anything else, General Grievous lunged at General Kenobi, swinging 4 lightsabers in an X motion. The Jedi jumped backwards, deflecting General Grievous' attacks and counterattacking with one of his own, which the clanker defended against by bringing back one of his lightsabers. You are a monster, a pawn of Dooku. Kakakakaka. General Kenobi dodged a stab from General Grievous' lightsabers and jumped over the clanker's head. However, before he could turn around and attack General Grievous, he was kicked in the back and sent flying. His head buzzed and he couldn't get up. And what about Skywalker, Kenobi? Did you really think? Cough. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for his little rescue mission aboard my ship? A metal claw grabbed the Jedi's neck, threatening to break it, and General Kenobi's vision started to go back. But he got lucky. Something hit the ship, making General Grievous lose his footing, and the Jedi used the chance to swing his lightsaber at General Grievous and use the Force to push him back. GRRR, I will see you again, Kenobi, for now. Cough, cough, I will kill your friends. General Grievous put away his lightsabers and got on all six. He had 4 hands and crawled away like a spider, faster than the Jedi could react. Cody, Grievous is heading your way. We have to keep him on the ship. Dajir heard General Kenobi yelling on Commander Cody's comlink. He executed a commando droid who was still alive, even though half of his head was gone, and turned to his brother. Hell Squad will go to the connector. You try to hold him here. Understood. Good luck, brother. Stepping over the clanker's bodies, Hell Squad ran as fast as they could to the connection between the Republic's and the Separatist ships. They had been saved by Commander Cody and the 212th Troopers, who had dealt with the clankers who went after them and came to help Hell Squad. Metal, prepare your blaster. When that clanker appears, shoot everything you have. We can't let him through. Yes, sir. Hell Squad took position, kneeling on the ground or standing up, their weapons aimed at the direction General Grievous would be coming from. Dajir knew they weren't match for the clanker, but that was no reason not to try. He would rather die than let General Grievous escape. Dajir, we couldn't hold him. He is coming to you. Almost at the same time that he heard Commander Cody, Dajir saw a spider-like figure running towards them. Immediately, he and the others opened fire, and the corridor was filled with blue lasers, but General Grievous was unfazed by this. He crawled on the walls and ceiling, dodging everything that was thrown at him and smashed into metal. The poor clone was sent flying and crashed into the wall, falling to the ground, unconscious. Doing something impossible to a normal person, the clanker got up, each part of his body turning into a different direction, and punched Cell and 3-4 with the back of his hands, knocking them out. Dab was literally kicked out of combat, while Tech was grabbed by the neck and flung away. In less than 3 seconds, only Dajir remained up. He fired his blaster, hitting General Grievous on the left shoulder, but all that happened was a scorch mark, and the clanker didn't even bulge as he glanced at Dajir with bloodshot eyes. He slapped the blaster out of the clone's hands and tried to kick him, but Dajir dodged and pulled out his vibroblade. Seeing a clone use such a weapon made General Grievous remember something. You. The entire ship shook very suddenly, cutting off General Grievous and almost making Dajir fall. The connector between the two ships flailed, almost breaking, and the clanker turned his attention to the more pressing matters at hand. Escaping to his ship before every Jedi on the Republic went after him. Thanks to his moment of carelessness, General Grievous wasn't able to dodge when Dajir slashed his vibroblade at his torso. However, all the weapon did was leave an indent and cut off a piece of the clanker's cape. In return, he received the same fate as Dab and was kicked, flying a good 4 meters before crashing on the ground. His head was spinning, and no matter how much he tried to get up, he couldn't. He saw several blurry figures run past him and get into the connector moments before it broke, almost pulling Hell Squad into the vacuum of space. They were saved by the emergency doors that closed immediately. Getting up, he saw that the laser cannons on General Grievous' ship were targeting their cruiser's engines. It was only a matter of minutes before the entire ship blew up. Without hesitation, Dajir connected his comlink to the loudspeakers of the ship. All troops, this is Commander Dajir speaking. Abandon the ship. I repeat, abandon the ship. Get to the escape pods. He helped Metal get up, and a few 212th troopers came to Hell Squad's aid and brought them to the escape pods. Suddenly, Dajir stumbled upon something. Looking down, he saw two metal sticks of different sizes. Lightsabers. Surprised, he picked them up and put them into his belt. The Jedis would be interested in the weapons. Not much later, all the troopers and crewmen were in escape pods, floating in space. The battle was still happening, but it was clear the Republic was winning, so the clankers had no time nor troops to waste with a few pods. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and General Kenobi's cruiser cracked in half. For a millisecond, flames burned before being extinguished. Luckily, the Jedi, as well as Commander Cody, had followed General Grievous to the Separatist ship, where they had been picked up by General Skywalker. It was a quite confusing series of events, but it all worked out. The only ones who remained on the ship were the captain and his co-pilot. Both clones refused to leave. A captain always went down with his ship. Commander Dajir. Here, what is it, Admiral? I'm sending someone to pick you up. General Skywalker says he has something for you. Capitulo 263, A Prison in Sullust. 4 Jedis, General Kenobi, General Skywalker, General Gallia, and General Koth, as well as Commander Cody, Captain Rex, and Captain Locke were looking at a hologram of Selukami, trying to pinpoint General Grievous' location. Several separatist C-9979 had landed on the planet, so they would have to go through them one by one until they found the clanker. When Dajir entered the command bridge, after leaving Hell Squad on the infirmary aside from a few laser wounds, and the cut that Cell received, they weren't too hurt, and even the fight with General Grievous had only left a few bruises. The first thing he saw was the black and red head of a tactical droid. He was anxious to have Tech have a look at the droid's circuits, but he was disciplined enough to hold himself back. Instead, he took out the 2 lightsabers that he had found and put them on the hologram table. Instantly, they became the focus of everyone, and Dajir could feel the questioning gazes of the Jedis. The clanker Grievous dropped those when Hell Squad confronted him. I thought you would be interested in them, generals. The Jedis exchanged glances, and General Kenobi picked up the 2 lightsabers. He ran his fingers through them, feeling the engravings. They belonged to Master Barrack and Master Maudama. We already knew that monster had killed Master Barrack, but Fowl went missing before this war even started. For how long have Grievous been killing Jedi? And how many did he murder? The Jedis went on deep thought for a few minutes, after which General Kenobi put the 2 lightsabers away and nodded at Dajir. He then turned back to the hologram table and continued explaining their plans. I will take Cody and Rex to the planet, and we will search for Grievous. Meanwhile, Anakin will engage his forces up here and make sure Grievous have no reinforcements. Master Gallia, if you could take Master Koth to Coruscant. I don't need that much help, Master. Koth. Obviously you do. Leave it to me, Master Kenobi. General Kenobi nodded, and General Gallia helped General Koth out of the command bridge. Then, the bearded Jedi turned to Dajir and knocked the tactical droid head with his fingers. Get your man to crack this open as fast as he can. We only have about 11 hours before the automatic burn process begins. The automatic burn process that General Kenobi referred to was a command in the circuits of the tactical droids, which deleted every information they had in case they were killed. After all, tactical droids carried lots of separatist plans, so the Seppies couldn't risk it. However, by cutting or tearing off the droid's head, this process wouldn't start immediately, but only after a few hours. Because of this trick, the Republic had foiled several separatist schemes before. Right away, General. Tech, come to the command bridge and bring your toys. Yes, sir. Soon, the clone arrived, carrying 2 different datapads, as well as a few cables and a hologram projector. General Kenobi, General Skywalker. Tech, is that right? Discover everything you can and transfer it to our databases. Of course, if you can find anything about the trooper your squad lost, gather it too. Understood. Tech immediately got to work, connecting the cables to the droid head and then to the datapads. He completely immersed himself in it and spent several hours breaking down the defenses around every bit of information he could get his hands on. General Kenobi was already on Selukami, in hot pursuit of General Grievous and his forces, while General Skywalker was still on his command ship, analyzing the separatist plans and data that Tech had managed to hijack before the tactical droid's circuits were burned. Did you find anything useful, Tech? The clone shook his head and then shrugged. He turned to General Skywalker and the data that he was reading. I'm not sure yet, sir. General Skywalker is looking at it, but the information was mostly outdated. Up till now, the only useful piece of intel we found is about 3 or 4 separatist bases we didn't know about. Anything about brains? A trace of sadness flashed through Tech's eyes before he gave his answer. Nothing, Commander, I think. Brain is gone, we already knew that. General Skywalker heard them talking, but just slightly paused before resuming what he was doing. Dajir, on the other hand, just sighed. He knew it was wishful thinking of his to believe that Brain was still alive. He saw his brothers die every day, he just didn't want to believe that Brain was one of them. Taking control of his emotions, Dajir started looking through the intel. Brain was another death he would make the Seppas pay for, but, as a clone, Brain was always prepared to die, and Dajir, also as a clone, was always prepared to see his brothers fall. What, After over 20 minutes, General Skywalker made some surprised sounds, prompting Dajir and Admiral Yularen, the 501st Legion Admiral, to look at him. Tech had already returned to his quarters. Did you find anything, General Skywalker? Maybe you too have a look at this. The Jedi pulled up a projection of a weirdly shaped building. It looked like an inverted pyramid. It wasn't like any separatist base Dajir had ever seen. What is this? The building plans of a separatist space base orbiting Sullust. A prison, to be exact. The prisoners appear to be mostly clones, with a few insurgents from the planets the Seppas captured. Dajir frowned. That was something he had never seen. And apparently Admiral Yularen agreed with him. The Separatist never kept prisoners before, unless they were of a high position, like a Jedi Master. Why would they have a prison for clones? That isn't true, Admiral Yularen. When the Seppas need someone to do the hard work for them, they keep prisoners. It happened to my Legion on Mygeeto and to General Fisto's troops on Mon Cala. Admiral Yularen and General Skywalker frowned. What Dajir said brought up another question. What are they building that they need so many workers? I don't know, but we gotta find out. Admiral, I will leave Selukami to you. Dajir, prepare your squad, you have a new mission. Right away, General. Be careful, General Skywalker. A few hours later, an Arquitans-class light cruiser left the 501st Fleet and jumped to hyperspace. It was one of the smallest cruisers the Republic had, so it wouldn't be detected as easily, and in case it was fast. Remember, we aren't attacking the prison. We will infiltrate, free the prisoners, and then the ship will dock and we escape. Remember, our objective isn't to destroy it. If we can find anything about what they are building, better. How will the cruiser dock, and how will we get in without them noticing? General Skywalker acknowledged Dab's questions and turned to Dajir. Commander. The clone stepped forward and showed a hologram of the building plans that they had recovered from the tactical droid. After we get inside, Tech, Metal, and Cell will deactivate their weapons system. And how are we getting inside? Dajir looked at his squad and shrugged. They wouldn't like it, but they would do it all the same. General Skywalker said he did this before. We will follow his lead. Capitulo 264. I don't like this. I don't like this. When have you ever liked anything? I know, but this is different. Shut up, Cell. You are embarrassing Hell's squad. Dajir knocked the scout on the shoulder, making him close his mouth, but he had to admit Cell was quite right. What they were about to do was crazy. Ready? When you are, General. Don't be so serious, Dajir. This is going to be fun. Go. Dajir watched General Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano jump out of the ship, wearing spacesuits and jetpacks. Dajir looked at his squad and gestured towards the vacuum beyond the ray doors. A black carpet with countless white stars, and in front of all that, a weirdly shaped, upside-down pyramid floating in space. Let's go. Having said that, Dajir took a step forward, and without the ray shields, he was instantly sucked into space. Thankfully, they were prepared and had their jetpacks. Arg, I hate this. Still, Cell jumped. Just like always, the clone would complain about everything, but when it was needed, he wouldn't falter. 6 clones and 2 Jedis, using jetpacks, made their way towards the separatist prison. To their left, or perhaps under them, was the gray planet that was Sullust. Several stripes of red and orange crossed the planet, showing the lava streams that ran through the whole surface. When General Skywalker had told Hell Squad and his own Padawan, Ahsoka, what his plan was, he had received quiet but astonished gazes. It was madness and genius at the same time. Not even the Clankers would expect someone to attack by space like that. The clones certainly didn't expect. Now, as the prison got bigger in front of them, and the turrets defending it got more and more menacing, Dajir wasn't so sure if it was a good idea. If they were detected, no matter if it was clone or Jedi, they would be blasted to pieces. But they reached their target without any problems. As terrifying as it sounded, using the jetpacks on the vacuum was actually pretty easy. There was no wind or anything to get on the way, so all they had to do was aim in the right direction. That didn't mean the clones didn't grab the first holder that they could and didn't let go. In that case, it was the bottom half of platform. Dajir looked over it, only showing the top half of his face. Several B-1 units and a few vulture droids were walking around in the hangar, while at least 100 clones, wearing ragged clothes, were carrying pieces of metal, putting them together, and building something. That something was then carried and loaded into a separatist ship, which flew out of the hangar, just over the heads of the Republic group. Now, the clones followed the Jedis and pulled themselves up, the zero gravity making it pretty easy, and entered the hangar, immediately hiding behind some containers. However, it was only when they crossed the blue ray shields and put their feet on solid ground that they felt safer. Dajir had to admit it was a good tactic of infiltration. No one would ever expect someone to cross 1/4 of a parsec in space. However, he hoped he would never have to do that again. He much preferred the more direct and simple frontal attack. All right, we split here. Snips, go to the weapons system and take it down. Quietly, you 3 go with her. I will go free the prisoners. Okay, Master. May the Force be with you. And may it be with you too, my Padawan. Now go. The group broke up and sneaked past the Clankers in the hangar, going to separate directions. Tech hacked into the prison's network to discover where the weapons system was, and, at the same time, showed Dajir where the clones they came to rescue were. Silently, Dajir gestured that he understood and followed General Skywalker. They had to be as careful as they could, because they were outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by the Clankers. Suddenly, they heard the sound of metallic footsteps coming their direction, and General Skywalker closed his fist, making them stop and pointing to their left where a door could be seen. Dajir nodded and knelt down. In a few seconds, the door was opened and they got in. What greeted them was about 12 B-1 battle droids, overseeing a group of 20 clones assemble something. Both droids and prisoners were clearly surprised, especially when a Jedi jumped at them and cut the Seppas in pieces. The 3 clones behind him didn't even need to do anything. General Skywalker put his finger over his lips, telling the prisoners to stay quiet. Dajir closed the door behind them, and just in time, because the footsteps in the corridor grew louder, went right past the door and disappeared. After he was sure that they were safe, General Skywalker switched off his lightsaber and turned to the clones. They all had long hair and even some principle of a beard, showing that they had been prisoners for a long, long time. Who is the highest-ranking officer here? The clones exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward. We are all troopers, General. My name is Guard, 187th Legion. All right, we came to take you out of here, but we are going to need some assistance. Dajir. Dajir stepped forward and told the clones to relax. They had all been standing straight, saluting General Skywalker. Dab and 3-4 walked amidst them, seeing if any were injured. Surprisingly, they weren't. They were malnourished, that is for sure, but not hurt. Don't worry, brothers, we will get you all out. Not now, though. We still need to take care of their defense systems and free the others. But first off, Guard, how long will it take for someone to notice we killed those clankers? At least a few hours. We will be long gone by then. Where are the other prisoners kept, and how many? At the lowest levels, although most of the time the Shinies have a few groups somewhere else, like us. And there should be maybe 1,300 of our brothers in this hell. Dajir saw Guard's fist close in anger, and he could only imagine how the clone felt. Looking at General Skywalker, he noticed that the Jedi was talking to the other clones, so he took the chance to ask another question. "I'm Dajir, commander of the 303rd Attack Legion, or at least I was. Do you know if a clone named Brain is here? He is part of my squad." Guard looked at Dajir, and at the scar on his face, and finally realized from where he knew the clone. "Hell Squad, right, Commander? Hahaha. I was wondering who was crazy enough to come here. Brain is at the lower levels. He won't stop talking about how he blew that clanker's ship." Dajir felt a weight lift on his chest. Brain was alive. He grinned and tapped Guard's shoulder. "He will be disappointed to know that Grievous survived, but the ship did blow up. It was beautiful." "Hahaha." The two clones laughed, and Dajir told Guard to rest, while he went to talk to General Skywalker. As much as he would like to rest, there was no time. Capitulo 265, Super Weapon. "Do you know anything about what they are making you build?" Guard shook his head to General Skywalker's question. There was no way the Seppies would tell the prisoners that, and no reason for. They only needed to work. "No, sir. The clankers only needed us for the jobs their broken circuits can't process, like turning screws and so. You know us clones, General. We prefer to die than to do that, but..." "They killed others as a warning." Guard and the other clones, including the members of Hell Squad, clenched their fists in anger, but Dajir knew it wasn't that simple. Clones were born ready to die, and ready to witness their brothers die. Even if the Seppies executed them one by one, they wouldn't utter a word. They would rather die than yield, but there were worse ways to make a clone obey. Not only that, every time we refused to do what they wanted, they would pull one of our brothers and torture him for hours before throwing him back into the cell, almost dead. That happened again and again and again. We couldn't watch them suffer. General Skywalker sighed. It wasn't their fault. You did what you had to do to survive. Dead, you would be only numbers in the Republic's reports. Alive, you can fight and give the Separatist what they deserve. Hearing the Jedi, the clones straightened their backs, and their eyes flicked with determination. They had been feeling ashamed of themselves for giving in to the enemy, but they were true soldiers. They wouldn't give up so easily, especially now that they had a chance to fight back. "Just say what we have to do, General Skywalker. We have been waiting for quite some time to destroy those damn Seppies." "I understand. However, for now, I need you to stay here quietly. We will be back for you." The ex-prisoners nodded. They understood that a small group was needed for what General Skywalker and Hell Squad wanted to pull off. After making sure there were no droids in the corridor, they left and took the first elevators they found. They went down over 40 floors before reaching the cells, 20 floors of them, and countless clankers as guards. "Snips, how are you looking with the weapon system?" A hushed voice answered General Skywalker. His Padawan clearly was somewhere she had to be careful. "We can deactivate it whenever you want us to, Master. However, we will have to be fast, otherwise the droids will get it back up." "Okay, you stay put, Ahsoka. When it is time, I will tell you." After confirming that the other group was in position, General Skywalker turned to Dajir and gestured towards the nearest patrol of clankers. The droids were all B1 units, with red painting, and could also be called security droids. Dajir nodded, showing he understood, and checked his blaster. Grinning, he made a signal for the two clones behind him. This was going to be fun. Brain was sitting on the ground, his back on the wall of the cell. Around him were 21 other clones and a Sulistan, member of a rebel group on the planet. He had been in this prison, building whatever the Separatists were building, for over 6 months now. Like the others, he had refused at the start, but later, when his brothers were tortured one after another, he had given in. Still, the spirit of a special unit had remained. He had used the few chances he got to find out about what the hell the clones were being forced to build, and, although he didn't get a lot of information, he had a few bits and pieces of it. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to give that intel to the Republic. Or so he thought. Suddenly, the sound of lasers being fired and clankers yelling could be heard above him. He got up and went to the front of the cell, just in time to watch 3 or 4 droids fall down, past his cell, and to the bottom floor. After a few minutes of uninterrupted fighting, which only appeared to grow louder. He could only suppose it was because someone was freeing his brothers, and they were grabbing the blasters the droids left behind, and joining the battle arrived near his cell. When the two B-1 units guarding the cell were cut down by a blue lightsaber, Brain knew who was rescuing them. When 3-4 shot the lock, Brain discovered who was crazy enough to follow General Skywalker in such an impossible mission. Brain's brother. 3-4, I never thought I would see your ugly face again. The two clones laughed for a moment, before 3-4 moved on, ducking behind a railing, and firing at an enemy out of Brain's field of view. Dajir appeared next, followed by Dab. The sniper nodded at Brain, while Dajir picked up the two E5s that the clankers had dropped and threw them to Brain and another clone. Commander, sir. It's good to have you back, brother, all of you. Now get up and get moving. We are getting you out of this place, but we will have to fight our way out of it. The clones nodded and followed Dajir out of the cell. On the entirety of the prison, where droids had once been, now were clones who, even though they were outgunned, were cutting down the droids. The metallic bastards didn't withstand a chance against a Jedi. More than one trooper fell, victim of the red lasers fired by the clankers, but most survived and fought back. In less than half an hour, all the droids in the prison levels had been killed, and so were the small groups of reinforcements that had been sent. However, more would come, so they had to move fast. The brain before Dajir's eyes was a pitiful sight. Although the clone tried to hide it, his clothes were ragged, so Dajir could see the countless new scars that adorned his body. His eyes were cloudy and misty, and although he was behaving like nothing was wrong, more than once he simply stopped moving, for no reason, and required Dajir to push him forward. "What did they do to you, brother?" His right hand heard his whispers, and for a moment looked ashamed of himself. "I told them what I knew, sir. I couldn't stop myself, but they didn't believe I only knew so much, so they picked our brothers and tortured them in front of me until they died." Anger and sadness were hidden in Brain's explanation. Dajir knew how it was to see your brothers die because of you and not be able to do anything about it. But the Seppas were targeting the wrong spot with Brain. He was just a soldier, after all. Sure, he was a member of a special unit and had access to more information than normal troopers, but not by much. The chances of a member of Hell Squad being captured or killed were high, so, apart from Dajir, they were clueless about their missions and battle plans until they were already in the middle of it. And Dajir had proved he could resist a Sith interrogation. "All right, boys, we are going to the hangar F3. Hell Squad, you get the front. The ones who got weapons cover the rear. Let's move." "Yes, sir." Hearing General Skywalker, Dajir shook his head and put a hand on Brain's shoulder. He didn't say anything, but his brother grinned madly, understanding. "Snips, we got the prisoners. Wait 2 minutes, then deactivate their systems and get to the hangar where we entered. Captain, we are ready to extract." "You got it, Master." "Understood, General Skywalker. We will move in closer." After confirming they were good to go, General Skywalker started running, followed by 1,000 clones and about 100 very confused insurgents and rebels of different species. They were joined along the way by other groups of prisoners who had been working on the other parts of the prison. "General, Brain says he knows something about what the Seppas are building, although he has no idea of what it means." General Skywalker nodded, while deflecting 2 lasers and using the Force to push 2 clankers. Something about a prototype superweapon using kyber crystals as the core, kyber crystals. General Skywalker stumbled, clearly surprised by what he heard. Dajir, on the other hand, had no idea of what kyber crystals were. "That is not possible. Only Jedis know the secret to using kyber crystals, and to make it into a superweapon, it would have to be gigantic, the size of a planet." As much as he was perturbed by those thoughts, General Skywalker quickly dismissed them. Brain said it was a prototype, and he was sure it was one impossible to make. The Separatists were walking to a dead end, and he was happy to let them do that. Capitulo 266, Perilous Escape. "Sir, BZZ, we detected a Republic ship approaching our position. Should we, BZZ, open fire?" Mutieli Aing was a Troig, a tall reptilian species with 2 heads. He was also the prison director, responsible for the prisoners in Sullust, and he wasn't in a good mood. "What are you waiting for? You idiot, destroy them." Each head completed the other's sentence and spat saliva on the poor B1 unit before pushing it in anger. His honor and life depended on the prisoners being recaptured and the invaders being destroyed. However, he was going to be disappointed. "The systems are offline, BZZ, we can't control our turrets." It didn't take long for Aang to understand that it was all part of an elaborate plan. He would be an idiot if he failed to see that he had been played, and that the invaders, which he assumed were part of the Republic scum, were much better prepared than he thought. And that only made him even angrier. Send someone to take back the weapon systems and send out the vulture droids. That ship must be destroyed at all costs. Arg! A clone screamed as two lasers hit him. The blaster in his hands fell to the ground, and the trooper behind him picked it up. Stepping over his brother's body, he fired at the clankers. That wasn't the first time this had happened, and, unfortunately, it was a normal occurrence for clones all over the galaxy. A battle didn't stop because a combatant died. While the trooper was firing at the droids, a figure suddenly jumped out of a corner, and a green light flashed, aiming for his neck and leaving no time for any kind of reaction. He was sure he was dead, but the light suddenly stopped, revealing itself to be a lightsaber, wielded by a young, female Togruta. "Dogma, I thought you were dead." The soldier, Dogma, took a second to realize who the familiar face was, and then went back to shooting at the clankers. "Commander Tano. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure you were a friend. Now I see I was wrong. Where is Master Skywalker?" "He should be coming right up. He went to free some others." Just as Dogma said that, the main group of once prisoners appeared in the corridor, led by General Skywalker. His Padawan nodded at him and started running too, followed by Cell, Metal, and Tech. "How was it on your end, Snips?" "Their systems are down for now, Master. However, we will have to hurry before they can get it back on." Master and Padawan nodded to each other and ran forward, overtaking Dogma and the other clones who were in the front. They swung their weapons together, and the lightsabers cut the clankers like they were nothing. When the clones who had gone with Ahsoka saw Brain, they smiled under their helmets and greeted him hurriedly. Cell slightly punched his shoulder, and the grenadier couldn't help but open a wide smile. "Missed me. We were in need of someone who knew how to throw things. Haha." Of course, even though they were talking, their eyes never left the enemy ahead. Their fingers kept pressing the trigger, and they kept running. Hearing the small interactions between his brothers, Dajir's thoughts went back to Ryloth, and to a promise he had made to Commander Keeley. The broken helmet that once belonged to the commander still sat on a shelf on his quarters in Coruscant, both as a treasure and a reminder. He knew he couldn't save all his brothers, but he would do his utmost to make sure the 303rd troopers lived, even if they were in other legions now. Pushing those thoughts away, he concentrated on the present and lifted his DC-15A, pressing the trigger 3 times, and each laser took a droid's life. Hell Squad was a deadly unit, even after they lost Brain. Now that the clone was with them again, no clanker could stand on their way. "The hangar is just ahead, General. The cruiser is already there." After turning a corner, Dajir informed General Skywalker, to which the Jedi answered with a nod. The hangar had several scorched marks on the ground and walls, and at least 24 clankers, in pieces, were scattered around. Clearly, the Seppas had tried to stop the Arkwhitens-class Republic cruiser, but they were no match to the turrets on the ship. As soon as the clone captain saw the ex-prisoners arriving, he opened the lower ramp of the ship. Under the protection of the Jedis and those who had blasters, the troopers entered, hesitantly followed by the 30 or so insurgents that were also kept captive. However, before everyone could get into the cruiser, an entire platoon of B-1 droids appeared in the hangar and gunned down many clones who still were outside. Over 20 troopers fell, cowardly shot in the back. Unfortunately, Hell Squad and General Skywalker, as well as his Padawan, were already inside the ship, and their path back was blocked by the prisoners they had rescued. Noticing that, the few clones who outside the ship looked at each other and nodded. Coincidentally led by Guard, they picked up the blasters on the ground and started fighting back. You gotta leave, General. We will hold them back. Negative, trooper, get inside. Guard hesitated for a moment, but witnessing his defenseless brothers being slaughtered, he made up his mind. Hitting a panel next to the ramp, he made it close, leaving him and 15 other clones locked outside. It all happened too fast for General Skywalker to react. Before he knew it, the ramp had closed. As much as he wanted to open it again, he knew that by the time that happened, the brave soldiers outside would already be dead, and he would only expose more clones for the Separatists to kill. Angry but powerless, he ordered the cruiser to take off, and glanced at the almost 1,000 ex-prisoners with the corner of his eyes. They took the sacrifices of their brothers way better than him, mainly because they would have done the same if they swapped places with Guard. Putting down his blaster, Dajir started to do a head count of the rescued prisoners, even as he felt the cruiser rock under the attacks of the vulture droids. He knew that only those Seppies wouldn't be able to take down the shields. In total, 1,104 prisoners escaped. The rest had either been killed or captured again, and Dajir preferred not to think about it. As the ship entered hyperspace, he sat down and rested his head against the wall. That mission was over. Now, Hell Squad had to wait for their next assignment. They were under the leadership of BZZZ, Jedi Master Anakin, Skywalker, my lord. In a dark room, Count Dooku listened to the report, his expression unreadable. The attack and the escape that followed it meant nothing to him. Neither did the young Skywalker. He was more interested in someone else. And who were the Republic dogs that accompanied him? Not just any clone can succeed in such daring plans. A special unit called Hell Squad, BZZ. Hell Squad, get me a report of their previous actions and send it to every commander. It isn't the first time I've heard that name. Capitulo 267, a threat at home. Thanks, Dajir, you can rest now. The clone nodded to the young Togruta, Ahsoka, and stayed at ease, although he didn't leave the command bridge. As an officer, even when he wasn't doing anything, he had to be ready, even if that meant staying in the same position for hours. After a few hours, he heard a transmission being received by one of the many crew members. Usually, he would only bother with it if the trooper came to him, but he recognized the pattern, so he went up to the clone and grabbed the earpiece that he offered. As he listened, his expression grew serious, and he put the helmet that was under his arm in the control panel. It didn't take long for Ahsoka to notice his reaction. Bad news, Dajir. Very bad, Commander Tano. I haven't heard it entirely, but Lacro, patch it through. While the crewman was doing that, Dajir walked up to the hologram table and, at the same time, ordered a trooper to find General Skywalker. They used the urgent codes to send the message, Commander. That means the Separatists are planning a major attack on one of our core planets. Which one? Dajir took a deep breath and showed a hologram of a planet he knew too well, made mostly of water and raining all year. Kamino, home. A massive Separatist fleet, bigger than any we have ever seen, is preparing to strike Kamino. If they destroy the cloning facilities, our entire army and even the Republic will be endangered. We need every free fleet to rendezvous at Kamino. That includes you, Anakin. I will be there, Master Kenobi. Do we know who is the Separatist leader responsible for the offensive? Who could it be other than Grievous? After finishing talking to General Skywalker and Ahsoka, the hologram of General Kenobi turned to Dajir. He had basically just repeated the contents of the message they had received a few hours prior. Hell Squad also has been ordered to come to Kamino, Commander Dajir. I believe I don't have to tell you the importance of that planet. No, sir. Hell Squad won't let the Seppies touch the facilities. No clone will, no matter the price. General Kenobi nodded, and then bowed to General Skywalker and his Padawan, who returned the gesture, before finishing the transmission. Commander, you better make the needed preparations. I would rather let the men rest and recover, however, seeing how most of them are just tired, but unharmed, we will need them. Dajir nodded and put on his helmet. The prisoners they had rescued wouldn't miss the battle that would come by any chance. Kamino was their home planet, not to mention the dozens of millions of cadets in training and wounded soldiers that were there. He would rather die than let the clankers destroy a single building. "Will do, General." The commander left command bridge and went to inform his squad and the soldiers. As he had expected, their reactions were of anger and anxiety. While waiting for them to calm down, Dajir felt his scar burn slightly. That always happened when a big battle was coming up. Kamino was the image of a battlefield, even though the separatist hadn't even arrived yet. Barricades were being built, ammunition and fuel were being moved, and troopers from several different legions were moving around, finishing the preparations to resist the invasion. Dajir could also see a good number of clones wearing shining new armor without any paint or ornaments. Some were soldiers who had completed their training and were waiting to be deployed, while others had their training rushed. Either way, their first battle would be a difficult one, and Dajir didn't have much hope that a lot of them would survive. War was cruel, and it liked to crush inexperienced soldiers. The more battles one fought, the higher their chances of survival were. However, over 30% of the clones died in their first combat. "Dajir, you are here too." A raspy voice called for Dajir, and he easily identified its owner. 99, the deformed clone that helped young cadets. He was also a good friend of Dajir. "Hello, 99. It is unfortunate that the only time I come home is to fight." The hunchback clone excitedly shook Dajir's hand and turned to the other members of Hell Squad. Of course, he couldn't recognize all of them, since there were millions of clones on Kamino, but he knew Brain. "CT-2891, how is life on the battlefield?" Brain chuckled and put an arm around 99's shoulder. The clone might be deformed or even defective, but he was still a brave soldier for every trooper that knew him. "You will see it by yourself soon enough, brother, and I got a name now. Brain, those are Cell, Metal, 3-4, Dab, and Tech. Hell Squad of the 303rd Attack Legion presenting itself. Hahaha." 99 was more than happy to shake hands with Hell Squad. He thought for a moment about commenting about the destruction of the 303rd, but decided against it. He might not have the battle experience that other clones had, but in comparison, he was much more emotionally mature than them. He knew when to talk, and when not to. And he figured that Hell Squad had heard more than enough "sorry for your loss." "You better try to stay safe during the battle, 99. The cadets will need you. I never would have gotten through training if it wasn't for your bits of advice." The clone nodded and bid his farewells to Dajir and the others. He, like many troopers and even cadets, was moving blasters and ammunition around. From time to time, he would recognize someone and greet him. All the clones were extremely polite to him because they knew he was fighting as much as them on his own way. Poor 99, he wishes to do more but he can't. He already did a lot. I hope he survives this battle. Enough chatter. We need to talk to Broody of Deep Squad and to an ARC trooper named Colt of a Ranker Battalion and see what our duties will be. Metal and Cell shrugged, and the former laughed while patting his giant blaster as if it was a pet. "Put a clanker in front of me, and you will see my duty, sir. I will see if they dare to step into our home." Haha. By the way, do you think the record of fastest run on the training course is still ours? Talking and laughing, Hell Squad continued to walk towards their objective, occasionally passing by other clones. The soldiers would salute Dajir, and some from the 501st and 212th that knew Hell Squad would greet them. The cadets would look at the different armor that Hell Squad used and all the battle marks on it, and quickly understand that they weren't normal clones. Especially when they saw the scratches that covered the entirety of Dajir's right shoulder pad and a part of his arm. Over 20 minutes later, Hell Squad arrived at the core of Tipoca City, a gigantic room which could house over 1,000 people. However, at the moment, only a dozen clones and 4 Jedis were there, waiting for them. "Commander Dajir, I am glad you arrived. If everyone is here, now let's discuss how we can save Kamino." Capitulo 268, Brave Soldiers. The 11 members of Deep Squad were just like Dajir remembered them, perhaps with a few more scars. ARC Trooper Colt of Ranker Battalion, on the other hand, was clearly a seasoned soldier who had gone through a lot. In the room were also Jedi Generals Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Shaak Ti, and Ahsoka Tano, as well as their respective clone commanders, and a few soldiers Dajir didn't know. They all had serious expressions on their faces, a testament to the importance of the battle to come. After paying his respects to the Jedis, Hell Squad nodded at their brothers, greeting them, and paying special attention to the new faces. They were two from the 501st Legion. One of them had a number 5 tattooed on his head, while the other had a blue handprint in his right chest. Both had the disposition of old veterans, but also some of the anxiety of a new trooper. Dajir guessed they had their first combat situation not long ago, but they were better than normal clones. Not unlike how Hell Squad came to be, back on the first days of the Clone Wars. Captain Rex, Commander Cody, and Broody from Deep Squad all nodded at them, while the two troopers saluted Dajir. Colt inspected the special unit in front of him, and it didn't take long for him to be convinced that they truly were something else. Turning his attention back to General Shock T, who was explaining how they got word of what was, at first, a surprise attack by the Separatist. As she told the people around the hologram table about how a battalion of commando droids had been sent to take over a sentry post on Rishi Moon, Dajir understood why the two 501st troopers, Fives and Echo, were there. They, together with Commander Cody and Captain Rex, had been the sole survivors of the garrison. A member of their squad, called Heavy, had sacrificed himself by holding back the clankers and later blowing himself up with the sentry post. With it destroyed, the safe signal that was sent was switched off, telling the Republic that something was wrong. To that, Dajir nodded at Echo and Fives. He knew it wasn't easy to lose a squad member, and also their sergeant and several friends. However, according to General Shock T, they had behaved as true soldiers. Master Skywalker will be commanding our fleets in the air from his own fighter. Obi-Wan and I will stay here to protect our facilities. The young Jedi nodded, and so did his Padawan. Seeing that the rest of the meeting didn't have to do with their role in the battle, both took their leave. They didn't know how long it would take for General Grievous to arrive, so they had to be prepared. Recently, Dajir reflected, most of the battles he had been to had had to do with either General Grievous or Asajj Ventress. He guessed that was what it meant to be a special unit. All right, on Kamino, the Separatist will have two main objectives. The first one will be to cause destruction and kill as many cadets in training as possible. They can't do that, they are only children. Coburn, a member of Deep Squad, couldn't help but say that. While Dajir agreed, he also knew that the clone only said that because he hadn't partaken in enough battles. That would change soon, unfortunately. The Sepis don't care. For them, a clone is a clone, no matter if they are soldiers or cadets. I fear Cody is right. The Separatist war machines will shoot anything and anyone who isn't one of them. Several faces nodded when they heard General Kenobi. They didn't need a reminder of how brutal the war was. Every trooper had done things he regretted, and so had the Sepis. Yuhem, their second target will be our Matrix facilities. There are 3 of them, and each contains a sample of the original genetic code for the clones. Unchanged and intact. Commander Dajir, I believe you were involved in an incident that took place in Coruscant regarding a mad Separatist scientist. Remembering the blue-skinned man and his brothers coughing up blood, dying while Dajir and the others watched, powerless, he nodded. They failed that time because the genetic code of every clone was modified. Those 3 samples, however, weren't. If they get their hands on it, it will only be a matter of time before they can create a virus or a toxin that will destroy and kill our entire army in days. Can't we move them to a safer place? I fear not, Broody. If the embryos are disconnected from this genetic code for too long, it may incur in defects in their growth, maybe even death. Regretting it immediately, Dajir thought of 99, the poor clone. He guessed that was what General Shock T meant by defects. It bothered him to hear she talk about how clones were born, because it was a grim reminder that they weren't normal, but he understood that, if he wanted to give himself and his brothers a normal life, he couldn't let the Sepis touch the samples. The samples are in the east, south, and west side of Tipoca City. Me and Shock T will defend the east, from where their main attack will come. Commander Broody, your squad will be responsible for the south, and Dajir, Hell Squad take the west. Understood, General. Yes, sir. Good, Cody Red, you will be responsible for the rest of our defenses. Hold for as long as you can. We have to give Anakin time to push back their fleet. Dajir Broody, you can't leave your positions no matter what. Kamino won't be lost, and reinforcements are already on the way. The Separatists only want to damage us, not conquer the planet. However, if they get their hands on those samples, they can and will kill the entire clone army. No matter how the battle goes, you stay put." Dajir and Broody exchanged glances and nodded, their faces serious. General Kenobi couldn't be more clear, and they understood perfectly that they were the last line of defense, not only for this battle, but for all their brothers throughout the galaxy. "So, I believe we are finished here. To your positions, and may the Force be with you." Capitulo 269, Family. After the Jedis left, the clones lagged behind in an unspoken agreement. They weren't sure all of them would survive the battle to come. One of the most brutal of the war they would see later, and Dajir, in specific, had something to ask to the two troopers behind Captain Rex. "You said you are from Domino Squad, right?" "Yes, Commander." "Did you have a trooper named Queued Up with you?" A glint of surprise flashed through the clone's eyes, and the one named Fives, probably because of his number, nodded. "Yes, sir, he was eaten by some sort of creature. Did you know him?" Dajir nodded and patted Fives' shoulder. The poor Queued Up, whom he had met over a year ago, hadn't been as lucky as his brothers. "Yeah, he was still a cadet when Kamino was attacked the first time. It was I who gave him his name. Poor kid." Echo and Fives looked at Dajir surprised. When Queued Up had arrived at their quarters after the attack, he had proudly announced his new name and wasted no time in giving the others their own. In all but a few weeks, it had become a tradition, and as soon as they could, the cadets would give and receive names and nicknames. Who would have thought that this originated from the clone in front of them? Somehow, it added more to Dajir's identity as the leader of a special unit. While talking, the group of clones arrived at the outside of the facilities. Surprisingly, it wasn't raining, for now. One by one, the members of the group left, Commander Cody and Captain Rex to go to their own legions, Fives and Echo following the later, and Deep Squad going to the south facility. With a head gesture, Dajir ordered Hell Squad to follow him. That would be a battle they would never forget. Several hundred troopers took their positions in the railways and bridges outside the west facility. Hell Squad was in the middle of the defenses, right in front of the entrance, and Dajir was, at the moment, standing on top of a crate, yelling orders, and making sure everything was in place. He was still like that when over 100 ships suddenly appeared in the sky. Frigates, dreadnoughts, destroyers, troop carriers, small cruisers, and of course, vulture droids as well as Hyena-class bombers. The Separatists were going all out, but the Republic wasn't to be outdone. The clones were defending their home and their brothers. They would do everything they could to stop the clankers, and their determination wouldn't falter. As the first starfighters clashed with the droids and small explosions appeared on the sky, Dajir turned to the clones in front of him. They had hesitated for a moment when they saw the enemy forces, but were now working with renewed effort. Still, there was little else they could do to prepare, so Dajir ordered them to rest. They would need all their energy for the battle to come. "At ease, soldiers. Our brothers in the sky will give the Seppas a hell of a beating before they can touch our home. And when they come, we will kill them. Remember, today we aren't fighting only for the Republic. We are fighting for all our brothers in the galaxy, and for our home, we will hold our ground, understood?" "Yes, sir." "The only way those bastards get through us will be by stepping on our dead corpses. So let's show them what the clones are worth." "Yes, sir." Getting down from the crate, Dajir accepted the DC-15X that Dab offered him. It wasn't the clone's weapon, but one which he had retrieved from the armory. Since they were the last line of defense, they obviously would be one of the last groups to engage. As such, with the exception of Metal and Cell, the other members of Hell Squad had all grabbed sniper blasters. They might not be as good as Dab, but they didn't need to. All they had to do was keep the clankers at bay for as long as they could. For the next 7 hours, the clones stood quiet, watching the battle unfold above them. Several ships from both sides had already become debris and fallen into the ocean, creating gigantic waves that crashed on the pillars of Tipoca City. Still, there was no sign that the battle would end anytime soon, prompting the clones to stay focused. The veterans, like Hell Squad and a few others, were calmly analyzing the surroundings for any threat, while the new troopers were anxiously fiddling with their weapons and feet. Seeing the rookie closest to him suddenly turn his head at the sound of a piece of a ship falling, Dajir patted his shoulder. "Calm down, Shiny. You will know when the Seppas are attacking. They aren't exactly subtle. Shiny, sir. Dajir laughed and patted his own armor, full of scars and battle marks. You have nothing on your armor. It is shining new, just like a clanker which just left the factory. He was about to say more when suddenly, a portion of the ocean next to them exploded and shot upwards like a geyser. Inside the pillar of water, to everyone's surprise, was an enormous, octopus-like droid. It reminded Dajir of the Blixus he had escaped from on Scarif. The droid used its arms, each one over 100 meters long, to grab a platform. In the entire city, dozens more did the same and started spewing droids. In all but a few minutes, dozens of thousands were roaming through the platforms and bridges of Kamino, and the sounds of battle erupted everywhere. On top of that, the clankers were all B2 units, which, for inexperienced soldiers, were a tough enemy. Dajir looked through the scope of his blaster and pressed the trigger twice, killing 2 clankers just as they left the belly of one of the weird machines. That made the other droids, when they jumped out, stumble and become easier targets. Once again, Dajir entered the weird state of mind that every veteran had when in battle. As a commander, he was paying attention to every minor change of the battlefield and ordering the troops to move when necessary, but most of his mind was focused on the weapon in his hands. He would aim, press the trigger, aim, press the trigger, aim. He was well aware of the screams of his brothers and the metallic footsteps of the clankers, but instead of taking it all at once, he would concentrate on his target, and his target only. It was the way the clones found to survive a battle without going crazy, and also why many people saw them as killing machines no different than droids. At some moment, after over 3 hours of uninterrupted battle, he had switched his DC-15X for his normal DC-15A, and later, when his ammunition ended, for a DC-15S belonging to one of his fallen brothers. The same trooper he had been talking to when the droids arrived. Looking at the thousands of bodies, from clones and droids alike, and at the now very near B2 super battle droids, Dajir pulled out his vibroblade and ordered the surviving troopers to enter the facility. If outside they already were making the Seppas pay a hefty price, then, inside, they would make the clankers regret invading their home. Capitulo 270, to the last breath. A blue lightsaber sliced a B2 super battle droid diagonally, and the 2 halves fell to the floor with a thunderous sound. Immediately after, General Kenobi used the Force to push away 2 other clankers, but suddenly he felt burning pain on the back of his left shoulder. Turning around, he saw a group of over a dozen droids appear in the corridor he was in and fire at him. Ignoring his wound, he ordered the troopers near him to focus on the first batch of droids and lifted his lightsaber to face the second. General Shakti spun around, her long robe forming a circle, and cut down 2 droids. Beside her, a clone screamed in pain, holding his stomach, and another fell silent, his visor broken by a laser. When more lasers started hitting the soldiers around her, coming from above, she jumped up and used the Force to push several droids off the edge of the bridge, sending them into the ocean below. Analyzing the battle, she quickly found her next target and ran towards it, cutting down any enemies on her path. Admiral Yularen watched as a separatist frigate broke in half under the focused fire of 3 Republic cruisers. The ship fell to the planet below, colliding with a building, and bringing it down, taking hundreds of clones and droids with it. At the same time, 2 V-wings were hit and crashed into the cruiser, making it tremble. Soon after, several dozen Hyena-class bombers and over 100 Vulture droids started targeting them. Barking orders, he watched the enemy close in and braced himself for impact. Ahsoka Tano spun her Jedi fighter, a modified starfighter, and pressed the triggers, destroying 4 Vulture droids in quick succession. Her squadron followed her, aiming for a dreadnought, but they were intercepted before they could get there. An attack from the side killed 3 of her pilots and put 2 others out of combat, leaving them defenseless. With no other option, she turned around to help the soldiers under her command. Deep Squad faced an attack coming from 3 different directions, but held strong. Like Hell Squad, they had been forced to retreat to inside the facilities, but at least for now, they were holding on. However, a red light flashed, and the heads of 2 members of the Special Squad detached from their bodies. Broody was suddenly launched away by an invisible enemy and hit the wall, entering unconsciousness immediately. An eerie laugh was the last thing he heard as someone walked past him and grabbed the sample they had been protecting. Commander Cody saw a droid aiming at him, and before he could dodge, a laser was fired, coming straight for his head. He thought he was gone, but a trooper pushed him down, saving his life. Without wasting time, both of them returned fire, melting the outer layer of the B-2 unit. Then, someone screamed on his comlink, prompting Commander Cody to order his troopers to move to the outside of the building. However, that wasn't possible. They were being pressured by the clankers and would have to deal with them first. 2 thermal detonators landed right at Captain Rex's feet. He was able to kick the first one, which blew in midair, but all he could do regarding the second was duck to the side. The shockwave sent him flying, and he crashed in the ground 10 meters away, unconscious, bruised, and with a broken rib, but alive. 3 other clones weren't so lucky. Fives knelt on the ground, holding the lifeless body of 99. The poor clone had saved his life, as well as Echo's and the lives of several young cadets, not more than kids. The price had been his own life. Closing the eyes of the deformed clone, Fives gave him a quick salute, the same he would give to a proper soldier, because that was what 99 was. A true clone and a real brother to the very end. Picking up his blaster, he nodded at Echo and ordered the cadets to stay where they were. The battle was still going. General Skywalker, now on the surface of Kamino, somersaulted backwards, dodging a swing from Ventress lightsabers, and at the same time pushing her using the Force. The vial on her hands fell, bouncing on the ground and rolling away. She stretched her hand, and the vial came flying towards her, but was intercepted in midair by a hand clad in white armor. To her surprise, she saw that the hand belonged to a clone who was aiming his blaster at her. Over 20 other troopers were doing the same, and she realized with surprise that all the droids in the hangar had died or retreated, leaving only her. Clearly, General Grievous thought the price they were paying was too much. Her ears twitched, and she saw a round, white ship flying towards her. Smiling at General Skywalker, who had her blue lightsaber pointed at her, she slammed her hands on the ground, propelling herself up, and grabbed the open door of the ship. She was met by the cruel stare of General Grievous, mocking her, but she also noticed that his body was covered in black spots, thanks to laser hits. Slashing the inside of the ship in anger, she glared at the young Jedi who had fooled her plans. The invasion of Kamino had failed. The Republic had won this battle. When the droid that he was about to fire at fell to the ground, split in two, Dajir knew they had won the battle. Giving a slight nod to General Kenobi, the commander let exhaustion take over him and fell to the ground, holding his left side. He could feel at least 3 cracked ribs, maybe broken, although he wasn't sure of how it happened. And that wasn't all. His right shoulder was burning, thanks to 2 lasers that had hit it, and so was his left thigh. The troops that had defended the West facility weren't faring much better than their commander. A few meters to his left, Brain was holding his stomach, panting painfully, and his right arm was hanging uselessly. Metal was laying under 2 B-2 units and couldn't move because of their weight. One of his legs had been broken when the clankers fell on top of him. Tech was unconscious, leaning against a wall, blood dripping down from a cut on his head, but apart from that, he was unharmed. Dab and Cell were also out, side by side. They had been hit by several lasers, none fatal. Around them was a wall of dead droids. 3-4 was the only one mostly unharmed, apart from a few scratches on his armor, and was already treating the injured clones. Of the 4,500 troopers tasked to defend the West facility, only 400 were still alive, most in critical condition. 2,400 of them laid dead on the outside, together with over 5,000 of their enemies. Another 1,700 clones had died inside the facility, and their bodies, as well as clankers, littered the corridors, sometimes even making walking difficult. The room where the sample was, and where Hell Squad had organized their last defense, was a mess. The once white walls and floor were now destroyed, marked by lasers and explosions. Medical equipment, crates, and droids were in pieces, and several glass containers which held embryos were broken, dripping their content. When Dajir saw General Kenobi approaching him, While the 212th clones helped their injured brothers and moved bodies to the side, he tried to get up, but his leg didn't let him. The Jedi gestured for him to stay down and sat next to him, to Dajir's surprise. Capitulo 271, The Aftermatch. Looking at the Jedi, Dajir realized General Kenobi had a bandage on his shoulder, and that his clothes and appearance, usually very tidy, were a mess. Clearly, the battle hadn't been hard only to Hell Squad. "General, sir." "Relax, Dajir, you deserve it. The Separatists retreated, and we are dealing with the few that were left behind. We won." "Did they get their hands on one of the samples?" "I wouldn't be here if they had, but it was close. They sent Ventress to the South facility. Deep Squad wasn't able to hold her and lost a few members. Luckily, Anakin was able to stop her, although she and Grievous slipped away once more." Dajir shrugged. He would let the Jedis handle Ventress. She was a Sith, whatever that meant, and he knew almost no clone, could stand on her way. You have to get patched up, Commander. This was a hard battle, and we have lost many soldiers. I know you are wounded and tired, but I need a casualties and damage report as soon as possible." Dajir nodded and called a medic to bandage his wounds. After a short while, he stood up, using his DC-15A as a crutch. One of the medics offered to help him, but there were more critically injured soldiers who needed medical attention more than him. Following General Kenobi, he left the facility, and a gruesome sight greeted him. He was more than used to the aftermatch of a battle, but few were as brutal as this one had been. It had raged on for a day and a half straight, which was little compared to most battles, but just by looking at it, he knew it was one of the worst the Republic had ever been through. Buildings were half destroyed, and several platforms and bridges were missing pieces of it, or were even completely gone. The burning remains of ships and starfighters, as well as of the weird squid-like ships, laid in several places, and even the drizzle that was falling wasn't enough to extinguish the fires. Of course, the most impacting sign were the bodies. It always pained him to see the lifeless corpses of his brothers. In a somewhat small battlefield, like the bridges of Kamino, the dead clones and droids didn't spread, but piled up. He was sure many even fell on the ocean, and would be reported as missing in action. Stepping over the bodies, many of which he knew, Dajir found an officer, a captain, and ordered him to do a report. The captain would order his lieutenants to do the same, the lieutenants would order the sergeants, and so on. Soon, he would receive a detailed report, although even without it, he could already tell that casualties were as high as 40%. He estimated the droids had lost about the same, which explained their retreat. The more he walked, the fewer bodies and less destruction Dajir saw, at least until they got to the South facility. Clearly, the Seppies had focused all their efforts at the 3 facilities and didn't care much for the rest of the planet. Once they got to the South, though, the scenario was very similar to the West. Half jumping, half skidding across the arm of one of the squid-like droids, which Dajir now knew were called Trident-class assault ship, he and General Kenobi entered a building, Dajir grimacing in pain. They soon found the bodies of ARC Trooper Colt and over a dozen members of Ranker Battalion. All of them had lightsaber wounds, Colt having been pierced in the heart, and several were dismembered. Looking at how his brothers had been killed, Dajir clenched his fist in anger. He knew only Ventress would do that. Next, they found Deep Squad. Of the 11 members, only 6 had survived, Broody included. The commander was tidying up the facility, sometimes looking at his fallen brothers. When he saw General Kenobi, his expression was of shame and anger, but he quickly hid it. Clones didn't show emotions to their superiors. Of course, that wouldn't work on a Jedi. "General, I am sorry. I let those damn Seppies take." "No need to apologize, Commander Broody. You fought against a Sith. No one expected her, and the fact that you survived is already impressive on itself." "I understand, sir. Thank you, sir." General Kenobi turned around to leave, and Dajir followed him after tapping Broody's shoulder. He knew it wasn't easy to lose someone from your squad, special unit or not. Looking at General Kenobi's back, all the while barking orders to the troopers around him, Dajir wondered what had happened to Commander Cody. Why would the Jedi ask him to do a report and not the commander of his own legion? His question was answered soon. Commander Cody, General Skywalker, and General Shaak Ti were all looking at a room. Troopers formed a perimeter around them to keep others away. Not that it was necessary, because no clone would enter the room once they were given the order not to. Bastards, how could they do that? When he and General Kenobi looked inside, Dajir couldn't help but let out a curse. 36 cadets were dead in the room, as well as a single B-2 super battle droid. The cadets were only teenagers and probably didn't have time to evacuate before the battle started. One of them, responsible for the dead droid, was still holding a blaster, but that was all. The droids had executed the others, even though they were defenseless. This is too much, even for the Separatist. Indeed, however, the best we can do now is give them a proper resting place with the other clones. I will deal with them. General Shak Ti spoke with a very low voice, barely audible. She was responsible for overseeing the training of the clone army, so her relationship with the cadets was almost as strong as the relationship between the clones. Their bodies would be cremated, and their ashes spread through the Sea of Kamino. Every clone, in death, returned to their home. All right, commanders, once the reports are done, send them to me. As soon as our dead are taken care of, order the troops to rest. They deserve it. The Kaminoans will deal with the droids and the infrastructure. Yes, General. Understood, sir. Both clones nodded. They too were tired, and Dajir was wounded, but none of them uttered a complaint. Even if they didn't need to do anything, they would still only rest after all their brothers had been taken proper care of. That was one of the responsibilities a commander had. It took almost a week for Kamino to return to a semi-normal life. In total, almost 200,000 clones had given their lives to protect their home planet. About double that amount of droids had been killed. Those numbers were comparable to battles such as the First Battle of Felucia or the Second Battle of Dantooine. The difference was that, while those battles had lasted weeks and months, the battle that had come to be called Third Battle of Kamino had lasted less than 2 days. That went to show just how brutal and intense it was. Capitulo 272, Friend or Foe. In a dark cell at the lower levels of the Coruscant maximum security prison, a huge Mon Calamari suddenly knocked the cell's door. The member of the Coruscant guard outside, knowing that he was mute, looked at 2 other clones, and, after warning his commanding officer, opened the door, his blaster ready, set to stun mode. The prisoners here were amongst the worst in the galaxy, so he could never be too careful. However, the precautions weren't enough. The Mon Calamari seemed to disappear and suddenly appear in front of him. A hand grabbed his head, and with strength much bigger than his body seemed to have, the Mon Calamari lifted him and threw him against the 2 other guards, knocking them out. When the other guards, having received the alarm, came to contain him, they discovered the Mon Calamari hadn't tried to escape, but was sitting on top of one of the clones. The Coruscant Guard members, knowing he was dangerous, stunned him immediately and brought him to an interrogation room. After a week, most of the clones wounded in the Third Battle of Kamino were completely healed, and only those critically injured were still undergoing treatment. Whether or not they will survive was still impossible to know. The Kaminoans were the best at their job, but there were some wounds not even them could cure. Hell Squad, however, wasn't one of those clones. Even Metal's broken leg had recovered rapidly, and, although he was still using a cast and a crutch, he would only need a few more days to be back to his peak. Dajir was currently sleeping, but when a trooper opened the door of Hell Squad's quarters, he instantly woke up and reached for his weapons. When he realized there was no threat, he relaxed and got up. "What is it, soldier?" "General Shak Ti requested your presence, Commander." "All right, dismissed." "Yes, sir." After the clone left, Dajir turned to Hell Squad, who had questioning gazes and shrugged. He had no idea what the Jedi wanted. Before putting on his armor, he took off the bandages on his shoulder, revealing 2 new and slightly red scars. Compared to the dozens of other scars in his body, it wasn't much. After making sure they wouldn't open, he put on his battered armor, which had a dozen new scratches on it, and went to meet the Jedi. As he walked the corridors of Kamino, Dajir incited respect from the clones he met. He was a legendary figure amongst the clone army, and his status was equal to any commander, if not above them. Leader of Hell Squad, the best special unit the Republic had, a group of normal clones who had risen above ARC troopers and clone commandos. the commander of the 303rd Attack Legion, which gave everything they had, including their lives, to protect Ryloth. The clone who was said to have fought separatist leaders like Asajj Ventress and General Grievous, and survived. At that moment, that famous person was heading to the center of Topoka City, absent-mindedly returning salutes. After the battle of last week, several of his closest brothers had died. It was always painful to lose a clone, but the truth was that he didn't know most of them. There were millions spread to the galaxy, and more were created every day. However, Dajir was acquainted with many of the older troopers, those who had been there since the start. 99 had been one of those. The clone was deformed, defective, and weak, but for Dajir, he had been as valuable as any of his brothers. 99 had died a hero, fighting for his home, but that didn't change the fact that he was dead. Shaking his head, he entered a room and found General Shaak Ti waiting for him in front of a hologram table. On it were Commander Fox and a small Jedi Dajir had seen only once, but for whom he had the utmost respect. Fox, General Shaak Ti, General Peel. I have to say, Commander Dajir, I never thought I would see you in such position, considering the first time I saw you, you were just a soldier. Very good. Thank you, General Peel. The small and pale Jedi was largely responsible for many of the decisions Dajir made. Not only had he saved his life, but also given Dajir something that, at the time, few clones had: a name. Gentlemen, should we move on to what brought us here? Of course, Master Shaak Ti. Commander Fox, go ahead. The leader of the Coruscant Guard, stern as always, nodded. Yesterday, a prisoner named Hiatus, who you are very familiar with, Dajir, got our attention. He did that by simulating an escape attempt and broke a guard's neck on the process. As you know, Hiatus is a mute for unknown reasons. However, we think he overheard someone talking about the separatist leader General Grievous. He was very emphatic and emotional when we finally arrived at the conclusion that it was Grievous he was talking about. Dajir nodded slowly. Hiatus was an old enemy. Dajir would have preferred to kill him long ago, but that was not the Jedi's way, and they ordered him to be captured. Unfortunately, we couldn't get anything else from him, no matter what we did. The two Jedis frowned when they saw Commander Fox hesitate. They were very clear about what the clone was talking about. The Republic was by no means as respectable and righteous as they tried to pass as, and the Jedi Order knew that, but there was little it could do. Putting aside the daily schemes and intrigues in the Senate, it was easy to imagine how things worked in the darkness of the prisons, since they were in the hands of the politicians. And one thing the Jedis had long realized was that the genetic of the clones didn't make them do what was right, but what it was needed. I think I know what you want, generals, but I probably am not the best person to get Hiatus to talk. Every occasion I saw him, he tried to kill me. Hell's Squad killed most of his men on Scarif, so he hates us. We understand that, Commander. However, Hiatus showed such hatred against Grievous that we think he might be willing to reveal something. The fact that you know him could help. Dajir wasn't sure about that plan of action, and he wasn't looking forward to being in the same room as Hiatus, but orders were orders, even if they were very subtle. Keeping a straight face, he put his hands behind his back and nodded. Yes, sir. Capitulo 273, Kessel. Dajir was proved wrong. Hiatus didn't try to kill him, although his eyes flashed with resentment. However, Dajir also wasn't able to get anything from him. Clearly, the Mon Calamari's hatred for the clones, or, more specifically, for Hell Squad, ran deep. The feeling was mutual. Hiatus had given painful deaths to many of their brothers, and they wouldn't forget that. Even after a few hours, the Mon Calamari refused to write anything that might be useful, and only kept growling whenever the name, Grievous, was mentioned. He looked more like an animal than an intelligent species. Whatever made him lose his voice also made him lose part of his sanity, and that made him even more dangerous. After being released from duty, Hell Squad went to the Revanter, as they usually did. Since they were on Coruscant, they might as well enjoy it. In the end, only General Yoda himself was able to make Hiatus talk. The Jedi wouldn't talk to just anyone, since he was leading a war, but every small clue they had on General Grievous' whereabouts was too important to be ignored. To the Outer Rim go you must. Kessel, there Grievous is. Careful, however, you have to be. a home to thieves and robbers the planet is. General Peel nodded to General Yoda and ended the transmission. The Lannick was very direct and decisive, not hesitating to cut off General Yoda. He also wasn't very patient for a Jedi. The moment he received the intel, he departed to Kessel, and Hell Squad went with him, of course. That was exactly the type of mission a special unit was good at. Commander Dajir, I understand you have some experience dealing with Grievous. Dajir looked at the human admiral that was under General Peel and shrugged. He didn't like Tarkin. The man looked like he always had a plan or was always hiding something. Still, he was loyal to the Republic, or so it seemed. We met him in battle a couple times, Admiral Tarkin. He is dangerous, extremely dangerous. Elaborate, please. He fought against General Secura and General Plo Koon and pushed them back easily. And when we fought him on the dreadnought above Falling, he was unstoppable. Even Hell Squad couldn't do anything. We almost lost a member. Seeing how you survived all those encounters, I am not sure that General Grievous really is so. That is enough, Tarkin. Commander Dajir, give us all the intel you have on him. Spare nothing. Glaring at Tarkin, who doubted Hell Squad's capabilities, Dajir started explaining in detail all his encounters with General Grievous. Clones were very disciplined and rarely showed emotions in front of others, but Tarkin almost crossed the line. Dajir was a commander and Hell Squad a special unit. They didn't need to report anything to Tarkin. Admirals commanded ships, not troops. Usually, Dajir wouldn't mind, because up till now, all the admirals he met were worthy of his respect, but Tarkin clearly despised the clones. After 2 hours, Dajir left the command bridge of the cruiser, leaving a General Peel and a Tarkin in deep thought. The Lannick couldn't help but frown when he looked at his admiral. You shouldn't look down on clones, Tarkin, especially on Hell Squad. The admiral scoffed, but didn't disagree. That wasn't because he changed his mind, but because he couldn't go against a Jedi's words. Do you know anything about Hell Squad and Dajir, Tarkin? They are the best special unit the Republic has. That means they are the best clones the Republic has. And that is not all. They are the one and only special unit formed by normal clones. Not commandos, not ARC troopers, but normal clones. That is enough to show how good they are. Still, General Peel, I have seen you and other Jedis in battle. If Grievous and that other Ventress they fought again are so deadly, I find it hard to believe they could survive without losses. Luck played its role, that is for sure. But pay attention to them, Tarkin. Have you ever seen a clone carrying a vibroblade? Or that giant blaster one of them had? I know you have been an admiral since the Old Republic, but I guarantee you don't have nearly as much battle experience as they have. The admiral kept his silence. When he thought about everything that General Peel said, it struck him that maybe he really had underestimated Hell Squad. Obviously, that wasn't enough to make him change his mind about clones, but he wasn't stupid either. He would be more careful when dealing with Hell Squad in the future. General Peel, one more thing. What is it? Something on Dajir had caught Tarkin's attention, the same thing that made every non-clone who met him curious. The markings on Commander Dajir's armor, are they confirmed kills? Hearing that, the Lannick gave Tarkin one of his rare smiles. Yes, but according to Dajir, only the ones he wishes to remember. Clones don't like to talk about that, but if I am not wrong, only droid captains and above make it to his armor, and not all of them. General Peel had a reason to praise Hell Squad so much, and it wasn't just because he liked Dajir, although that was true. The real reason was that Tarkin thought too highly of himself. Confidence in oneself was good, but not when it blinded caution and rational thought. After a few victories, Tarkin was starting to become too bold and thought of himself as better than anyone else. If General Peel didn't burst this bubble of pride, odds were that the Admiral would get himself killed. Hell Squad just so happened to be the perfect opportunity. If Tarkin thought that he was worse than some clones, that would make him more cautious and help him improve. General, Separatist ships approaching. The Jedi had barely left the command bridge when alarms went off, and a trooper came running to bring him back. At the same time, the cruiser swayed from one side to another as lasers hit its shields. How? They came out of hyperspace, sir. Their tractor beam is already on us. We can't escape. How did they know? The chances of them coincidentally meeting a separatist fleet in the outer rim was almost zero. As such, even as he asked that question, General Peel already knew the answer. There was a traitor. Capitulo 274, deal with it later. There was a traitor. Maybe not here on the ship, but somewhere there was a traitor. And it had to be someone of a high position. Few people knew of General Peel and Hell Squad's departure, and even fewer people knew their course. To get their hands on those pieces of information, and that quickly, the traitor had to be someone powerful and whom the Jedi trusted. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Their cruiser had already been pulled by the tractor beam and was locked in place. Soon, they would have enemies to fight. Attention all troopers, we are about to be boarded. I repeat, we are about to be boarded. To your positions. Tarkin's voice could be heard in the loudspeakers, and General Peel, instead of returning to the command bridge, ran towards the docking area where the separatist would come from. Dozens of clones were also running there and taking defensive positions, including Hell Squad. Dajir nodded at him and knelt on the ground, aiming his blaster at the door. When it opened, it would be a mess. It didn't take long. After a few transmissions asking for surrender, which the Republic didn't answer, the Seppies started boarding the cruiser. They came as they always did, blowing up the door and coming through the smoke. Several fell before even crossing the door, but as more came pouring in, their sheer number and the firepower they had started to overwhelm the clones. As more and more of his brothers died, Dajir ordered them to retreat. He knew they had no hope of winning that battle, so they could only make the clankers pay a hefty price for their lives. It was at that moment that they saw General Grievous himself entering the cruiser. He had his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a stroll and not entering a battle. His cold eyes lingered on Dajir and Hell Squad for a moment before fixating onto General Peel. The Jedi returned the stare and used the Force to push away a group of B-1 units. Commander Dajir, take care of the droids. I will deal with Grievous. Yes, General. Stay out of my way, cough, cough, I will deal with the Jedi. In a silent agreement, the battle moved away to the other parts of the cruiser, leaving the two powerful beings staring at each other, surrounded by bodies. Jedi, surrender now, or face the consequences. I was about to say the same to you, Grievous. Kekaka, cough, I will enjoy killing you. Catching General Peel by surprise, the clanker jumped forward mid-sentence, 4 lightsabers aiming at the Jedi. However, General Peel was experienced and was already expecting that. As such, he deflected the lightsabers using his own and pushed General Grievous with the Force, sending him staggering backward. Immediately after, General Peel jumped to the left against the wall and used it to propel himself forward, bringing his weapon to strike a fatal blow against General Grievous. The clanker wasn't to be outdone and defended himself with 2 arms while attacking with the other 2. A terrifying battle had just begun. Brain rolled 2 droid poppers, making a group of 6 B-1 units turn off and opening a small window of opportunity for metal. Needless to say, the heavy machine gunner was ready to take advantage of it. In a few minutes, Hell Squad cleared the corridor and didn't see any more droids. After General Peel gave the order to leave General Grievous to him, the battle had taken over the entire cruiser, and the combatants had split up. Hell Squad was able to deal with their enemies, about 30 Seppies, pretty quickly, but the other clones might not fare as well as them. That was proved true in the next few seconds when they received a transmission from Tarkin. The command bridge is being attacked, requesting help immediately. Hearing that, Dajir pulled his vibroblade from a clanker's body and put it on his back. Gesturing with his head, he started running, and Hell Squad followed him. Using a blaster pistol, Tarkin killed a droid and hid behind the hologram table just in time to dodge a volley of red lasers. To his left, a crewman wasn't fast enough and died. The command bridge had only been under attack for less than 5 minutes, but they already had heavy casualties. The crewmen were clones and, as such, had been trained to battle. However, they never entered direct combat. Because of that, they were rusty and weren't able to defend themselves against an enemy that already was bigger than them. Exposing part of his body again, Tarkin was about to press the trigger when he noticed the droid he had targeted falling forward. The clankers nearby also fell one after another, hit in the back. The Seppes turned around to face the new threat, but that was a grave mistake. Seeing their exposed backs, the crewmen spared no efforts to take down as many of them as they could. Caught between two fires, in less than 10 minutes, the group of over 50 B1 and B2 units was entirely dead. Getting out of their hiding spaces, the 17 surviving crewmen and Tarkin looked at their saviors, Hell Squad. The 7 clones weren't even hurt, and their leader Dajir just nodded and left, as if killing 50 droids was nothing. Tarkin hesitated for a moment, startled, then ordered the crewmen to get back to work. They had to free themselves from the tractor beam as soon as they could. Die, Jedi scum. Ugh. Grunting with the effort, General Peel did a backflip and exited General Grievous' attack range. The Separatist had cut his tight, hindering his movements. He also wasn't so young anymore, so after 20 minutes he was already slowing down, while the clanker was only getting faster. General Grievous wasn't a Force user, but that also had its advantages. The mental drain a Jedi faced when using the Force was enormous, and, if they were careless, they could faint in the middle of a fight. How did you know we were here, Grievous? And how did you know we were coming after you? Kakakaka, do you think I am an idiot? Cough, Jedi, stay quiet and I will make your death painless. Cough, cough. General Peel frowned and dodged a swing from General Grievous' lightsabers. He was almost certain that there was a spy, but he couldn't confirm that. Just when he was about to attack General Grievous, the Separatist heard something on his communicator and jumped back. I will find you again, Jedi, cough, and when I do you will regret not, cough, cough, not dying today. Leaving a confused Jedi behind, General Grievous switched to his spider-like form and crawled away. General Peel was about to follow him, but his wound prevented him. Instead, he let the clanker go and ran as fast as he could towards the command bridge, cutting down any retreating droids on his way. Something had made General Grievous give up on his prey and fall back. He didn't know what or who, but the Republic cruiser had to take this chance to escape before the laser cannons on the Separatist ships torn them apart. Capitulo 275, saved from death's door. Dajir found it weird when the droid's Hell Squad was fighting suddenly started running. Cell, Metal, and a few other clones wanted to follow them, but the commander ordered them to hold their position. The Separatist had suffered casualties, that was for sure, but not nearly as many as the Republic. The number of bodies was about equal for both sides. For the clankers, who usually fought to the last man, to retreat for no apparent reason, it was very weird. Wait, this might be a trap. I don't think so, sir. They were crushing us, why would they need a trap? Dajir reflected on what Brain said for a few moments, and then nodded. It didn't make sense for the droids to prepare a trap now. Cell Tech, you two go. If everything is all right, signal us. Roger that, Commander. The 2 clones soon returned, saying that the droids had retreated to their own ship. Instead of making Dajir happy, that only made him worry even more. There was no rhyme or reason for this move, and when something didn't make sense, he didn't like it. Ordering the other troopers to stay on guard, Dajir ran towards the command bridge with the intention of leaving the Separatist fleet's range as soon as possible. Midway, he found General Peel, who had the same objective. They had not even entered the command bridge yet when they discovered why the Seppes ran away. A Republic fleet, twice the size of the Separatists, had appeared in space and was currently engaging the fleeing enemy ships. When they got closer, Dajir recognized the colors of General Fisto. Several lots left the Venator-class cruiser that was his flagship and flew towards General Peel's cruiser, which was currently badly damaged. General, I am not too sure myself, Dajir. However, this ship is lost. Get everyone on the gunships that Master Fisto sent. After we are safe, we will discover what happened. Yes, General. Admiral Tarkin, give the order to evacuate the ship. Of course, General Peel. Soon, alarms started ringing again, warning all personnel to proceed towards the upper hangar, where they would be picked up. Several corridors of the cruiser had collapsed under the barrage from the Separatist ships, and flames burst out here and there. Soon, the cruiser would break in too. Go, go, go. Let's move, lads, wounded first. I want 3 men here, lift it up. Come on faster. Dajir carefully watched the troopers running around and commanded them to enter the gunships orderly. He didn't know how many had died, and even if some had survived but were trapped. The best he could do was make sure those who were there left the cruiser. As for any survivors that might be left behind, he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. It was useless to think about that, because there was nothing he could do. It took less than 15 minutes for the lots to become full and take off. Before they even got to General Fisto's capital ship, the cruiser behind them blew up from the inside out, creating an enormous ball of fire that lasted for less than 2 seconds before being extinguished by the vacuum. Looking at the remains of their cruiser, both Tarkin and General Peel frowned. A ship was just a ship, but after you spent a long time on it, it started to hold certain significance. When the lots landed on the Venator-class cruiser, a group of clones and General Fisto were already waiting for them. "Master Peel, I am glad we arrived in time to help you." The Lannick glanced at the wounded being moved to the infirmary with the corner of his eyes, and sighed. "Not all of us, unfortunately, but if it wasn't for you, we would all be dead. You have my thanks, Master Fisto." The two Jedis exchanged polite greetings. It was clear they didn't know each other very well, but all the Jedis seemed to be on friendly terms. Dajir saluted the Nautolan and nodded to Commander Monk. The scuba trooper was wearing normal clone armor since they weren't in a water planet. "Follow me." Dajir gestured for Hell Squad to help the wounded and walked behind the two Jedis. Monk tapped his shoulder. "Welcome, brother." "Thanks, Monk, you came right on time." "Haha. How did you know we were being attacked?" "The Force made our paths cross. We were heading to Naboo when we intercepted a transmission from the Separatist, ordering them to move one of their fleets to this sector. We decided to come see what it was and received your distress signal." Dajir and General Peel exchanged a glance. They had been extremely lucky. Now, that left the second most worrying thing to deal with. How did the Seppas know about their mission? General Peel quickly explained to the other two why they were going to Kessel and how they had been intercepted, which caused them to furrow their eyebrows. "We won't discuss that now. Monk, I will leave Naboo to you. Master Peel, we have to return to Coruscant as soon as possible." "Yes, Dajir Hell Squad too." The commander felt that his squad would be more useful somewhere else in the galaxy, fighting. However, he didn't dare to disobey a direct order from a superior, so he could only nod. "Copy that, General." When he left the command bridge, Dajir could feel the stares the two Jedis were exchanging. He was being left in the dark about something, but as much as that bothered him, he knew it was normal. He was just a clone, nothing more, nothing less. 3 people stood in a room, looking at each other. Dajir had his helmet under his arm and his back straight. In front of him were General Yoda and General Windu. It had been 3 days since he was back in Coruscant, on which he had been organizing troops and devising battle plans most of the time. In the middle of one of those meetings, he had been summoned by the two Jedis. Unsure of what they wanted, he just stood there, waiting. 10 minutes went by, on which none of them said anything. Finally, Dajir couldn't hold back anymore. "Generals, why do you need me?" The two Jedis closed their eyes, and General Windu sighed, while General Yoda shook his head. "We have a difficult task for you, Commander." "Very difficult indeed. Know our moves the Separatists have for a long time." Not understanding exactly what the Jedis meant, Dajir stood quiet. He knew there was a spy, or even more than just one, but he wasn't sure what that had to do with him. After a few more minutes of silence, General Windu stared Dajir straight in the eyes, his face more serious than normal. "Commander Dajir, we need you to betray the Republic." Capitulo 276, No Clone is a Traitor. "Commander Dajir, we need you to betray the Republic." In an instant, Dajir was shocked beyond describing. General Windu and General Yoda, the most powerful members of the Jedi Order and important figures in the entire galaxy, just asked him to betray the Republic. The same Republic he had been created to fight and die for. After a few dumbstruck seconds, he did the most logical thing and aimed his blaster at the two Jedis. "Generals, if you move, I will open fire." The Jedis exchanged glances, surprised. They hadn't expected this outcome. However, what did they think it would happen when they asked a clone to betray the Republic? Calm down, you must, Commander. Explain what we mean, I will. General Yoda's voice brought a wave of calmness to Dajir, and he almost lowered his weapon. However, he quickly understood that the Jedi was using the Force to control him, which only made him more suspicious. What you ask is treason against the Republic, General Yoda. That is punishable by death. Don't move. He knew he had no chances of winning against those two Jedis. He wouldn't even be able to contact reinforcements to arrest the two, so all he could do was aim his blaster at them and wait. There is a spy who has been reporting all our movements and battle plans to the Separatist. We can't discover who. What we need from you, Commander, is that you go undercover, fake a betrayal, and find out who that person is. Frowning, Dajir analyzed General Windu's face, trying to discover if he was telling the truth. He wasn't stupid, so it didn't take long for him to realize that even if the Jedis planned on betraying the Republic, they wouldn't ask him to do the same. Clones were extremely loyal and not afraid of dying for the Republic. Money and status didn't have any meaning for them. All they cared about was protecting their brothers and their home, the Republic. Slowly, he lowered his blaster. Although it still was aiming at the Jedis, it wasn't as threatening as before. Not that they had looked worried at any moment. They knew Dajir was powerless against them. Explain it, General. He was being extremely rude and disrespectful towards the Jedis, but considering the situation, he couldn't let his guard down. As I said, there is a spy giving the Separatist important intel in our operations. We need you to discover who it is, and the best way is by looking like you betrayed the Republic. Why not a Jedi? I am a clone. No one will ever believe I betrayed the Republic. I was born to fight for it. General Yoda and General Windu exchanged worried glances, as if they knew Dajir wouldn't like what they were about to say. You might be a clone, but you have all the reasons to become a traitor, and I don't mean that, Commander, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you. However, one of the biggest reasons for betrayal isn't money, but anger. You lost your legion, including your general and commander. You have been captured, tortured, and the Republic couldn't help you. The resentment alone is reason enough. On top of that, you have disobeyed orders before, which means you can do it again. Dajir tensed up. He didn't like the fact that General Windu made it seem normal, and likely that he would betray the Republic. Worse, they didn't like the fact that all his dead brothers were being used as a reason for that. More importantly, Commander, the traitor is a clone. Those words were like lightning striking Dajir. His first reaction was to raise his blaster again and shake his head. That is impossible. No clone would ever betray the Republic. Never. He was panicking. Even when he faced certain death, he was always calm and cold-blooded. But now he couldn't think straight. Millions of my brothers died already, General, and millions more will die. No clone would side with the culprits behind all those deaths. Right, I wish you were, but happened twice this already have. Unfortunately, Dajir knew General Yoda was right. As a commander and leader of a special unit, he had access to information that most clones didn't. Sighing, he put down his blaster. They were examined and proved to be defective. It pained Dajir to talk about his brothers as if they were broken machines, but that was the only way the loyalty of the clone army as a whole couldn't be questioned. But it happened. As such, it won't be unbelievable for it to happen again. Dajir took a deep breath and he felt a headache coming. The smallest thought of becoming a traitor, even if it was just a fake one, went against everything his genetic code said. He was created to follow orders, and in some way that was an order. What do I need to do, generals? You will have to become a spy. You will give the Separatists some crucial piece of information. That is the only way they will trust you. Dajir immediately shook his head, disagreeing. Usually he wouldn't defy an order like that, but the lives of his brothers were in the line. I can't do that, sir. I won't give the Seppies even more means to kill my brothers. Dajir had already prepared his mind to fake a betrayal and even leave the Republic. However, what the Jedis asked was that he leaked battle plans, which could lead to the death of thousands of his brothers. Commander, this is war. Sacrifices have to be made. If we don't discover who the spy is, the losses will be much greater. Sacrifices I am not willing to make, General. I know my brothers better than anyone. If one of them is a traitor, I will find out. My way. General Windu was ruthless compared to the other Jedis Dajir knew. This war had brought out the worst in everyone, including the Jedi Order. Not for the first time, Dajir thought they weren't the best choice to lead, but he would never dare to say that. He stared at the two Jedis, waiting for their answer. General Windu was glaring at him angrily, while General Yoda had his eyes closed and seemed pained for some reason. After a long while, the small, green being opened his eyes. Too much, we are asking, understand that I do. However important it is, very important indeed. Hear your idea, we will, Commander. It is simple, General Yoda. I need to see who knew of our plans every time we suspect intel was leaked. Then, we will put all those troopers in a meeting somehow and bait the traitor with information on one of our plans, which later we can use to ambush the Seppas. Catch them on their own game. We already thought of that. There are too many people involved, and we can't keep an eye on them at all times. You won't need to. If one of my brothers really is a spy, I will discover on that meeting. If not, you will have to look somewhere else, generals. General Windu looked at General Yoda, waiting for an answer. When the Jedi nodded, he glanced at Dajir. We will do as you say, Commander, and may the Force be on our side. Capitulo 277, Slaves of the Republic. In a room at the headquarters of the clone army on Coruscant, an important meeting was happening. What was being discussed in this meeting was at the same time huge and secretive. Clones from the Coruscant Guard, the 501st Legion, the 212th Legion, the 187th Attack Legion, the 91st Reconnaissance Corps, the 327th Star Corps, the 84th Legion, and their respective Jedi generals were all there. Currently, General Kenobi was explaining their plan to attack Fondor. Of course, they wouldn't use that many legions to attack just one planet, but using the excuse that they needed to discuss their strategies for a number of systems, a large group of over 90 clones had been put together. On the surface, they were all there because of the meeting, however. The truth was that they were all there so Dajir could look at the faces of his brothers and discover which one of them was a spy. He and Hell Squad were standing against a wall, overseeing the meeting. With their status as a special unit, and considering how their missions were mostly top secret, they rarely said anything on this kind of meetings. So, now Dajir was scrutinizing the faces of his brothers, watching their reactions. Most of the clones in the room had access to the information, which led to some of the most humiliating and painful defeats the Republic had. And it was Dajir's job to discover who amongst them was a traitor. He knew almost every single clone in the room. He had trained with them, fought by their side, and faced death with them. They had been to countless battles together, and he knew them as well as he knew any clone. They were all brothers, but no matter how hard he wanted to believe otherwise, one of them was a spy. He couldn't describe how painful it was, and he still hoped to prove the Jedis wrong. He hoped that there were no spies, and that the Republic only lost because they fought poorly. But, as the meeting went on, he caught sign of one clone in particular. Under his helmet, his expression grew serious, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Taking deep breaths, he concentrated on that brother of his, and his suspicions grew stronger. As soon as the meeting ended and they were dismissed, Dajir left the room, followed by Hell Squad. He found a quiet spot from where he could keep an eye on the communications center and waited. Hell Squad behind him was confused, but they knew when Dajir was angry and they didn't want to provoke him, so they said nothing. Inside the communications room, a clone typed a series of codes as fast as he could without alarming the other troopers. He had to get this intel to the Separatist quickly, otherwise they would suffer a major defeat. Ever since that day, he had realized that the Republic was corrupted and didn't care about its own army. To the powerful people who spent their days safely on the Senate, clones were no more than numbers. But he endured it. For weeks and months, he endured it. He saw even more of his brothers die, lost in foreign planets, and saw their names be erased, substituted by numbers that the clones had long left behind. He understood that they meant nothing, and that they were just tools, but still he fought. He fought, and he fought again, and he fought again, and again, and again. He was hurt. He almost died several times, but that didn't bother him. He had been created and trained for that. He could withstand the pain. He could withstand being disposable. What he couldn't withstand was watch his brothers die to protect a man who, on that very same day, had pushed 2 clones to their certain deaths. And so, one day, he decided it was enough. The Republic didn't deserve to win this war. They were corrupt bastards that would never give the clones the freedom that they had been promised. For him, the way the Republic treated the clones was no different than slavery. He found a way to contact the Separatist through a Rhodian Separatist captain he and his unit had captured, but were forced to let go. He waited days, regretting his decision, thinking that he had been too harsh. His nightmares grew worse and worse, and he felt dizzy all day. He couldn't look at his brothers without feeling ashamed. However, he received an answer. More importantly, he received a promise. A promise that when this war was over and the Separatist won, the clones would be truly free. No more orders, no more needless sacrifices, no more deaths. True freedom. The price of that freedom was steep, and he knew that. He hesitated to take on the offer, but not for long. He started gathering classified intel and sending it to the Separatist through a special means. To be sure he wouldn't be caught, he made it look like normal communications being sent to somewhere in the galaxy. It worked quite well. Soon, he started seeing the results of his treason. The Republic lost battle after battle, system after system. Their support around the galaxy was undermined, and more planets joined the Separatist. He took pleasure in seeing all that. He knew he was on the right path to free all his brothers from the tyranny of the Republic. But with each news of a defeat came the number of his brothers that lost their lives because of him. The nightmares were now unbearable. He barely slept, and the voices in his head kept screaming for him to kill. Kill the Jedi, kill the Republic, kill the people that made his brothers suffer. And so, he closed his mind to those numbers. He told himself that it wasn't him who caused the death of his brothers, but the Republic. That helped to ease the pain, even if just a little. Today, he was weirdly happy. He knew that by sending the battle plans made today to the Separatist, the Republic would suffer another crushing defeat, one that would put it a step closer to its end. He was so focused on what he was doing that he didn't notice 7 clones stop right in front of him. Only when all the noise in the communications center died down and all the troopers there were looking at his direction, did he notice something. Looking up, he almost stepped back in surprise and fear, but he controlled himself and said in his head that there was no way Dajir and Hell Squad knew what he was doing. Quickly, he saluted his old commander. "Commander, sir, what do you need?" Dajir looked deep into his eyes and saw the proof that he needed. The spy, on the other hand, could only see the black of Dajir's visor, so he had no idea of the dilemma that was going on the commander's mind. He saw Dajir's chest go up and fall down as the clone sighed, and to his surprise, he saw a blaster being aimed at him. He wasn't the only one shocked by the words that left Dajir's mouth in the next seconds. "Lieutenant Shield, you are under arrest for treason against the Republic." Capitulo 278, The Power of the Truth. "Lieutenant Shield, you are under arrest for treason against the Republic." The moment those words left Dajir's mouth, every clone, including Hell Squad, looked at him dumbfounded. Accusations of treason couldn't be made lightly because the penalty was death. However, that wasn't what shocked them. The fact that Dajir was accusing a fellow clone, a brother, of treason was unbelievable. Even Hell Squad, who knew nothing about the conversation Dajir had with General Windu and General Yoda, couldn't help but hesitate and look at him. When they saw his straight back, and that he wouldn't go back on his words, they finally lifted their blasters and aimed them at Lieutenant Shield, albeit hesitantly. "See, Commander, what do you mean? I don't understand." Dajir took a deep breath, but his hands remained steady on the trigger. If his brother tried to run or resist prison, he would fire. Of course, his blaster was set to stun only. Without taking his eyes of Lieutenant Shield, he called a trooper. "Get General Windu and General Yoda here immediately. Go." He couldn't help but yell the last word, scaring the clone with the intensity. The trooper didn't hesitate anymore and left the communications center already talking on his comlink. "Commander, sir, can you tell us what is happening?" More and more troopers entered the room and stared confusedly at the scene. A clone holding another clone at gunpoint was something that had never happened before. They couldn't understand it. They were all brothers, so what was happening? Treason? How could a clone commit treason? That was impossible. Ignoring the crowd that was being formed, Dajir stood a few more seconds without saying anything. Then, with a shaking hand, he took off his helmet and put it on top of a panel. Looking at the expression Dajir had, Lieutenant Shield understood he had been caught, and that there was no way he could escape punishment. But that didn't worry him. At the moment, all he could think of was the feeling of betrayal that he could see in Dajir's eyes. "Why, Shield, why?" "I am sorry, Commander, but it wasn't I who betrayed the Republic. They betrayed us. They created us to die for their selfish reasons." When he yelled, his entire face contorted in one of pain. He didn't try to hide anything, because he believed he was right. However, for the other clones, who heard his confession, it was as if the ground had been pulled from under their feet. One of their brothers, blood of their blood, had betrayed the Republic, had betrayed them. They weren't idiots. Even though they didn't know the extension of Lieutenant Shield's betrayal, they could imagine it cost a lot of lives. And to think that a clone would knowingly cause the death of his brothers, it was too much. "Shield, listen to yourself, brother. When did it start?" "Hahaha, when the Republic abandoned us, Commander. They left us to die in Ryloth. They knew we were going against an enemy 10 times our size, and that we had no chance of winning, and what they did? Nothing." All the clones around, especially those who knew what happened to the 303rd, were shaken. They would never admit it, but deep down, they agreed with Lieutenant Shield. However, they would never go as far as he did. "Our entire legion, all our brothers, were slaughtered for a single planet. They were your brothers too, Commander. Don't you feel anything?" The lieutenant almost spat those words, but before Dajir could rebuke, he was already talking again. His eyes showed a madness that clones shouldn't have. "And you know what we got, sir, after all those sacrifices? More battles, more deaths. I saw one of the Twi'leks we fought for use our brothers as meat shields. He pushed them in front of lasers so he could run faster. Face it, Dajir, we are disposable." "Maybe. That was the reason why we were born. However, Shield, no matter how many grievances you have with the Republic, how could you betray your brothers?" "I didn't betray you or anyone. I just don't want to be a Republic slave anymore. When the Separatists win, they will set us free." Dajir closed his eyes in pain. To see a brother of his fall to such pitiful state was terrible. The clones watching, who now already included Captain Rex, Commander Cody, Commander Bly, and dozens of others, stood quiet. They already understood that Lieutenant Shield had lost his mind. "I don't know what the Separatist promised you, Shield, but was it really worthy the lives of thousands of your own brothers? Or are you so crazy that you can't see your actions caused the deaths of so many?" Dajir's words echoed inside the communications center. Even if the troopers didn't know what Lieutenant Shield's actions were, it was obvious that they led to losses. As much as they were shocked, they couldn't feel anger, only sadness. The spy, on the other hand, had a different reaction. As if realizing for the first time what he had done, Lieutenant Shield fell to the floor, holding his head. I didn't. Shield, brother, where did you send that message to? Stay on our side this one last time. You can save thousands." The clones stared at Dajir for a long time, long enough for the Jedis to arrive. They wanted to intervene, but General Yoda blocked their path with his cane and shook his head. All General Windu and the other could do was stay put. "A relay station on Caro's system. They control it." Dajir looked at Lieutenant Shield's eyes and nodded slowly. He had no doubt the clone was telling the truth. "I am sorry, Shield. You know what awaits you." The spy took a deep breath and got up. Dajir nodded for 2 troopers to hold him and take him away. He didn't want to see what came next. "Commander Dajir, I see them. The General and Commander Keeley and all the others. They are in the nightmares. They look at me. Will it finally end? All the pain, all the dreams." Dajir had turned around, trying not to look at his old brother. However, when he heard that, he still clenched his fists in agony. He knew far too well what Lieutenant Shield meant. Every clone saw their dead brothers in their dreams, and Dajir was no exception. "Yes, brother, it will. You can finally rest." He could almost hear the sigh of relief that the lieutenant let out. Turning around, he left the room, and ignored the Jedis, even though General Windu tried to get his attention. He needed to be alone right now. 2 days later, CT-7034, known as Lieutenant Shield, former member of the 303rd Attack Legion and of the 212th Legion, was executed without trial by a firing squad. The execution was performed by members of the Coruscant Police after the Coruscant Guard refused to do it. The Republic relay station the Separatists had taken over, and were using to gather intel from all their spies was destroyed by the 327th Fleet, and the Separatists there were all killed. The battle plans for Fondor were changed, resulting in a crushing victory for the Republic and with minimal losses. For the clones who knew the circumstances of their victory, the cost was far too great. Capitulo 279, The Price of War. Several months went by, and the Clone Wars had already been raging on for over 2 years. The galaxy was in tatters, torn between a war that seemed to never end. Millions had died on both sides, and innocents suffered. Everything pointed out that this war was far from over. For the people in the galaxy, it was a period of fear and terror. You never knew when your planet would be subjected to an invasion, no matter from which side. For the combatants, on the other hand, it was routine. Dajir hid behind a rock, trying to escape the onslaught of lasers leaving the Separatists' barricades. Next to him, a trooper screamed in pain and fell into a puddle of boiling water, which quickly started to melt his helmet. Luckily for him, he was already dead when that happened. "How are we doing, Dajir?" "Not too good, General. Their positions are holding strong, and anyone who gets close is killed." "What do you think?" "We should call for air support, sir. As long as we can get 2 Y-Wings to blast those double-barrel repeating blasters, we will have a shot at entering their positions." The Jedi Dajir was talking to looked over their cover for a second, then turned around and smiled. "Let's do it." "Down, take cover." As soon as they heard the order, every clone ducked behind rocks, containers, or whatever they could find. 2 Y-Wings flew over their heads, low enough to create air currents, throwing some troopers off their feet. The lines of trenches and barricades that the clankers had set up disappeared in an instant, leaving a scenery of destruction. Boiling water and lava flew over 10 meters high and showered the few droids who were still alive, melting their bodies. Smoke and toxic gases filled the air, forcing the clones to activate the filters in their helmets. That was another innovation the Phase II armor had. As soon as the ground stopped shaking, the clones left their hiding spots and started advancing. The bombardment had killed most of the Seppas in the area, but a few were still alive and fighting. Dajir and Brain took care of 6 clankers, while Dab used his sniper to kill the ones farther away. Cell and 3-4 advanced, entering what remained of the barricades, and made sure all the droids inside were dead. Meanwhile, Metal and Tech provided covering fire for them. After that, Dajir stopped and held his comlink, talking to Commander Cody. After a few seconds, he nodded to himself and turned off the communicator. "General, we have to move to Quadrant X3. The Seppas have a bunch of turrets there and are wrecking our starfighters." "All right, Captain Orion, you heard him. Let's go." A clone wearing the 212th armor dodged a laser and acknowledged his new orders. "Roger that, General Ragu." Jumping over a stream of flowing lava, Ragu arrived next to Dajir. The commander was occupied giving orders to the troopers around them, so he only slightly nodded at the Jedi. They had known each other for a long time and been through a lot together, so Dajir would only salute him when necessary. The Jedi was very different from when he was a Padawan. Togrutas had 2 protuberances on their heads, which went down to their shoulders, very much like hair. Ragu, however, had lost a third of his left protuberance in a battle against Asajj Ventress on Felucia. If Hell Squad hadn't emptied all their magazines on the Sith assassin, forcing him to flee, Ragu probably would be dead. Now, he had a vicious look all the time, quite weird when compared to his calm disposition as a Jedi. Ragu wasn't the only one who changed. Hell Squad had been to almost every battlefield in the galaxy and fought side by side with countless Jedis. Each one of them had become more ruthless and didn't hesitate in battle. War changed everyone, mostly for the worst, and the Jedis were no exception. After over 2 years, the Clone Wars were finally reaching its peak, and anyone with a little bit of experience could see that. The battles were becoming increasingly brutal, and there wasn't a single corner of the galaxy that hadn't been burned by the flames of war. Now, every little planet would be subjected to a merciless campaign coming from both sides. It was normal for entire fleets to be destroyed and bases to be annihilated. Hell Squad had taken part in more than one mission that resulted in dozens of thousands of casualties for the Separatist. It was almost impossible to say who was winning. The Separatist would take over a planet, and the Republic would respond by taking it back. That cycle went on for months without end. Planets like Felucia, Mygeeto, Mon Cala, and Kashyyyk had been on constant battle for the entirety of the Clone Wars, and no side could claim superiority. Sullust, where Hell Squad and Ragu were now, was another example. 3 weeks ago, the 212th and 501st Fleets had destroyed the enemy blockade around the planet and initiated the ground assault. However, almost a month had passed, and they hadn't even conquered a fourth of the planet. The planet itself didn't help. Sullust was full of extremely valuable minerals, used to make weapons and ships. However, the surface of the planet was a raging inferno. Lava flowed freely, volcanoes erupted randomly, and toxic gases filled the atmosphere. For the Republic was worst, but that wasn't to say for the Clankers wasn't bad too. The heat and gases melt their bodies without them even noticing. How are we doing over here, Dajir? As good as it can be, General. We took over quadrants X3 to JP11 and lots of new troops arrived, but the Tin Cans also made a comeback in other quadrants. All in all, we are faring a little bit better than them, but if we continue like that, we will spend months here. The Jedi shook his head helplessly. There was nothing they could do. Sullust had a difficult terrain, and, while it favored the ATTs of the Republic over the AATs of the Separatist, it also meant that it was very easy to break the vehicles, leaving them defenseless against ambushes by the Seppas. Several natives had also joined the Separatist, giving the enemy very competent guides who could point out the best defensive positions, the best places for ambushes, and what else. Of course, the Republic also had Sullustans with them, but somehow the Seppas still had an advantage. We will think of that later, Dajir. We have to try and take the next quadrant before the night comes. Understood, sir. I will tell the men to move. Not Hell Squad, I need you well rested for tonight. May I know why, General? We will attack their advanced command center. Hearing that, the clone almost stumbled. The target Ragu had in mind was one of the best defended in the Separatist frontlines. To try and attack it with just Hell Squad would be suicide. However, he knew Ragu well, and he was sure the Jedi wasn't that harsh Padawan anymore, so he said nothing, and only hoped he had a backup plan. Got it, General. Capitulo 280, War waits for no one. In the darkness, 8 shadows crawled forward. The streams of lava served as a source of light, even if there was no moon around Sullust. One would have expected that to bother Hell Squad and Ragu, but the air was so hot that the thermal sensors of the Separatist didn't work, and the droids had to rely on their eyes. That made them easier to fool. And the Clankers weren't known for their intelligence either. All right, Hell Squad from here on, complete silence. If we make a single noise, they can discover us. Captain Dice, when I contact you, initiate the attack. Understood, General. Hell Squad just nodded and turned off their comlinks. They couldn't risk making any sort of noise. After that, they slowly entered enemy territory, moving from cover to cover carefully, and when there was none, crawling with their bellies touching the ground. Droid patrols walked mere meters from them, but didn't notice the group. If it was any other planet, that would have been impossible, but Sullust messed with the Clankers' sensors more than they thought initially. The few times they were discovered, a quick green flash put an end to the patrols. Once again, Dajir admired what the Padawan had grown into. He now knew how to use his powers perfectly and was much more skilled. Liked them or not, Dajir was sure the Jedi Order now had one of the best generations of fighters in their history. Few things could make people improve like putting their life on the line at every moment. Still, not everything went perfectly according to plan. Although they got pretty close to the Separatist command center, they could only go so far without being discovered. A radius of 200 meters around the enemy camp was illuminated, and the group stopped at the threshold between light and darkness. Ragu ordered for them to stop, and Hell Squad dropped to the ground. They hadn't expected the Separatists to be so cautious, and now they had no idea of what they could do. Luckily, they didn't have to worry about the sun rising, because the nights on Sullust lasted about 20 hours. Suddenly, the sound of a battle reached their ears. Sirens blasted in the Separatist camp, and battalions of B-1 and B-2 units started to march out of it. Hell Squad and their general looked at each other, confused. It was normal for battles to break out, even at night. This was a real war, not children's play. Be it the Republic or the Separatist, if they saw a chance to deal a blow to the enemy, they took it. And whatever the reason for the battle, it benefited Hell Squad. Ragu made a gesture using one finger, and Dab nodded, acknowledging it. He would stay there to provide support. The others started moving forward and into the illuminated area, trying to get as far as they could before being discovered. They actually moved 100 meters forward, before the clankers were alerted to their presence, and started firing. The advanced command center the Separatist had was nothing more than a camp surrounded by dwarf spider droids. Those units were basically mobile turrets, which could tear apart an entire battalion in a matter of minutes. Usually, 4 of them would be enough to keep the Republic forces away, but not Hell Squad. 100 meters were easily covered by Ragu, and the Jedi cut the legs of 2 dwarf spider droids before finishing them off. Dab took care of another one, hitting it right in the eye, and the other clones quickly destroyed the last one. In less than 20 seconds, the main defense of the Seppies had crumbled. Fighting as they got closer, Dajir quickly contacted Captain Dice and ordered him to start the attack. The clankers already know they were there, so there was no use in hiding anymore. Besides, their main target, the dwarf spider droids, had already been taken care of. The Republic forces that had been waiting about a kilometer away started to move, and suddenly, blue lasers cut the night, hitting the unaware droids. In a matter of seconds, a giant battle broke out, spreading for kilometers. In less than an hour, the entirety of the southeast front was burning with the flames of war as the Republic launched an all-out offensive in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Hell Squad and their Jedi general, Ragu, were cutting through the clankers inside the command center as if they were nothing. Brain threw 2 thermal detonators, which blew a group of B-2 units to pieces. Tech and 3-4 climbed up an AAT and opened the hatch before executing the droids inside it. Outside the enemy camp, Dab was picking off the Seppies on the outskirts, confusing them. With so many blue lasers coming from the Republic side, they couldn't identify which one was causing them so many losses. Dajir looked at Ragu and used his blaster to gesture to some kind of metal tent in the middle of the command center. If they were to find a tactical droid, it would be there. The Jedi nodded and started running with DSGR, Metal, and Cell right behind him. Using his lightsaber, he cut the doors open, revealing the clanker they were looking for. With a simple slash, the droid's torso was separated from the rest of its body. "All right, all Republic troops, now is our chance." The voice of the Togruta resounded in every communicator, and the clones doubled their efforts, pushing the droids back. Dajir smiled under his helmet, while using his DC-17 to put an end to a group of approaching B-1 units. "You heard the general, lads. Let's show the Tin Cans what the clone army can do." In a single night, the Separatists were forced to give up over 300 kilometers of ground, while the clones pushed them back with relentless efforts. It was only 3 days later that the battle slowed down again, as the Seppies reinforced their defenses, and Sullust entered a stalemate. He didn't make it. Dajir and Commander Cody glanced at Captain Dice's body and acknowledged the medical droid's words with a nod. After a few seconds, they moved on to see the other injured troopers. Every victory had its price, and the number of wounded soldiers that couldn't resist was sometimes even bigger than the number of clones that died in battle. "Commander Dajir, General Ragu requested your presence." A trooper ran up to them, and Dajir nodded. He tapped Commander Cody's shoulder before leaving the infirmary. "Okay, where is he?" "On the front lines." If one were to say that the clone army was unstoppable, then the Jedis simply weren't human. They could spend days without stop on the battlefield, only having small periods of rest and meditation every now and again. The clones, on the other hand, could only go for 2 days of uninterrupted battle before they passed out of exhaustion. Being constantly on the edge, with your life on the line, and seeing your brothers die, took a toll. The fact that they only slept 4 or 5 hours, because of the nightmares, didn't help. The more they battled, the more they saw deaths, the worse the dreams became. Watching the Jedi waving his lightsaber, Dajir pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind and approached Ragu. "General, the higher-ups have a new assignment for us, Dajir. Prepare Hell Squad to leave. We are going hunting." Capítulo 281, Prison Break. What will happen to the clones when this war ends, Dajir? The commander looked at Ragu stunned. The question had come out of nowhere, and he truly had no idea of how he could answer it. Turning back to the window and the hyperspace outside, he didn't say anything for a long time. Ragu had asked to speak with him alone, and he had supposed it had something to do with the reason why they left Sullust before the planet was conquered. But he was wrong. Permission to speak freely, sir." "Of course." "I don't know, clones. We were created for this war and this war only. We were promised a real life after it is over, but I am not sure what that means." The Jedi waited. He knew Dajir wasn't paying attention to him anymore, but was lost in thought. He had asked that question with the single purpose of seeing what the clone had in mind. For him, a Jedi, the creation of the clones was cruelty, making copies of the same being just to use it as soldiers. He had never thought of that until a few months before, when Lieutenant Shield, a clone he fought side by side before, had said that by himself. Maybe he had been lying to himself, saying the clones had chosen their own destiny, and only when a clone, even though he was a traitor, said that, he realized what the truth was. That clones had never made a choice in their life, because they had never been asked a single question, only given orders. "A normal life? All the life I have known is war, sir. I grew up preparing for it. I saw so many go. My sergeant, my original squad. There isn't a day I didn't lose a brother. I hate all this." Dajir took a deep breath, knowing that he was overstepping his bounds, but Ragu only gave an encouraging nod. "Clones, we don't know what to feel regarding the war. Without it, I wouldn't even exist. None of us would. But the very same thing that is the cause of my existence took so many from me. The 303rd, Commander Keeley, and General Dai. Shield, Barrow, Fondor, all of them." The Jedi said nothing. There was nothing to say. "They were, and are, my brothers, General. I don't know what we clones will do after this war is over." Dajir touched all the lines in his armor. They went from his shoulder to almost his elbow and covered part of his chest. That was a reflex he had every time he remembered those who had died. "But I know that while I have brothers fighting in the galaxy, I won't stop. I will make the Seppas pay for every clone they killed." Ragu looked at the commander, pensive. He had known Dajir for a long time, and he had learned a lot from him. Even if he didn't agree with the feelings the clone had, he wouldn't say anything for now. "Are we sure they went to Felucia?" "Yeah, our ships were on their heels, and they headed to the nearest planet. The Chancellor said that usually he would let Master Unduli and the 41st deal with them, but since Hell Squad and Higgy have a history." Dajir shook his head. 5 days ago, Ragu had received a transmission from the Jedi Order, asking him and Hell Squad to take part in a manhunt for several prisoners that escaped the Coruscant maximum security prison during an attempt to escape by the separatist leader Morlo Aval and associates. They were still on the run, and while most of the other prisoners had been caught, a group of 6 of them had managed to leave Coruscant, including Higgy. Chancellor Palpatine himself had requested that Hell Squad took part on the mission, although no reasons had been given, at least not to Dajir. The Chancellor showed a lot of interest in the special units, especially on Hell Squad and Delta Squad. Although Dajir found it weird, he didn't think too much of it. Higgy closed his eyes and listened. As a Mon calamari, he was used to feeling the vibrations in the water and listening to every little sound, since he couldn't rely on his eyes in the deep waters. That was now working to his favor, as he stood on a branch of a gigantic tree, waiting. When the patrol of clones passed under him, he suddenly opened his eyes and jumped. The first trooper, wearing the camouflaged armor of the 41st Legion, didn't even see what hit him before his neck was snapped. Higgy grabbed the blaster the clone had been holding and used it to shoot 2 other soldiers on the back. The last clone had time to turn around, but before he could do anything, a hand grabbed his neck and lifted him. He tried to free himself, but the hand was like a metal claw. His world turned as Hiatus smashed him against a tree, making it shake and causing leaves to fall. The Mon Calamari didn't even check if the clone was alive before moving on. That was already the fourth patrol he killed. Now, what he needed to do was find somewhere to hide for a while, and then a way out of Felucia. A lot hovered above the jungle, waiting. Dajir, Ragu, and Hell Squad looked out of the open doors, to the ground, hidden by foliage 80 meters below them. It was impossible to land on most of Felucia. Weirdly shaped trees and bushes covered the planet, and gigantic predators like the rankers roamed in packs. Metal and 3-4 kicked a roll of cables out of the gunship, and they fell between the branches. With the calmness of someone who had done that many times, Hell Squad slid down the cables, landing softly on the ground, already alert to their surroundings. Not only did they have to worry about the escaped prisoners, but also about the separatist. The entire planet was a battleground, and they could never be too careful, even if they were on friendly territory. Dajir gave Ragu a quick confirmation that the area was secure, and a few seconds later the Togruta joined them by dropping down and ignoring the cables. The Jedi did a flip in midair and used the trees to slow down his fall before landing safe and sound. None of the clones were too impressed, since they were quite used to scenes like that. For the last few months, Hell Squad and Ragu had partnered most of the time, going on special assignments. They had been to Felucia more than once too. The last area any of the prisoners was seen was 11 kilometers from here. The 41st already captured one of them and killed another, so we only have to worry about 4. They are all extremely dangerous, especially Hiatus, so be careful. Roger that, General. Come on, lads, let's move. Capitulo 282, Hunting in the Forest. Ciarity ran as fast as he could, jumping over fallen trees and rocks, but came to a sudden stop when an opening appeared. Looking around him, the human grabbed the piece of wood he had in his hands tightly. Ever since his ship had crashed in Felucia and the group of escaped prisoners split up, that was the only weapon he had. He had been lucky enough not to meet any Republic troops for the past days, and he had grabbed enough supplies from the ship for him to survive many days. It appeared everything was going well to him, and the only downside was that the frightening Mon Calamari had taken all the weapons. However, when he thought he just might really get away, a group of clones, as well as one of the damned Jedis, had appeared and started chasing him. All he could do was run, but now he had no idea of what to do. Hearing the sound of leaves moving, he looked around and saw 2 clones appear. Turning to the opposite direction, he prepared to run, but 2 other troopers appeared. Spinning in place, unsure of what his next course of action should be, he saw 3 other clones. All of them, 7 in total, had different designs on their armors, designs he had never seen before. Especially the one right in front of him, who had lines on his right arm. Experience taught him that no normal clone would have this kind of liberty with their armor, and his instincts told him that if he wasn't careful, they wouldn't hesitate to shoot him. The entire squad exhaled a dangerous feeling, as if they were a pack of Nexus, waiting to pounce onto him. Put down that weapon and surrender, Ciarity. You have no way out. Glaring full of hatred at the young Jedi, the ex-prisoner hesitated for a few seconds before dropping the piece of wood. He didn't want to go back to prison, but he wasn't stupid enough to try and fight. He escaped once, he could do it again, but only if he was alive. The leading clone gestured with his head, and one of the troopers walked to Ciarity while the others kept their aim on him. Without putting up any resistance, he let the clone handcuff him. With him, only Hiatus is left, General. The most dangerous of them. Dajir and Ragu talked while Ciarity, tied up, was pushed into a lot. Hell Squad couldn't possibly bring all the captured fugitives with them, so each time they got one, a gunship from the 41st came to pick them up. They had already gotten 2 others, one of which preferred to die than surrender and go back to prison before Ciarity, and now only Hiatus, Hell Squad's old enemy, remained on the run. We have to catch him as soon as possible, sir. He already killed 28 soldiers. Ragu patted Dajir's shoulder, calming down the clone using a wave of the Force. He knew that Dajir blamed himself for those deaths, because he had a chance to kill Hiatus before, but didn't take it. Don't worry, Dajir. It won't take long. Master Unduli has every trooper that isn't on the battlefield searching for him, and we already blocked his way to the separatist side of the planet. The circle is shrinking, and we will get him soon. Dajir nodded and gestured for Hell Squad to gather around him. They had their helmets off and sweat trickling down their faces. Felucia was hot and humid, with constant rains. The armors made it worse, but they would rather have it on than not have it at all. Only when they were sure there weren't any enemies around that they took off the helmets. We will move out soon, lads. We will have to go through the territory of a ranker, so be careful. Understood, Commander. Rankers hum. A few dozen kilometers away, Hiagi was dragging a dead creature, which looked like a lizard, but with 4 giant wings. The animal had twice his size, but the Moan Calamari didn't seem to face trouble with lifting it. When he got in front of a cave, Hiagi stopped and let the dead creature on the ground before retreating a few dozen meters and hiding. Over 2 hours went by, and night started to fall, but Hiagi was still waiting patiently. He was a hunter and was used to stay still for hours, waiting for the prey to move. He had always liked the feeling of control over his target, but now the Republic had twisted the roles, and he was the one being hunted. He didn't like that, even more after he discovered, when he was spying on a patrol, that Hell Squad was amongst the people searching for him. But he had an idea to make the prey become the hunter once again. Suddenly, he felt the earth under his feet tremble when a gigantic creature left the cave, and grabbed the corpse he had left outside, and started munching on it. The being was over 15 meters tall and had small, black eyes. Its arms had several sharp claws, and fangs appeared on his open mouth, each one the size of a person. Drool dripped out of its mouth when it finished eating, and it looked around for more food. Suddenly, a blue flash left the trees, hitting it right under the left eye. The rancor, one of the deadliest predators in the entirety of Felucia, growled in pain and looked at where the laser had come from. All it saw was someone running away, and that triggered its anger. Rancors were territorial, violent, and very proud. It couldn't accept the fact that it had been challenged and that it was now being ignored. Smashing the ground in fury, the creature smashed Tress aside as it started pursuing Higi. The direction they were going was none other than where one of the Republic camps was. Dajir was talking with Commander Gree when he heard alarms going off. Both clones got out of the command post they were in and found the reason for the turmoil without much trouble. A rancor was attacking the Republic base. The enraged beast slapped a clone with his giant hand, sending the poor soldier flying with a broken body. Another trooper was captured by the rancor and thrown on its mouth. His screams rang out, making the clones burst in anger and empty their magazines on the creature. However, the skin of the rancor was too thick, so the lasers did little to hurt him, only making it angrier. Dajir and Hell Squad also joined on the fray, even as the rancor destroyed the buildings and slaughtered more clones. Dajir looked past it on the trees. Ragu and General Unduli appeared, looking surprised at the rampaging creature. What surprised them even more, though, was the figure looking at the base from the outskirts. Higi. The Moan Calamari was glaring straight at Dajir, hatred burning in his eyes. The commander looked back, but he had bigger problems. Generals, you go after him. We will take care of the rancor. The 2 Jedis only hesitated for a slight moment before nodding and skipping past the rancor. Both Hell Squad and the 41st had experience in dealing with rancors. When he saw them, Higi turned around and ran. He knew he wasn't match for a Jedi, even more too. Capitulo 283, Enraged Rancor. Dajir and Dab hit the left eye of the rancor at the same time, making the creature screech in pain, and stomp the ground, leveling 2 tents. Another 2 unfortunate troopers were caught by its giant hands and thrown over 100 meters away, crashing and rolling in the ground, long dead. The death toll was now already at over 10 clones. Gree, we need the cannons. Dajir kept firing at the rancor, trying to blind it completely, but the creature wasn't stupid and was covering its good eyes with its hand. While the clones tried to keep their distance, the rancor was quick, and another soldier was eaten in the few seconds that Dajir turned to yell at Commander Gree. On it, Razor King Jits with me. The 3 clones the commander had chosen followed him. but the rancor picked one of them before he could move, the sharp claws piercing him through his back. Trying his hardest to ignore the screams of his brothers, Dajir, the closest one to Commander Gree, put Brain in charge of Hell Squad and followed the commander. "I will be the gunner. Come on, move, move, move." Commander Gree nodded, and they ran towards the nearest ATTA. It was the only one in optimal firing position, while the others would have to be moved. Climbing the ladder on one of the front legs of the vehicle, Dajir sat at the enormous mass-drive laser cannon on top of it. An ATTA needed a crew of 6 troopers if one wanted it to function properly, but 4 were enough to just fire the cannon. The gunner Dajir had to press the trigger, but 2 clone King and Jits had to control the vehicle and power it up, while a spotter Commander Gree aimed. The number of clones necessary to man an ATTA was one of the reasons why the Separatist and the Republic were evenly matched, even though an ATTA could take out multiple AATs before going down. Feeling the cannon move and turn around, Dajir got ready to press the trigger. He was only a few dozen meters away, and the rancor was a big target, so he could hardly miss. The creature, however, had sensed the danger, and was glaring at him with a murderous glint in its remaining eye. Ignoring the other soldiers, the rancor ran towards the ATTA, almost crushing metal and cell under its feet. The 2 clones had to jump to the side, barely dodging their deaths. "Agree. Almost there, come on, almost, ready." The rancor was just 20 meters away, its hand stretched to grab Dajir or the ATTA when the commander pressed the trigger. A blue laser with a diameter of almost 2 meters left the cannon's barrel, hitting the open hand. The arm of the creature, up to its elbow, disappeared, and pieces of flesh fell from the sky, covering a wide area. Black blood showered the ATTA and Dajir, who was on top of it. The creature held what was left of its right arm with his other hand, letting out guttural noises of pain. The anger in its face disappeared, replaced by fear, and it turned around and ran away. It had faced many enemies before and defeated all of them, but it had never seen anything like this. Its instincts told it that it was no match for the cannon, and even the pain it was feeling subsided, since all it could do now was fear for its life. The clone only bothered about wiping the blood off his helmet before preparing to fire again. The recharge time, however, was long enough for the rancor to escape, and he missed, only hitting trees and creating a small crater. Sliding down from the ATTA, Dajir grabbed his DC-15A and shook his body, cleaning himself of most of the black substance. The base was a scenery of destruction, with destroyed buildings, dead troopers, craters on the ground, and pieces of the rancor. Remembering who was responsible for this, Dajir clenched his fists in fury. This time, he wouldn't make the mistake of leaving Higi alive. "Gree, put the camp in order. I will go help the Jedis. Brain, Tech, 3-4, Dab, Metal, Cell with me." Running towards the forest, Dajir only now realized that the rancor fled in the same direction that Higi, General Unduli, and Ragu had gone. Quickening his pace, he ordered Hell Squad to move faster, throwing caution to the wind. Without the ATTs, even the 2 Jedis would have trouble dealing with a rancor. Higi was running through the forest, pushing aside a group of jelly-like bushes, when suddenly his feet left the ground. He started levitating, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't free himself. He felt his body being turned around for a force he couldn't control, and was put face to face with the 2 Jedis. One of them, the woman, had her arms stretched and her palms faced up. Clearly, she was the one holding him, using the force. The other Jedi, Atagruta, pointed his lightsaber at him. "Come with us without resisting." Higi only looked at him, without saying a word, an expression of despise on his face. Suddenly, he heard something, and his gaze fixated in the air behind the Jedis. They probably noticed that, or maybe they felt the creature because they turned around, but it was too late. A giant hand grabbed the woman, lifting her up and threatening to crush her. With her distracted, Higi was freed from his invisible shackles and fell to the ground. Quickly getting up, he got away from the rancor and the Jedis, although he stood near to see how it would play out. Ragu saw his fellow Jedi being grabbed and witnessed the rancor pull her close to his mouth and howl, covering her in saliva. He also noticed that one of the arms of the monster was missing, probably because of the explosions they hear a few minutes prior. "Master Unduli." "Ugh." He jumped up on the ranker's leg and used it as a trampoline to propel himself higher. Then, he slashed with his lightsaber, cutting a gash on the creature's hand, making it drop General unduly. The Mirialan fell down, holding her right side and panting in pain. Her lightsaber was on the ground a few meters away from her, but before she could reach it with the force, the ranker trampled over it. All that was left was a crushed metal stick and sparks. Ragu landed next to her, doing a backflip, and helped her get up to escape the injured monster. He could see Hyagi looking at the battle, but if he stopped paying attention to the creature, he would probably die. That is, if it was just him and General unduly. Suddenly, blue lasers flew from the trees, most heading towards the ranker, catching its attention. Two of the lasers, however, were sent after Hyagi, hitting the Mon Calamari on the legs and making him fall face first on the ground. Dajir, go after Hyagi. I will keep the ranker occupied. After seeing that he hit the target, Dajir led Hell's squad out of the cover of the trees and onto the area that was being trampled by the ranker. The clones spread out, keeping as much distance between them and the creature as possible. 3-4, go help General unduly. The others, help General Ragu fight that thing. Got it, sir. Understood, Commander. Running towards the Mon Calamari, Dajir saw the familiar hatred burning on Hyagi's eyes. Capitulo 284, hatred even in death. If you move, I will shoot you. Stay down, Hyagi. Dajir would have no qualms with executing the Mon Calamari for all the crimes he had done against the Republic, and especially as revenge for all the clones he had killed, but he knew the Jedis wouldn't approve of that. As such, he only ordered Hyagi to stay down, which the Mon Calamari disobeyed. As soon as Dajir got near, Hyagi ignored the two burning holes in his legs and jumped at the clone, trying to catch him by surprise. Dajir, however, was prepared and fired his blaster, hitting Hyagi on the left side of his body. The Mon Calamari fell to the ground again, panting in pain and holding his new wound. The hatred in his eyes burned stronger, and he wished for nothing to kill the clone before him, but he was impotent. Dark shadows covered his mind, and Hyagi could think of nothing but to kill the clone before him. He was the cause of so much suffering and so much pain. Before this war had started, Hyagi didn't have any problems with the Republic. He had a good life back in Mon Cala. He had friends, a family, and everything he could wish for. Even if his father and the royal family had their problems, it never affected him. But one day, something changed. A war started, and his planet was torn between which side to choose. His father wanted to side with the separatist, and although Hyagi didn't agree with him entirely, he still followed him. And then he saw his world shaken as he faced the horrors of war. He saw friends die, and he killed many himself. He didn't know for what he was fighting and why so many had to die. He argued with his father every single day, and their relationship deteriorated. All he wanted to do was go back to Mon Cala and to how life was before. But now he was a soldier in an army. He couldn't leave. And so he got used to it, because it was the only way to survive. He became a cold, merciless killer. His friends and the Mon Calamari under his father became famous as one of the elite groups of the separatist army. And because of that, they were chosen to attack Kamino with his father as the commander. The result was utter defeat. Out of shame, despair, anger, and craziness, his father piloted his ship into the planet, trying to destroy the clone facilities, but failed. Hyagi saw his father die and wanted to die too, but he still had men under his command. So he promised to himself that he would avenge his father later. His damaged ship went to Scarif, where he planned to start his vengeance, but who could have imagined that Hell Squad would wipe out his crew? Fueled by sadness and anger, he had followed Count Dooku's advice and went to train under General Grievous. And, while that did make him much stronger, it had its price. In a short 2 years, his life had been turned upside down, and now, about to be arrested again, all Hyagi could think was of how much he hated everyone. His father, the Republic, the Separatist, the Jedi, Count Dooku, General Grievous, Hell Squad, Dajir, and himself. He hated the galaxy, he hated his life, he hated everything. His mind clouded by hatred, Hyagi suddenly felt something inside of him. He reached for it and heard a voice whispering in his head, telling him to let his emotions loose, to do what he wanted, to hate everything and kill everyone. Without him realizing it, his mind was drowned by all the hatred he felt, and that thing took control. An explosion of invisible energy left his body, sending Dajir flying and stunning the Jedis and Hell Squad. Higi got up as if his wounds didn't exist, even as blood dripped down his side, and kicked Dajir. He enjoyed the feeling of bones breaking under his feet. That invisible force grabbed the vibroblade the clone was carrying and gave it to Higi. The Mon Calamari analyzing it for a moment before a smile crept its way to his face for the first time in years, and he prepared to stab Dajir. He finally would have his revenge. General Unduli and Ragu stared in shock at Hiahi, feeling the dark side of the force grow stronger in him. Soon, it was so dense they could actually see a black and red mist appear and throw Dajir away before dissipating. Ragu had never seen anything like that before. He had fought against Ventress and other force users, but none had been as powerful as Higi. He lost himself. Ragu, we have to deal with him quickly. His mind is gone. General Unduli yelled at the young Jedi. Clearly, she had seen that happen before, and it wasn't anything good. But before they could get to Higi, the Mon Calamari already had grabbed Dajir's vibroblade, using the force, and was preparing to kill the clone with it. And then Higi was gone. It was all too fast for even the Jedis to react. The Rancor, recognizing Higi as the one who first shot him, and the one who led him to all the pain he was feeling, swiped his hand at the Mon Calamari, grabbing him. Even the force wasn't powerful enough to go against the creature, at least not in the hands of the untrained Higi. He let out a silent scream of anger, his mouth open, but no sound coming out, and stabbed the hand holding him repeatedly. That, however, only made the Rancor angrier. It tightened its grip, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard as Higi lost all his strength and collapsed. His eyes, still full of hatred, never left Dajir, even as the Rancor threw him on its mouth. Hell Squad and the Jedis watched, powerless, as the Mon Calamari was eaten in an eerie silence. For a few seconds, Hell Squad stopped firing at the creature, and the only sound that could be heard was the Rancor swallowing. They had no sympathy for Higi, but that was a gruesome way to go. After eating the Mon Calamari, the Rancor glared at the Republic forces and growled. Since the ATTE wasn't there, he wasn't afraid anymore. Smashing down with his remaining hand, he tried to capture 3-4, but the medic was faster and dodged. Hell Squad resumed firing at the creature, while Ragu awakened from his stupor and slashed the Rancor's ankle, making it kneel. Using that chance, Metal and Dab focused their fire at the creature's right eye and finally were able to blind it. The Togruta then jumped on top of the raging creature and used his lightsaber to cut its neck open before doing a backflip and pushing both his hands forward. Pushed by a wave of force, the Rancor stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, the impact big enough to make Cell, who was close, fall. Taking advantage of the situation the Rancor was in, Ragu ran forward once again and sent his lightsaber straight through its right eye. The Rancor twitched for a few seconds before quieting down. Exhausted, the Jedi sat on the ground. The hunt for the escaped prisoners was over, and in a way they had never imagined it would end. Capitulo 285, not so different. Dajir looked at the dead Rancor, quite shocked. He had known Higi for a long time, and the Mon Calamari had tried to kill him over and over again. Somehow, it was hard to accept that he was gone just like that, but the bits of flesh on the creature's mouth left no doubt that Higi was truly dead. Sighing, he picked up his vibroblade, dropped by Higi when the Rancor had grabbed him, and made another marking on his armor. As cruel of an enemy as the Mon Calamari might have been, Dajir didn't think it was fair to forget him. When 3-4 finished treating General Unduli, she had broken a rib and fractured an arm, he approached Dajir. "How bad is it, Commander?" "Not too much, 1 or 2 broken ribs." "Any problems to breathe?" "No, my lungs are good." "All right, let me take a look." With the major concern of a broken rib piercing a lung out of the way, 3-4 was much calmer and quickly bandaged Dajir. While the medic was doing that, Hell Squad, General Unduli, and Ragu joined them, so Dajir wouldn't have to move. "That puts an end to your mission, Ragu." "Yes, it does. I never thought I would see a Sith being born, only to meet its end so quickly." "He had so much hatred. I wonder what led to that." Hearing the Jedis talking, Dajir knew he should stay quiet. But he could see Hell Squad shuffling uncomfortably, and he himself wasn't feeling too good. As such, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. "We did, General." General Unduli looked at Dajir curiously. She could feel that the clone was both relieved and sad. "Pardon me, Commander, what does that mean?" "We were the cause of his hatred. Hell Squad in special. We killed his entire crew back in Scarif, and Higi never gave up on trying to get revenge." "Weird. The Separatists usually don't show any empathy, even to their own." "The Clankers don't, but, with all due respect, General, I can understand him. Higi deserved to die for all the clones he killed, but in a way, he wasn't too different from us. He too saw his friends die and wanted to avenge them." Ragu wasn't surprised by what Dajir was saying, since it wasn't the first time he heard the clones' thoughts on the war and everything related to it. General Unduli, however, had never expected a clone to say something so deep. She was used to them just following orders. Not that she didn't notice all the pain they felt or their emotions, but she rarely, or more accurately, never heard one of them express those thoughts in words. "General Unduli, are you okay?" A group of clones, led by Commander Gree, suddenly appeared, and glanced surprised at the ranker's body for a moment before proceeding to join the group that was already there. "Yes, Commander. 3-4 already took care of my wounds, you don't have to worry." "And the fugitives?" "The ranker got him." Commander Gree looked at the creature once again and slowly nodded. He had no sympathy for an enemy of the Republic. "We should get back to the base, generals." "You are right, let's go." "That little apprentice of your died, General. Who would have thought that he actually had power within the Force?" "Kakakaka, if he couldn't survive, that means he wasn't strong enough. He would be of no use to you, Master. Useless insect. Cough, cough, Kakaka." The tree next to Dajir collapsed, and a trooper got stuck under it. Putting his blaster aside, Dajir tried to lift the tree, but it was too heavy. "Metal, come give me a hand." Together, the two clones pushed the tree aside, and the trooper crawled away from it, bruised but alive. He thanked Dajir, but the commander had already turned around and was firing at the Seppies. Two droids fell victim of his lasers, and Dajir hid behind an ATTE's legs to reload. Felucia was a tricky planet to fight in, where behind every tree and rock, an enemy could be hiding. Of course, that was true for both sides, and there weren't only a few occasions where the Republic had ambushed the Separatist, just like now. Like many other battlefields, such as Sullust, Mygeeto, Geonosis, and many more, Felucia was locked in a battle of attrition. The side that could withstand the most would win. And for that, supplies were extremely important. As such, the Republic was attacking a Separatist convoy that carried batteries and ammunition, but they had underestimated the escort that the Seppies had prepared. Dajir had advised that they held on to the attack and waited for a better opportunity, but General Unduli's Padawan, Barriss Offee, was the one leading the ambush, and she insisted on following their original plan. Dajir disagreed, but he followed his orders all the same. He had long understood that Jedis, especially Padawans, weren't used to leading a war, and that they needed a defeat to learn to be better leaders. The fact that many clones had to pay with their lives for the recklessness of the Padawan was a fatality Dajir couldn't avoid. He could only hope that she would learn of her mistakes, just like Ragu did. Back to the present, Dajir showed half of his body and saw the convoy in the valley below. The ambushing forces were 30 meters above the Separatist, giving them a height advantage, but the AATs still could aim and fire at them. Firing his blaster at the clankers below, Dajir looked to the side and saw Barriss too occupied with deflecting lasers to do anything else. Glancing back at the sides of the valley, he decided it would be bumpy to go down, but not impossible. "Hell Squad on me." The 6 clones quickly surrounded him, taking cover behind a tree, and waited for his orders. "Those 2 AATs are slaughtering us. 70 meters to our left, there is a place where the inclination is slightly subtler. We will go down through there. Tech and Metal, you take care of the tank to the left, 3-4 and Cell, you get the other one. Dab, you take care of the Staps, and I will get the dwarf spiders. Brain, do you still have detonators?" "Yeah." "Pass them around, and use the ones that are left to blow up the convoy." General Offee wanted the convoy intact. Not going to happen, and she knows that. He looked at their helmets for a moment, knowing that under them were determined expressions, and nodded. Let's go then. As soon as he said that, Dajir got out from behind the tree and ran towards the area he had seen before. Dodging 2 lasers, he jumped, landing on his back. Almost instantly, mud, earth, and pebbles started following, and he slid down faster than he expected. He knew by the noise that Hell Squad was on the same path as him. Firing his blaster without much aim, he fell the last 2 meters to the ground, right on top of a B2 unit. The clanker was thrown to the ground by his momentum, and Dajir finished him off before turning to kill 3 other Seppas. His brothers by his side, he ran forward towards the dwarf spider droids. Now came the complicated part. Capítulo 286, Elites. As if sliding 30 meters amongst rocks and dirt was nothing, Hell Squad got to their feet with weapons ready and firing. A group of 20 battle droids was destroyed before they even understood how the clones had gotten to them. Immediately after, Hell Squad split up, each member doing their part. Dajir jumped over a separatist vehicle and landed on top of a dwarf spider droid. Putting his blaster against the clanker's head, he kept pressing the trigger until the outer layer of the dwarf spider droid had melted and its circuits were destroyed. As the droid's legs lost power and it crumbled to the ground, Dajir took cover behind its body and pulled out a thermal detonator. He threw it over his shoulder, and it landed just under the next dwarf spider droid, destroying it immediately. A few B1 units and a droideka were also caught in the blast and became scrap metal. A few meters away from him, Dab pressed the trigger on his DC-15X 4 times. The first 2 lasers hit the stabilizers of 2 Staps, sending them, and the droids using it, to the ground. The other 2 lasers hit the pilots of another 2 Staps directly, and the 2 vehicles crashed on one another, creating a small explosion. Not too far away, Tech and Metal ran forward, using the clankers they killed as shields until they got to the AATs. Metal climbed on it and rolled 2 detonators into the barrel before jumping off. A few seconds later, a big explosion happened, shaking the ground, as the tank disappeared in a cloud of smoke and debris. 3-4 and Cell opted for a different approach. The scout got on top of the AAT and opened the hatch before unloading an entire magazine into the crew. His next step was to grab the medic's arm and pull the clone inside the AAT. Soon, the Separatists' own weapon was being used against them, blowing up a group of droidekas, 2 dwarf spider droids, and a whole bunch of B1 and B2 units. When they finally got out of the AAT, having rigged the tank with thermal detonators, a radius of about 50 meters around them was a scene of complete chaos and destruction. All the while Hell Squad was wreaking havoc amongst the droids, Brain hadn't fired a single shot. He was fully focused only on putting explosives in every ammo crate and battery he could find. Ready, Commander. Roger that, Hell Squad fall back. Instantly, Hell Squad disengaged, and while Dab gave cover, taking down 5 more Staps, hid behind the carcass of one of the AATs. Have fun, Brain. Hahaha. Dajir's second-in-command laughed out loud as he pressed a switch, and a chain of explosions sent a heat wave over them, blowing up a cloud of dust, mud, soil, and pieces of droids. Metal cursed as half a B2 super battle droid almost hit him. Filters on. Turning on the filtering function on his helmet, Tibanna gas could be highly toxic, and the ammo crates had been full of it. In its raw form, Dajir looked at the damage they had done. The convoy was gone, and its escort was mostly in shreds, but there were still about 200 clankers alive. General Offie, we might need help down here. Got it, 41st attack. With the AATs and dwarf spider droids gone, more soldiers showed themselves and started firing at the Seppas. Once again, the height advantage proved to be important, and the remaining clankers were quickly eliminated. From the moment Hell Squad took action to the end of the battle, only 12 minutes had passed. Barris was too concentrated on the lasers in front of her to notice Hell Squad's crazy stunt as the unit slid straight into the bulk of the enemy forces. However, she would have to be blind and deaf not to see the dwarf spider droids, AATs, Staps, and droidekas that had been slaughtering the troops under her disappear. Just a few minutes after that, the 41st only had to deal with normal B1 units. A few more minutes, and a gigantic explosion shook the ground as the convoy was destroyed. "General Offie, we might need help down here." The Padawan heard Dajir's voice through her communicator and realized that only Hell Squad would be as crazy and capable enough as to do what they just did. "Got it, 41st attack." The camouflaged clones came out from behind the trees and rocks and showered the Seppas in blue lasers. They didn't last too long. "Good job, Commander Dajir. We would have taken a lot more losses if it wasn't for your squad." The Padawan thanked Dajir, but the commander just acknowledged it with a slight nod, and, after confirming there was nothing else, went to talk with the wounded troopers. It was a commander's job to be with his men not only in battle, but also out of it. Looking at Dajir's back, Baris shook her head. She had never expected a squad of 7 men to do what 300 of the 41st were having trouble doing. Not for the first time, the Padawan understood that Hell Squad was truly the best the Grand Army of the Republic had. They were elite soldiers, and they were good at their job. "Did it all go well, Baris?" "Yes, Master. Thanks to Hell Squad, we didn't suffer many casualties." General unduly nodded at her Padawan and was happy to see so many troopers return unharmed. They had only lost about 20 clones, which was excellent. They had expected about 100 deaths. Hell Squad, on the other hand, went to their quarters, a simple room with many bunk beds, and started taking off their armors. They were full of bruises from sliding down the valley, but apart from that were unharmed. All of them, without exception, had several scars on their bodies, mostly from lasers. After putting simple, brownish-red clothes on, the clones started cleaning their weapons. They were always on the edge, ready to jump into a battle at any moment, so they took the chance to take care of their blasters whenever they could. After all, a weapon was the same as a soldier's life. With it, they might die. Without it, they die for sure. They were still doing that when Ragu entered the room. Promptly, Hell Squad got up and saluted him. "At ease, you can continue what you were doing." The 7 men nodded and sat down again. They were too used to Ragu's presence to care when he was there. That didn't mean they were disrespectful, just that they could ignore his presence and do their duties without being nervous about a superior officer. Seeing the focused clones, Ragu decided not to interrupt them and sat down on a bed, his legs crossed and eyes closed. He felt more comfortable in Hell Squad's presence than with the other Jedis. Dajir saw that his general didn't seem intent in saying anything, and finished checking his blaster before picking up his armor. He used a piece of cloth to wipe out the laser marks, but left the dust and mud. It didn't bother him and helped the camouflage. His eyes ran through the scratches on the shoulder pad, and he touched them. He didn't need their help to remind all the brothers he had lost, but whatever the dead went, he wanted them to know that he had avenged them. Capitulo 287, A Jedi's Path. A battlefield, rocks and red soil, small and shriveled trees, and bodies. A stretch of over 10 kilometers, all of it covered in bodies. The majority of them were yellowish droids or big, silver ones. They were in pieces and full of holes. Their carcass toppled over one another, sometimes piling up to 1/2 meter high. Here and there, something different appeared, something white and brownish-red. The deeper one went inside the battlefield, the more they would see those bodies. Each of them had a blaster in their hands and dozens of dead droids around them. Clearly, they put up quite the fight, but the enemy was too overwhelming. At the center of the battlefield laid 20 or so of those soldiers wearing white armor. Under their helmets, they all had the same face. Around them were hundreds of droids. A broken helmet with a peculiar design was next to one of the dead bodies. It was broken in the middle, the visor cracked, and pieces of it were missing. In the few parts of it that were still intact, an image appeared. The pitch-black visor reflected flames that weren't there. Suddenly, an overwhelming amount of noise appeared. Weapons being fired, explosions, and screams. Many, many screams, of pain, of rage, of hatred. The source of those screams was a different body. Brown skin, rough like scales. Small bone thorns on the face. Weirdly enough, even though the screams were coming from it, the body had a smile on its face. The smile grew wider, and the body got up. The ones clad into white armor also started to rise, even though they were clearly dead. We suffered a lot, we suffered too much. Put an end to it, put an end to it, avenge us, kill, avenge us. The screams, filled with anger, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But the target of all this pain was calm. A voice filled with sadness, but also a bit of happiness, spoke. Sorry, Master Brothers, I will always remember you, but revenge is not my path. As if it was made of dust, the entire battlefield crumbled and disappeared. The dead bodies, including the one the voice called Master, also started to become particles that flew away. The angry screams stopped, replaced by a voice filled with pride. You have grown, my Padawan. Follow your own path, for it is an important one. And remember to take care of those who follow you on that path. They will need it. May the Force be with you. Ragu opened his eyes, and for a moment saw his master in front of him, in a translucent, almost spectral form. General Dai was smiling warmly, and his words resonated inside Ragu's head, filling the Jedi with happiness. Thanks, Master, for everything. As he murmured those words, General Dai's smile grew wider, and he disappeared. His Padawan was on the right path. Now, he could rest knowing that he had done everything he could to prepare Ragu. Did you say something, General? Ragu shook his head slightly, awakened from his stupor, and looked at the spot where General Dai had just been. He didn't know if it was a dream or a vision from the Force, or even just his subconscious showing him what he wanted to see, but he was happy anyway. After a few seconds, he looked at Hell Squad, who, in turn, were staring at him. They were used to the Jedi's weird actions, but Ragu staring at nothing confused them. Nothing important, I was just talking to myself. The clones shrugged and returned to what they were doing. A few minutes later, Dajir got up and told his brothers to follow him to the canteen. We were going to grab something to eat, General. Wanna come? Ragu declined the offer. After the vision he just had, all he wanted was to meditate. Dajir just nodded, his scar moving along with his frown. He could feel that something had happened to his general, but whatever it was, Ragu seemed almost happy with it. Watching Hell Squad walk away, Ragu felt Dajir's doubt and grinned. The vision he had was a Jedi's matter, and he couldn't tell that to anyone but his fellow Jedis. Dajir hadn't even started eating when a trooper ran up to him, saying that his presence was requested at the command center. Looking at his men, Dajir shrugged and put down his tray. He was more than used to being called without any prior notice, and it seemed to happen even more when he was trying to eat or sleep. He walked to the command center, his helmet under his arm, and met Commander Gree on the way. Do you know what this is about, Dajir? No idea, this is weird. Why wouldn't they contact us through our comlinks? Commander Gree shook his head, unsure. He knew from experience that if something couldn't be discussed over comlinks, it was because it was extremely important and top secret. He was proved right when they entered the command center and saw a projection of Chancellor Palpatine, General Windu, and General Kenobi talking to General Unduli. Aside from them, the room was empty. Commanders, please come over here. The two clones exchanged surprised glances, and, after greeting the Chancellor and the Jedis, stood quietly by General Unduli's side. All right, everyone is here now. Dajir Gree, the mission you are about to receive is extremely important. The fewer people who know about it, the better, so don't tell your men any details. Understood, General. Roger that. The two clones weren't too surprised, especially Dajir. It was normal to hide critical information from their men. After all, many were captured and tortured. The less they knew, the better for the Republic. It was cruel, but it was the reality. Just like when Brain had been captured. He knew more than normal clones, but still, the information he had was of little value to the Separatist, so they sent him to the prison above Sullust, where he was later rescued. Chancellor, if you could explain what is this all about? Of course, Master Kenobi. In a few days, Senator Padme Amidala will go to Ordo Plutonia to negotiate a peace treaty between the natives, called Touts, and the Pantorans. The Pantorans live in one of the moons around Ordo Plutonia, and up till now didn't know that the planet had natives. Since the Touts aren't an advanced species, Pantora's senator hoped to resolve their dispute by killing them. Luckily, Master Skywalker was able to stop that attempt and initiate peace negotiations. Unfortunately, the Pantoran senator died during their first encounter with the Touts, while the 501st, and the Pantoran army lost many troops. The Talts also didn't come out unscathed. As such, tensions are high, and we fear that Senator Amidala might encounter problems during the negotiations. We can't send a legion to accompany her, otherwise the Talts might back off. Dajir, I believe Hell Squad is well suited for this mission, right? Yes, General, leave it to us. General Kenobi nodded, and, for the next half an hour, he and General Windu laid out the details of the mission, while General Unduli and Chancellor Palpatine added something here and there. 2 days later, Hell Squad left Felucia, headed to a medical station near Pantora, where they would meet Senator Amidala. Ragu stayed in Felucia to continue fighting. Author's note: What's up? I hope you're all staying safe and enjoying the novel. Unfortunately, I have a bit of a rant today. Recently, some people have been getting very political on their comments. Some of those I don't even know what they are supposed to mean, since I'm not American or British. I Googled who those people were. However, I can tell they are being extremely rude, not to say something else. As such, I deleted them as soon as I saw them. I don't want my comment section to turn into a war or a debate about real-life politics. Few of you probably read those comments, because I receive a notification every time someone comments something, so I was able to delete them quickly. For those of you who did read, or even posted them, please remember this is a fanfic about Star Wars. None of what is written here is real, and even when I try to represent politics in the novel, I do it as neutrally as I can, showing both sides. I know I can't do anything to change your mind, and I don't want to do so. Everyone has their own opinions, and that is great. That's how we make the world a better place. But please don't bring this in my novel. I write it because I have fun doing it, and I feel proud whenever I see you guys like it too. As you know, it's totally free. You don't have to use coins, neither there is privilege. So, together with this rant, I want to bring an official warning. If your comment is in any way political or offensive, I will delete it. I know that this might make me lose a few readers, but I prefer that than to watch my comment section become a forum for you all to curse at one another. This happened before, also deleted. Again, I accept any criticism, of any kind, and any ideas, suggestions, or thoughts, as long as you are polite to me and others when you do so. If you really want to discuss politics, there are thousands of other places you can do so, including our Discord, cheeky advertisement. Again, don't be rude. Sorry for the long message rant, but I know you understand why I did it. So, again, I hope you enjoyed the chapter, and may the Force be with you. Capitulo 288, A Pacifist. Senator Amidala, I am Commander Dajir, and this is Hell Squad. We will be escorting you during these negotiations. His helmet under his arm, Hell Squad standing behind him, Dajir presented himself to a human female. Senator Amidala had long, brown hair, tied up in a unique hairstyle. She wore long and fancy robes and looked exactly like what one would imagine a politician looked like. However, on her hip, Dajir recognized the volume of a blaster pistol, hidden beneath the clothes. That surprised him. Politicians usually relied on their bodyguards for safety, but Senator Amidala seemed to be very independent, and she was also sharp. Her dark brown eyes stared at him, unperturbed by his scar, and she noticed the glance he gave at the weapon. Didn't think you would see a Republic senator carrying a blaster, did you, Commander? Dajir kept a straight face, but inside, he was surprised. Senator Amidala was quite blunt, but a clone preferred that to the usual mind games politicians like to use. No, ma'am. Well, you don't need to worry. If everything goes okay, I won't need to use it. Let's hope those negotiations go on peacefully. I would hate to resort to aggressive negotiations again. Dajir was confused as to what the senator meant, but she just grinned. The clone couldn't help but feel surprised once again. He liked Senator Amidala. She wasn't one of those politicians who stayed their entire lives in their rooms, talking about a war they knew nothing about. She looked like she didn't mind getting her hands dirty. What Dajir didn't know was that he made a wrong judgment of her personality. He didn't pay attention to politics. No clone did, otherwise he would know that Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo was one of the leaders of the pacifist section of the Senate. They wanted the end of the war without any more conflicts, and she was a member of this faction because of the same reason why she carried a blaster. She had seen death and war before, and she hated it. Commander, unless something happens, keep your calm and don't make any provocative moves. Aboriginal species like the Touts can be quite expressive when they are talking. Dajir only nodded. He had met and fought against and with primitive species more than once, and he knew that they tended to make gestures when communicating, many of which could look very hostile. You don't like to talk much, do you? The clones were taken aback by the unexpected question, especially Dajir. Senator Amidala once again surprised him, the third time in the short few minutes they had talked. With all due respect, Senator, it's just that clones in general aren't used to talking to someone aside from our brothers. We don't have many chances to interact with others, especially civilians. Haha, that is understandable. Created for war, such a cruel destiny. Senator Amidala chuckled, but she seemed incomparably sad while she did so, and her last words confirmed that she only laughed out of politeness. Commander Dajir, I would like to talk to you, if that isn't a problem. Not at all, ma'am. Brain, I will leave the final arrangements to you. Yes, sir. In about 16 hours, we will arrive at Pantora. Hell Squad dispersed, leaving Dajir and the human senator alone. He wasn't sure of what she wanted, but Senator Amidala started walking around the ship, so he followed her. What are your thoughts on this war, Commander? What are the thoughts of the men under you? Dajir hesitated for a moment. That was the second time in a short while that someone had asked him that. First it was Ragu, and now Senator Amidala. He might not know a lot about politics, but he knew that it couldn't be just a coincidence. Everything pointed out that there was some kind of movement in the Senate to end this war peacefully. In the end, he told Senator Amidala almost the same he told Ragu. His thoughts hadn't changed. She was pensive for a long while after he finished, thinking. I asked several commanders and troopers the same question, Commander Dajir, and none gave me a clear answer, and certainly none gave me an answer as satisfactory as yours. Why? The clone stopped and looked at the young senator. He didn't like the direction the conversation was going, but he had an instinct that he could trust Senator Amidala. General Ragu asked me something similar some time ago. General Ragu, is he a Jedi? Yes, former apprentice of General Imagun Dai. Senator Amidala frowned for a moment, probably trying to remember who General Dai was, after which her expression turned to one of surprise. Wasn't Master Dai the general of the 303rd Attack Legion? Then. Dajir grinned, sadness and bad memories flooding him. It was normal that Senator Amidala didn't know about Ragu's and General Dai relationship. Jedis rarely disclosed their secrets, even if they weren't necessarily secret. Yeah, Hell Squad was part of the 303rd. After Ryloth, General Ragu went to finish his training, while the survivors were sent to other legions. The senator looked at Dajir while he explained with a nonchalant expression, but she wasn't fooled. She talked to a lot of clones during the 2 years of war, trying to discover their thoughts, so she could use them as an argument to end it. She might not have been successful, but one thing she learned was that clones cared for their brothers above all else. I am sorry to hear that, but you said the survivors were sent to other legions. You and your squad don't use the colors of any legion I know. Hell Squad is an exception. We are a special unit, so it's quite normal you never heard about us. And our colors are the color of the 303rd, we still belong there. Special unit, so you do what other clones can't do. Dajir shook his head. He wasn't dumb, and already understood that Senator Amidala wanted him to talk more, so she could use it in her discussions in the Senate. Once a politician, always a politician. Even a simple soldier like him understood that. No, we are clones all the same. Hell Squad does what otherwise would cost hundreds or even thousands of our brothers' lives. That's why we exist. When Dajir stepped out of the ship, his leg sank deep into the snow to knee height. Besides him, he heard 3-4 curse. I hate snow planets. It's way too difficult to fight on. Dajir had to agree. It slowed their movement speed, and many times that meant death. But he couldn't let his men scare Senator Amidala, although the woman seemed pretty unperturbed by the way clones behaved. Hopefully we won't have to fight at all. Now, take out the BARC speeders. The meeting point is 20 kilometers from here, and it seems like there is a blizzard coming. Yes, sir. While Hell Squad started unloading the speeders, the The meeting point was at a plateau, protected from the snow and wind, and where no one could plan an ambush, but ships were unable to land because of its size. Senator Amidala walked out of the ship, having changed her robes for tight white clothes and a coat. Clones didn't need any of that, because their armors isolated the coldness outside. Do you think we will face any problems to get to the plateau, Commander Dajir? If the weather here is any similar to my Jito, no, but I don't know about the natives. As Dajir said that, he pointed towards a cliff half a kilometer away. He had long noticed the white creatures watching them. Capítulo 289, Touts and Pantorans. Even though he had noticed the furry creatures, which he supposed were the Touts, the moment the ship landed, Dajir also saw that all they had were spears. Without blasters, they couldn't harm the clones even if they wanted to. As such, he decided it was safe to let his men unload the speeders. And he also knew that Dab had the Touts on his scope. 500 meters were enough for the sniper to kill at least 20 of them before the natives could even get close. They are probably just observing us. This is their planet after all. Senator Amidala looked towards where Dajir had pointed, but all she could see were white dots that stood out a little more. However, she trusted Dajir when he said the Touts were there. You should get on your speeder, ma'am. Cell and Brain, you two go ahead. We will give you 2 minutes of advantage. Report as soon as possible. Understood, sir. The two clones hopped onto their BARC speeders and flew away. With the speed of the vehicles, it took less than a minute for them to disappear behind the cliff where the Touts were. The natives didn't move, only looking at the speeders as they went by. Dajir waited 2 minutes before jumping on his own speeder and setting off at a much slower speed than Cell and Brain. He showed his left fist to Hell Squad, and they acknowledged the gesture, creating a formation around Senator Amidala's vehicle. It's all clear, Commander. The Pantorans and the Touts are already here. They are watching us, but they didn't do anything. However, you and the Senator better get him quickly. After a few minutes, Brain's voice came through the comlink, and Dajir speed up. The others followed him. What greeted them when they got up the plateau was a tense sight. On one side were the Pantorans' short beings with pale blue skin and white hair. There were about 30 of them, all wearing dark blue clothes and carrying blasters with the exception of 2, a woman and a man. On the other side of the plateau, facing the Pantorans, were tall creatures with long white fur and several small black eyes. They only carried spears and bows, but there were about 90 of them. Dajir couldn't identify who their leader was. And, forming a barrier between those two groups, putting an end to the tensions before they even started, were Cell and Brain, still on top of their speeders. By the hostile glares that one side was giving to the other, Dajir could guess that if the Republic Party had arrived just a little later, a fight would have broken out. Getting down from the BARC speeder, Dajir held his blaster high. He wanted both sides, Pantoran and Touts, to see that Hell Squad was there to maintain balance, and that they had the power to do it. That strategy worked mainly on the Touts, since Dajir had long learned that primitive species respected the strong. Please, may the representatives come here. Senator Amidala raised her voice loud enough for everyone to hear her. Not that it was necessary, because there hasn't been a sound since the Republic group had arrived. The 2 civilians from Pantora were the first to approach, also bringing a translator droid with them. The Touts probably didn't understand what Senator Amidala said, but when they saw the Pantorans walking towards the middle of the plateau, 2 of them stepped forward. One of them was small and had a hunched back, while the other was over 2 meters tall and clearly muscular. It's good to see you again, Padme. This is Tak Arlant, my advisor. Senator Chachai. The Pantoran woman smiled friendly to Senator Amidala. The senator, on the other hand, returned the smile, but in a contained way. Clearly, she knew the Pantoran, but didn't want to show any sides any favors. Ig, Adele J. Jizo. The smaller Touts uttered words in a language Dajir didn't understand. The droid the Pantorans brought with them started translating. I am Adele, this is J. Jizo. I am honored to meet you. My name is Padme Amidala. The senator gave a courteous bow to the 2 Touts, and they used their left hand to touch their foreheads in a greeting. The man next to Senator Chachai scoffed, but was quickly silenced by a stern stare from his partner. Senator Amidala looked at the two opposing parties and signaled for them to approach. Knowing that they would now engage in a long discussion, Dajir gestured for Hell Squad to step back. They were there only to protect the senator and had no need to hear what they were talking about. Still, it was clear by the angry faces of the Pantorans, the gestures of the touts, and the frustrated expression on Senator Amidala's face that things weren't going well. The peace talks went on for over 5 hours, during which Hell Squad stood unmoving, watching the Pantorans and touts. No side made any hostile movement, although there were some angry gestures whenever one of the representatives raised their voices. When night started falling, Senator Amidala returned to where the BARC speeders were and mounted one of them. Hell Squad followed suit, and in a few seconds they left the plateau, headed for their ship. How did it go, Senator? Not too well. Both touts and Pantorans refused to share the planet. The Pantorans want the touts to limit themselves to certain areas, while the touts want the Pantorans out of Ordo Plutonia. It will take a few more days before we can arrive at any solution. Senator Amidala seemed exhausted and exasperated. It was pretty obvious the negotiations weren't good. Has Senator Amidala arrived on Ordo Plutonia? Yes, my lord. Good, order the attack then, and remember to leave no clues that it was us. Of course, when a Republic senator is killed and no culprit is found, the Pantorans and touts will enter a civil war. When we step in, they will gladly join the CIS. In a dark room in the underworld of Coruscant, Count Dooku and a hooded figure talked. No one would have ever thought that the separatist leader was so bold as to go to Coruscant, the heart of the Republic. And yet, here he was, talking to the hooded person in a deferential manner. That person was the one he feared the most in the galaxy, and also the one who gave him everything he had, his master. Hahaha, soon, very soon, my precious apprentice, I will rule this galaxy with you by my side. The Jedi Order is getting weaker by the day, and their pathetic efforts can't stand on our way. The seeds of chaos I threw amongst them are starting to grow, and when they do, the Republic will fall. A glorious new era shall begin. A new empire shall reign. Hahaha. Capitulo 290. Outside Interference. In the moon of Alave, not too far away from Ordo Plutonia and Pantora, there was a Republic outpost, responsible for overlooking the entire system. Usually, the base had 24 clones, but at the moment, they were all dead, killed by a group of commando droids. As such, no one was warned when a single separatist frigate appeared out of hyperspace, heading for Ordo Plutonia. 2 C-9979 landing crafts left the ship and landed on the planet, while the frigate jumped to lightspeed once again, disappearing. For the next week, Hell Squad and Senator Amidala kept going to the plateau to continue the negotiations. Over the course of their days, the touts and Pantorans had several fights, but with Hell Squad's intervention, none resulted in death. Curiously enough, though, those fights brought the two species closer together, and by the end of the week, a peace treaty was almost done. Now, Hell Squad and the Senator were making their way back to their ship. Contrarily to most other times, Senator Amidala had a happy smile on her face. Tomorrow, they will sign the treaty. After that, we can return to Coruscant, and your squad will have completed your mission, Commander. Dajir nodded and was about to answer when he looked over the horizon and a bad feeling hit him. He immediately slowed down, and Brain did the same. You felt it too, Commander. Yeah, stop. The clones stopped their speeders immediately, sending snow flying in the air. Senator Amidala almost crashed into Cell's BARC speeder. What is happening, Commander Dajir? Felt what? Hell Squad took position, their weapons ready to fire at any threat, but they didn't know what it was, nor could they see anything. However, they trusted Dajir. His instincts had saved them multiple times. What is wrong? I don't know, just a feeling. 3-4, Tech, take the Senator back to the plateau. The touts and the Pantorans should still be there. The others assume defensive positions. Nothing gets past us, understood. Roger that. Yes, sir. Got it, come on, ma'am. The clones immediately moved after receiving their orders, and Tech dragged Senator Amidala to her speeder. She had a shocked expression on her face, but she was clear that Hell Squad had orders to protect her, even if that meant going against her will. Also, she was a smart person, with powerful friends. Hell Squad wouldn't be sent to escort her if they weren't good, so she decided to trust Dajir's instincts. The commander looked at the snow around them with watchful eyes. There were rock walls and piles of snow everywhere, enough to hide a small army. Maybe that was what triggered his instincts. But they had done the same path for the past week, and at no time had he felt anything. No, something was very, very wrong. He only had to find out what. It didn't take long. As soon as the 3 speeders carrying Tech, 3-4, and Senator Amidala started to move, a laser left the snow about 300 meters to their left, hitting the medic speeder and sending 3-4 flying. Luckily, the snow softened his fall. Immediately, Dajir turned to where the red laser came from and lowered his macrobinoculars. The figure of a commando droid, wielding a sniper blaster rifle, became clear. Dab, aim low. Got it. Using his own speeder to keep his DC-15X steady, Dab looked at the clanker through his scope and fired. Good hit. The clones kept looking for new threats, but for a moment, not one appeared. Instead of appeasing Dajir, that only made him more worried. A single commando droid made no sense. What are the Seppies doing here? How would I know? Commander, what do we do about Senator Amidala? To her credit, the politician was behaving remarkably well, a blaster pistol in her hand. She and Tech were still on their speeders, waiting for Dajir's next commands. Nothing, they surrounded us. Hundreds of B-1 units appeared from all directions, coming out from behind the rocks or from under the snow. Leading the small army were a dozen commando clankers. For a moment, Dajir wondered how they hadn't seen them before, and then he realized that even now, it was difficult to distinguish them from the background. They were camouflaged. This was a well-planned ambush. Who? The tin cans are getting smarter, Senator. Crouch behind the speeders and let us deal with them. The droids were painted with a dirty white color, not only the commandos, but even the standard B-1 units. They had laid down on the snow and kept out of sight. It was more than clear that they were there for Hell Squad and Senator Amidala, and them only. This wasn't an invasion or anything of the like. It was a trap. I won't hide while you fight for me, Commander. Besides, it isn't as if you can save me. As she said that, Senator Amidala got up, blaster in hand. Dajir looked at the determined expression on her face and shrugged. She was right. Surrounded by hundreds of Seppies, in a planet where Republic presence was non-existent, their chances of surviving were null. I am sorry, ma'am, but Hell Squad will be unable to complete our mission to protect you. That's all right, Commander Dajir, but if we are going to die, let's take some of them with us. When they heard that, Hell Squad was stunned for a moment, before Metal broke the silence by laughing. Haha, the Senator is right, Commander. It isn't like we are afraid to die or anything like that. Dajir smiled under his helmet. No clone was afraid to die. To fall in battle, having taken down some enemies, was their purpose and their pride. We should have died a long time ago, back in Ryloth with Commander Keeley and the others. To survive up till now, we have already avenged them. Having said that, Dajir put a mad grin on his face and lifted his blaster. 8 people against hundreds of droids, and yet, it were the clones who made the first move. Instantly, the once quiet land, covered in snow, burst into action as blue and red lasers flew. War arrived in Ordo Plutonia. Capitulo 291, an unlikely alliance. Dajir grunted in pain as a laser hit his left shoulder, but he ignored the wound and continued firing his blaster. 2 commando droids fell when he hit them, but one got up shortly after. Even with Dajir's precision, it was difficult to kill the commando droids in a single hit, even more in the middle of a battle of the proportions of the one they were in. They are getting closer, sir. I can see that, Cell. Shut up and keep firing. Usually, Dajir wouldn't be so harsh on his words, but they were in a life-threatening situation. And, to make matters worse, they were running low on ammunition. After all, they didn't expect to be ambushed, so they didn't carry a lot of it with them. Taking cover behind the BARC speeders, which they had created a circle with Hell Squad kept firing at the droids. By now, almost 50 clankers had already fallen, but the others just kept advancing, emotionless. I'm almost out, sir. Me too. Cursing, Dajir dropped to the ground, getting half buried in the snow, and threw his last 2 magazines to cell and 3-4. At the same time, the speeder he was hiding behind was hit in the energy cell and started smoking. Knowing that the vehicle wouldn't take long to blow up, Dajir kicked it, and the speeder floated away. The explosion didn't hurt any of the clones thanks to Dajir's quick reactions, but it opened a hole on their already precarious defenses. Red lasers flew in their direction, hitting metal on his left forearm and Senator Amidala on her right thigh. The clones were able to mostly ignore the pain, but the senator wasn't a battle-hardened combatant like them. She screamed in pain and fell down. Curiously enough, looking at Senator Amidala clutching her wound and groaning gave Dajir an idea. "Boys, listen up. Starting by you, Brain, next time a laser comes close, fall down and stay quiet." The troopers paused for a second, confused, before realization dawned upon them, and they understood what Dajir meant. Just like Dantooine, play dead, and when the Seppies get closer, we surprise them. Let's take a few more of the tin cans with us before we go down. Hell Squad nodded. After a few seconds, Brain yelled and laid on the ground, his hand still clutching his blaster. If Dajir didn't know any better, he would have thought his brother really died. "Senator, you will have to do the same. However, Seppies check for dead. When they approach us to confirm, you will have a small opening to escape. The downside of ambushing us is that they don't have any vehicles. As long as you get on one of the speeders and flee, they won't be able to catch up." Dajir spilled his entire plan in one breath. No matter what, Hell Squad had to protect Senator Amidala, even if that meant gambling everything, including their lives, in one last move. That was their mission, and they would complete it or die trying. "Commander, that is unacceptable. That is Hell Squad's duty, Senator. If you die here, the peace treaty will be torn apart and all your efforts will be for naught. Do as I say, and don't worry about Hell Squad. We have been in worse situations, and yet we are still alive." It was a terrible lie, and both Dajir and Senator Amidala knew that. However, it was all it was needed to convince the senator. She might be brave and kind, but she wasn't ready to give up on her life so easily. Also faking death, Dajir was the last one to fall to the ground. Laying on the snow, with his back to the sky, he made sure his pistol and vibroblade were easily accessible. Silence fell on the snowy plains, and the droid army stopped firing. Merciless machines, they didn't show any pity for their fallen companions, and stepped over them to arrive at the small defense Circle Hell Squad had created. It was standard protocol to check if the enemy was really dead, and, if there were any survivors, kill them. TA-077 kicked one of the BARC speeders aside and looked at the 7 dead clones and the human woman beside them. He respected them in some weird way. As his serial number showed, he was one of the oldest commando droids and one of the few which survived many battles. He had killed countless clones and Republic scum and knew when to recognize a true soldier. He might not be a living being, but he had a lot of battle experience, all processed in his circuits, and he knew few clones were as fierce and deadly as that small squad had been. TA-077 was in command of 1,400 B-1 battle droids and came to Ordo Plutonia with the simple objective of killing the Republic delegation and sowing chaos. He sent 600 units to attack some of the Taltz villages and Pantoran settlements on the planet, and used the remaining 800 droids to attack Senator Amidala and Hell Squad. It should have been an overwhelming force, able to crush the 8 targets in a matter of seconds. It wasn't. 70 B-1 units and 12 commando droids had been destroyed. So, TA-077, who had seen more action than most of his fellow droids, respected the clones. They had fought bravely. Using his feet to turn over the clone next to him, TA-077 crouched to confirm he was dead. The moment he did that, he knew something was wrong. Apart from a scorched spot on his shoulder, the front of the clone's armor was intact. No fatal wounds. His hand quickly tried to grab the vibroblade in his back, but before he reached it, the dead clone came back to life, wielding a vibroblade of his own. It pierced TA-077's neck from the side, immediately cutting off his sensors and energy cords. "Nice try, scrap metal." Before he fell down, all TA-077 could feel was surprise. That wasn't in his programming. He had learned every Republic tactic the Separatists knew about, and even some tricks the clones used on the battlefield, but that wasn't one of them. Once again, the lack of consciousness and thoughts of the droids proved to be a major and fatal flaw in their design. Dajir let himself be turned over by the clanker, and when the chance came, he killed the white commando droid. Around him, the other 6 members of Hell Squad also bumped into motion, using their blasters to tear off the heads of 6B1 units and holding them as shields. Senator. The clone didn't need to say anything else. Senator Amidala, who was still on the ground, jumped on top of one of the few remaining speeders and zoomed away. The Seppies wanted to fire at her, but because they had all gathered together, thinking they had already won the battle, not only did they block each other's line of sight, but Hell Squad also made a wall between her and them. Dajir grinned when he saw that in all but a few seconds, Senator Amidala was already out of range from the clanker's blasters. Besides him, he heard his brothers chuckle. They were about to die, but they had foiled the Separatists' plans. Knowing that put a smile on their faces. Suddenly, a loud growling sound shook the battlefield. Blue lasers hit the droids, and spears pierced their bodies as if they were made of paper. While the enemy was thrown in disarray, Dajir saw Talts and Pantorans coming to Hell Squad's rescue, fighting side by side. Author's note: Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I got asked again yesterday about how I came up with the name Dajir, and I thought this would be as good of a time as any to explain it. It's a pretty normal story, but you might find it interesting. Do you know those games where the name of your character is randomly generated? Well, when I was a kid, maybe 10 years old, I was playing one of those, and I honestly don't remember which. The name it came up with was Turo Dajiro. Turo means bull in Portuguese, while Dajiro is a totally invented word. Why the game decided to use those two as a name, I have no idea. But I really liked the Dajir part of Dajiro, and so I started using it as my nickname for almost every game I played. When I started writing the novel, I struggled for quite some time to decide on a name for the main character, and then I remembered the name Dajir. Considering how I have been using it for almost 10 years, it seemed only normal that it became the name of the protagonist. Like I said, it's a pretty normal story, nothing really impressive. Still, I hope you find it somewhat interesting. As always, if you feel like it, leave your ideas, suggestions, critics, or anything. I love reading them, and if I think they are feasible, I will try to implement them, as well as correct any mistakes I made. If you can, leave a review and think about joining our Discord. And of course, stay safe, and may the Force be with you. Capitulo 292, Good News and Bad News. Hell Squad was almost as surprised as the Clankers when they saw Talts and Pantorans fighting together. But they were used to improvising, and a bunch of confused droids was an opportunity they wouldn't let go. Dajir pushed the body he was holding, making 2 B1 units stumble, and pierced them with his vibroblade. His left hand used his DC-17 to fire at the nearby Seppies, dropping 3 of them before they even had a chance to react. By his side, Hell Squad also got into the fray, killing almost 20 droids in a matter of seconds. The once deadly and seemingly impossible to survive situation changed in an instant. The group that came to Hell Squad's rescue numbered over 1,000, composed mainly of Talts. The planet was their home, after all, so it was easy for them to gather more warriors. Caught by surprise, the droids were quickly exterminated, but not before causing some casualties amongst the Talts and Pantorans. Hell Squad also didn't make it through intact. Hold on, brother, we just need to get you to the ship. Ignoring their own wounds and injuries, all of Hell Squad was gathered around Dab. The sniper was clutching his stomach in pain, and a small fillet of blood made its way down his armor, painting the snow red. 3-4 was kneeling next to him, applying pressure on the wound, while the other members of Hell Squad moved him into a BARC speeder. Ignoring the crowd of Pantorans and Talts, Dajir gestured for Brain and 3-4 to take Dab to their cruiser. Watching the 3 clones speed away, only then did Dajir notice that Senator Amidala was by his side. He greeted her with a nod. "Thank you, ma'am. If it wasn't for the reinforcements you brought, Hell Squad would be gone." "I didn't bring them. I think they were already on their way to help us, although I am not sure how they knew we were in trouble. The commander was slightly surprised, but Dajir wasn't one to dwell in needless thoughts. Hell Squad, and more importantly, Senator Amidala, were alive, which meant they hadn't failed their mission. Regardless of the circumstances of their survival, the most important was that the peace negotiations could go on. Padme, are you hurt? Are you all right? I assure you I am okay, Senator Chachai. I only received a scratch, nothing much, thanks to you, and also to you, Adalea. Thank you very much. Dajir had to admire Senator Amidala's professionalism. He had escorted and protected other civilians and politicians before, and most of them were scared and fearing for their lives. They could barely maintain a logical line of thought after being attacked. Not that human senator, though. Even after being shot and surviving such a traumatic experience, she still was able to maintain an impartial posture, not showing favor to either side. May I ask how you knew we had been ambushed by the separatist, Senator Chachai? The Pantoran scratched her head, somewhat hesitant, before looking at the Tauts' leader. His sentries saw separatist droids killing a group of Tauts. He thought they might have also attacked you, so he came to us, and here we are. Once again, I have to say I am grateful for your help. I hope that despite that incident, we can restart the negotiations tomorrow. Erguo Ishe, I, Tauts G Pantorans Tarai. He said, that won't be necessary. Tauts and Pantorans fought together, so they are friends now. Senator Amidala and Senator Chachai looked at the translator droid for a few seconds, stunned, before turning to the Tauts. It was clear he was laughing and happy. The human senator stealthily elbowed Senator Chachai, and the young Pantoran quickly bowed to Adalea, showing her respect. It's our honor to be able to live alongside your noble people, great Adalea. Seeing how respectfully Senator Chachai was behaving now, opposed to her angry speeches a few days ago, Dajir once again felt that politics were too much of a headache. He much preferred the battles and fights of the war. Painful as they might be, at least he didn't have to think too much. How am I looking, 3-4? Cough, cough. Not too good, Dab, I have to say. But you will pull through it, although it's going to leave a nasty scar. Haha, another for the collection. What about you, Commander? Did you mark the clanker that hit me? The entirety of Hell Squad was grouped around a bed in the medbay in their cruiser. The medical droid and 3-4 had already patched up the sniper. Thanks to the painkillers, Dab had slept over 30 hours at once, only waking up not long ago. Now, with the peace treaty signed, they were returning to Coruscant, where he would receive proper care. How could I not? Tapping lightly on his shoulder pad, Dajir grinned, before ordering Hell Squad to disperse and let Dab rest. Only the medical droid stayed with him. Is he going to survive, Commander Dajir? Senator, Dab has been through worse. He will make it. All he needs is a couple days and a bacta tank, and he will be back into the fight. Worse than that battle. We all had our close calls and near-death experiences. This time, we had supplies and a medical droid. Sometimes, we don't even have that. You were talking about Rylas. Dajir only nodded. There wasn't much to say. It must have been horrible. I can't imagine what you went through. Senator Amidala looked at him with a troubled expression when she heard Dajir. The clone already knew that she had something else on her mind, but she didn't want, or didn't know how, to say it. He wouldn't be the one to pressure her. Commander, Master Skywalker, asked me to give you a message. The clone kept his silence and waited. He wasn't surprised that General Skywalker sent a message to him, although it was weird he did it through Senator Amidala. However, the Jedi had always been close to the clones, treating them more like family than subordinates. He asked me to tell you that Jedi Master Even Peel died, and that he is sorry. He knows you and Master Peel had a special relationship. Shocked, surprised, and sad, Dajir's steps faltered for a moment before he straightened his back once again. He had fought a few battles alongside General Peel, but the truth was he didn't know the Jedi that well. However, he would never forget who gave him his name, who was the first person to look at him not as a clone, but as something else. As someone who deserved more than just a number. Thanks for telling me, ma'am. Senator Amidala just nodded. She might not be a soldier, but she was good at reading the feelings of the people around her, and she could tell Dajir wasn't doing too well. Still, Nothing that she could say would change that, and she figured that for a soldier like him, who was used to death, saying anything would be meaningless. "We are arriving at Coruscant, Commander Senator." "Good, then I shall take my leave soon, Commander Dajir. If it weren't for Hell Squad, I would probably be dead. You have my gratitude." "Just doing our job, Senator Amidala. Just doing our job." Capitulo 293, Mercy Mission to Aline. 3 weeks after their mission in Ordo Plutonia, Hell Squad was once again on a cruiser, this time leaving Mon Cala. The old king, Yos Kalina, whom Hell Squad knew from the start of the war, had been assassinated by the Separatist, resulting in a major battle, which Hell Squad took part in. The Republic had won, after a costly and drawn-out battle, which would guarantee them the control of the planet for now. However, as it happened twice before, the Separatist would soon organize another attack. The truth was that this war would only end when Count Dooku and the other Separatist leaders were captured or killed. Dajir preferred the second option. "What does the seat warmers have for us, sir?" Dajir raised an eyebrow when he heard Metal's question, but he didn't complain. They might be clones, but they could still think whatever they wanted of their superiors. They just couldn't say it in front of them. Since Hell Squad was alone, Dajir didn't care about how Metal called the higher-ups. "Relief mission to Aline. I will tell more when we get to the others." Together, the two clones went to a room, where they found the rest of Hell Squad, and, to their surprise, Ragu. The Jedi and the clones were chatting freely, like old friends who met again after a long time. There were none of the formalities that usually existed between superiors and subordinates. "Dajir, Metal, how are you?" The young Togruta greeted them happily. It had been a few months since he last fought with Hell Squad, and he was quite happy to meet them again. His connection with this unit was no less than the one he had with his master. If it wasn't for them, he would have died countless times already, and he had learned a lot with the clones. And the clones had learned a lot from him. In their minds, Ragu was the last mission that General Dai had left them. They would die for him without a second thought. "General, I didn't know you would be coming with us." "I also didn't, until a few hours ago. However, I was meditating when the ship came to pick Hell Squad up, so I only got the chance to talk to you now." Dajir nodded. It made sense that Ragu was the Jedi general sent to accompany them, considering that they had experience in fighting together. And a relief mission was, by no means, a tranquil one, so a Jedi could make quite a difference. "Since you are all here, let me debrief you on our mission." Ragu picked up a hologram projector and showed a small being which barely reached a clone's waist, and with two bulging eyes. "This is an Alina. Their home planet, Aline, on Bright Jewel System, is under a separatist blockade, much like the one Ryloth was after our fleet was gone. We are tasked with delivering essential supplies for them." He received several nods of acknowledgement. It was a pretty standard mission. "Just us. Do we have troops on the ground?" "No and no. The Alinas are putting up a resistance by themselves. Us delivering help is simply a humanitarian act, and it will, of course, bring them closer to the Republic. And we will have the support of 6 more CR-90 corvettes, as well as a new stealth ship." "Stealth ship?" "Yeah, it was designed by our scientist, and Master Skywalker tested it in battle. It can become invisible and evade most of the conventional detection mechanisms the Seppies have." Dajir raised an eyebrow, while Hell Squad looked at each other surprised. A ship like that was most certainly expensive to make, but it could change the course of a battle if used correctly. "Captain Flair will command the stealth ship to distract the blockade, while we rush in and deliver our cargo before escaping through the other side of the planet." Hell Squad exchanged glances. The plan was good, but they didn't see their part in it. Tech was the one to say what was on their minds. "With all due respect, General, but this isn't exactly the kind of mission we specialize in. Hell Squad would do more good by staying in Mon Cala and chasing off the remaining clankers." Contrarily to their expectations, Ragu wasn't surprised, angry, or disappointed by what Tak said. Instead, he was grinning. "I know that, but we got reliable information that Count Dooku is on Aline. We are going to drop with the supplies and end this war right now." "So that's how it is, Commander." "Yes, my lord. Some Republic blockade runners will come in a few days. Let them through, without them noticing." My lord, this will set back our efforts to convince the natives by weeks. It doesn't matter, do as I say. Yes, my lord. And prepare a shuttle, I will be descending to the planet. The servant nodded hurriedly and bowed before leaving the room. Count Dooku looked out of the window to the Lucrehulk-class battleships forming the blockade and grinned. Come on, my little Jedi, I am ready to receive you. When the corvettes dropped their cargo, in capsules very similar to escape pods, they also dropped Hell Squad and Ragu. The group stepped out of the pod and on the swamp that made up most of Aline. Water and black mud stained their armors, but the clones didn't care. In fact, they scooped up mud and splashed it in their body. Not only would it confuse the heat sensors of the droids, but it would also act as camouflage. Where to now, General Ragu? The other capsules, which carried supplies, had been delivered to spots near the Alina's resistance groups. However, the Alinas had refused to take the Republic's side, so, if the group was found, that would cause problems. Ragu might still get away because he was a Jedi and his kind roamed the galaxy, but Hell Squad, being clones, would certainly be attacked, be it by the droids or the natives. Our spies said Dooku came down to Aline today. He should be at Redstone, the capital city. It's built on one of the few areas of the planet that aren't a marsh. Dajir nodded. Considering they were trying to be sneaky, going at the capital city wasn't the best course of action, but they didn't have other options. It would be even worse if Count Dooku left Aline. They would deal with any complications that may appear when they appeared. Well, you heard the general, lads. Get moving. Capitulo 294, an obvious trap. Unbeknown to them, Hell Squad and Ragu were being watched by a small, black, floating ball. A probe droid. The probe let out a series of weird noises before floating after the group quietly. The data it was sending traveled quickly, arriving in a dark room on red stone. Count Dooku looked at the images on the screen in front of him and frowned. He had expected the Republic to send 2 or more Jedis. He wanted to kill them and deal a suffocating blow to the Republic and the Jedi Order. He had never imagined that only one Jedi, and an ordinary one, considering he didn't recognize the Togruta, and a squad of clones would be the ones to come. It seemed they were underestimating him. Staring at the video for a while, he saw one of the clones turning his head back. He looked straight at the probe droid, but then looked forward again, as if he hadn't seen anything. He probably hadn't. The probes were designed to be almost undetectable, even when being looked directly upon. But even if it had been discovered, the white-bearded Sith Lord wouldn't care. The Republic force was already in his claws and couldn't escape his trap. What surprised him, however, was the design of the clone's helmet. A single brownish-red horn adorned the right side of the helmet, a drawing he had seen very recently. He quickly flipped through the intel the Separatist had, easily finding an image of Dajir and from the other members of Hell Squad. The CIS had acquired those from the invasion and consequent escape of the prison orbiting Sullust. Count Dooku had never heard of Hell Squad before that, but when the Separatists dug deep, they found many occasions that they were probably involved. That made them put Hell Squad on the same threat level as Delta Squad. Interesting, someone even a Saj couldn't kill. So this must be Ragu, he faced so much pain. Half an hour later, 3 speeders left the city. One of them carried Count Dooku, while the other 2 were piloted by Magna Guards. They only stopped a couple 100 kilometers away from the city, and Count Dooku sat on the ground, eyes closed, meditating. Now, all he had to do was wait, and he was patient. He had waited 10 years for the Clone Wars to start, and even now, he still had to make any big moves. Waiting a couple more hours to start his big plan was nothing, but when he did, he would destroy the Jedi Order. He would tear it apart, piece by piece. General, we are being followed, a Separatist probe droid. Hearing Dajir's whisper, Ragu resisted the urge to turn around and look for their stalker. Instead, he continued walking normally. Don't look back, let's wait to see if it does anything else. If not, then we will just ignore it. The clones glanced at each other, somewhat unwilling. They didn't like the idea of having their every move observed. Sir, we could be walking into a trap. We most certainly are. The fact that we are already being watched means that Dooku knew we were coming. Whatever trap he prepared for us, it has been set in motion a long time ago. but now we know that. This gives us an advantage. Dajir looked at his general and shrugged inwardly. He didn't like the idea of knowingly going into an ambush, but he knew Ragu would do that anyway, and he wouldn't be anywhere other than by the Jedi's side. You heard the general, men. Stay sharp and weapons ready. Let's see what the Seppies have in stock for us. Dajir could see Count Dooku long before they got close to the separatist leader. He wasn't making any effort to hide, and just sat on the ground, eyes closed and legs crossed. The Magna Guards by his side turned on their electrostaffs, making purple sparks fly, but even then, Count Dooku stood in the same position. Count Dooku, I see you were expecting us. Not surprised, Ragu signals Hell Squad to stop when they were a few dozen meters away from Count Dooku. I thought the Jedi Order respected me more than to send a Padawan and a bunch of clones after me. The Sith didn't even open his eyes or move as he said that. However, he was somewhat stunned by the lack of reaction by Ragu or the clones. Apart from a slight chuckle, he couldn't sense anything else from them. Their minds were calm. I'm not a Padawan, Dooku. Don't try to play games with me. Now surrender and we can end this war now. No more fight, no more death. Haha, Ragu, right? You know, I met your master, I helped train him. He told me that you were a great Jedi once, but you lost yourself, Dooku. You gave in to the dark side. However, it's not too late. Too late for what? To become another pawn in that rotten being you call a republic. Or to become one of the feared Jedi, to say I fight for the people of the galaxy, when the truth is you are all drunk by the power and position you have. As he said that, the bearded Sith Lord got up, smiling. I prefer to steer clear from all that corruption, young one. The Confederacy of Independent Systems never wanted to start a war, but you all couldn't give up control. You were too used to it. If the only way for us to be truly free is war, so be it. War is never the answer, Dooku. You should know that better than anyone. Humph, kill them. Hearing him, the two Magna Guards stepped forward and spun their electrostaffs threateningly. But before they could get any closer, 3 shots rang out. The heads of the 2 droids disappeared from their shoulders, and they walked a few more steps before collapsing. The 3rd laser aimed for Count Dooku, but the separatist dodged by turning his body slightly and raised an eyebrow. I was wondering where the last member of your unit was, Commander Dajir. So you know you were being followed? Smart move. That must be Dab, I presume. Dajir said nothing. Ever since Brain had been captured, they had known that the enemy would acquire intel on them. I was acquainted with a clone too, Commander. You might have known him. CT-7034, Shield. Dajir clenched his fist, and Hell Squad tensed up. Even Ragu felt anger when he heard it. It was you who made Shield betray us. I didn't make him betray anyone, Commander. I only helped him by showing what the Republic does to the clones every single day. You feel the same. It was as if Count Dooku wasn't solely speaking to them, but whispering something deep into their minds. Dajir wanted to believe him. No, he believed him. He started to lower his blaster, while his brothers did the same. But suddenly an image came to his mind. An old, broken, scarred helmet, the screams of his brothers, he would never forget. Hell Squad wouldn't forget. He lifted his blaster again, aiming directly at the Sith. Your tricks don't work on us, Dooku. Author's note. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I really liked writing this one. I had never really showed how the Separatist viewed the war, and this was something many of you had suggested, and had wanted to do for a long time. I am glad I finally did it. If you read some of the comics, especially the darker ones, you will see that the Republic was actually pretty foo******* D up. Like most governments on the history of our planet, and in all countries and all eras, don't come getting political on me, please. There are a lot of people wanting to do good, but many more who are corrupt, greedy, and selfish. The Republic was no different. Of course the Separatists aren't saints either, but I think it's only fair I showed, even if just a little, their point of view. Anyways, like I said before, I hope you enjoyed the chapter, and may the Force be with you. Capitulo 295, A Wounded Sith Lord. Your tricks don't work on us, Dooku. Seeing Dajir and the other members of Hell Squad shake off the confusion and control he was imposing almost immediately, Count Dooku was truly surprised by the first time since he met them. Interesting, so what my apprentice said was true, you really can resist the force. Impressive. That's enough, Dooku. Ragu stepped forward and pulled his lightsaber out of his robes. The green glow reflected on the dead Magna Guards. You know, young one, I originally didn't plan on killing you. I was hoping for Obi-Wan, Skywalker, or even that old master of mine, Yoda. I hoped I would be able to fight a real Jedi, not a young Banta who just learned how to battle. Your attempts to anger me are useless. As if by magic, a curved lightsaber appeared in Count Dooku's hand. A red blade extended from it. Immediately, he disappeared from his previous position, faster than any human should have been. But Ragu was ready. The two Force users clashed, lifting a small cloud of dust. Ragu stretched his fingers, and the Sith stumbled a few steps back. At the same time, Hell Squad fired, forcing Count Dooku to disengage. With a single downward swing, the blue lasers were all deflected or dodged, two of them almost hitting back the clones. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ragu advanced once again, holding his lightsaber backward and cutting up, forcing Count Dooku to block. Before the Sith could retaliate, Ragu swept his right leg, throwing the separatist off his feet and onto the ground. However, Count Dooku wasn't so easy to beat. Showing strength and agility a man of his age shouldn't have, he twerked his body out of the way of Ragu's lightsaber, and the weapon pierced the ground beside him. Now, the one who was at a disadvantage was the Jedi, and he received a kick to the chest, powered by the Force. Doing a backflip, Count Dooku got up and threw his lightsaber. The red light spun, almost cutting Ragu's throat, but he was able to deflect it. Controlled by an invisible hand, the lightsaber returned to Count Dooku's hand. Fully concentrated in Ragu, the separatists seemed to have forgotten about Hell Squad. Maybe he thought they weren't a threat. He was mistaken. Several dozen blue lasers flew towards him, many not even aiming at his body, but at the air around him. If he moved to dodge a laser, he would put himself in the way of another. As such, all he could do was block with his lightsaber, revealing an opening. Ragu jumped forward, and his weapon cut the flesh of Count Dooku's left arm. The wound wasn't deep nor life-threatening, but it forced him to take the fight seriously. That was a cowardly strike, Jedi. Examining the cut, Count Dooku frowned, showing anger. Ragu, on the other hand, maintained a stone-cold expression. Others may call me a coward, Dooku, but not a traitor such as you. Ha, so you are still stuck on the illusion that the Jedi Order is righteous. So naive. As he said that, the Sith used the Force to pull Ragu, making the Jedi stagger forward, directly in the path of the red lightsaber. Ragu tried to lift his own lightsaber to parry, but he knew he was too slow. All he could do was try to wriggle his body out of the way, but Count Dooku's weapon still pierced all the way through his right shoulder, and Ragu let out a yell of pain. The Sith Lord grinned maliciously, preparing to shake his hand and tear Ragu in half, but suddenly a clone appeared between them. Instead of a blaster, Dajir carried a vibroblade and used the handle to pummel Count Dooku's head. He would have preferred to use the blade and end the separatist's life at once, but Ragu was on the way, so he could only opt for this more awkward approach. Count Dooku fell to the ground, dizzy, and Ragu retreated, holding his shoulder. There was a hole on it, about 3 centimeters in diameter. More surprisingly, it was possible to see through it. Only lightsabers could leave this kind of wound, basically evaporating the flesh. Seeing his general and friend wounded, Dajir grunted in anger and kicked Count Dooku's lightsaber out of his hand. The weapon spun on the ground before falling inside a puddle in the surrounding marsh. Then, the commander aimed his blaster pistol at the fallen Sith, preparing to finish him off. Dajir, no, we need him alive. General, he is too dangerous. Glancing back at the Jedi, Dajir furrowed his eyebrows. Count Dooku was a Force user. He could, at any moment, use this mysterious power to do almost anything. To a soldier like Dajir, that meant he had no control over him as a prisoner. He didn't like that. He is defenseless. I can't let you kill him. Defenseless? You think that because I don't have my lightsaber, I am done? You underestimate my power, young one. Shut up. In an impulse, Dajir kicked Count Dooku on the face. Ragu frowned at the clone, but said nothing. He was a Jedi and was against needless violence, but he was also a Jedi trained in the war. He had long grown used to violence and death, and he wasn't dumb or hypocritical enough to treat Count Dooku like a prisoner who had given up. His words proved that he still had fight in him. "Get up, Dooku, and don't resist. You shall be judged by the Republic Senate." "Hahaha, I don't think so." Suddenly, Count Dooku extended his arms, palms facing Dajir and Ragu. And then, something impossible happened. Blue lightning left Count Dooku's fingers, hitting Dajir and the Jedi, and inflicting immense pain. The lightning coursed through their bodies, scorching Dajir's armor and Ragu's clothes. The lighting then made a bridge between them and Hell Squad, sending the clones in the same extremely painful torture. If it wasn't for Dab, they would have all died there. But the sniper, who was almost a kilometer away, and had the high ground, fired his charged shot, throwing Count Dooku, who thought it was a normal laser, away. Seeing Hell Squad and Ragu get up on their feet again, although shaken, the Sith decided it was time to go. He had never expected the Jedi to be so powerful, or the clones beside him to be so good. It was a mistake he wouldn't make again. Jumping on his speeder, he started speeding towards the capital city, where he would have battalions of droids as support. At the same time, he used the Force to pull his lightsaber out of the swamp. "Dab, stop him." Ragu hadn't even finished talking when a laser was already flying at Count Dooku, hitting the speeder's engine. The Separatist jumped off before the vehicle crashed and shot a venomous glance at the Republic group. "Republic dogs." Having uttered that last curse, Count Dooku ran to the depths of the marsh, disappearing amidst the trees. "Get up, we have to go after him." Using the Force to lift Dajir and the other from the ground, Ragu started pursuing Count Dooku. Without any hesitation, the clones followed him. Capítulo 296, No Culprits in a War. Count Dooku saw the clones before they saw him. The sniper, Dab, had also joined them. But he wasn't worried about the clones. He would admit that he underestimated them, and his swollen face was a reminder of that. But he would get his vengeance very, very soon. Unlike the Jedi scum, who despised revenge, the Siths adored it. It was anger, pain, and rage that gave them their power. He could already envision his next course of action. Since he was on top of a tree, he would wait for the clones to pass by him, and then jump down and split the one carrying a gigantic blaster in half. Then, he would cut off the head of the one with an almost entirely brown armor. And the Jedi? Count Dooku turned his eyes to the Togruta leading the clones. He would get what he deserved. He thought back to the words the Jedi had said to him, about him being the cause of this war, and sneered. He wanted nothing but to kill his old master, but the green midget was right when he said there were no culprits in a war. A war didn't start for nothing, neither did it start because someone decided to do so. Wars took a long, long time and a huge amount of pent-up aggression to commence. No one and everyone was to blame. "Dooku, I know you are here. Show yourself." Startled, the Sith almost jumped down from the tree and gave himself away. However, he wasn't someone who would fall for old tricks, and noticed right away that Ragu had no idea where he was. The Jedi probably could feel his presence through the Force, but not pinpoint his exact location. That, however, instead of putting Count Dooku at ease, worried him even more. He was also a Force user, and an extremely powerful one on top of that, so he obviously knew how to shield himself from a Force scan. If Ragu was still able to sense him, that meant the Togruta was incredibly powerful. And that led Count Dooku to another thought, and a very simple one. He couldn't allow the Jedi Order to grow stronger. Ragu had to die. Dajir heard Ragu speaking confidently, but he could tell by his posture that he didn't know where Count Dooku was. Still, he believed the Jedi had a plan. "Stay sharp, boys, the Seppi is here somewhere." "Roger that, Commander." "If he appears in front of us, we will give him what he deserves." Metal had barely finished bragging when Dajir saw a shadow move in the corner of his eyes. Without thinking, he pushed his brother, but the tip of the red lightsaber still made contact, cutting a gash 2 centimeters deep and half a meter long in the clone's back. It wasn't a life-threatening wound, but it was very, very painful. Screaming in pain, Metal fell face-first into the muddy water, and Count Dooku spun his lightsaber, preparing to finish him off, but Ragu was faster. The Jedi parried the attack, and Dajir took the opportunity to pull Metal away from the 2 Force users. After getting his brother out of immediate danger, he turned around to help Ragu, but found himself in a similar predicament to his squad. Each of them was able to hit a moving target from hundreds of meters, but the Jedi and the Sith battled in speeds impossible for the clones. Their lightsabers clashed time and time again, and their movement was faster than their eyes could follow. If they fired, they risked hitting their general. First, I am going to kill you, Jedi scum. Then, it will be the turn of your men. My apprentice has a special interest in them. I am sure she will appreciate torturing those clones until their deaths. Ragu wasn't shaken by the Separatists' words, but he glanced briefly at Hell Squad and frowned. He had saved them this time, but for how long could he keep doing that? Count Dooku was as powerful as him, probably more. One single mistake by Ragu's part would be enough for the Sith to wipe them all out. Knowing that, the Jedi did a backflip, putting some distance between him and his opponent and spun his lightsaber provocatively. Count Dooku grinned, knowing that he was being baited, but went along with it. Soon, both figures had disappeared into the swamp. What do we do, Commander? Dajir looked at Metal, who had fallen into unconsciousness. He couldn't leave his brother behind, but he also couldn't let his general fight Count Dooku alone. 3-4, take care of Metal. Dab, you stay here too. Cell, Tech, Brain, you follow me. We have to help General Ragu. Understood. Roger that. Several heads nodded, and Hell Squad got up. They split up silently, each member knowing their job. The 3 Dajir called followed him and went after Count Dooku and Ragu. They hadn't gotten far when a weird noise filled the swamp, getting louder by the second. In the distance, they could see trees falling and toppling over. Damn it, that's bad news. 3-4, do you copy? Yes, sir, what is that? The Seppies brought out the big toys. Fall back with Metal. We are going to meet you at our mark. What about General Ragu? He is a Jedi, he will manage it. We won't be able to help him if we are dead. Let's move. Immediately, the 4 clones turned around to regroup with 3-4, Dab, and Metal. After giving a quick glance at the giant machines destroying the marsh, going towards Ragu's position, Dajir followed them. Ragu brought his lightsaber crashing down onto Count Dooku's head, but the Separatist stepped to the side, dodging and counterattacking with a swing of his own. The two of them had been fighting for almost half an hour now, but a winner had yet to be decided. Even with his shoulder brutality wounded, Ragu had been able to cut a gash on Count Dooku's right side, evening the odds. Now, it was all down to a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Force users could fight for hours without getting tired. Surrender, Dooku, I won't ask again. You asked 3 times already, my answer won't change, young one. But unfortunately our playtime is over. Ragu was somewhat stunned when he heard Count Dooku. What did the Separatist mean? General, there are 2 MTTs going your way. He had been so focused on the battle that it took Dajir screaming in the comlink to make him notice the weird, unnatural sounds coming from the swamp. He hurriedly turned to his opponent, enraged. You called for backup, couldn't handle me on your own, Dooku. Haha, why would I waste my time on a duel with a wannabe Jedi? I have more important plans and a war to lead. I thought you still had some honor in you, Sith, but it appears I was wrong. What is the use of honor in war? Where did honor take your master? It's just a pathetic excuse the Jedis give to themselves to justify their ego and selfishness. I don't need honor. Having said that, Count Dooku turned off his lightsaber and ran away. Ragu, instead of following him, turned to face his new opponents, the gigantic vehicles and the hundreds of droids they carried. Capitulo 297, Nightmares. Dajir was firing at the B-1 units running after Hell Squad when he saw a shadow with the corner of his eyes. Blaster ready, he turned around and prepared to fire, but was surprised to see a Togruta. General Ragu, how did you get here? I stole one of their staps, but they shot me down before I could get to the rendezvous point. Since you also got stuck here, it doesn't make much of a difference. What about Dooku? Did he escape? Unfortunately, where are the others? 3-4, Metal and Dab are holed up a few clicks from here. They managed to find a good defensive position and were waiting for us. But the Seppies got here first. How is Metal? Holding on, he will get another scar, but he will survive. Dajir left unsaid that Metal would only survive if they could escape. And now their chances weren't looking too good. The MTTs were slow, but if they didn't move soon, the vehicles would get there eventually. And even a Jedi wouldn't withstand a chance against the 2 rotatable twin blaster cannons it had. We can't stay here. The swamp will slow the clankers down, especially the MTTs. I'm going to create a distraction, and we run towards the others. We will be slowed down too, General. Not as much as them. Ready. Dajir shot a quick glance at Brain, Cell, and Tech, and when he saw them nodding, gave an affirmative signal to Ragu. Seeing that, the Jedi unhesitatingly got up, exposing himself to the incoming lasers. Suppressing a sigh, Hell Squad did the same and fired back to cover Ragu while he used his Jedi powers. It didn't take long. A huge curtain of water was raised up from the marsh, right between the 2 groups. When they saw that, Hell Squad turned around and retreated without the need for an order. They had fought with and against Force users before, so they knew it was taxing on Ragu to maintain such a huge amount of water in the air. The distraction lasted for about 10 seconds before Ragu couldn't maintain it anymore, and the water fell. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the clones to get a few dozen meters away. The next few hours were frenetic, with the Republic group, after meeting up with 3-4 and the others doing their best to escape, and killing a few dozen droids which were on their trail. Ragu was right when he said they would lose the MTTs on the swamp, but even so, the B-1 units were relentless. Still, things were looking better now. Sure, Count Dooku had escaped and they had no means to leave Aline, but they were alive and mostly unharmed, except for Metal. I think we have finally shaken them off, General. Good, Metal, how are you? Can you keep moving? The machine gunner laughed, albeit weakly. He used a rock to stand up, grunting in pain, but doing his best to hide it. They have yet to build the Seppi that is going to take me down, sir. Don't worry, we can keep going. Ragu nodded, and Hell Squad stood up, and then Dajir got shot. Dajir. Sir. Commander. It all happened in a second. Dajir had just gotten up when a laser left the trees and hit the back of his head. He fell down without a sound, smoke rising from the spot where he was hit. In one single movement, Hell Squad turned around and fired at the direction the laser came from. A commando droid fell on the water and sank. Then everything quieted down. After a few seconds of silence, the clones dropped their blasters, took off their helmets, and knelt beside Dajir. 3-4 had already turned him around and was examining him with a grave look on his face. However, no matter what he did, Dajir had no reaction. 3-4, is he? The clone didn't answer. Instead, he told Brain to hold Dajir and carefully took off his helmet. When he did that, he wheezed a sigh of relief. He is alive, but he won't be for long if we don't get him proper medical care soon. Ragu and Hell Squad all slumped to the ground, relieved. Even if it was just for a few seconds, believing Dajir was dead had been terrible. Hell Squad would be completely lost without him. He had always been the cornerstone of the unit, always there for them. They knew they could rely on him for anything. As for Ragu, he wasn't feeling much different. In his heart, Dajir had a position close to his master's. Ragu carefully picked up Dajir. The clone still showed no signs of waking up. Let's go. Dajir didn't feel anything. One moment he was getting up, and the other, everything suddenly went dark. And, in the darkness, he saw his dead brothers. He couldn't be more familiar with what was happening. He was having a nightmare, the same he had every time he closed his eyes. Thousands of clones, each one a friend and brother he cherished, but who were all dead now. Their mouths were open in silent screams, their faces contorted in pain. Then, everything slowly started dissolving in red and black lights, creating a gigantic, hooded figure. Kill, kill, kill the Jedi, Jedi, Jedi. The same grave, old voice repeated these words intermittently. Usually that was when clones woke up, sweating and confused. They also couldn't remember exactly what the voice had said, only that it terrified them. But this time, Dajir didn't wake up. He struggled, knowing that it was just a dream, but being horrified all the same. The voice got louder, until it was like a blaster cannon being fired next to his ears. The words were imprinted in his head, and yet he could do nothing. He didn't notice that he started to mumble and repeat them unconsciously. And suddenly, it was all gone. Everything returned to the darkness, but somehow it was even worse than before. Because now he was alone with his thoughts, and all he could think was of the voice and Ragu, and those weren't good thoughts. He didn't know for how long he was unconscious, but suddenly, without any warning, he was pulled from the darkness and opened his eyes. The first thing Dajir noticed was that he was submerged in a blue, viscous liquid and had a tube attached to his mouth so he could breathe. A Bacta tank. And that was all he had time to look at before an immense wave of pain spread through his body, coming from his head. He couldn't control himself and started shaking. Warning, warning, patient CT4063 destabilizing. Warning, patient CT4063 destabilizing, activating secure protocols. Something cool was injected into him and his eyelids became heavy. However, it also made the pain go away. Before he entered unconsciousness once more, he saw a familiar face before him as a soothing voice reached him. Even in his current state, he could feel the force attached to it, calming him down, helping him fall asleep. Calm down, Dajir, you are between friends, you are home. Capitulo 298, Babysitting Troopers. How is he, Suinta? Ragu looked at Dajir, worry in his eyes. The spasms that the clone had just moments ago only added to his concerns. Dajir was floating in the Bacta tank, almost naked. His entire body was filled with scars, from small circles, from lasers, to long lines, like the one covering his right eye. Ragu had been present when many of those scars were made, but he couldn't help but wonder how Dajir had made it this far. Even when hit in a vital spot like the head, the commander had been lucky. The laser had grazed the back of his neck, miraculously missing any major arteries or his spine. The heat had cauterized the wound immediately, so the same laser that almost killed him saved his life. It was as if something had protected Dajir. When this thought crossed his mind, Ragu thought back to what his master told him a long time ago. Something about a force-sensitive being on Iktach saying Dajir was surrounded by the force. Ragu had dismissed this when General Dai talked to him, thinking that the Iktachi had been senile, but maybe there was some truth in it. He used the force to scan the commander, but didn't feel anything. If Dajir had any connection with the force, it was very weak, and above all else, it was impossible. Clones couldn't use the force. Master Jedi, are you listening? Yeah, sorry, Sunta. Can you repeat, please? The tall Kamino looked at Ragu curiously, but didn't ask anything. She was far too fascinated with Dajir to pay attention to details. I don't know what woke him up, Master Ragu. Our sedatives should have been enough to keep him asleep for weeks. It was sheer willpower. Impressive. Not willpower, anger, I could feel it. It isn't a secret clones don't sleep well. It certainly has something to do with this. You are correct, of course. Unfortunately, we were never able to figure out the reason behind the nightmares. War, that is the cause. Brutal, unending war. Santa turned around without saying anything, a small smile on her face. If only the poor Jedi knew the truth. You can leave him to our care, Master Ragu. In 5 or 6 days, we will take him out of the tank. However, it will take at least 2 months before he can rejoin the combat. Ragu said nothing, only acknowledging her words with a slight nod. Glancing at Dajir one last time, he turned around to leave the medical bay. He had to talk to Hell Squad. With or without a commander, a special unit couldn't stay still for 2 months. Like he said to the Kamino, this was an unending war. Every trooper was needed. 1 month passed quickly. Hell Squad and Ragu helped take over the planet of Umbara. The natives had allied with the Separatist, and a Jedi Master had betrayed the Republic, causing troopers of the 501st and the 212th to kill each other. The traitor had eventually been killed by a clone, but the battle went down as one of the costliest victories of the entire Clone Wars. Dajir, on the other hand, waited in Kamino. He had completely recovered, and the previous 2 months of rehabilitation had become one. Every now and then, he would give the Shines some advice, but they spent most of the time anxiously waiting for the ship that would bring Hell Squad to Kamino. He didn't like being separated from his squad, and above all else, he didn't like doing nothing while his brothers died around the galaxy. Thinking of that, Dajir left his quarters and went outside to watch the endless waves of Kamino. Facing the slight drizzle, he put on his helmet and just stood there, hands behind his back. He didn't know for how long he stood there, thinking of all the battles he had gone through, before a trooper called him, saying that General Shakti wanted to see him. Understood, at ease. Yes, sir. Before Dajir moved, however, he was surprised by Brain. At some moment, the clone had appeared behind him and was giving him a salute, helmet under the arm. The commander instantly noticed a new scorch on the grenadier's armor, but Brain didn't seem to be hurt. Those weeks of rest made you softer, sir. Didn't see me arrive. Ha, we are home, there is no need to be so cautious. Where are the others? I sent them to clean up their armors. We hadn't had the chance since Umbara. The general had to go to Coruscant. Jedi matters. Dajir's right hand anticipated the commander's next question, knowing that Dajir cared a lot for Ragu. They all did. Any wounds? A few, none too serious. The 501st and the 212th had it worse, what they went through. Dajir nodded. He couldn't imagine what it had been like for them to kill their own brothers. The fact that they did it following the orders of a traitor only made it worse. Come on. Together, the two walked to General Shakti's command center. It didn't come as a surprise when they found the Jedi talking to a hologram of General Yoda. Hell Squad had long grown used to having the old Jedi Master give them their assignments. After all, their missions were usually top secret. Even the members of Hell Squad wouldn't know the details until just before the mission. That way, even if one of them was captured like Brain once was, it wouldn't compromise the Republic's plans. Dajir was an exception, of course. He had already proven that even a Sith couldn't get anything of him. Generals. Commander Dajir, Brain, I have something I need Hell Squad to do. Master Yoda agreed to my request. Dajir waited for the Jedis to say what they wanted. Orders were orders, so he would follow them anyway. Train a group of clones, I want you to, Commander. Needless to say, Dajir and Brain were stunned when they heard General Yoda. They had expected everything, from fighting a normal battle to going after Count Dooku himself, but not training new troopers. General Yoda, with all due respect, but Hell Squad would be better used somewhere else in the galaxy. General Shakti is already in charge of the training. Dajir left unsaid that soldiers could only learn so much through training. Only real battles, where one put their life on the line, could teach the troopers more. Indeed I am, Dajir, but what I want Hell Squad to do isn't stay here for the rest of the war. We have a unique unit that needs training, the kind that only a special unit like yours can give. Dajir frowned but said nothing. Even if he had been ordered to train new cadets, he would still do it without complaining. Orders were orders. The fact that they wanted Hell Squad to take charge of a unique unit meant that they were more than normal clones. That piqued his curiosity. Delta Squad is in Kamino too. I trust you can see the importance the Republic is putting on this new unit. The commander nodded slowly. Boss's unit was only behind Hell Squad. If both of them were being taken away from a battlefield just to train a squad of clones, they had to be something special. Who are they? 4 clones they are, very difficult to work with but special still. Call themselves the Bad Batch, they do. Capitulo 299, Clone Force 99. Call themselves the Bad Batch, they do. When they heard the Jedi, the 2 members of Hell Squad exchanged a glance. They had been through almost 3 years of war and had heard the troopers give nicknames for themselves, their brothers, their units, and even their legions. But Bad Batch was new. Clearly, the Jedis noticed their surprise, because as soon as General Yoda disconnected, General Shakti gave Dajir a datapad. Everything you will need to know about Clone Force 99 is here. Clone Force 99, as in. Brain couldn't refrain from asking. After all, the number 99 was all too familiar to him, but the Jedi just shook her head. Go through it on your way to Training Bay A-12, and take your whole squad, Commander. Delta Squad will be there too. As you will discover, the Bad Batch can be quite difficult to deal with. That's why we chose Hell Squad to take over their training. Dajir stared at the Togruta. As soon as she said the name of this unit, something has clicked inside his head. This has to do with the 3rd Battle of Kamino, doesn't it? General Shakti nodded. How long will this training take? Hell Squad is needed outside. There is a war still going on. The Jedi frowned ever so slightly. Few, or no clones, in the entire Republic army would dare to make as many questions as Dajir was. His squad members were slightly more disciplined than him, but they too always questioned their orders. That said, they never disobeyed them, or at least not in a way that jeopardized the Republic's plans. Maybe that was a consequence of everything Hell Squad went through, she thought. They already completed their basic training. Hell Squad will need to show them what they can't learn here. After all, our instructors haven't seen battle in many years. As for the time, a month, that was the time you would stay here recovering. Understood. The two clones turned around to leave when General Shakti stopped them and glared straight at their eyes. Commander Dajir, remember something? I know why you want to get back into the war so quickly. And the Republic knows everything you and your men have done for us and what you still have to do. But it's for those same reasons that we need more units like Hell Squad. So Ryloth doesn't happen again, and so this war can end sooner. Looking at the backs of the two soldiers, General Shakti frowned harder. She didn't like Hell Squad. In her opinion, they were too unstable after the Battle of Ryloth. They questioned orders or followed them not in the way they were supposed to do. A survivor of the 303rd Attack Legion had betrayed the Republic, and several others showed signs of losing control over their emotions. For clones bred to battle, this wasn't normal. But above all else, she didn't like them because of Ragu. She liked the young Jedi very much. She had taught him a thing or two back in the Jedi Temple when he was just a youngling. And she had been very good friends with his master. She and General Dai had been Padawans at the same time, and their masters were close too. She didn't like seeing the apprentice of her oldest friend being so attached to a group of clones. More than once, when Hell Squad had been brought up by the Jedi Council, and that happened a lot, especially during military meetings, Ragu defended the unit to the point of creating disagreements with his fellow Jedi masters. Special units had a very high death rate for obvious reasons. They were always in the fiercest of battles or alone behind enemy lines. Few units survived more than a few months, and only 2 had been alive since the start of the Clone Wars, Hell Squad and Delta Squad. Ragu was too emotionally close to Hell Squad, who could die at any time in some obscure corner of the galaxy. He would surely suffer deeply if and when that happened. And pain and anger were dangerous companions, very close to the dark side. Sighing, General Shakti turned back to the hologram table and to all the documents she had to go through. She might dislike Hell Squad, but she had to admit that the Republic needed them. It was incredible that 7 men, insignificant before the millions that composed the clone army, could make such a difference. I have the information you wanted, Your Highness, about Hell Squad. Tell me. It is as you predicted, my lord. They are a lot more independent than normal clones. The emotional impact of the fall of their legion seems to have overridden their inhibitor chips, but the Kaminoans guarantee that there is no way for them to break away from your control. The most that will happen is that they might disobey orders from others, but not you, my lord. Interesting. Should we bring them in and fix their chips, or deal with them? No, I am curious to see how they will develop. Tell the cloners to keep them under their watch. The data could be useful. Meanwhile, have you already chosen who will test the command? Yes, my lord, we are ready to implement it. Good, puny Jedi Order, your time is coming. Hahaha. Who are they, sir? Dajir, did the Jedi tell you the same she told me? Dajir and Brain soon joined the rest of Hell Squad, as well as Delta Squad, outside Training Bay A-12. Boss frowned when he saw the datapad in Dajir's hands. Clearly, he didn't like the idea of becoming an instructor. Yeah. The commander only nodded, still focused on the datapad. Brain, Tech, Metal, Dab, Cell, 3-4, Scorch, Fixer, and Save all looked at the two of them, impatiently. Up till now, only Dajir and Boss knew what was going on. Who are they, sir? Dajir looked at Boss, and his brother gave a small nod of encouragement. Clone Force 99, named after 99, you all knew him. He died during the 3rd Battle of Kamino. During the battle, several of our installations here were damaged or destroyed, and one of the core pieces of the clone production was stolen by Ventress, although General Skywalker got it back. However, the small time the sample was out of the machines, a batch of embryos died. Only 4 of them survived, deformed and defective, but with some special abilities. He spit it all out in one breath, frowning all the time, especially when he called them defective. He didn't like to refer to his brothers with those words, but that was what it said in the datapad General Shock T gave him. The troopers around him were all looking stern, having understood why their 2 squads had been chosen to train the Bad Batch. What abilities? You will see. Dajir didn't want to get into more details. He and Boss had already read the files of the Bad Batch and knew that the squad was undisciplined, disrespectful, and arrogant. However, the two made a silent agreement of letting their men decide what they thought of the Bad Batch after they had talked with them. After all, that would affect how the training would progress. Seeing several heads nodding, Dajir opened the doors of the training bay to find the weirdest group of clones he had ever seen. Capitulo 300, the arrogant Bad Batch. 4 men were scattered around the training bay, each one doing their own thing. Closest to the entrance was one that had what looked like a small datapad on his arm, from which several cables appeared, and were connected to the back of half a dozen target droids, rewired B1 units. From time to time, the clone would mutter something to himself and tap something into the datapad. What was surprising about him, though, wasn't what he was doing, but how he looked. Clones were all the same. Same height, same weight, same eyes, same genes, same everything. Only tattoos or how they cut their hair could tell them apart from each other for normal folks, that is. Amongst themselves, clones knew who the others were even if they looked all the same. It was instinctive. But the trooper crouching behind the clankers wasn't anything like that. He was much smaller and thinner. His face was also much slimmer, and he had huge glasses, which he seemed to be able to use to zoom in or out. He also used what appeared to be a heavily modified ARC trooper armor with a huge backpack. According to Dajir's intel, he was called Tech and had enhanced mental capacities. Looking at how both he and Hell Squad's tech liked technology, Dajir was sure his name wasn't just a coincidence. A few dozen meters away from Bad Batch's tech was a clone that could only be described as old. He had white and gray hair, was taller than normal clones, and his cheekbones stuck out, making him look as if there was only skin attached to his skull and no muscles. Around his right eye, there was a weird tattoo. It was a circle with 4 lines sticking out of it on the left, right, top, and bottom. It looked very much like the crosshair one would find in a sniper blaster rifle scope, which was also his name, Crosshair. The desirable mutation, as the reports referred to it, he had was incredible eyesight. He could use his own eye as if it was a scope, giving him high accuracy at long distances, which obviously put his role as a sniper. At the moment, Crosshair was shooting at the training droids a few dozen meters away. If one looked closely, they would realize that he wasn't aiming at the clankers, but at the walls behind them. The lasers would reflect on the walls and hit the droids in the back of the head. Even at a close distance, that was an incredible feat. Standing in the middle of the room, lifting B2 units and throwing them meters away, was a gigantic clone. That was at least half a meter taller than normal troopers and clearly much stronger. His left eye was completely white, and he had dozens of scars on the left side of his head. The scars appeared to be from burns, but considering how the other members of Clone Force 99 had turned out to be, Dajir wasn't sure if it wasn't just something he was born with. His name was Wrecker. Lastly, there was Sergeant Hunter. Off all the clones of Bad Batch, he was the one who resembled a normal clone the most. He had long hair, and half of his face was covered by a tattoo that resembled a skull. He also had a red bandana wrapped around his head, which certainly wasn't standard equipment. However, there was nothing normal about the unique abilities he had. While the other 3 had super strength, enhanced eyesight, and mental capacities, Hunter had enhanced senses. He could feel the magnetic field of the planet and was able to tell the enemy positions, speed, manpower, and a number of other valuable pieces of information before they even got close. He was also the only one who paid attention when Hell Squad entered. With a lot of calm, he put away the 2 pistols he had been playing with and whistled to get Bad Batch's attention. "Yo, boys, we got company. The normies are here." Dajir frowned once again, an expression that didn't seem to leave his face for the last months. Hunter and his men were showing no respect for their superiors, and be it in experience or rank, anyone on Hell Squad or Delta Squad was vastly superior to them. Slowly, Wrecker, Tech, and Crosshair abandoned what they were doing and stopped in a disorganized line without saluting. It was very clear they were bored and even disinterested in their new instructors. Dajir would have none of that. Sergeant Hunter, in position now. Yes, sir. Dajir's yell was enough to startle them into position. Laid back or not, they were still clones, and discipline was ingrained in their bones. Are they really clones? Dajir exchanged glances with Boss. They could see that the first impression the 4 clones had left on their men wasn't good. To tell the truth, even though they had already been expecting Bad Batch's behavior, they were also quite unhappy. For soldiers who hadn't even fought a battle to be this confident, it wasn't healthy. Overconfidence led to quick deaths. Hunter, Wrecker, Tech, and Crosshair. Clone Force 99, huh? Sure thing, Commander, what's up? Wrecker yelled at what Dajir supposed was his normal voice volume. The sniper by his side snickered a little before elbowing his squad member, who in turn tried to pick up him. Hunter had to interfere to make them shut up. Quiet, you two, it's us, sir. What can we help you with? General Shock T thinks very highly of your unit, Sergeant. She thinks you have the potential to become one of the best the Republic has. I and Boss are here to make sure that happens. Ha, what can a normie teach us? Crosshair whispered loud enough for everyone to hear him. It was the second time one of Bad Batch's members had used the term normie to refer to Hell Squad. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, Commander Dajir. Crosshair didn't mean to be disrespectful. It's just that we aren't exactly like the others. We aren't normal clones, you see. I know, Sergeant. I read all the reports about Bad Batch. That doesn't mean anything for me, Boss, or any other clone. We are brothers all the same. So, show me what you can do, and I will decide whether your unit is worth teaching something or not. Hunter looked at the 11 clones standing before him. All of them had stone-cold expressions, and their backs straight. They looked at Bad Batch as if they weren't there. He could understand why. He knew his men hadn't left the best first impression, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He and his brothers weren't normal clones. They were better. Way, way better. They were being bred to be clone commandos before, and after the attack that caused them to become deformed, they had become something else. They had skills and abilities no clone could compete with. Glaring at the one in front, Commander Dajir, Hunter started thinking. He couldn't and didn't want to be disrespectful. Dajir was his superior. In fact, all the clones in both squads were. However, he would show them that Bad Batch wasn't to be underestimated, and there was no way better than to show that they were better than Dajir. After all, even Delta Squad seemed to follow the commander's order, even though he was just a normal clone. All right, sir, you want us to show what we can do. How should we do that? Author's note. 300 chapters. Wow. Over a year and a half ago, when I started writing the novel, I never thought I would get past 20 chapters and thought that I would give up, like I did in many other projects. After all, I was just writing for a little bit of fun, and because I thought it was a pity to leave what seemed like a good idea go to waste. But then one single person left a comment in almost every chapter, simply saying thanks. For that one person, I decided I wouldn't stop, at least not right away. So I persisted a little more, and more people started reading and commenting. So I persisted a little more, and a little more, and a little more. When we made it to 100 chapters, I was already sure I wouldn't stop. From there on, it was a snowball effect. And now, we are at 300 chapters of pure novel, plus 5 auxiliary chapters. I can safely say I probably never felt more proud of anything, and that broke have an extremely important role in my life. I can only say thank you to all of the readers. Without you all, this journey would have ended before it even started, and I would have missed something incredible. So, thanks, from the bottom of my heart. I don't know how many more chapters we have left, or how many twists and turns the story will have, but I know we will find out together. Again, thank you all for everything. Remember to stay safe, and may the Force be with you. P.S. Read my note on the other space. It can only have 500 characters, so I write the bigger ones here, but it is also important. Capitulo 301, worthy of 99. Dajir designed a training course for Bad Batch to run. He put the 4 of them against 60 B1 units, 20 B2 super battle droids, and 3 droidecas. 2 of the clankers were even manning an E-Web turret. Bad Batch cleared it easily. Even though they hadn't seen where Dajir programmed the droids to be, Hunter could easily detect them and warn his squad. Wrecker would pick up droids, including droidekas, and throw them away. Their cohesion was impressive, almost comparable to veterans, just almost though. They still lacked experience and made too many unnecessary moves, which would get them killed in a real battle. But they certainly could back up a little of their arrogance. So, what do you think, sir? Bad Batch stood proudly before Dajir, only to find out he didn't seem impressed. In fact, none of the men behind him looked like they were impressed either. It's quite good for some shinies. We are not shinies, we are soldiers, sir. Wrecker complained before realizing he was being disrespectful. Dajir didn't pay him any heed because he knew this brother of his might be strong, but it was also more emotional. Until you go through your first battle, you are little more than cadets. Dab and save, you take Crosshair, show him some tricks. Metal and Scorch, Wrecker. Tech, you get our Tech, Fixer, and Cell. Boss, you and I will train Hunter. Brain and 3-4, you sit out for this one. Both Hell Squad and Delta Squad members nodded. Even the clone commandos had no qualms following Dajir's arrangement, but Bad Batch had. Sir Commander Commander Dajir. For the first time, Bad Batch's tech spoke, so fast that it was almost difficult to understand what he was saying. Yes. We showed you what we can do, but you haven't shown us, don't want to. I'm not saying you aren't good. It's just that you only rated us good enough, and we are a lot better than the normies. Dajir looked at Bad Batch and saw they all had the same feelings as their brother. They were hard to convince. You may be better than cadets, but you are nowhere near the level of skill a special unit needs. Besides, you think too highly of yourselves. That will get you killed in your first battle. Hell Squad and Delta Squad have been through thousands of battles. After a month, we will see how prepared you are. But Wrecker and Bad Batch's tech were about to complain again when their sergeant put his hands on their shoulders and forced them to stand down. We understand that, sir. But could you show us a little of what you can do? We heard a lot about your 2 units during training, but never had the chance to see them in action. Haha. Before Dajir could answer, he heard Boss laughing. The commando didn't even try to hide it. The others also had grins on their faces, while Clone Force 99 was looking at them confused. They didn't know why their brothers had found Hunter's words so funny. I don't think they will be convinced until you show them, sir. Metal is right, do you need help? Stand down, Brain. The commander can handle them on his own. Dajir looked at his men and sighed before turning around to face Bad Batch. In the same movement, he kicked Hunter, pulled out his DC-17 and his vibroblade. To the sergeant's credit, he noticed Dajir's sudden move and put his hands in front of his stomach to block, but still had to take a few steps back. He tried to reach for his own pistols, but found that the vibroblade was resting on his neck, threatening to kill him if he moved. Meanwhile, Dajir held his blaster in his left hand and aimed it at Crosshair, Tech, and Wrecker. Dead, 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 and dead. Clone Force 99 is gone, Sergeant Hunter. It all was over in a second. Bad Batch barely had any time to react and had startled expressions on their faces. The other clones weren't surprised at all. Putting his weapons away, Dajir just stared at Hunter, waiting to see what he was going to say. The sergeant stood quiet. He finally seemed to have understood why Hell Squad and Delta Squad looked down on his unit's confidence. The one to speak first was obviously Wrecker. Hey, that wasn't fair. You caught us by surprise. The one to answer him was Boss, as he stepped forward to stand by Dajir's side. Who told you the Seppas are going to play fair? They are very similar to us in this. We will do everything it takes to win, and so will they. Their droid factories build dozens of thousands of clankers every day. No matter where you fight, you will be outnumbered and outgunned. You are good, I won't deny that, but I could pick any trooper at random, and he could deal with you as easily as Dajir did. Still, if we... Shut up, Wrecker. Commander Boss is right. Hunter stepped forward without taking his eyes off Dajir and Boss. Wrecker mumbled a little but obeyed. Crosshair and Bad Batch's tech had yet to say a word. It appeared they had understood the same as their sergeant, that they were nowhere near ready. Yes, he is. Some reflexes and instincts will only come from experience. After you fight your first battle, you will understand. For now, we will teach you all the tricks a special unit needs to know. The tricks they don't show you when you are cadets. First lesson, never underestimate your enemy. Too many of our brothers fell because of that. Second lesson, you won't only be fighting against normal tin cans. What I did to you, Sergeant, is a standard move used by commando droids. But they won't stop their blades. Dajir stopped to see if his speech was having the desired effect. He had been a commander for long enough to know that even amongst clones, it was necessary to earn their full trust, otherwise they might falter during a key moment. And mistakes led to death. You were named at 99. Maybe you think it is because you are defective like he was, or because you were a mistake. The real reason only the higher-ups know. What any clone knows is that 99 was a soldier just like the rest of us. He died to save his home and his brothers. We were here when that happened, so we will make sure you are worthy of his name. Understood? Yes, sir. Good, we will follow what I said before. You will have a month of training before receiving your first mission, whether you are prepared or not. Boss. Got it, all right, start moving. You were showing off before, now I want to see what you can really do. Let's go. The clones started moving. Dajir and Boss had been training Hunter for about an hour. The clone showed a lot of interest in Dajir's vibroblade when Brain called his commander. By the look on his face, he had bad news. When Dajir heard what he had to say, his expression turned grave and his eyes flicked with worry. Telling Boss to keep training Hunter, Dajir left the room and rushed to meet General Shock T. Capitulo 302, our general. Sir, can I ask you something? Boss put away his blaster and stepped back. Hunter did the same. Say it. When we were cadets, we always heard of Delta Squad. We always looked up to you, because you are commandos just like us, and we were told you are the best unit of the clone army. But we listened to Dajir, even though he is just what did you call him? A normie. Well, yeah. Hahaha, your squad training was mostly separated from the others, right? Ours was too. After all, commandos have different battles to fight. But you gotta remember something, kid. We are all clones. Commandos, ARC troopers, normal clones, we are all brothers. I would listen to a cadet if what he said made sense. No matter what your rank, unit, or legion is, we are a family. I understand. I know you do. You are one of us after all. Hunter nodded firmly. The sense of belonging he had amongst other clones like him was stronger than anything. But Boss hadn't answered his question, and if there was one thing Bad Batch didn't know, was how to be subtle. Who is better, your unit or Hell Squad? Hell Squad. He was surprised by the lack of hesitation. He thought Boss would have more difficulty to admit it, even though it was quite obvious what he thought. Delta Squad was better than Hell Squad once, that's true. But that was when they didn't have all of their members and had just been created. You heard the stories. Normal troopers, transformed in a special unit during the first battle of Geonosis. That alone is enough to show their capabilities. They faced and killed enemies that even the Jedis ran from. If only we had more like them, maybe we wouldn't be losing so badly. Losing? I thought we were winning. That's what they tell the cadets. We can't have you thinking that all the training is worthless, but you will see it by yourself soon. We are fighting in dozens of systems and losing in most of them. The clankers are too many for us. Sometimes we have to make cruel decisions. Like what? Like Ryloth. Hell Squad promised that they would only stop when they have avenged their legion. One of the many reasons why they are so good, unfortunately. Hunter looked at Boss without fully understanding what he meant. Delta Squad's leader sighed and made him go back to training. Like all shinies, Hunter would only know how brutal the war was when he saw a brother of his die by his side. Before that, he would still believe everything he was told in Kamino. Thinking of this, Boss exchanged glances with Brain. By the expression on the clone's face, he knew something serious had happened. Something serious enough to make Dajir leave the training without warning. He hoped it was just another planet lost, and not something worse. General Shock T heard the blast doors opening and looked up from the hologram table to find Dajir. Frowning, she told the two clones who were with her to continue what they were doing and went up to the commander. She could feel a lot of anxiety emanating from him. Something wrong with Clone Force 99's training, Commander Dajir. No, General, they are doing fine. As long as they can survive their first battle, they will be on par with Delta Squad. Then what is wrong? General Ragu was captured. General Shock T was stunned. She herself had only just received this piece of news, and only because she was a Jedi. How do you know that, Commander? Every clone knows how important Ragu is for Hell's Squad, General. We made a promise a long time ago that we would never let anything happen to him. The Jedi opened her mouth, startled, and closed it again. She looked around and discovered that the clones were avoiding her gaze. It was a severe breach of security, but she couldn't bring herself to be angry at them. If they changed places, she would have done the same. A promise to who? To General Dai, the same day we left him to die, while we escaped. You had no choice, Commander. You were given an order and you followed it. And I will live with it forever, General Shock T. But Ragu is all that is left of the 303rd, General, of all the brothers that died on Ryloth. A sacrifice was needed, so Ryloth would have a chance of escaping the Separatists' grasp. It should have been us, not him. We are clones. This is our job. You are people, Commander. You are not worth anything less than anyone in the galaxy. Master Dai made a choice. And because of his choice, Ryloth is still ours. If you have died there, many of the battles you won for us would have ended differently. Dajir shook his head. The past was the past, and no matter how much he wanted to change it, he knew it was impossible. It was useless to discuss that now. He already saw General Dai and his dead brothers every night. A rescue operation will be mounted. Hell Squad took part in several ones before. Let us take part in this one. Please. I'm not sure your unit is emotionally prepared to such a mission, Commander Dajir. We saved many Jedi generals before. We will save ours, no matter the cost. Having said that, Dajir turned around and left. There was someone he needed to talk with. The Jedi, on the other hand, stood still for a long time. She knew that if Hell Squad was ordered to stay in Kamino, they would. But she wasn't sure if that was the right decision. One didn't need to be a Jedi to notice that Dajir and his men were prepared to die for Ragu. They would be a valuable asset to the rescue mission that was sure to be organized. How many of the original troopers of the 303rd Attack Legion are still alive? She turned to one of the clones around the hologram table, although she already knew the answer to her question. 7, ma'am. We will get him back, Commander. I don't care about Ryloth, and I know you didn't too. I won't let it all be in vain. A lot of things happened since you died. Many more died. S.H.I.E.L.D. betrayed us. Only Hell Squad is left. And Ragu, you always liked him, even though he was just a kid when we first met. The 303rd lives on him. All of our brothers do. We won't let him die too, for us. His eyes closed, Dajir saw countless similar faces flash through his mind. Every night, when the nightmares came, he wished he had died at Ryloth, so he wouldn't have to carry the burden of being a coward who ran when he should have stayed, who obeyed orders when he shouldn't have. But when he opened his eyes, he would remember the promises he had made to General Dai and to Commander Keeley. Hell Squad would only die when every clanker had become scrap metal. Until then, they would continue fighting. He would continue fighting. Glancing at the old, broken helmet in his hands, Dajir got up determined. Carefully, he laid the helmet on the shelf above his bed, where it had been for the last 2 years, and put on his own helmet. I promise. Capitulo 303, back to where it all started. Where is Dajir? He is talking to Commander Keeley. With furrowed eyebrows, Boss looked at Brain. The grenadier wasn't joking, and by the looks of it, he wasn't surprised either. He probably was used to it. That was when a door opened, and Dajir got out of his quarters. The clone commando was able to catch a glimpse of a battered Phase II helmet with 2 brownish-red painted horns. The helmet was almost cracked in half, the visor broken. It was Commander Keeley's helmet. What is it, boss? For a few seconds, Boss didn't answer and only looked at Dajir. The commander had an unreadable expression on his face, the scar over his eye slightly red. He had worked with Dajir long enough to know that meant he was nervous. General Shock T wants you in the command center. She called a meeting to discuss General Ragu's situation. That was quick. Brain, get the others. Boss, see what you can do to keep Bad Batch's training going. Roger that. Okay, and good luck, Dajir. Thanks, maybe Delta Squad will be together with us on this one. Who knows? Boss nodded and saluted Dajir. After doing the same, the commander, followed by Brain, went to meet General Shock T. Commander Doom had been through many battles and seen death multiple times. He knew war brought out the worst in everyone, and clones were no exception. Still, when he saw the clone wearing brownish-red armor and with a scar on his face, he was surprised by the intensity in his brother's gaze. He knew that the clone before him was a man willing to do anything to complete his objective. He knew that because he once had the same fire on his eyes. The lot that he was on was shot down as soon as it left its cruiser, during the Second Battle of Felucia. He was the sole survivor, lost behind enemy lines, over 200 kilometers away from the nearest Republic base. It took almost 3 months for him to get back to the Republic side of the planet. He had long been declared dead. He rarely talked about what happened in these months, but it was a fact that he came back with many new scars, and parts of his armor were missing and broken. And he had with him a tactical droid's head, the same he had been sent to get when his gunship was shot down. So he easily recognized Dajir's intentions. He would rescue the Jedi, General Ragu, or he would die trying. He had never worked with Hell Squad before, but just like any other clone, he had heard of them. In fact, as a commander, he had access to more information than normal troopers, so he knew about some of their missions that weren't disclosed to low-ranking officers. And yet, not even him could get intel on over half of their operations. Dajir saluted him, and he acknowledged it with one of his own. Then, Commander Doom returned his attention back to the meeting. As soon as Hell Squad entered the room, they saw General Shock T, Broody, 2 Jedis they had never seen before, and a clone in dark green and yellow armor, whom they recognized as Commander Doom. The hologram table, on the other hand, showed General Kenobi, General Skywalker, Captain Rex, and Commander Cody. Too many people for a simple rescue mission. Since Hell Squad is here, let's start. General Shock T called everyone's attention before doing the introductions. Since they would be working together, it was important that they knew each other. Master Kenobi, Master Skywalker, you already know Hell Squad and Commander Broody. Commander Doom and Masters Tipley and Tippler, you should have heard of Hell Squad before. The 2 women bowed slightly to Dajir, and he returned a salute to them. One had red skin, while the other was green, but their facial features looked very similar. They were probably sisters, Dajir concluded. He couldn't say which species they were from, but if he had to guess, they were from the Outer Rim. As you already know, Master Ragu was captured during his return to Coruscant after the Battle of Umbara. His ship was attacked by a fleet led by Separatist Admiral Trench, after which he was brought to Geonosis. She paused and looked up to see if everyone was following. They were. We have to rescue Ragu. To do so, we will be sending 2 teams to Geonosis. Master Skywalker, that part of the plan is yours. The young Jedi nodded, and his projection grew bigger. Meanwhile, Dajir was thinking rapidly. Geonosis was the core of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The droid factories and foundries were there, and it was the most well-guarded planet of the Separatist. Even entire fleets would have problems breaking through the blockade around the planet, but sometimes it was better to have quality over quantity. And Jedis certainly had that. I know a smuggle. I mean, a captain that can get us the clearance codes needed to pass through the blockade. We will need a Separatist ship for that. Once on surface, we will split up. One team will rescue Ragu, while the other will rig as many factories as it can. There was the reason why so many people, especially Jedis, were involved in this mission. They would only save Ragu, but take the opportunity to destroy, or at least damage, as many foundries and factories as they could. Still, Dajir could already see at least half a dozen flaws with the plan, and so could the others. Assuming we can get to Geonosis without being discovered, and that they won't suspect one of their ships not landing where it was supposed to, how are we going to know where Master Ragu is? And what about bombing the factories? They extended for dozens of kilometers underground and are hundreds apart from each other. If we can partially disable one, it will already be impressive. And useless for the war effort. That was what General Tippler meant, although she didn't say it out loud. Luckily, it seemed that General Skywalker had an answer for both questions, although not very reassuring. My droid, R2-D2, will control the ship after dropping us. Don't worry, he did it before. The Seppies won't suspect. As for the factories, it's a little more complicated. We will need to split up again, but if we are too little, it will be dangerous. What about? While the Jedis discussed, the clones stood quiet. Dajir was analyzing the plan carefully, and crazy as it seemed, Hell Squad had gone through worse before. It was possible. He was deep in thought when General Shock T called him. With just one look, he understood what she wanted. They only had a day's worth of training, General. They are not ready. You said it yourself, Commander. No amount of training will replace real experience. Still, it's too soon. We would need at least a week. That's how long our preparations should take. Dajir nodded slowly, acknowledging that the Jedi was right. Sorry to interrupt, Master Shock T, but about who exactly are you talking about? Their short conversation left the others confused. General Kenobi asked after they were done talking, while the others looked at them curiously. Hell Squad is training a new unit. It's time to take them on a field trip. Capitulo 304, Hondo the Pirate. Tech, go get Hunter, and Boss too. Delta Squad will be happy to have a new mission. Without the need of being told, Dajir ordered Tech to fetch the two clones. Then, he turned back to the meeting. General Skywalker and General Kenobi were discussing something with Captain Rex and Commander Cody, after which both clones disappeared from the hologram table. The two Jedis, General Tipley and General Tippler, were talking to General Shock T and Broody. Seeing that his attention wasn't needed at the moment, Dajir ordered Hell Squad to stay at ease and pulled up a projection of Geonosis on his datapad. He had taken part in both the first and the second battle of Geonosis, but the planet was a nightmare for logistics, with all the underground caves. Even if they knew where exactly Ragu was, and they would have a lot of problems to save him. Commander Dajir, how good is this new unit? The clone turned around to find Commander Doom looking at him, hands behind his back. Dajir knew why he was asking about Clone Force 99. The Jedis didn't pay much attention to the fact that they were shinies because they usually charged forward in battle and didn't see the newbies dying in droves. As clones and officers, Dajir and Commander Doom were far too used to that and knew that sometimes inexperienced soldiers were more dangerous to have than not to. They are green, but they are good. I still have to talk with the Jedis, but as long as we keep an eye on them, they will learn pretty quickly. I will tell Boss to do so. Commander Doom nodded, slightly surprised by how Dajir could apparently order a clone commando around, but didn't let it show on his face. If Dajir didn't even have this ability, he wouldn't be the leader of the best special unit. When Boss and Hunter arrived, the meeting resumed. General Skywalker started explaining his idea of getting in contact with someone who could get the needed access codes. However, that someone was difficult to trust. Eventually, Dajir had to interrupt the Jedi and question if it was really a good idea. A pirate, General Skywalker. Can we trust him? I fought against a few before, and they wouldn't hesitate to sell us out. The young Jedi, however, smiled. Dajir had fought with him enough to know that he had a plan, and probably a really bad one, or a mad one, more accurately. Of course we can't trust him. Hondo will try to kill us as soon as he sees me or Obi-Wan. But once we convince him he will win something, he won't betray us. He has some weird kind of honor. Everyone looked at General Kenobi. The bearded Jedi knew his old Padawan better than anyone, and could tell if he was being serious only to see him sighing with his hand over his head and shaking his head. Anakin is right. Hondo is cunning, but once he gives his word, he will go through with it. All right, once we land, we will have to split up. Commander Dajir, I imagine Hell Squad will like to go after Master Ragu. Yes, General Tipley. You know Geonosis better than all of us, Commander. How should we separate? Dajir stepped forward and put a string of codes in the hologram table, pulling up a projection of Geonosis. Of all the people present, including the Jedis, only Delta Squad probably had as much experience as Hell Squad. If the Seppas behave like they usually do, General Ragu will be locked up on one of their main facilities at the South Hemisphere. As long as we can get inside them, Tech will discover where he is. Boss and Hunter, your units will cover these two areas. General Kenobi and General Skywalker, you go with them. General Tipley, General Tippler, Doom, and your men, you get the other side. Hell Squad will go get Ragu. In a single breath, Dajir split up all their forces into 3 groups. Since they didn't know the actual layout of the factories, all he could do was give them a general direction. The rest they would have to figure out on their own, once they were on Genosis. Are you sure you can do that on your own, Commander Dajir? After Dajir had explained his simple plan, there was a pause of a few seconds, before the others started discussing the details. General Tipley and General Tipler were surprised to see the others, including Jedis, so unconcerned that Hell Squad would be responsible for the most difficult and dangerous part of the mission all by themselves. Finally, the latter had to interrupt the conversation and ask. To that, however, Dajir flashed one of his rare grins before running his fingers through his helmet. I won't be on my own, General. Hell Squad will be with me. Hondo was a male Wiki, with coarse brown skin and several bone thorns on his face. He was sitting in his bar, having a drink and laughing with his crew, when he was warned that a Republic ship was entering the atmosphere. Like all good pirates, he laughed and told his crew to get ready to have some fun. They were captured immediately. As soon as they boarded the ship, which hadn't posed any resistance, they found themselves surrounded by clones and Jedis. Lots of them, amongst which were some familiar faces. Hey, 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 take it easy, oh mighty Jedis. What's up, Skywalker? And you, Kenobi, look at you. Hahaha, it's so good to see you again. While he talked, Hondo started slowly backing away, prepared to jump back into his ship. And abandon his men, after all, he could always get more, but two clones with red and brown armor put their blasters against his back. No need for violence, my friends. I was just passing by to see how you all were doing. Good, I see. Now I will be going. Is this the man who is supposed to take us, Master Skywalker? One of the Jedis, a young Mikian, said something that caught Hondo's attention. The old pirate turned to General Skywalker with a look of utter surprise on his face, which made the Jedi shake his head, resigned to another long and needless talk. Oh my, you need me, Master Skywalker. A powerful Jedi such as yourself needs an old pirate like me. I am honored. What is in it for me? Be serious, Hondo. I have a business proposition for you. Of course. What do you say about going to my small home? We can discuss it between a drink or two. Or many, haha. What do you say, Jedi? The Jedis looked at themselves and reached a silent agreement before ordering the clones to stay down. Hondo smiled as if he was already expecting that. Soon, the two ships landed on the surface of the planet, and the pirate crew, as well as the Jedis and a group of clones, followed Hondo inside his den, where dozens of pirates from all species around the galaxy could be seen, talking, drinking, and laughing. They all stopped what they were doing when they saw the Republic group, until Hondo made a gesture, and the noise returned. The only one who kept looking at them was a tall woman with white skin and carrying a sickler rifle. Hondo was quick to introduce her. Ladies and gentlemen of the Republic, this is my beautiful friend, Aura Singh. I believe some of you already know her. Capitulo 305, What is in it for me? Dajir had been on guard since they entered the pirate's den. When he saw the bounty hunter, Aura Singh, he had to exert a lot of self-control not to lift his blaster and kill her. She had killed many of his brothers. Dear Hondo, I didn't know you were bringing me a present. What's a present? I ain't. Oh, Aura, what are you doing? Hondo had been smiling the entire time, exchanging pleasantries with General Kenobi and General Skywalker, and already had a drink in his hand, so it took him a few seconds to notice something wrong with Singh's words. When he did, he turned around to find her with an old watchman pistol on her hand, aiming it, curiously enough, at one of the clones, who had a horn painted on his helmet. That prompted the clones and Jedis to pull out their own weapons, followed by the pirates and bounty hunters. In a second, the entire bar was in a standoff. Wait, calm down, everyone. Put down your weapons now. Albeit hesitantly, the outlaws obeyed him, except for Singh. Hondo was bold but not stupid. If it was one or two Jedis, they could handle it with heavy casualties. 4 of them, plus half a dozen clones, was suicide. Although scum like his crew was easy to find, it still took effort and credits, and he didn't want to bother. You too, Aura, now. That bastard put me in prison twice, Hondo. And you escaped like always. Now, remember, this is my turf. Either you put that blaster down immediately, or I will make you. Aura Singh looked at Hondo and knew he was being serious. They might have some kind of relationship, but business came first. GRR, you get to live for now, clone, but someday I will find you. Hell Squad will be waiting, bounty hunter. Dajir didn't say anything, but Cell, like always, couldn't keep his mouth shut. All he received was a curse from Singh as the woman left the building and the planet. The Jedis looked at Dajir curiously, but he just shrugged, his body language saying, "I will tell you later." I am sorry about that, Jedis. Aura told me many times about how she hated a few clones. I just never imagined we would have such a coincidence. Haha, such a small galaxy, right? Cut the small talk, Hondo. We need you to get us somewhere. Oh, and what might be that place? Somewhere. Putting on his business face, the pirate tried to extract as much information as he could from General Skywalker, but the Jedi was short and cold. They couldn't risk being heard by a separatist spy. Hondo also had done many shady dealings before, and he knew that discretion was a must. But he had other worries. I can discuss the job later, Skywalker, but I have to know if it is even worthy of my time. I am a very busy man, you know. We can see that. General Tippler raised an eyebrow and looked around to the drunk outlaws and the dirty bar. She muttered something under her breath, which Hondo ignored. So, what is in it for me? I love the Republic, but I don't work for free. 50,000 credits. Hahaha buhaha, you are funny, Jedi, 100. The pirate exploded in laughter, taking a few seconds to calm down, and faked whipping a tear of laughter. 50,000, you will take it. Moving his hand in front of Hondo, General Skywalker used the Force to influence the pirate's mind, but he was unsuccessful. You should know your tricks don't work on me, Jedi. You tried it last time, remember? When you and this one over there were my prisoners. He used a finger to point at General Kenobi, but General Skywalker's old master didn't seem to be offended. In fact, he smiled. 60,000, and we will forget that you sent people to rob and dismantle our ship while we are here, Hondo. It was just a joke, oh powerful Jedi Knights. 60,000 it is. Good, half here, and half after you get us where we need to be. Of course, and, as a sign of good faith, can you return my men? They were just curious about your cruiser. It's a warship, after all. General Kenobi stared at Hondo for a whole minute, saying nothing, until the pirate broke in cold sweat. Finally, he nodded at Dajir, who turned on his comlink. Doom, boss, let them go. Roger that, Dajir, come on, scram. Soon, a mixed group of Weedays, Niktos, and humans entered the bar in a sorry state. Before they left the ship, General Skywalker had already predicted something like this would happen, so he had given orders for the clones who stayed inside it to only kill the pirates if necessary. He didn't want to have Hondo asking for compensation for his crew's death. What were you thinking, idiots, that a Jedi would let their ship unguarded? Sorry, boss. Get out of my face. You are in charge of the Sarlacc for the next 2 rotations. Now go away, I have important guests. General Tippler raised an eyebrow at General Skywalker, but the Jedi just shrugged. When Hondo turned to them again, he had a huge grin on his face. Now about that first payment. You are out of your mind, Jedi. I am not taking you to Geonosis. The Separatist would tear us into pieces in an instant. Hondo was yelling at the 4 Jedis, still thinking they were suicidal by trying to enter Geonosis. However, he was ignored, and a Doom Legion clone stepped forward to talk with the Jedis. All he could do was listen and complain. 20 hours, generals. Wait, 20 hours for what? General Tippler flashed him a smile, making the pirate shudder. He didn't like happy Jedis. They were too unpredictable. To our arrival on Geonosis, of course. We already entered hyperspace, pirate. There is no turning back now. You better hope your access codes work. Hondo could only look at the Jedis hopelessly. He had put himself in this position when he found an old Maxilipede shuttle and working security codes. If he had known what they were planning, he would have rather loosed the money he was promised than go with them. But now was too late to regret. I swear, Jedis, especially you two, if we get out of this alive, not even your Force will be able to stop me from killing you. Don't lie, Hondo, you like us. Otherwise, why would you have captured instead of killing us last time? I wanted to ask for ransom, Skywalker. Instead, I got nothing but a bunch of my crew killed. Damn you. Can you two stop bickering like 2 Gungans, please? That isn't appropriate even for a pirate, whatsoever a Jedi, my old Padawan. Dajir had the feeling the two men could argue until they landed on Geonosis. General Kenobi apparently felt the same, so he told both of them to go to their quarters. Dajir waited to see if there was anything else, and when a clone from Doom Legion relieved him from duty, he went to meet Hell and Delta Squad, as well as Commander Doom and Bad Batch. A huge mission was just a few hours away from starting, and clones always liked to spend that time together. You never knew when it could the last time. Capitulo 306, R2-D2. Shuttle OME-05 send your BZZZ clearance codes. Sending them through now, BZZ. General Tippler face palmed behind General Skywalker as the Jedi transferred the codes that Hondo had given them to the Lucre Hulk-class battleship before them. Several dozen of them, and many smaller ships, orbited around Geonosis, ready to fend off any attacks. They had learned their lesson after the Republic almost conquered the planet 2 times. OME-05 stand by. Inside one of the battle spheres on the surface of Geonosis, Count Dooku listened to a green-skinned Nemodian. The Jedi scum came to rescue their kind, just as you said they would, my lord. Jedis, so predictable, what do the scans indicate? 29 life forms. If our spies in the Chancellor's office are correct, 4 Jedis recently left the Jedi Temple for a secret mission. Who? Masters Skywalker, Kenobi, Tippler, and Tipley. And the others aboard the shuttle. Probably clones, my lord. The tactical droids estimate a 92% probability of Special Units Hell and Delta Squads being part of it. Count Dooku's eyes shone, if a glint of pleasure and cruelty, when he heard his subordinate's words. Many of his personal enemies were on that ship. Should we destroy the shuttle, my lord? No, I will deal with them myself, and tell my apprentice that the prey she has been waiting arrived. Yes, my lord, right away. We are going to die. For the 5th time, Hondo repeated this sentence. The Jedis all had frowns on their faces while they waited for the answer from the Separatist blockade. In a small shuttle, they had no chance of escaping or even surviving in case the Seppas discovered them. It all depended on the codes that the outlaw had provided. I am inclined to agree with our pirate friend, Anakin. You two need to have a little more faith, Obi-Wan. It will work, don't worry. The droids just are a little slow. OME-05, you're clear to land. BZZZ, go to your designated station. Everyone let out a sigh of relief when they heard the clanker's voice through the speakers. Even the clones, who had stone-cold faces, relaxed their tense muscles. See, I told you it would work. General Kenobi spoke faster than his old Padawan could, already knowing what he would say. The 3 other Jedis and Hondo looked at him and laughed nervously. The few minutes that it took for the access codes to go through felt like hours. Now, however, they could land safely. They entered the atmosphere and went towards the surface. Opening the lower ramp, they dropped down cables so they could get off without the Seppas suspecting something was wrong. R2, you are the captain now. And you, Hondo, don't even think of trying to go without us, or R2 will fry you. Before he slid down the cables, Dajir saw General Skywalker talking to his droid and small blue and white astromech unit. The droid chirped and whistled happily, showing that he understood, before extending a metal claw that let out blue sparks. The clone heard the scream of the pirate even though he was already touching the orange sand. Soon, 4 figures jumped out of the ship, ignoring the help the cables provided. The Jedis landed softly, using the Force to slow down. Everyone knows your tasks. According to the map we have, there is an entrance to one of the many tunnel systems 2 clicks southeast from here. We will get there and then split up. Any questions? General Kenobi looked around and saw several shaking heads. They had rehearsed the plan over and over again before coming to Geonosis. Now, they were on the point of no return. Good, then let's go, and may the Force be with us. They all nodded and started running. Dajir exchanged a glance with Boss, Hunter, and Doom before sending Cell, Save, and Bad Batch's tech ahead. He didn't trust the Force as much as the Jedi did and preferred to have first-hand intel provided by his brothers. It didn't take long for them to contact him. We found the entrance, sir. There are bugs guarding it. Stay out of sight. How many? Only 3 want us to take care of them. Stand by and wait for us. We can't let them know we are here until we find General Ragu. Roger that. Dajir passed on what Cell told him to the Jedis, and they sped up. The group found the 3 clones they sent to scout ahead laying down behind a small elevation on the ground. Where are they? 2 have their back turned away from us, General Tippler. The other one is on top of those rocks. All right, I will take him down. Master Skywalker Tipley, can you take the other 2? The 2 Jedi were nodding when Dajir thought of something and looked at Bad Batch. The 4 clones were clearly tense, and the commander couldn't blame them. He was also like that when he first stepped on Geonosis 3 years ago. It seemed a lifetime away. Generals, permission to take care of the 2 bugs. We need to show Clone Force 99 how clones deal with Genosians. Are you sure now is the best time, Dajir? Remember what is on the line. Hell Squad has done that many times, sir. There will be plenty of seppies for you to deal with later, General Skywalker. After hesitating for a fraction of a second, the young Jedi nodded. He had faith in Hell Squad's ability. The 2 Jedi sisters looked slightly worried, but seeing how neither General Skywalker nor General Kenobi or Delta Squad and Doom Legion, for what matters, were giving it a second thought, they didn't say anything. General Tippler crawled her way over to the rock where the Genosian was positioned, taking several minutes and the long way around. They couldn't risk it. Even Wrecker was extremely quiet, while Bad Batch watched carefully as Dajir and Brains sneaked forward until they were just behind the seppies. When General Tippler used the Force to boost herself up and slash the bug in half with her lightsaber, the 2 clones also got into action. Brain put his DC-15S around one of the Genosian's neck and twisted it hard. A crack was heard, as if a dried-up twig was breaking. The second Genosian probably heard or sensed something because he tried to turn around, but Dajir's vibroblade was already cutting down on him. With almost no resistance, his head was severed from its body. All in all, it took a few seconds for the 3 seppies to be eliminated, and without a sound. That small demonstration was all that Bad Batch needed to understand why Dajir said they made too many unnecessary moves. The 2 clones and the Jedi had been lethal and efficient. The way is clear, generals. All right, we will follow our previous arrangement. Commander Dajir, their main foundries are that way. You will find a control panel there somewhere, and hopefully it will tell you where Master Ragu is being held. Roger that, General Tipley. Hell Squad, let's move, and may the Force be with you, generals. The Jedis grinned when they heard Dajir, and watched as the 7 clones disappeared inside the tunnels. With a nod, the Jedis, Delta Squad, Doom Legion members, and Bad Batch went the other direction. May the Force be with all of us. Capitulo 307, I was waiting for you. Hunter walked quietly after Boss. Up till now, Bad Batch hadn't gotten the chance to experience any action. The 2 Jedis, General Kenobi and General Skywalker, had been doing everything. Even if they understood that discretion was a must in this kind of mission, the 4 shinies, especially Wrecker, were starting to grow restless. Hey, sir, when are we gonna get to smash some droid heads? Shush, be quieter, Wrecker, or we are going to have their entire army after us. Sorry, General, I got excited. We won't be able to maintain our secrecy forever. Clone Force 99 will get their baptism of fire very soon. Now, follow me. We still have to get to the next factory. After splitting up from the 2 sisters and the clones from Doom Legion, they had started planting thermal detonators and explosive charges around the factory, being careful to dodge any patrols or to destroy them quietly. In a droid factory, no one paid attention to a few more piles of droid pieces here and there. When one of the giant machines, responsible for transporting materials from one factory to another, got close, the group jumped on it, quickly hiding beneath some piles of metal. They were unaware, though, that a probe droid had been following their every move and reporting it to Count Dooku, who, after knowing where they were headed, started preparing a reception. Yakel Atate, you are up. Roger that, General. Understood. 2 clones, wearing dark green and yellow armor, sneaked forward and started planting detonators behind a huge container filled with liquid metal. Meanwhile, the two Jedis and the other clones kept watch for any sign of danger. They too were being tailed by a probe droid. In a distant corner of the foundry, a group of Magna Guards, droidecas, and B-2 super battle droids were gathering. Hell Squad was having a more troubled experience than the other two groups. They had long left the droid assembly lines behind and entered dark tunnels. If it wasn't for the small holes in the ceiling, here and there, they would be in complete darkness. However, they didn't dare to turn on the flashlights on their helmets. It would be a dead giveaway to their location and the fact that they weren't Genosians. As such, they kept advancing in the pitch-black tunnels. More than once they found Genosians sleeping inside the walls. Unlike the Jedis, who wouldn't attack unless attacked first, the clones weren't so merciful. Dajir finished off every single bug they found, whether they were sleeping or not. Any of them could have killed a clone before, and none of them deserved to live. It was dangerous to leave bodies behind like that, but the moment they rescued Ragu, alarms would go off anyway, and Hell Squad preferred to have fewer enemies after them. The few times they encountered droids or awake Genosians, they either let the Seppies go without warning them or killed them quietly. Finally, after almost 2 hours, when Dajir was already starting to get worried, the tunnels and caves started to become metal corridors and hallways. Soon, they found a terminal from which Tech could access the internal network of the Separatist. The clone started connecting cables from his datapad to it and typing rapidly. However, before he could discover anything, the sound of metallic footsteps resounded. Exchanging glances, Dajir ordered Tech to keep doing what he was doing and gestured for the others to take position as close to the walls as they could. "Hey, what are you doing here, Azah?" When the 6B1 units appeared and saw Tech, they rushed towards him, not paying attention to what behind them. Hell Squad attacked them, trying to take them down silently, but one of the clankers managed to fire a laser before being killed. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. "Sorry, Commander, he was faster than I expected." "We would be discovered sooner or later. Now, Tech, we need you to hurry up. Soon, they will send someone to investigate and discover the patrol we just destroyed. The closer we are to the General when that happens, the better." "I need another minute, sir. General Ragu is locked up in this facility. I just need to find out where." Anxiously, the clones waited. At any moment, the Separatist could attack them. Meanwhile, Dajir warned the other two groups. "They found us, generals. It won't be long before they send teams looking for you." After discovering a Republic unit inside one of their main bases, the Seppies wouldn't certainly send search parties to every factory around the planet, looking for any other enemies. Inevitably, they would find the Jedis and the other clones. "Can you still go, Commander Dajir, or do we have to abort?" "Hell Squad is only leaving if General Ragu is with us, ma'am." The Jedis gave a small grunt of acknowledgement and turned off their comlinks. The less they talked, the smaller the chances they would be heard. "I got it, Sector 12, 8th floor." "Good job. Come on, lads, let's not keep the General waiting." Ragu was floating a few centimeters above the ground, in his cell. His eyes were closed, but he was paying attention to every sound outside. At first, he didn't understand why the Separatist would let him untied, so he could use the Force if the wanted. After his first attempts to escape, however, he understood that, at least for now, it was pointless. Ray shields would be lowered as soon as the door of his cell was opened, and without his lightsaber, he couldn't get through them. The fact that he understood his situation didn't mean he was happy with it. At every chance he had, he would destroy a few droids. It was nothing to the Separatist, and he knew what he was doing could barely be considered throwing a tantrum, but after a few sessions of torture and interrogation, he didn't care. The last weeks had been spent in pain. 2 times a day, he would be taken to a room where he was tied up, and commando droids would interrogate him until he fainted. Others would already have given up on life or giving in to his captors, but not Ragu. He was part of a new generation of Jedis, one that had been raised up amidst death and tempered in the flames of war. He would rather die than give the enemy anything. Suddenly, his meditation was interrupted when he heard a commotion outside. Because of the thick doors and walls, he couldn't make out what was happening, but it was too much noise for a single change of guards, and he was pretty sure he could hear blasters being fired. His first thought was that he was being rescued. Immediately after, he understood that whoever his to-be saviors were, they were walking into a trap. He didn't know why the separatist hadn't executed him yet, but now he had an answer. He was bait. Getting up, he put his ear close to the door and heard a woman's voice, and a very familiar one. "My dear clones, you have no idea how long I've waiting to kill you." Capitulo 308, a trap that backfired. Without the need to be discreet anymore, Hell Squad threw all caution to the wind and simply advanced towards Ragu's cell. Any enemies on their path, be it B1 or B2 units, Genosians or Droidekas, were crushed. Dajir and his men were good at everything, but what they were better at was destroying their enemies in open battle without giving them any chance to fight back. In small corridors, where the Sepa's number advantage became more of a hurdle, there was no one who could stand on their way, especially when they had an objective as important as their general. "This is too easy, sir. We are attacking the heart of the Separatist, and that is all they have for us." "Maybe we are lucky." "When did that ever happen?" Making a pause to reload and check for wounds after destroying a small group of clankers, Dajir looked at the hallway ahead. It was quiet, and he couldn't hear any droids, even after all the commotion Hell Squad was creating. His brothers were right. It was all going way too well. He wouldn't have survived as long as he had if he couldn't see something was very wrong. "Dab is right, Commander. This is a trap for us. General Ragu is the bait." "I know. That doesn't mean we are going to run and leave him." "I never said that, sir. What do we do?" Barin, Cell, Dab, Tech, Metal, and 3-4 looked at him, waiting for his orders. The thought of retreating didn't cross their minds for a moment. Clones didn't run. Either they finished the job or they died trying. A small grin appeared in his face under his helmet. His brothers couldn't see it, but they knew when their leader was about to come up with a bad idea. Curiously enough, or not so much, considering who they were, a smile also appeared on their faces. "We fall in the trap." "My dear clones, you have no idea how long I've been waiting to kill you." Ventress waited for Hell Squad before Ragu's cell, her 2 lightsabers on her hand. Dajir wasn't surprised. He could feel his scar burning long before they saw her. It always happened whenever he got closer to the Sith responsible for it. His 6 brothers were standing beside him, glaring coldly at the woman. They hated her as much as she hated them. Differently from a few minutes earlier, though, when they all had been standing straight, Brain was now holding his side, panting, and using the walls to hold himself open. Ventress' eyes flashed in pleasure as she saw the obvious pain the clone was in. "One of you little dogs got hurt, sweetie. You will pay for that too, Ventress." "Oh, I don't think I will, haha." With a small nod from his head, Dajir ordered Hell Squad to start surrounding the Separatist. Brain hang back because of his wound, while Tech started moving towards the cell's door, but Ventress didn't make any move to stop him. "Free your master, clone. I will make things more interesting. Who will die first, you or him?" Tech glanced at Dajir quickly and received a positive answer. Ignoring Ventress, he knelt near the control panel and started fiddling with it, but stopped when he heard Ragu's voice through the door. "Don't open it, you will be trapped in here." "Don't worry, General, we are prepared." Dajir didn't hesitate to answer, surprising Ventress. She knew the Jedi would warn them and was prepared to attack, taking advantage of their surprise, but the clones weren't shaken. The cold mouths of their blasters kept aiming at her, the fingers on the triggers steady. That made her halt her offensive. "So you knew it was a trap, Dajir? I knew I should have sent more units, but I was afraid they would kill you and take my revenge from my hands. Still, what can you do, sweetie? The moment your brother opens that door, you will be locked in here with me. Or you will be locked with us." "Haha, a lowly Republic scum like you thinks you are a threat to me? You are better than your brothers, clone, but none of you are a match for me. This time, I won't just give you a scar. I will kill you. No more games." Hatred dripping on her words, Ventress jumped forward, trying to cut Metal in half. The clone, however, unleashed a torrent of blue lasers, forcing her to fall back and hide behind a doorway. Meanwhile, Tech finally opened the door and Ragu stepped out. He was half naked, and several bruises and scars adorned his upper body, many still red and swollen. However, he still seemed to be strong and full of energy. "You are going to need that, sir." Tech pulled a short metal stick from his belt and gave it to the Jedi. It wasn't Ragu's lightsaber, but it was better than nothing. At the same time, red energy shields blocked the corridor, trapping the 7 clones, plus Ragu and Ventress. If you knew it was a trap, Dajir, why did you come? The clone didn't answer, and only kept firing at Ventress, forcing the Sith to deflect the lasers. All right, I hope you have a good plan to get us out of here then. Not exactly a plan, General, but we have to deal with Ventress first. You need to keep her occupied for a while. The Jedi didn't question. He trusted Dajir and Hell Squad, and the commander rarely made a bad decision. Spinning his new lightsaber to get used to it, he started clashing with Ventress. Are we ready? Yes, sir. Good brain hit it. Hearing Dajir yell, both Ragu and Ventress turned their attention to Brain and found out that the clone had a detonator on his hand. He was now standing straight and showed no signs of suffering any wound. Bastard's dirty tricks. The Sith knew what was happening the moment she saw the detonator, and that Brain was faking his wound. It was, however, too late for her to do anything about it. The moment Brain pressed the trigger, an explosion brought down the ray shields. The clones, followed by Ragu, fell back, and 3-4 shot the panel of the nearest cell, making a new energy wall appear between them and Ventress. In anger, she slashed at it, but all she got was sparks, and she was unable to break through it. Let's go. Without giving Ventress another look, Ragu started running, and Hell Squad followed him. It was a pity they couldn't kill the assassin, but they had other problems now. How did you know that would work? We didn't, General Ragu. We set it up so we could blow up any clankers that came after us. It was only when we got closer that we saw Ventress was here. It was good thinking by Brain to stay back. The rest was improvisation. Good enough for me. What is the rest of the plan? Or did you rescue me just so we could die fighting? It might be what happens, General. We didn't take into account that they were waiting for us, and that means they probably know about General Kenobi and the others. Cell, contact the first group, Metal the second, tell them what happened. Roger that. Understood. Clankers incoming. Ragu spun his lightsaber, and a grin appeared in his face before he ran forward, to meet the patrol that was going towards them. You tell me everything, ladder. Now it's time to fight. Capitulo 309, under their grasp. Generals Tipley and Tippler took a dozen men from their legion and are planting explosives along some of their key factories. Generals Kenobi and Skywalker have Bad Batch and Delta Squad and are doing the same somewhere else. Bad Batch, who are they? A new unit, we trained them. They are shinies, but they are quite skilled. If they survive, we will hear from them again. To have you praise them, they must be good. And if they were trained by Hell Squad, they shouldn't fare too badly. Dajir only nodded. They had contacted the Jedis a few minutes before, and they had yet to be discovered. After knowing that Hell Squad had walked right into a trap, however, they too had arrived at the conclusion that the Seppies also had something planned for them. As such, General Skywalker had ordered his astromech, R2-D2, to take off with their stolen ship and to meet them at the extraction point. They hadn't had the time to rig all the factories, but it was better to leave while they still had the upper hand. Of course, it wasn't easy. Almost immediately after that, they received the news that General Tippler and her group had been ambushed and lost 3 men. Simultaneously, General Kenobi said they had been forced to escape after engaging Count Dooku and a bunch of Seppies. The explosives were also deactivated, and although Boss was decisive in blowing them up when he saw what the clankers were doing, all they managed to do was destroy a few conveyor belts and machines. Everything was going wrong, and, to make it worse, Hell Squad and Ragu were forced to battle a considerable number of droids. Clearly, Ventress had given up on trying to kill them herself. Dajir dropped to the floor and hid behind a dead B-2 unit. Near him, Tech uttered a curse as a laser missed his head by millimeters. General, we are pinned down. If we don't move quickly, they are going to swarm us. I know it. All right, Brain Dab, do you remember Umbara? Which part of it? Second Fortress. Oh no. When I move. Dajir had no idea of what Ragu was talking about, but judging by the 2 clones' reaction, it was some crazy maneuver. It really was. Up till now, Ragu had been deflecting the lasers fired at him, but suddenly, he let one of his hands go from the lightsaber and used the force to make a clanker's carcass float in front of him as a shield. And then he threw his lightsaber. Exactly. Spinning in the air, the lightsaber cut half a dozen droids in half before making a turn and coming back towards Ragu, killing 2 more Seppes and distracting the others. Dajir wouldn't have been so impressed if it was only that, however. He knew Jedis could use the Force to control almost anything, so it wasn't that surprising. But the moment the lightsaber returned to Ragu's hand, Brain threw 3 detonators up in the air, already activated. Pushing both his hands forward, Ragu made the detonators fly towards the clankers. With 3 lasers from Dab's DC-15X, all fired in less than a second, the grenades blew up, transforming over 20 droids in scrap metal. You had your fun on Umbara, hum. Not as much as you would think, Commander. The 501st and the 212th had it worse, though. That traitorous G. The traitor made them fight and kill each other. Dajir didn't need Brain to tell him that. He had received the reports of the cruel acts the Jedi traitor had performed. By lying to the clones, he convinced them that the Separatists were disguised with the armor of their dead brothers. When the scheme was finally discovered, hundreds had died by the hands of their own brothers. No clone could live peacefully with that. One of them, Dogma, had executed the traitor, going against the orders to capture him alive. Dajir didn't blame him. He would have done the same. You two can discuss that later. We gotta keep moving now. Ugh. Being urged by their general, the clones started running again, but suddenly heard Ragu grunt in pain and stagger. He would have fallen to the ground if metal didn't hold him. General, what happened? Og, I guess I wasn't as strong as I thought. The Separatists don't have a soft hand when it comes to their interrogations. Dajir gestured for 3-4 to have a look at Ragu, while the rest of Hell's squad kept watch. It was pretty impressive Ragu had been able to keep himself awake up till now. Any normal person would already have collapsed after almost a month of torture, whatsoever jumping around and fighting a Sith while using his supernatural powers. We can't stop now, General. Can you walk? Yeah, let's go. However, Ragu had barely taken a dozen steps when he fell again. Seeing that, Dajir gestured for Cell to help him walk. If they had the option, they would wait for the Jedi to recover. Unfortunately, what they needed the most now was time, and they couldn't waste any. The group continued, now slower than before, but still as deadly. With cold-blooded efficiency, the clones cut a path through any Seppes that stood on their way, and soon were out of the battlesphere. The darkness of the tunnels, however, only made it more difficult. More Seppes coming our way, Commander. Hell Squad stopped, kneeling on the ground and taking aim. Shadows appeared on the corners, and they almost fired, but 3-4 noticed something before they pressed the trigger. Friendlies, stand down. Surely enough, General Tippler and General Tipley appeared, followed by Commander Doom and half a dozen other clones. Of the original group, 4 were missing. I am glad to see you are safe, Master Ragu. Thank you, Master Tippler. But why are you here? Dajir told me you were in a foundry to the south. We were, but everything went wrong. The Separatist prepared an ambush for us, and we weren't able to destroy a single assembly line. When they were pursuing us, we jumped on the first transport we saw, and it brought us here. Master Kenobi and Master Skywalker had more luck than us. They managed to evade Count Dooku and are heading this way. R2 and Hondo are also bringing the shuttle. They can't do that. This was a well-thought trap. They certainly know our ship. Don't worry. Apparently Hondo hijacked another one. This pirate has proven to be quite useful. All the while the Jedis were talking, the clones kept watch. Luckily, they weren't attacked for a while. Even if Geonosis was one of their core planets, the Separatists couldn't leave too many of their forces there. The Clone Wars were in a state where every soldier counted. Besides, who would dare to attack Geonosis? After a while, they went up to the surface, where the clones could fight more comfortably. Ship arriving. Calm down, they are on our side. The new Maxilipede shuttle lowered its ramp, and Hondo appeared. The pirate had a huge smile on his face. Hello, my friends, it looks like you could use a... Ouch, why did you do that, you pile of trash? A blue and white droid, which was no taller than Dajir's waist, bumped into Hondo and whistled anxiously for the Republic group to board the ship. A few minutes later, having picked up Delta Squad, Bad Batch, and the 2 Jedis, the shuttle left Genosis and entered hyperspace. The meticulously crafted trap by the Separatist failed, albeit not entirely. Their prisoner and his saviors escaped under their grasp. Capitulo 310, A Time of Defeats. You let them escape. We had 5 Jedis and 2 of the most hunted clone units, and you let them escape. Count Dooku looked at his apprentice, still locked behind the ray shields. They had meticulously prepared a trap for the Republic, and not only did it fail, but they also lost a valuable prisoner. All because Ventress had a grudge with one of the clones. They discovered our trap. GRR, it isn't my fault. Next time I find them. There won't be a next time. You will stay far away from Hell Squad. I need them to be taken care of, and it's clear you can't do it. You can't do that. Ventress spat those words in anger, instantly regretting it, as she felt an invisible hand grab her neck and lift her up. Her vision started going black, and she couldn't breathe. Finally, when she was almost going unconscious, Count Dooku used the Force to smash her against the wall and let her. I can do whatever I want, my apprentice. While the Jedis talked at the control room of the shuttle, the clones grouped up in one of the rooms. The mission had been a partial success. They managed to rescue Ragu, but failed to destroy the factories and lost 4 soldiers. Hell Squad, surprisingly, was unharmed. The members of Doom Legion weren't so lucky, and one of them was in critical condition, while others had light wounds. Scorch had been hit in the shoulder 2 times, while Boss was limping after Count Dooku almost severed his leg. Bad Batch's tech had been shot in the back, and the blast padding was the only reason he was alive. How did your men do, Hunter? Pretty okay, sir. Delta Squad got most of the fun, however. I never thought you would be humble now, after everything you said back in Kamino. Bad Batch fought well, Dajir. They saved us a couple times back there. The clones all laughed at the somewhat embarrassed expression that their 4 defective brothers showed. Even Wrecker looked flustered. They certainly didn't expect that, after all the scolding that they received from Dajir and Boss in Kamino, now they would be praised so much. Congratulations, Clone Force 99. You aren't shinies anymore. You are real troopers now. Dajir patted Hunter's shoulder and was about to say something else when his comlink bipped. Looking at it, he suppressed a sigh, picked up his helmet, and got up. The others looked at him, not too surprised. Duty calls. Doom, the Jedis want you to. The rest of you take a rest, you deserve it. Dajir, Hell Squad didn't suffer any serious injuries. As such, you will come with me and Obi-Wan to Kairos. It wasn't a warning or a question. It was an order. Dajir acknowledged it with a nod. He had no idea where Kairos was, but as long as he was given a command, he would follow it to the end. Tomorrow, a meeting will take place to decide the future of this war. By then, we must already be in Kairos. Gather your men, Commander. Roger that, General Kenobi. Giving a last glance to Ragu, Dajir left the room and went to prepare Hell Squad. Soon, the shuttle was going to arrive at a supply station, and the 30-odd people would split up. General Skywalker and General Kenobi, as well as Hell Squad, would go to Kairos. Commander Doom, his men, and the 2 female Jedis were needed in Dantooine. Ragu would return to Coruscant to recover from his wounds. Delta Squad still had no assignment, while Bad Batch would be responsible for escorting a fleet of cargo ships. Seeing how fast everyone had received new orders, it was clear to Dajir that the Clone Wars had reached a critical juncture. In the command bridge of a Venator-class cruiser, Hell Squad, Captain Rex, Commander Cody, and 2 Jedis looked at the hologram table. Right now, the second largest meeting of the war was starting. The holograms showed dozens of Jedis and their respective clone commanders, as well as a few special units. The meeting was presided by the Chancellor Palpatine himself. Right now, the Republic is suffering severe losses. We are losing one system after another, and our support amongst the neutral planets is waning. The Chancellor is being too kind. Everyone here is a veteran of this terrible war, and there is no use in sweetening our words. We are about to lose. After over 3 years, we are running out of resources. I won't dwell on numbers, but what you have to know is that unless we convince some of the major neutral systems to join us, our troops won't only be outnumbered, but also defenseless and starving. The discussion went on for hours. Most of the clones stood quiet, only saying something when asked. Inside, they were all furiously thinking, and they all arrived at the same conclusion. The Jedis once again showed why they weren't fit to lead a war. They were too merciful, too kind. They weren't willing to sacrifice anything or anyone. The answer to the problem was right in front of them, but none dared to say it. Clones didn't have all those moral problems. In the end, the commanders from over 20 legions all looked at Dajir. For a long time now, he was the unelected representative of the soldiers, whenever they had to say something the Jedis wouldn't like. "Generals, Chancellor, there is something we can do, a gamble we can take." All the Jedis quieted down and fixated their eyes on Dajir. The clone, however, was looking straight at General Yoda. The powerful being hadn't said a word the entire meeting, which made Dajir think he too knew what the solution was. The pained expression on his face further convinced him of that. "What is it, Commander Dajir?" "We take our forces from Coruscant, Kamino, Kessel, and other planets, and commit them to an all-out attack. Those are our core planets. If we leave them defenseless, it's the same as giving up. If we don't do so, we will lose the war anyway. Continue, Commander. We take the systems that will make the scale tip to our side, but only the less important ones. We leave Geonosis, Mustafar, and the like alone. They won't dare to move their fleets from those systems. They will think it's a trap." "Do you have any idea of how many troops you are talking about, Commander Dajir? Dozens of millions." "Hundreds, ma'am. If we want it to work, we will have to use our troops on Felucia, Mon Cala, Dantooine, and so on. That would waste 3 years of effort we put on conquering those planets." "I know, but I don't think there is any other way. And with all due respect, you don't seem to think so either, generals." A long silence descended in the room, and for many minutes no one said anything. Finally, General Yoda opened his eyes. "Many lives lost will be." "Yes, General Yoda, but we won't falter. The Republic is our home. The clones won't let it fall in the hands of the Separatist, not while we are alive. And if we are going to die anyway, then we prefer to risk everything in a last defense than wait cowardly." Dajir was harsher than any clone had ever dared to be. Before, his blood wouldn't let him talk to the Jedis like that. But everything had changed after Ryloth. He was tired of just listening to orders even when he knew they would lead to death and defeat. "Right, Dajir is. To this war survive, no other option we have." Capitulo 311. A cornered enemy is scarier than anything. After General Yoda's words sunk in, all the Jedis looked at themselves, unsure. They weren't children who had seen nothing of the galaxy yet. They knew war was cruel and that sacrifices were inevitable. They themselves had been to hundreds, if not thousands, of battles and saw many of the soldiers under them die. However, what Dajir was suggesting wasn't a fight that would leave a few hundred or thousand casualties. It wasn't even the sacrifice of an entire legion. No, it would be more brutal and horrific than any battle the Republic ever partook in. Dajir's plan, if it worked, would lead to millions of deaths. If it didn't, it could potentially cause the entire annihilation of the clone army. The Jedis, on their infinite kindness, thought about what Dajir must be feeling while he brought up such a plan. To know that your brothers would die and still go on. But he was right. That was their only shot at survival. They were, however, overthinking. It certainly wasn't an easy decision to make, but any clone would have done it. If they let the Jedis hesitate more because they weren't willing to make sacrifices, more of their brothers would die. If we were to proceed with this plan, what would our next steps be? Dajir looked at the Jedi, a Twi'lek he didn't know the name, and pulled up a map of the galaxy. What he needed now wasn't specific measures, but just a rough idea of which planets to give up and which to attack. "We would need to take most of our troops on Felucia, Mygeeto, Mon Cala, Dantooine, Umbara, Christophsis, Coruscant, Kessel, Kamino, and Ryloth. Any legion or fleet that we can spare too. Then, we have to attack and take some of the Sepis systems, especially those who are close to a neutral group. That will give them more confidence in joining the Republic." "And what planets should we attack?" Dajir looked at the hologram, frowning. He was the one who came up with the idea, but his specialty was fighting. He usually left strategy for the others. "Wolf, Tito, take a look at it." The two clones stepped forward and started analyzing the map. In fact, they had already been doing it in their heads before. Kairos, Zygeria, Kadavo, Raydonia, Florum, and Onderon, and some other less important planets here, here, and here. They are all important systems with a strong separatist force, but if we strike quickly, they won't be able to react. And by taking them, we can control the supply lines of the separatist on 3 entire sectors. We wouldn't even need to attack Mon Cala, Ryloth, Umbara, and Felucia again. We could just let the clankers waste their batteries. Some of those systems are neutral. If we attack them, the others might start fearing us. Chancellor Palpatine intervened, pointing at Kairos, Zygeria, and Florum. They are neutral only in name. Our intelligence indicates that they house a good separatist force, and not against their will. General Windu got the latest reports they had and transmitted it to everyone. Dajir already knew what was in them, because Hell Squad had been the ones to obtain them during the infiltration of a separatist ship. If that tactic works, not only will we be able to avoid a loss, but also make a comeback. I will take my leave, Jedi Masters, and let you make your plans. Good luck and, how do you say it, may the Force be with you. The Jedis nodded, and the projection of Chancellor Palpatine disappeared. Dajir could swear he saw a slight smirk on his face. The next days were enveloped in heated discussions, even while Hell Squad was fighting on Kairos. They barely got any rest those days, battling for hours without end, and, in the few moments of calm, discussing their offensive. Captain Rex and Commander Cody weren't much better than them. At a certain point, after they had just captured a small town, General Kenobi saw Hell Squad standing guard. Their backs were straight, and they were paying full attention, but the Jedi could feel their exhaustion. When was the last time you slept, Commander? 3 days ago, General, but we were able to catch a break here and there. That is not enough. Hell Squad, go get some rest. I need you focused on the next battles and not falling asleep. That was an order Dajir couldn't disagree with. Even Hell Squad needed to sleep every once in a while, otherwise they would make stupid mistakes, which could get themselves and their brothers killed. Still, as always, they didn't sleep much. After about 3 hours, Dajir woke up, covered in cold sweat. The nightmares were getting worse each day. The thought of having to live with them every day of his life, if he survives the war, was terrifying. Clones feared no enemy but the ones they saw on their dreams. Since he wasn't on duty right now, Dajir didn't put on his armor and left his quarters careful not to make a noise. His squad deserved to sleep, even if it wasn't a very good one. Kairos was hot even during the night, and miniature dust storms roamed the streets of the small city. Dajir didn't know the name of it and didn't care. For him, it was just another battle. Already awake, Dajir. He turned around to find Captain Rex behind him. The shaved clone also didn't have his armor on, for probably the same reason as Dajir. Bad dreams, Rex. Always, they're getting worse the longer this damned war goes on. Dajir sighed. Civilians and Jedis sometimes thought the clones liked the war. Only the troopers knew how badly they wished for it to end. It's coming to an end, Rex. I can feel it. Unconsciously, he touched the scar on his face. He had dozens on his body, but it was always that one that hurt the most. Dajir didn't know why he had the feeling the war was ending, even as Captain Rex looked at him waiting for a follow-up. He just knew it. How long? I don't know, and don't ask me who will win either. If you want predictions, talk with the Jedis. It's just a feeling. If you want to talk about feelings, I am having one right now. We are being watched. Dajir nodded and pointed at a hill about 4 or 5 kilometers away. Commando droids. Dab saw them today. He managed to take one out, but they were too far away and the others hid. The 501st leader nodded, not impressed in the slightest. There were some men on his legion who could take such a shot whatsoever in Hell Squad. Do you think the grand offensive will work? Is that what the higher-ups are calling it? Captain Rex suppressed a laugh, and Dajir made a small grin. The seat-warmers at the Senate always liked to give mighty names for the battles and operations. None of them knew that there was nothing glamorous about war. If it was anyone else, no, it wouldn't. But we are clones, Rex. The price will be hefty, but that is our chance of turning the tides of the war. It will work. Author's thoughts. What's up, everyone? we are entering a part of the novel I think you will find interesting. It's something I always has on my head, but never had the chance to write before. Also, I realized I made a slight mistake. Hell Squad is with the 501st and the 212th, so I wrote the name Echo a few times in the coming chapters. However, Echo is, up till now, still considered dead. According to the lore, he died in the Citadel, rescuing Master Peel. I went back and changed it to other names, and I think I got everything, but if I didn't, feel free to point it out for me. I'm just saying it now so if you see Echo written somewhere, and you think it's weird, you know the reason. It's a lot to think about when writing, so sometimes mistakes like that happen. Apart from that, I hope you're all having a lovely day and staying safe. If you can, leave a review and/or a comment. I love reading them. And as always, may the force be with you. Capítulo 312, Ghost Coordinates. Ahsoka Tano laid on the ground, using macrobinoculars to watch a group of faraway droids load some transports with ammunition and supplies. Besides her were Captain Rex and Dajir. What do you think? Too many for us, Commander Tano. We only have 40 soldiers. Rex is right, we have to wait for reinforcements. The Padawan shook her head, disagreeing. The droids numbered at about 120, 3 times the clone forces, but she thought that if they were caught by surprise, they could win. What if Hell Squad and I used the cover of the night to sneak up on them? While we distract them, the others could attack from the other side, and we would catch them between 2 fires. The plan would be good, kid, if we had 30 more troopers. But with just us, even though we could win, we would lose too many. You know my rank is higher than yours, right, Dajir? I keep telling that to Rex. You shouldn't call me a kid. The 501st Legion leader gave a dry laugh. Maybe because she was still young, Ahsoka didn't care if clones were a little more undisciplined near her. And I keep telling you, Commander, that what matters is experience, not rank. I will have to agree with Rex on that one too, Commander Tano. It saw a lot of new officers that couldn't compete with a foot soldier. Seeing how the 2 clones were against her, Ahsoka sighed and gave up attacking the Separatist. She might be a good fighter and had fought many battles, but she knew she would never be as experienced as any of the 2 clones. Slowly at first, the 3 people retreated and joined the rest of their group. They were just one of the many recon groups that had been sent to penetrate enemy lines, investigate, and, if possible, cause chaos. General Skywalker and General Kenobi were both in the lead of other groups. Kairos was the first battle of the grand offensive the Republic was planning. The 501st and the 212th had joined forces once again to attack the planet, since their legions and their Jedi generals had good teamwork, per se. Their objective wasn't only to capture Kairos, but also to act as a smokescreen, distracting the Separatist from the weird movements of troops the Republic had been making for the past days. A spy clanker found us, General, but we managed to destroy it before it could send anything. One man of your unit is having a look at it, Commander Dajir. As soon as they entered the small clearing they had settled in, a 501st lieutenant, named Jesse, if Dajir remembered correctly, came up to them. Dajir looked over to where Hell Squad was sitting and saw Tech typing in his datapad, from which a bunch of cables were connected to a probe droid. Walking over, he tapped his brother's shoulder, catching his attention. Did you find anything useful, Tech? Not yet, sir. Its core was damaged when Axion shot it. There is something weird, however. What is it, Trooper? When they heard Tech, both Ahsoka and Captain Rex joined them. Hell Squad stepped aside to make room for the Jedi, before turning back to cleaning their weapons. The clanker was set to return to these coordinates, General. Commander Tano, but our intel tells us there is nothing there. Ahsoka frowned, pensive. Possibilities were running through her mind. Are you sure the coordinates are right? I'm positive, ma'am. I checked twice. The probe was to cover this sector and return there to recharge and have its hard drive wiped. That was standard procedure for Separatist recon droids. They sent anything they investigated to their headquarters, and, when it was running low on energy, it returned home. Not only would it recharge, but also have its memory wiped, to make sure that, even if it fell on enemy hands, it couldn't tell them much. Maybe a small outpost that escaped our search. That area is almost a desert. There is nowhere to hide an outpost. We would have seen it from kilometers away. That leaves two options then. It's either underground or moving. I don't know what is worse. If it's an underground base, then we have a problem, ma'am. We would have to check out backs all the time to make sure seppies wouldn't spill from the ground like they do on Genosis. But I don't think that is the case. It's costly to make those bases, even more in a desert. It's more probable that it's a convoy. The Padawan stood still for a long while, thinking. In the end, she decided she couldn't make this decision on her own. Rex, contact Master Skywalker and Obi-Wan and tell them about all that. Dajir, you and Cell will come with me to scout ahead. Understood. Got it, Cell, we have a job to do. Get the speeders. The clone nodded, and soon, Ahsoka, Dajir, and him left the camp, speeding to the set of coordinates. We are only going to watch, understood. After seeing how many they are and what they are, we decide whether we attack or not. The two clones acknowledged her words quietly. 3 people were in no way a proper attack force, even if one of them was a Jedi and the other 2 amongst the best soldiers in the galaxy. After a few hours, the 3 arrived at the sector to where the probe droid was supposed to go. They spotted a large dust cloud from a long distance away and slowed down. Lowering his macro binoculars, Dajir analyzed the separatist group. Just like they suspected, it was a small convoy with about 100 droids as escort. Batteries and ammunition, Commander Tano. Wait, there is something else in the middle, a vehicle of some sort, not military. What can it be? Maybe they are transporting someone important, sir. With just 100 units. It almost escaped our vigilance. We only got news of it by luck. Maybe that was their objective from the start. What Cell is saying makes sense, Dajir. The commander nodded. After confirming which direction the convoy was going, the 3 got back on their speeders again and left. When they reached their camp, they found General Skywalker and General Kenobi waiting for them. After they passed on the intel they had just acquired, the 2 Jedis also agreed the best was to strike soon and capture whoever was in the convoy. As such, they took advantage of their superior mobility and speed and reached the separatist group the afternoon of the next day, now having a group of about 150 troopers. The escort didn't withstand a chance. Having sustained only minimal casualties, they killed all the clankers, and Dajir followed the Jedis to the fancy vehicle's door. The entire fight, the person inside hadn't shown their face. Capitulo 313, Alone in the Dark. A blue lightsaber pierced through the door of the transport, and General Kenobi started cutting a circle through which they could enter. After cleaning up the battlefield and making sure there weren't any surviving clankers, the clones stood behind the Jedis, looking at the vehicle. They too were curious about who the important person inside was. Of course, that didn't mean they didn't take the necessary precautions, such as setting up a perimeter around the convoy. The next few minutes went by quietly as the Jedi cut through the metal slowly. When he was close to finishing, Hell Squad stepped forward and took position near it. They were always first through the door. Kicking the circle of metal that General Kenobi had cut, Dajir waited for a few seconds, but no response came from inside. Lifting 2 fingers to his men, he pointed forward and brained through a droid popper, after which Dajir and Cell immediately dove inside, weapons ready. 2 commando droids were twitching on the floor, thanks to the electromagnetic pulse grenade. After making sure there were no other threats, Dajir stepped forward and executed the clankers with a point-blank laser to the head. One could never be too careful when dealing with commando droids. Clear, you can come in, generals. The inside of the vehicle was empty, apart from the 2 droids. There was definitely something weird about the whole thing, however. Why hadn't the clankers joined the fight? And why were they traveling in a fancy transport with mats, sculptures, and paintings? Just 2 droids. It looks like that is it, Commander Tano. Maybe it was a decoy, to distract us while the real target escaped. Maybe, but I can feel something. Do you feel it too, Anakin? Yes, Master, I don't know what it is. The 2 Jedis kept their conversation going, but at the same time walked softly towards one of the sofas. With a quick sweep from a lightsaber, the piece of furniture was cutting in half, revealing a Nemodian hiding. You could have chosen a better spot, my friend. Get him out of there. 3-4 and Metal walked forward and pulled up the green-skinned being who squealed in fear. They dragged him outside, where the separatist showed to be even more of a coward. When he saw all the clones, he crumbled to the floor, hiding behind Cell, who was not at all gentle with him, and threw him forward, dragging him in the sand. If the decision was up to the clones, they would execute the separatist without a second thought. Cell, that's enough. Kix, Notch, guard, see if there is anything useful inside the transport. Yes, General. While the 3 clones entered the vehicle, the Jedis walked forward to talk with the Nemodian. Hell Squad stepped back, to give them room. Who are you, and where were you going? I will never tell you anything, G-Jedi. With a sigh, General Kenobi waved his hand in front of the separatist and repeated the question. This time, with his eyes blurred because of the Force, he answered. My name is Kato Talong. I'm going to the capital. To do what? Deliver important information to our forces there. The Jedis exchanged a surprised glance, while Dajir frowned. For a moment, he thought he saw a glint of a cunning light flash on the separatist's eyes. But then, he was back to having his mind controlled by the Force. Why did you travel with just a small escort? To deceive the Republic. What is the information you had to deliver? I don't know. Wait, what are you doing to me? Ignoring Kato, the Jedis moved a little away to talk. They already got what they wanted. Without the need for an order, Dajir and Tech entered the vehicle again, searching for the intel the separatists talked about. What? Stop, don't shoot. They had barely stepped inside when yells and screams came from outside. General Skywalker's voice was louder than the others. Dajir turned around to find the separatist holding what looked like a switch, or a trigger, his finger already pressing it. The clones all had their blasters aimed at Kato, but couldn't fire. If they did, whatever was connected to the trigger would blow up the moment Kato's finger lifted. What are you doing? You are going to kill yourself. Scum, Republic dogs, you think you are better than us just because you can use those tricks of yours. For years the Republic suppressed us just because we didn't bend our knees to you. Not anymore, Jedis. Hahaha. Get down. The moment the separatists started laughing maniacally, they all knew he was suicidal. If he wasn't bluffing, then the convoy was rigged with explosives, and no one was willing to take chances. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to get away. The explosion killed the 3 212th clones who were inside the transport immediately and threw Dajir and Tech meters away. The 2 were lucky they weren't inside yet and had time to run a few meters before everything was blown to Kingdom Come. Still, Dajir felt pain in his left leg and knew it was broken. Around him, clones and Jedis were all on the ground, their ears still ringing, but it wasn't over yet. Out of nowhere, a giant crack appeared on the ground, sucking the sand and 2 unlucky troopers around it. Before anyone could even get up, the rift expanded, leading to a dark abyss. The separatist was one of the first to disappear inside it, followed by Ahsoka, Commander Cody, Metal, Cell, and dozens of other clones. Dajir tried to get up as he saw the crack approaching him, but he fell again when he tried to put weight on his leg. Behind him, Tech was swallowed by the abyss, and Dajir soon joined him. The light disappeared and came back time and time again as he spun in the air. His instincts prompted him to try and grab the wall near to him, but all he did was slow his fall a little. At some point, something hit his head and he fell unconscious. When he woke up again, he realized he couldn't see anything. There was something heavy covering him, and as he struggled to get it off, he noticed it was sand. After uncovering the top half of his body, he turned on the lights on his helmet, ignoring the pain in his leg. The explosion had broken it, and the fall made it worse, but Dajir had long become immune to pain. The first thing he saw when the flashlight was turned on was Kato Talong. The separatist was a few centimeters above Dajir, blood trickling down his mouth and falling into the sand. 2/3 of his body were-crushed by a giant boulder. Groaning, Dajir looked to the sides and saw the body of one of his brothers half buried in the sand. With a quick glance, he was able to confirm there was nothing to do for him. Rocks, pieces of droids, and a lot of sand covered the bottom of the rift that he had fallen into. The walls were a dozen meters apart from each other at the bottom, but they got closer the higher one went. Still, he couldn't see an exit, and everywhere he looked was darkness. Capítulo 314. Find an exit. General's cough, Ahsoka brain tech cough cough, can anyone hear me? No answer came from the darkness around him. They were either unconscious or dead, and he didn't like to think about the second option. What he had to do now was get up and look for them, as well as a way to get out of wherever he was. Of course, his comlink had broken when he fell, so he couldn't even contact them. Feeling his left leg with his hands, Dajir found out it was broken in 2 spots. His head was also throbbing with pain, and his entire body was sore. Judging by the chest pain he was feeling when exhaling, he had at least 1 or 2 cracked ribs, although not broken. Even with his willpower, he wouldn't be able to stand up by himself. The mind wanted to, but the body couldn't. Looking around, all he found were pieces on clankers. Their E5s were too short to work as a crutch. His own DC-15A was nowhere to be seen. In the end, after a lot of stumbling and crawling around, Dajir found a cabinet that belonged to the Nemodian. With a few slashes of his vibroblade, the only weapon he still had, since it was strapped to his back when he fell, he made a rudimentary crutch. He. Groaning in pain, he stood up, chose a direction, and started walking. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pick up one of the droid's blasters. He would feel naked without a weapon. Brain grabbed his head in pain. It was still buzzing from the explosion and following tremors. He had hit his head multiple times, and his helmet was the sole reason he was alive. The result was that it was now all bashed in and cracked. A sharp pain on his back when he tried to move told him that he had either broken or dislocated something. Still, he could be considered lucky. Several of his brothers had died, while many were gravely wounded. Some of the unluckiest ones had ended up under giant rocks and died shortly after. Stay still, Brain, let me have a look. Go see the others first, 3-4. And don't worry about me, I wouldn't be able to move even if I wanted to. Okay. The medic stepped away, miraculously unharmed after everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Brain was looking around, taking note of everyone who was still alive, and searching for Dajir. His commander and tech had been the closest to the explosion, and there was no way to tell whether they were still alive or not. Anyone still has a working comlink. Several heads shook negatively. Brain sighed. Of course there weren't. It would be too easy otherwise, and he had long learned that when something could go wrong, it would. All right then, what about the Jedis? Any idea where they are? No clue, Brain. We all got separated when we fell in. Whatever this is, but Commander Cody is here. Gritting his teeth, Brain turned around to where Five's voice was coming from and saw Commander Cody unconscious on the floor, his right arm bent unnaturally, and his head wrapped in a bandage that was already becoming red. Seeing that he was the highest in command there, Brain quickly started yelling orders. He wasn't Hell Squad's second in command for nothing. He told the clones around him to take care of the wounded, which they had been doing from the start, and ordered the troopers who only had light injuries to go searching for others. Be careful. If you find others, bring them here, and if you can't, come back as quickly as possible to call for help. And don't get lost. Roger that. Got it. Understood. Seeing his orders being carried out, Brain laid back on the ground, turned off the flashlight on his broken helmet, and closed his eyes to wait for 3-4. Where are you, Commander? Og, who is there? Stumbling his way through the darkness, Dajir eventually saw a green light. As he got closer, he recognized one of Ahsoka's lightsabers and her voice. Commander Dajir, kid. Dajir, thank the Force, I'm stuck here. The Padawan was on the ground, half buried under rocks, pebbles, and sand. One of her hands was holding a lightsaber, while the other and the arm connected to it was beneath a piece of metal from one of the Separatist transports. Let me see what I can do, ma'am, but I'm not in a very good shape. Ignoring the pain from his leg, Dajir laid his back against one of the walls for support and grabbed the piece of metal. As soon as he moved it, a groan escaped Ahsoka's mouth. Careful, I think my arm is broken. Try to push it using your powers, Commander Tano. I will pull on 3, 1, 2, 3, After a few seconds, the debris moved. Dajir's arms trembled, and his vision started going black because of the effort and his wound, but eventually, Ahsoka was freed. You aren't looking too good, Dajir. Are you sure you can walk? Haha, you aren't in a good shape either, kid. We each got our broken limbs, don't worry about me too much. I've been through worse. The Padawan let out a dry laugh and supported Dajir with her good arm, letting the other hang uselessly at her side. Do you know where Cell and Metal are? They were near you in that rift. We are here, Commander. He hadn't even finished speaking when Tech's voice rang out. The clone came out of the darkness, following the light that came from Dajir's helmet. He too had a broken arm, but apart from that, he seemed okay. How are you, Tech? I could have used your help to lift that thing. Sorry, sir, I only woke up because of the noise you made. Metal, Cell, Rex, Kip, and Ian are still unconscious. Guts and Harv are dead. Trapper is dead too, and who knows how many others, but at least that separatist bastard died too. Ahsoka was too tired to care about how Dajir treated the dead Nemodian. She was more interested in how they had ended up on their current predicament. Do you think he knew that would happen? I doubt it, ma'am. He just wanted to destroy the intel to keep us from getting our hands on it. It must have been really important if he was willing to sacrifice himself. This hole was probably just caused by the tremors. If we don't find an exit soon, he will have his revenge. Wounded like we are, I don't think we can climb up. Tech looked up for the first time, to find only darkness. I don't think climbing up is a good idea. We can't have fallen too far, otherwise we would have all been dead. If we can't see any light, not even stars, then this rift must have closed up again. We will think of that later. Now, Dajir, Tech, wake up the others. I will search for my other lightsaber. We can't be the only ones that survived. First of all, let's find the others. Yes, Commander Tano. You heard her, Tech, wake them up. No sleeping on the job. Haha, cough, cough. Capitulo 315, The Grand Offensive. Wake up, brother. Slowly, he opened his eyes and was greeted by darkness. Amidst the dark, there were a few flashes of light, which showed him the faces of a few other clones. Where am I? I would tell you if I knew it, Jesse. Sitting up, Jesse noticed General Skywalker's Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, was also with the clones. Captain Rex, 2 members of the 212th, and 4 of Hell Squad were looking at him. What happened? When the Seppi blew himself up, he also opened some kind of cave system, and we fell in. You hit the sand on your way down. Burnout wasn't so lucky. The one who spoke was Cell. He was limping and being supported by Tech, who had a broken arm. Following the direction the scout's head pointed, he saw one of his brothers laying face down on the ground. His visor was cracked, and his head, it wasn't a pretty scene. Come on, Jesse, we have to find the others. Can you walk? Yeah, I think my shoulder is dislocated, though. We will see about that later. Jesse only nodded, not complaining. Dajir had a broken leg, and yet he wasn't even frowning, so how could he? How many fell? We don't know. All our comlinks broke, so we can't enter in contact with them, but I think we all did. Mine is still operational, sir. I don't know for how long, however. It's pretty damaged. When he said that, everyone turned to him. They had seen the cracked comlink, so they thought it wasn't working like theirs. Give it to me. Master, can you hear me? Obi-Wan, anyone there? Cough, no need to yell, Snips. I'm here, just cough, cough, a little battered. Obi-Wan is here too, but I can't get him to wake up. General Skywalker's shaky voice answered his Padawan, and she let out a sigh of relief. Can you activate your tracker? I will try. Hold on, Master, I'm coming. Following the increasingly strong signal that Jesse's comlink was receiving, the group found where the 2 Jedis were. Midway, one of the clones of the 501st sent by Brain found them, but before joining the others, they decided to help General Skywalker and General Kenobi. The Jedis had ended up buried beneath tons of boulders and stones. It was only by using the Force to create some kind of dome that General Skywalker was able to save himself and General Kenobi. Just wait a little longer, Master Skywalker. We will start removing the rocks. How are you and Master Obi-Wan? I'm okay. Obi-Wan hit his head hard, but he will pull through. Kite and Drum are wounded too. Fluke didn't make it. Delegating the job of removing the smaller stones to the clones, Ahsoka started using the Force to make the bigger ones levitate. Luckily, her broken arm didn't affect her abilities with this mysterious power. Dajir was forced to stay out of this one, since he could barely stand up. Deciding not to waste time, he started to head to where Brain and the majority of his brothers were, bringing the other wounded with him. When his right-hand man saw how Dajir looked, all he did was give a salute. The commander shrugged, unable to hide a grin. Only clones could look at each other in such a battered and wounded state and think it was normal. "How are you, sir?" "Nothing too much, 3-4. A broken leg and a few fractured ribs. Take a look at Rex, Metal, and Ian first. General Kenobi will also arrive soon, with a nasty head injury." "Roger that, sir. I would tell you to stay still and wait, but you aren't going to do that, are you?" The medic knew Dajir too well. However, this time he was wrong. For the last hours, Dajir had walked with a broken leg and helped Ahsoka. Even if he wanted to, his body couldn't go any longer, now that it had somewhere to rest. "Come here, Brain. I need a report." "Got it, Commander. We have 33 troopers here, most wounded to some degree. 45 with the ones that came with you." "How many dead?" 65. "Make that 69. Fluke, Guts, Harv, and Trapper are dead too." Brain nodded, a defeated look on his face. So many dead, all because the Separatist had decided to do a suicide attack. Putting his hand on Brain's shoulder to calm him down, Dajir gestured for him to continue. 36 are still missing, plus that Separatist scum. "Don't worry about him. His body was the first thing I saw when I woke up. He deserved it. Luckily, wherever we are isn't very big. I've sent troopers to do some recon, and they said most paths are dead ends." "You did good, Brain. Now, we need to focus on finding a way out of here before we run out of batteries for the lights. Or supplies. We already didn't have much to start with, and most of it ended up buried. The filters on the helmets will give us the air we need, but without rations or water, we won't survive very long." The commander nodded. Of course he had already thought of that. However, he hoped they would find an exit soon. The basis of his hope was that the cave system couldn't be too deep, otherwise no one would have survived the fall, even if it was cushioned by sand and tilted walls. "Don't think about that for now. There is no danger down here, so tell anyone who isn't occupied to grab some rest." "Will do, Commander. I don't know if we will be able to, however." "I know, Brain. I also don't like the idea of having nightmares now. But I need the men to stay strong, and they won't be able to do so if they stay awake for days." The grenadier sighed. Of course the soldiers knew that, but sleeping in this place? He didn't like it. All he could think was of how many of his brothers were buried beneath tons of rocks, never to be found. He knew he would see them on his dreams. But they were all experienced troopers with hundreds of battles under their belts. They were clear on the importance of resting when you could. 2 days went by in the darkness of the underground. Anyone who was still alive had been found, while those who weren't, there was nothing they could do for them. Their comlinks couldn't reach anyone on the surface, and although search parties were sent after them, there was no result. Seeing that, the higher-ups declared them missing in action and proceeded with the grand offensive. It couldn't stop because 3 Jedis and 200 men were missing. And it was about the grand offensive that Hell Squad was talking right now. It was weirdly funny for them that they wouldn't be able to take part in a plan created by Dajir. "Do you think it already started, Commander?" "It was set for yesterday. It's a pity we won't be able to see it through." "I wouldn't be so sure, Commander Dajir. Come with me, we might have found an exit." Ahsoka interrupted the clones, and Dajir was on his feet in a split second. Being helped by Barin, they followed the Padawan through dark tunnels until they joined General Kenobi, General Skywalker, Fives, and Jesse. They were all looking at a pile of rubble. "There it is, our hope of getting out of here." Capitulo 316, buried alive. At first, when the Jedis told him that the pile of rocks was their way out, Dajir thought they were going crazy. There were tons upon tons of boulders stacked there. But when he felt the current of air passing through the cracks, he finally understood what the Jedis meant. "But how are we going to get all of this out of the way?" "Hard work, Jesse. Everyone who is able will start removing the smaller stones, while we 3 will concentrate on the bigger ones. We will have to be careful not to cause a landslide." "On it, General Skywalker. I will bring the others." Soon, 20 or so clones arrived. They were the ones who only had light wounds and no broken bones. The others, like Dajir, had to hesitantly lay back on the walls and just watch. They didn't like to stay still, but didn't have much of an option. At some point, Dajir fell asleep, exhausted. 3-4 had no medical supplies to work with, so Dajir's leg was just immobilized by a piece of wood. There was nothing they could do about his ribs, other than let it heal on their own. As such, every move he made caused pain, even if his face didn't show it. But as a veteran soldier, he was used to waking up at the slightest sound and ready for battle. Only, this time the enemy wasn't someone he could fight. Get away. Huge parts of the cave were collapsing, probably because the Jedis had used the Force to move a rock they shouldn't have. It was already dark before, and, with the dust that was lifted, he could barely see 1 meter ahead of him, even with the flashlight. Somewhere in front of him, he heard a yell of pain. One of his brothers had been hit by a falling rock. Scrambling to his feet, Dajir did his best to run. There was nothing he could do to help the others, at least not now. He didn't know for how long the landslide went on. The noise was deafening, and he couldn't see anything. Small pebbles hit his armor, and sometimes he would see the white armor of a clone briefly, before they disappeared in the darkness once again. Forcing himself to get up, he walked to the sources of the other lights he saw. The troopers seemed shocked, but mostly unharmed. Clearing his throat, he started calling out names. 3 didn't answer. Damn it, Rex 5's get some men and search for them. The 2 clones looked at him for a moment, knowing fully well that the 3 clones were already dead and buried. Dajir knew it too, obviously, but they still had to try. General Skywalker, General Kenobi, Commander Tano, how are you? Sore but okay, Dajir, but we have a real problem now. Our only shot at leaving this place is now buried, even more than before. The clone didn't say anything. It was the Jedi's fault, and they knew it. They had been too rushed and caused the death of 3 more soldiers. Of course, he would never say that out loud. Just thinking about it went against all the discipline and respect for hierarchy on his blood, but it had been a long time since he gave that much importance to those. The last time was probably when he was a cadet, still thinking that winning the war would be easy. We found Dajir. He was already dead. No sign of Data and Not. The commander slowly nodded. Gesturing with his head to Hell Squad, he started walking back to the big cave that had become their temporary camp, and now their tomb. Help the generals. Tech, you go ahead and make an inventory of what we have. Let's see how long we can last. The Jedis didn't contest Dajir. They were too tired and guilty to do so. Their only hope was now lost, and they were the culprits. 3 weeks passed, painfully slowly. That day was when they ran out of water. The clones didn't have any qualms with dying, since that was a constant threat, but they always thought they would do so with a weapon in their hands. To die like that, stuck in a hole in some forsaken corner of the galaxy, seemed wasteful. The grand offensive must be over now. I wonder if we won. Haha, for what matters, I believe it worked, 5s. The commander's plans rarely fail, but it's a pity we weren't there. I would have liked to kill a few more Seppas. Several heads nodded, although no one could see them. The batteries had died after 1 week. However, by now, they were all used to the darkness, and even without being able to see anything, could find their way through the cave system. Dajir, Brain, Cell, Tech, Dab, Metal, 3-4, Captain Rex, Commander Cody, Jesse, and 5s were sitting together, talking. That was all they could do. Destroying a few more clankers would have been satisfying, that's for sure. I don't know about that. Do you really want to go back to all the deaths and war? We already did a lot more than it was expected of us. There was a startled silence after Dajir spoke. He was the last person they would have expected to say such words. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong. If I had the choice, I would also prefer to be put there, fighting. But I can't stop thinking about all our brothers. How many more will die before this hellish war ends? I don't know, but we were created for this, Commander. Many more will die if we don't fight. And one day, the war will end. It can't go on forever. And what will we do after? You said it yourself, Dab. We were created for war and nothing else. And, for us, it will never truly end. It will always be in our heads. An eerie silence fell upon the clones when they heard that. For a long time, no one said anything. It was only when General Kenobi approached them, followed by General Skywalker and his Padawan, that the silence was broken. "Gentlemen, I believe it's time we try our last resort." None of the clones said anything. The Jedis couldn't see them, but they knew they all had a resolute gaze in their faces as they put on their helmets. "We waited all this time in the hope that we would be found. It didn't happen, and I doubt it will happen now. So, either we will bury ourselves, or we will die of thirst, or we will find our way out." All the clones looked in the direction of General Kenobi's voice and got up. They could have tried their desperate plan a long time ago, but odds were that they would kill themselves by doing it. As such, they held back. But now, they would die anyway, and there was no way to avoid the truth. So, every trooper was of the opinion that it was best to try one more time. Brain, prep the detonators. Capitulo 317, The Light of Day. In the total darkness, about 45 clones followed the 3 Jedis. In those 3 weeks underground, more and more soldiers perished due to untreated wounds. Unfortunately, there was nothing 3-4 and the other medic could do. They didn't have enough medical supplies, enough water, enough anything. When they got to their objective, the same place where they first tried to escape, the Jedis turned on their lightsabers, providing a small amount of light. Brain. Grunting slightly, Hell Squad's second-in-command stepped forward and started feeling the rocks and boulders with his hands, looking for any crevice. It wasn't difficult to find them. After deciding which ones were the best for what they wanted to do, he pulled several dozens of thermal detonators from the backpacks that the troopers behind him handed to him. Of course, the detonators, the last thing someone would want to have in an unstable cave system, were what they had the most. But now, at least, they would play an important role in their life or death gamble. In about 20 minutes, the explosives were all attached to the walls. Dajir then watched as the 3 dim lights that represented General Kenobi, General Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano moved forward before disappearing. Their plan was simple: use the thermal detonators to blow up the rocks and boulders that had covered the exit, while the Jedis would be responsible for keeping the cave from collapsing. The chances of it working were near zero, which was why they waited for so long before trying it, in the vain hope that someone would find them. No clone was afraid of dying, but they also wouldn't follow a plan that would almost certainly kill them unless they had no other option. "Everyone ready?" "We always are, General." "Then hit it, brains." Hesitating for a fraction of a section, the grenadier pressed the trigger. The explosions lit up the cave with a blinding light, and a deafening noise left the ears of the soldiers buzzing. After the flash of light disappeared, the clones realized that they could still see. Rays of sunlight shone into the cave as rocks floated, creating a tunnel. More rocks and dust fell from the ceiling by the second, making the Jedis grunt as they advanced slowly, maintaining with the Force their only path to survival. Cell 5's go, go, go. Barely hearing Commander Cody, the 2 clones had already sprinted through the precarious tunnel. They were the contingency plan. In case the others got trapped again, they would seek help as quickly as possible. Luckily, that wasn't necessary. Albeit shaking and sweating, General Skywalker, General Kenobi, and Ahsoka managed to keep the cave system from collapsing on top of them for long enough for everyone to leave. Dragging a wounded 501st Trooper with him, Dajir put one of his hands in front of his eyes. They had spent 3 weeks inside the damned underground, and the light of day was blinding. It would take time to get used to it again. When he felt he was on the surface again, and only the sky was above him, Dajir let out a sigh of relief. Hell Squad and he had faced countless near-death situations, but none as scary as this one. His relief didn't last long, however. As his vision returned and the buzzing in his hearing faded away, he noticed they weren't alone. The characteristic noise of metal scrapping against metal and the blurry outlines of droids made him try to reach for his pistol and vibroblade. Before he could do so, he was kicked in the chest and fell down, a commando droid aiming a blaster at his head. "Republic troopers, stand down." Dajir was already moving before General Kenobi's words reached him. He kicked the clanker's ankle, which made his recently healed leg ache, but caused the droid to fall. Despite the pain, he was on his feet in a split second, his vibroblade piercing through the commando droid's head and into the ground. He was about to pick up his DC-17, but stopped when he heard the Jedi yell. Looking around, he quickly found the reason. Several hundred droids, mostly B-1 units, were surrounding them. For some reason, they hadn't retaliated, even after Dajir's counterattack. Searching with his eyes, he noticed Cell, Dab, 3-4, Tech, Fives, Captain Rex, and Commander Cody had also taken down a droid each and held their bodies as precarious shields. Let go of them. We are in no position to resist. Unwillingly, Dajir pulled out his weapon from the twitching clanker and put it back on its sheath. The others, upon hearing General Skywalker, hesitated for a second before dropping the droids' bodies and throwing away their blasters. The Jedis also turned off their lightsabers, Ahsoka slower than the two fully-fledged Jedis. Well done, Master Jedi, well done. If you decided to resist, I would have been forced to kill you all, which would have been a pity. I am so very interested in how and why do you come from the ground in such ragged state. Smiling and laughing, a Korrivar, a repugnant species with dark green skin, long nails, and entirely black eyes, pushed aside two droids to face the Republic group. Dajir immediately recognized him as Passel Argent, magistrate of the Corporate Alliance and one of the most important separatist leaders. If you really want to know, separatist scum, we got trapped by one of your friends. He didn't live long enough to gloat, however. Quiet, Snips. Frowning, Argent gestured to one of the commando droids besides him. Instantly, several droids walked forward and violently cuffed the Republic group. Dajir and his brothers would have liked to resist, but General Kenobi stopped them once again. Bring the Jedis, the two ARC troopers, and anyone whose rank is lieutenant or above with us. Oh, and that squad too. I believe you must be Hell Squad, and you, Commander Dajir, right? Count Dooku told me many interesting things about you. The clone didn't answer, and let himself be pushed by the clankers. Not liking the lack of respect Dajir showed him, Argent nodded to the leader of his escort, and the commando droid punched him in the stomach. Already weakened by the month underground, Dajir wasn't able to keep his knees from bending and fell face first to the ground. Still, he didn't make a sound. We are prisoners of war, Passel. We are to be treated accordingly. Ha, you almost makes me laugh, Master Kenobi, but you are right. You will be treated accordingly, just not as you think. Captain, can we continue? The Korrivar smiled maliciously to the three Jedis and turned around to enter his vehicle again. It was by a stroke of luck that he happened to pass by just as the Republic group appeared. He would surely be rewarded when he brought back 3 Jedis and several important enemy troops. What about the other, BZZZ, clones, sir? Looking at the 30 or so normal troopers, most of them wounded, Argent's smile grew wider. He loved that part of the job. We have no use for them, kill them all. No. Bastard. The struggles of the Jedis and clones were useless. The sound of blasters being fired rang out before everything was silent again. Capitulo 318, Burning Hatred. No. Dajir struggled to free himself from his handcuffs, and from the 2 commando droids escorting him, but all he got was a punch to the back of the head. Behind him, he heard the noise of his brothers being dragged towards an area of open ground, the wounded yelling in pain as the clankers showed no empathy. For a few seconds, he heard the sound of bones breaking as flesh hit cold metal, but the attempts of his brothers to resist were useless. When the sound of lasers cut the air, calmness resumed. Dajir wasn't even able to look at his brothers as they were mercilessly executed. After a month buried alive, they had finally found hope, only to have it crushed again by the separatist. If they had at least been able to fight back and take a few droids down with them. But General Kenobi's order to surrender had been their downfall. Arg! A clone screamed in agony while a medical droid used all kinds of drugs on him. Even in different cells, the captured troopers could hear him. Eventually, the clone fainted without saying anything useful to their captors. The droid wasn't fazed by it and moved on to the next victim. He had been torturing them for days now, to no avail. Each one of the Republic soldiers that Passel Argent captured were battle-hardened veterans who had been through and experienced everything the separatist could throw at them. Simple torture wasn't enough to make them open their mouths. When it was his turn again, Dajir simply snorted, which prompted Argent to punch him. The separatist leader had always prided himself in being able to recover useful intel from war prisoners, but none of his methods worked against these clones. Especially the 7 who used brownish-red armor. No matter how he tortured them, they wouldn't make a single sound. What Argent didn't know was that Hell Squad could resist even a Sage Ventress and her master, and even force Sith Lords to retreat. Of course, Count Dooku wouldn't let his underlings learn of such shameful facts. As such, the Koravar kept needlessly interrogating the clones, instead of putting an end to their misery. After using every method at his disposal to obtain intel from Dajir, but failing, Argent left the room with the medical droid. He would try again the next day. He didn't believe that a simple clone could withstand weeks and months of interrogation. One day, Dajir would crack, and he would be there to listen to it. "Cough, are you awake, Dajir?" I'm here." It took a few seconds for the commander to regain enough consciousness to groan and answer Commander Cody. "How long did you say it would take for them to find us? Cough, cough." "How many days has it been? 9 or 10? 12, sir." Less than a week then. Hunter is good with tracks, he won't lose us. All we gotta do is wait." There was a collective sigh when his brothers heard him. The fact that they could withstand torture didn't mean they were indifferent to it. Another week of this hell would pass slowly. In a well-lit, albeit poorly furnished, room, General Skywalker, General Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano sat on the ground, eyes closed. They were prisoners, but compared to the clones, their conditions were much better. When the door opened, and Passel Argent entered, the 3 Jedis opened their eyes to glare at him menacingly. They had the ability to kill him, but didn't dare to do so, not when the lives of Dajir and the other clones were at stake. The ones who had been executed days ago were already too heavy of a weight on their conscience. "Comfortable." "Humph." None of the Jedis answered him with anything other than a snort. Seeing they remained so arrogant even when they were his prisoners made Argent angry. If it wasn't because of Count Dooku's orders to leave the Jedis unharmed, he would have already started torturing them. He was sure they wouldn't last nearly as long as the soldiers under their command. It would only take a few rounds of torture for them to fall from their high pedestal. Without saying anything more, the separatist turned around and left. As soon as the door closed, the 3 people in the room looked at each other worriedly. Still no interrogation. Why? Someone must have ordered that we weren't touched, but for what reason? The Padawan's question couldn't be answered by either of the Jedis. All they could do was wait, powerless. "Master, I don't understand why we must keep Kenobi and the other 2 alive. They are a risk to us." "You don't have to understand, my old apprentice, only obey. They mustn't be harmed. I have great plans for them, especially young Skywalker." Kakakaka. With a click noise, the transmission was interrupted, and the hooded figure disappeared. Count Dooku closed his eyes, his face stone cold. His mind, however, was working hard, trying to decipher his master's plan. It was useless. No matter how much thought he put into it, he couldn't arrive at a logical conclusion. Unless... His eyebrows furrowed in shock as he thought of something. It couldn't be. But Darth Sidious' interest in Anakin Skywalker only left that possibility. Impossible, it must be something else. "My lord." A droid beside him inched closer, thinking that Count Dooku was talking to him. "Quiet." An explosion of force sent the unfortunate droid flying towards the wall, and it didn't get up. Count Dooku, indifferent to what he just did, paced around his room nervously. He pushed his dangerous thoughts to the back of his mind, telling himself it couldn't be true. Unaware of the dark currents moving underneath the apparently simple clone wars, a group of 4 clones was analyzing the location where Dajir and the others were captured by the separatist. "What do you think, sir?" Hunter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he got down to a knee and used one of his vibroknives, a weapon Dajir taught him how to use to cut open the torso of a commando droid. Then, he picked up a small device flashing blue, a tracker. That was Dajir's doing. A long time passed already, but I can still feel an interference in the magnetic field around here. There is a cave below us. As he said that, he pointed towards a pile of rocks, the tunnel the Jedis made, and that collapsed after they quit maintaining it. Wrecker smiled and got to work. In a few minutes, he had thrown aside boulders bigger than himself, revealing the cave system. After Crosshair and Hunter explored it and found several bodies, as well as signs that the Republic group that disappeared almost 2 months ago had been there the entire time, they contacted the higher-ups. How do you know they are still alive? The tracks show that the separatist convoy that passed by here left with more people than it arrived. Also, we found many of our brothers, all regs. They were executed. No officers, which means they were taken. And Dajir told us that they were captured. How? Hunter picked the tracker that Bad Batch's tech threw to him and showed it to General Windu's hologram. We couldn't pick up the signal before because it was underground. When they got back to the surface, we started receiving it again, which is why we came to investigate. Dajir knew we would do that but left the tracker here, stuffed inside a clanker's body, so the Seppies wouldn't find it. He wouldn't have bothered doing so if he knew he was going to die. That can only mean he knew he was going to be searched, which leads to them having surrendered. Knowing Dajir, he probably was ordered to do so by one of the generals he had with him. Hunter explained everything he deduced in a single breath. Most of it actually came from Tech's brain. Can you discover where they went? Yes, General, they didn't hide their tracks. Then find them and rescue our people. I will send Commander Apo with 2 battalions to help you. Got it, General Windu. Bad Batch is going hunting. Capitulo 319. Bad Batch comes to rescue. Moaning, Captain Rex woke up. It took him a while to remember where he was and what was happening, but the energy chains holding him made his memory come back quickly. He must have fallen unconscious after another round of interrogation. As he rotated slowly, he saw a black medical droid injecting metal with something. The drug, or whatever it was, must have caused a lot of pain because the heavy machine gunner trembled and started sweating profusely. Still, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he spat at the droid. You gotta try something better, Tin Can. This trick is getting old. Ack. Holding back a grunt, Metal mocked the droid. The machine, unable to understand sarcasm, continued working unperturbed, but was unable to get anything from the clone. Metal was almost as stubborn as his squad leader. Captain Rex lost sight of Metal as the energy chains forced him to rotate. To his other side was Jesse. The ARC trooper was awake, but silent. He seemed fully concentrated on something. Knowing him, Captain Rex was sure Jesse was devising some kind of plan. It was then that alarms started blasting off. The medical droid was confused by it for a few seconds, but then seemed to receive an order. Putting away the syringe he had been holding, he reached out for a blaster pistol and aimed it at Metal. When a base was about to fall in enemy hands, Separatist protocol dictated that a kill-all order was to be instated, for reasons that don't need to be explained. All the clones knew that and had never had much faith in their lives. When Dajir left the tracker, he knew that Bad Batch would find them, but what he wanted wasn't to be saved, but revenge. But just as the clanker was about to squeeze the trigger, the door of the cell was blasted open, and a clone wearing black and red armor ran in. Using his 2 vibraknives, Hunter cut the medical droid into 3 pieces, before proceeding to free Metal, Jesse, and Captain Rex. You sure took your time, Hunter. Did Bad Batch get the others? Using the sergeant as support to stand up, Metal grimaced slightly. He was very weak, but he felt a lot better when he kicked the droid aside and picked up the blaster pistol. A trooper without a weapon in hands felt naked. Yep, but we gotta move fast. Wrecker got a little excited and threw a droideka a tad too far, making the alarms go off earlier than we wanted. Letting out a dry laugh, Metal picked up his armor, which had been thrown in the corner of the cell, and then stepped out of the room where he had been kept for over 2 weeks. As soon as he did so, he saw Dajir, Cell, Tech, 3-4, Brain, and Dab. Hell Squad was already holding weapons Bad Batch's Tech had handed to them. How are you, Metal? Leaving the clone to talk to his squad, Captain Rex helped Jesse and went to check on Fives, Commander Cody, and the members of the 212th and 501st. He paused slightly to look at the 4 weird clones that had come to their rescue. He couldn't remember when, but he had heard the name Bad Batch before. Now, however, he was too tired to think about it. All he knew was that they must be as crazy as Hell's Squad if they dared to attempt to free them just with 4 troopers. Ah, that's better. Slashing the air around him with the vibroblade that Hunter handed to him, Dajir felt a lot more comfortable. As unorthodox and mostly inefficient in a battle as the weapon was, he liked it. Just shooting a Seppi wasn't as satisfying as cutting their heads off. What is the extraction plan, Hunter? Show them, Tech. Nodding, the hyperactive member of Clone Force 99 brought up a hologram of the base they were in. Commander Apo has 2 battalions creating a diversion on the east side of the facility. Our exit is to the north, but we still gotta find the Jedis. Leave it to Hell Squad. Yeah, we need a stretch. Knowing fully well what Dajir would say, Brain and Cell were already grinning. The weeks of torture hadn't dimmed down their spirits. In fact, it only made their desire for revenge stronger. Cody and Rex, you take the others to the exit. Bad Batch comes with us. But no time to discuss, Cody. Jesse, Wildcat, and Bronze are too weak. They will need help to walk. The 212th Legion commander sighed in resignation. Dajir's tone left no room for any disagreement, and there was something on his words that made others obey him, even a commander. For a brief second, Commander Cody's mind flashed back to a conversation he had with Commander Keeley on the Revanter. It was just after the 303rd leader had decided to nominate Dajir subcommander. Cody, wake up, we have to be quick. The commander shook his head and gave the hologram a last glance before leading the others to the exit. Meanwhile, Hell Squad and Bad Batch went towards the center of the Seppi base. Dajir had seen the Separatists take the Jedis there when they first arrived and hoped they would still be there. They had barely left the prison block when they met a patrol. Dajir and his men were about to shoot, but Bad Batch was faster. Hunter jumped forward, cutting 3 droids into pieces, while Wrecker grabbed a B-2 Super Battle droid and threw it at the patrol. Crosshair, with Bad Batch's tech help, used 1 laser to kill 2 droids. In less than 5 seconds, the patrol was annihilated. Hell Squad was slightly impressed. They could have killed the clankers as fast as Bad Batch, if not faster, but they had 3 years of experience, while Clone Force 99 barely had 2 months. Where did you go after Genosis? Christophsis and Felucia. 2 harsh battlegrounds. No wonder Bad Batch had gotten so much better after just 2 months. And hearing about Felucia, Dajir finally remembered the Grand Offensive. With all that had happened, he had forgotten about it. But if there were battles going on in Felucia, it meant the Republic was trying to reconquer the planet, what would only happen if Dajir's plan had gone right. Although he was curious, Dajir had more urgent matters at hand. Once they were safely in Republic territory, he would receive all the information he needed. He was a commander, after all. When the next group of clankers appeared in front of them, Hell Squad sprung into action. The days without fighting didn't appear to have any impact on them. Dab and Cell fired first, almost at the same time, and took down the 4 droids in the front row. Brain tossed a thermal detonator, and taking advantage of the explosion, Metal, Tech, 3-4, and Dajir quickly killed the remaining clankers, which weren't able to fire a single laser. Stepping over the bodies, the 2 units ran towards the center of the base. Most of the Separatist garrison must have been locked in a fight with Commander Apo, because they met little resistance. It came as a nice surprise to them when Hell Squad's tech opened a door, and they saw Passel Argent on the other side. The Separatist leader, who always had a smug and cruel grin on his face, now looked terrified to see the clones he kept captive, free, and armed. Capitulo 320, Cold Eyes. The 2 commando droids that acted as bodyguards for Passel Argent were quickly eliminated by Dajir and Hunter. Both clones used their cold weapons to pierce the droids' necks and rip their heads off. In the same movement, Dajir kicked Argent's knee, breaking it with a sickening sound. The Separatist screamed in pain and fell to the ground. For a moment, the clone felt pleasure in causing pain to the Korrivar, but that feeling quickly went away. He wasn't like the Jedis, who controlled their emotions so they didn't feel anger, but he also wasn't a cruel person. He was just a soldier, and although he hated Argent, he knew that the Seppi also was just following orders. That didn't mean he forgave him for killing and torturing his brothers. Pausing for a few seconds, Dajir used the tip of his vibroblade to make another mark in his armor. He was already in the middle of his forearm. Argent didn't know what the line the clone made meant, neither why he was doing it, but as he stared at the black visors that surrounded him, he knew it was over for him. It was like looking at a deep abyss, the cold eyes under the helmets staring back at him. Dajir stretched his hand to Crosshair, and Bad Batch's sniper gave him his DC-17. He pressed the muzzle against Argent's head and pulled the trigger. Defenseless or not, the Koravar was an enemy, and he deserved no mercy. The 10 clones behind him exchanged glances, surprised and worried. Well, Bad Batch was worried. Hell Squad was just slightly surprised by Dajir's actions. They had done far worse before, so they got over it quickly. Commander Dajir, the Jedis wouldn't approve of that. They would have wanted to take Argent in for questioning. The Jedis aren't here, Hunter, and it's done now. I will take the blame if needs be. Now let's go. Seeing that Dajir clearly wasn't in the mood to discuss it, Bad Batch let go of the matter. Also, it wasn't like they cared about the Separatist. They were just trying to follow what they learned as cadets. Don't kill a surrendered enemy. Bring leaders back for questioning. Dajir led them through the corridors and hallways until they arrived at a section of the facility with several well-furnished rooms. It was easy to identify on which one the Jedis were, since 6 B-2 units and 1 commando droid were guarding it. Dajir quickly fired 3 lasers, hitting the commando droid 2 times in the chest to destabilize it, and then once in the head. 3-4 and Metal followed him by taking down 2 B-2 super battle droids each, while Crosshair, Hunter, and Cell killed the remaining 2. Busting the door's control panel with his vibroblade, Dajir opened it to find the 3 Jedis. Dajir and Hunter, so it were you who made all that ruckus. The clones nodded slightly, and Dajir urged the Jedis to move quickly. Every second they wasted talking could be the difference between life and death. Wait, we need our lightsabers. General Windu thought about that, Commander Tano. Here. From Bad Batch's tech backpack appeared 3 lightsabers, which he gave to the Jedis. Theirs had obviously been confiscated, and they didn't have the time to look for them. Better than nothing. Anakin, Ahsoka, Dajir is right, we really need to get out of here, so if you don't have anything else to do. General Kenobi's weirdly polite way of talking, considering their circumstances, brought a grin to Dajir's face. He might not agree with everything the Jedi thought or how he behaved in this war, but he liked him. General Kenobi felt for every soldier under him. In a way, he reminded Dajir of General Dai. A flash of green light cut through 3 droids before returning to the hands of Ragu. Throwing his lightsaber like some kind of boomerang was a trick he had picked up from Count Dooku after the Sith used it against him on Aline. If the Separatist knew that he inadvertently taught another deadly move to a Jedi, he would surely be mad. In the same move, Ragu used the Force to pull back a wounded trooper and cut in half a droideka. Without stopping, he ran forward, dodging a blast from an AAT and jumped on top of it. The unexpected weight addition made the tank tilt to the left, crushing 2 unlucky B-1 droids. Spinning his weapon, Ragu stabbed the AAT's hatch, breaking it open, and pulled out the 2 crew droids. He didn't pay attention to where they landed. Almost at the same time, a giant blue laser flashed above his head, destroying a hailfire. The vehicle, however, had time to fire a last salvo of missiles, blowing up 2 ATRTs and killing half a dozen 501st soldiers. Ragu glanced at the bodies for a few seconds before turning away, expressionless. What once would have left him mortified now couldn't even move him. War transformed kind Jedis like him into stone-cold soldiers, and soldiers like the clones in merciless killers. General Ragu, Sergeant Hunter wants to talk to you. Patch him through. The disappearance of General Skywalker, General Kenobi, Commander Cody, Captain Rex, and Hell Squad left the troops in Kairos without leadership. Even Commander Apo, a veteran from the First Battle of Geonosis, couldn't control the battle around the entire planet. As such, Ragu had been sent to take control, partially because he had already proven that he had the capability to do so, and partially because he had worked with the 501st and the 212th many times before. It certainly came as a relief when Dajir's tracker became active again. It had been horrible to think he had lost Hell Squad, his oldest friends, and last connection to his late master. He wanted to go rescue them himself, but he couldn't abandon his duties. As such, he followed General Windu's decision and let Bad Batch and Commander Apo handle it. Master Ragu, we are almost reaching your position. Hell Squad went ahead with a surprise. Instead of Hunter, he heard Ahsoka Tano, General Skywalker's Padawan. He barely paid attention to what she was saying, though. He had already noticed Hell Squad. It was difficult not to, considering they made their entrance by blowing up 3 Hailfires, 1 AAT, and a few tens of clankers. They were using 3 AATs, certainly stolen from the same base where they were kept captive. A barely recognizable Republic crest was painted on each tank, probably Cell's handiwork. That way, their brothers would understand they were friendlies if the amount of havoc they were causing amidst the Separatist wasn't enough. Ragu had a wide smile on his face when he saw Hell Squad. Only them would be crazy and determined enough to join a battle after having vanished for 2 months and tortured for who knows how long. Of course, Hell Squad's little surprise couldn't last for long, and they knew that. As soon as the other AATs started to aim at them, they jumped out of the stolen tanks. At this moment, Ragu was already advancing through the battlefield to meet them. Any clanker on his path was cut to pieces. General Ragu, Hell Squad is ready to battle. And to destroy some clankers, sir. I noticed, Brain, what happened. A lot, General. We will explain it all later, with General Kenobi, General Skywalker, and Commander Tano. Roger that, Dajir. Now, let's see if you guys are still sharp, or if you got rusty after this vacation. Capitulo 321, Revenge for All Those Days. Seeing a laser flying straight towards him, Dajir dropped to the ground, just in time to avoid a fatal injury. Still, the laser grazed his chest, leaving him gasping for air thanks to the impact. A loud shot rang next to his ear, and he knew Dab had taken care of his attacker. Rolling to the side and getting up, Dajir stopped for a second to look at the battlefield. 300,000 clones were facing about that same amount in clankers, which was rare. Normally, the Separatist had an overwhelming numerical advantage. However, because of the Grand Offensive, the Sepis had been forced to split their forces and fallen right into the Republic's trap. Thinking that the Republic was at its last breath, which wasn't entirely wrong, the higher-ups of the CIS had taken the retreat of Republic troops from core planets, such as Felucia, as a sign of surrender. Taking advantage of that false impression, they had diverted the majority of their troops from less important systems to the big targets. It was all the Republic needed. In one single swoop, 9 Separatist planets were completely taken, while 16 others were still experiencing the flames of war, but the Republic had a clear advantage. To make matters worse for the Sepis, the supply lines for the systems they wished so much to take were cut, just as Dajir had predicted. Now, it was only a matter of time before Mon Cala, Dantooine, and such were taken back, once and for all. Kairos was one of those planets that was still an active battlefield. Of course, the 600,000 fighters weren't all in a single place, but all over the planet. Only 20,000 Republic soldiers and 26,000 droids were fighting at Hell Squad's location. That didn't mean the battle was any less intense than anywhere else. Dozens fell every minute, on both sides, some wounded, some eerily silent. Arge. Ahi. Bzzz. Ah. No. Ignoring the screams of pain and death, Dajir analyzed the battlefield. If he had to guess, the clone army had lost about 4,000 soldiers, between dead and wounded, while the Separatists were down by 9,000 clankers. It couldn't be said that the Republic was crushing them, but they certainly were faring much better. Incoming! Hearing Cell yell, Dajir looked up, only to see a cluster of missiles flying over his head. Most of them accurately hit an SBHAT, bringing the enormous vehicle down. A few, however, missed the target and exploded on the ground 30 meters away from Hell Squad's position. In a very familiar situation, Dajir was thrown off his feet and into the air. When he fell, he hit his head hard and his vision went dark for a few seconds. His ears were buzzing, and for some time, the sound of battle faded away. Albeit he knew it wasn't advisable to do so, Dajir still took off his helmet. The smell of blood and smoke reached his nostrils almost immediately, but he ignored it. "There, Commander." Slowly, gradually, as his hearing returned, he heard someone calling him. Turning his head made him feel sick, but his instincts and experience took over. He knew he couldn't stay still for too long, or he would get shot. Struggling to get up, he saw 3-4 and Dab doing the same. Metal was the one who was calling him, even as he tried to pull a dead or unconscious brain to cover. He couldn't see either Cell or Tech, but he had other worries at the moment. Picking up a DC-15A, it was unknown whether it was his or someone else. He fired some lasers towards the clankers. Not bothering to see if he hit something, Dajir grabbed Brain's left arm and, together with Metal, dragged the grenadier until they were behind the burning remains of an ATTE. Soon, Dab and 3-4 joined them. "How is he?" "Let me see, get out of the way, Metal." Dajir hadn't said a word yet, even as the medic brusquely shoved Metal aside so he could examine Brain. His brother wasn't offended, of course. He knew 3-4 was just worried about Brain. Putting his hand on his head, Dajir finally realized it was covered in warm blood. It was only when he touched the wound, a gash about 6 or 7 centimeters long, just above his hairline, that the pain decided to show up. Barely holding back a grunt, he blindly looked for a bandage or cloth of some kind in his belt and used it to clean up the blood, but more kept gushing out. "Dab, wrap it up." "Sir." "Don't worry about it and let 3-4 take care of Brain. Now bandage it." The sniper had been so focused on Brain that only when Dajir called him that he noticed the commander's wound. A single cut might not seem like much to a member of Hell Squad, but any head injury was potentially fatal. He almost called 3-4, but Dajir stopped him. To him, Brain's life was more important than his. Hesitantly, Dab did as he was told, wrapping Dajir's head with a bandage that got red almost immediately. Still, it seemed to slow down the bleeding. 3-4, you stay with Brain. Metal, Dab, let's find Cell and Tech. Roger that. The medic didn't even lift his head to answer Dajir, while the other two nodded. Together, they left their improvised cover. The battle was reaching its peak as the two sides' brutality collided. Killing 4 or 5 droids as they advanced, Dajir, Metal, and Dab found their two brothers trading shots with a dwarf spider droid. Well, Tech was doing so, at least. Cell was half buried beneath soil and debris. A sharp piece of metal, about 15 centimeters long, had pierced his right shoulder. It must have been part of the missile itself, otherwise it wouldn't have had enough force to pierce through the armor. Metal, it's all yours. Got it, sir. Hey, Tin Can, over here. The needless provocation didn't get the dwarf spider droid's attention, but the torrent of blue lasers Metal's double-barrel repeating blaster unleashed did. Coupled with Dab's charged shot, they quickly took care of it. How are you holding up, Cell? It hurts like hell, Commander. How are the others? 3-4 is taking care of Brain, then he will have a look at you. After that, we will get you to the medical center. Come on. Ugh. Dajir helped Cell up, while the rest of his unit provided cover and brought him back to 3-4. The medic had already taken care of Brain and said he only needed a few minutes to wake up. It was just a concussion, sir. Cell, can you hold on for a while? Just let me take a look at the commander first. And don't complain, sir. Dajir didn't plan on doing so. He was already getting dizzy because of blood loss. After 3-4 properly sewed and bandaged it, he felt much better. While the clone was treating Cell, Dajir contacted the back lines. Sergeant Hyde, I need to evacuate one trooper. Grave wound. I will send someone right away, Commander. While they waited, 3-4 decided to take out the piece of metal in Cell's body. It wasn't advisable to do so if he couldn't stop the bleeding that would ensure, but the scout could barely keep conscious because of the pain. Bite this. Oka, Arg, 3-4 you, couldn't you have warned me? It hurts less this way. Now, sit still. I need to close the wound before you pass out. Sweating profusely, Cell laid on the ground. The pain was immense, but he had gone through worse before. Got it, hey sir. Yeah. Kill some clankers for me, will you? Haha, will do, Cell, will do.